Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Chapter POV. Where am I? I felt like I had just woken up from a long nap. Last thing I remembered was watching videos on my phone when suddenly a loud sound came from outside. As each second passed, the sound got louder and louder, and to my horror, something crashed into my room. The pain I felt was something I never want to remember ever again. And here I am now, in the middle of nowhere, completely confused on my situation. Much to my shock, I didn't feel any pain. Wait, now that I've realized it. I don't feel anything at all. Where's my body? What's going on? Am I dead? Is this the afterlife? Minutes later, I tried to calm myself. It would do no good to freak out. Calming myself, I began to wonder how my dad would react knowing I'm gone. He'd be completely devastated. I didn't have any siblings, and I didn't have a mother either. She passed away in a car accident when I was just 6 years old, and right now I'm 18. Ever since that day, Dad has been taking care of me on his own. He never got together with another woman since that day and has been the best father I could ever ask for. Knowing that he'd lost his wife and now his son. Before I could wander off within my thoughts, I heard a booming voice within my mind which, if I were to be honest, scared the shit out of me. I wasn't one to get easily scared, but it was completely silent where I am now. Absolute silence, not a single sound whatsoever. Hello Nathan, I see you've met an unfortunate death. Who would have thought a plane would crash into your room? Lucky for you, you've been chosen for a new life, said the unknown being within my mind. Are you kidding me? A fucking plane? How unlucky am I? Thankfully my dad was at work, so I know he wasn't caught up with the crash. Wait a second. Did I hear right? A new life. Yes, you heard right, a new life. Don't think you're so special. You're just extremely lucky to be picked for this reincarnation. And you don't have to worry about your father. Yes, he was completely devastated, but he found a woman who brought him out of his depression and loved him dearly. They lived the rest of their lives together with love and peace, said the voice inside my head. Ah, that's good then. I don't have to worry about him anymore, so I began to think about my situation. Reincarnation. This is exactly like those fanfictions I've read before. Do I get any wishes and choose my power? I asked within my mind. No, we're going to spin a wheel 2 times. One spin will decide on the type of world you'll go to, whether it's movies, TV shows, books, animes, manga, or even fanfictions. Another spin will be on whose powers you'll inherit. For example, if the wheel lands on Steve Rogers, you'll gain his powers and looks and just a little bit of his personality, but not his memories, said the voice inside my head. Suddenly, a wheel appeared in front of me and it began to spin at a speed which made it difficult to look at the worlds I could go to. Minutes later it began to slow down and I was able to catch glimpses. Bleach, Marvel MCU, Naruto, The Flash, The Office, Boku no Pico, The Hunger Games, SpongeBob SquarePants. Some of these looked decent, but what really mattered was the type of power I would get. If inherit the powers of SpongeBob fucking SquarePants, then I would really be mad. Well, he does have very high regeneration powers, and the thought of a yellow sponge kicking ass did make me chuckle. Finally, after what felt like an hour, the wheel finally stopped. My Hero Academia. The world with heroes and villains, and where more than 80% of the Earth's population have an ability called quirks. I've only watched the anime, and luckily for me I'm caught up with season 4, but I never continued on with the manga. Now with this kind of world, the powers I get matters most. If I end up with someone like Hawkeye, then I'm definitely screwed. Now the wheel spun again, and the names I saw made me realize something. I may or may not even be reborn as a man. Some of the characters I saw on the wheel were female. Such as Esdeath from Akame ga Kill, Sakura from Naruto, Gwen Stacy from Marvel, and more. But when the wheel stopped and I saw just who it was, I was ecstatic. Ghost of the Uchiha, the second Six Paths, one of the main antagonists of Naruto. Madara Uchiha. Aren't I extremely lucky? Good matches. You'll be the same age as Izuku, now good luck on your journey. I don't care what you do and we won't be meeting again, goodbye Nathan, the voice said in my head. Wait a second. Can I request for something? I asked inside my mind. Since I'm feeling generous, I'll allow it. I've already read your mind on what you wanted to ask. Nobody will be able to steal your quirk or cancel it, and no one will be able to take anything from your body if you're so worried about it, said the being inside my head. Thank you. I immediately said back. This would help so much. I basically would not have to worry about All for One and wouldn't have to worry about anybody cloning me. It may sound weird, but if there was something I hated more than NTR, it would be cloning. Okay, NTR was definitely worse, but I've read way too many fan fictions where this cloning bullshit happens. Now off you go, said the being in my head. Off towards my new adventure, where I would definitely make sure to live with no regrets. Chapter 2, Chapter. It's a boy. Was the 3 words I heard. Opening my eyes, I was greeted with the sight of a female doctor. Considering how big she appeared to be, I can conclude that I'm a baby. So I really did die. If I were to be honest, I thought my death and meeting that being was just a super funky realistic dream. Knowing I would get to use the powers of Madara, I was completely excited, which caused a baby laugh to come out of my mouth. Unknown to me, it prevented a hard slap to my ass. Regular POV. It's a boy. Is what Madara Uchiha heard from the doctors. This could possibly be the best day of her life, and unfortunately her last. She knew once she was pregnant that the probability of living would be even lower because she had a very bad heart. At least she'd get to finally be with her husband, but her baby boy would unfortunately be without any parents. She could only hope her close friend Aiko and her husband will raise her well. It pained her to not be able to see her son grow up, but there was nothing she could do about it. "Let me see my baby," said Mikomi after she heard an incredibly adorable laugh that came from her child. The female doctor immediately passed over her son and came over to help her hold him. After all, she was incredibly weak and could barely move. Mikomi, now holding onto her son, looked at him. "My beautiful boy," she said weakly with tears in her eyes as she softly caressed his head. "Mama won't be able to be there with you, but don't worry, I have some friends who'll take you in. They're very nice people, so treat them with respect, okay?" she said as her voice began to crack up. "I love you very much. Your father and I love you so much," she said to him as even more tears began to fall. "Do you have a name for the baby, ma'am?" the doctor asked with a sad tone. She knew the mother didn't have much time left. "Madara. Madara Uchiha," she said softly with a beautiful smile. Mikomi wanted to kiss her son's head, but unfortunately, her body gave out. A doctor took the baby from the now dead woman's arms. The doctor began to comfort the now crying baby and took him out of the room. It was as if the baby, now named Madara, understood exactly what was going on. Almost as if he knew his mother was now gone forever. The female doctor herself spilled out some tears from her eyes. The boy would grow up without any parents, but maybe that wasn't so true considering what the mother said. Madara POV. I couldn't help it. The fact that I was a baby and couldn't control my emotions didn't help whatsoever. It's very unfortunate that my mother has passed away from birth, and from what I heard, I have no father either. I cried because it was extremely sad. The woman's last words, how devastated she looked, from what I could guess was because she would never be able to watch her baby grow. But the thing is, I most likely wouldn't have loved my mother if she was alive. Same case with my father. It may seem very harsh, but to me, they are strangers. Now I'm being carried and sent to the room with other babies. I began to think about my situation. From what my mother said, I most likely wouldn't be an orphan. She said she had some good friends and hopefully they weren't secretly assholes. An hour later I began to hear voices coming from the door. "He's right in here, Mrs. Yaoyorozu," I heard a female doctor say. "Wait a minute. Mrs. Yaoyorozu? As in Momo's mother? I'm really lucky, aren't I? Isn't this a perfect opportunity to get closer to Momo? A step closer to gaining a harem." "What? Don't judge me. I did say I was going to live my life with no regrets. Doesn't mean I was going to think with my dick and fuck anything that's identified as a female. I had 3 girls that I wanted to really pursue. Momo Yaoyorozu, Nijire Hado, and lastly the beautiful rabbit hero, Rumi Usajiyama. If any other girls genuinely like me outside of those 3 and I like them back, I would most likely pursue them as well." My thoughts were interrupted when I felt myself being picked up. This woman, she had Momo's face, but with straight brown hair and brown eyes. I guess Momo takes after her father with the eyes and hair color. "Ah, look how cute you are," cooed Mrs. Yaoyorozu to me as she softly caressed my head. "I can already tell you and little Momo will be the best of siblings," she said with a light laugh. "Ah. Will be more than that, Mrs. Yaoyorozu," I thought to myself. According to what she said, Momo has already been born. Of course it shouldn't have been so long ago because the being who brought me here said I would be the same age as Izuku, which means I'll be the same age as Momo as well. I might as well make a good impression, right? So I giggled and laughed, which caused an immediate reaction. "Ah, he's so adorable," Mrs. Yaoyorozu said with a big smile. And like this, 4 years came by. Chapter 3, Chapter. 4 years later. It's early morning and the sun was shining. Inside a large room, one could see a 4-year-old boy sleeping peacefully on a very big bed. He had soft white skin and short black spiky hair that laid on top of his head. If you were to feel it, you'd be surprised on how soft it was. The boy opened his eyes to reveal 2 dark black eyes. This boy was none other than Madara Uchiha, previously named Nathan. It's been 4 years since he was brought into this world, and he noticed he didn't get Madara's powers right off the bat. He could only make the assumption that he'd awaken them in the form of a quirk once he was 4 years old. The problem was, he's been 4 years old for a couple months now and he hasn't shown any signs of awakening his quirk. He'd have to be patient. There was no use on stressing about it. After a long yawn, Madara got up from his bed and looked around his room. It was a very spacious room with his own comfortable huge bed, a resting area with a couch by the window, a flat-screen TV mounted on the wall, and even his own personal bathroom. Don't even get him started on the bathroom, which was larger than the room he had in his past life. I still can't believe I'm living this kind of life, he thought to himself. In his past life, he wouldn't call himself poor, but he would have never been able to live in a house like this. No, he would have never been able to even step foot inside of one. Getting off from his bed, Madara went to his bathroom to take a shower. Once he was finished, he put on regular white t-shirt with black sweatpants. When he was about to walk out of his room, his door flew open and a small figure ran inside. He instantly knew who it was. His adorable sister, Momo. Madara. Came the voice of the 4-year-old Momo. She came inside her brother's room with the intention of waking him up, but immediately frowned as she saw that he was already awake and done showering. "Mo, I was supposed to wake you up, brother," Momo said with a pout. "How cute," Madara thought as he walked up to her and pinched her cheeks. Momo immediately tried to escape his grasp, but he wouldn't let her off so easily. "Ouch. What are you doing, Madara?" Momo's childish voice rang out. Hee, don't try to wake me up like that again, okay?" he said to her as he let go and walked out of his room. Before, she'd used to wake him up while he was peacefully sleeping and he found it completely obnoxious. Momo would always say it was because he sleeps in too late, but that was simply not true. The others in the house just wake up way too early for his taste, but he eventually got used to it. Madara POV. "Come on Momo, let's go eat breakfast," I said to my adorable sister. Even if I plan on having a romantic relationship with Momo in the future, I still treat her as my little sister, and she treats me as her big brother. Even if she's a couple months older than me. Of course, at first I found it a little weird because I've never had a sibling before. In my past life I was an only child, so having a sister in my new life wasn't such a terrible feeling. So me and Momo arrived at the dining hall, and what greeted me was the 2 people who adopted me. Aiko Yaoyorozu, the mother, and Jun Yaoyorozu, the father. "Good morning, mother, father," I greeted to the 2 of them, with Momo doing so as well. Even if I called them mother and father, in my heart, I didn't acknowledge it as so. It was just like with the situation with my birth mother of this world. I most likely would have not had any sort of love towards them because I saw them as strangers. Now it's the same with these 2. The least I could do is act like it and show the respect that they deserve, because honestly, I was grateful that these 2 parents took me in. Once again, I look back to how lucky I actually am. Compared to some fanfictions I read on where the main character has to struggle for money or live off the streets, my condition was much better. Maybe as time goes on I could love them as a son would. Just maybe. I mean, they have already told me of how I was adopted. Well, it was more so of me overhearing them talk about it, but that was just an excuse for me. Considering how intelligent I seemed to be for a child, they decided to spill the beans. Of course we've agreed not to tell Momo until she grew more mature. "Good morning Madara, Momo," they both greeted back. So all 4 of us had a normal family breakfast, but that was until something happened to me. My vision suddenly became clearer and it felt like my surroundings slowed down a bit. I was startled at the sudden development, but when I heard Momo shout something, I started to feel excited. Regular POV. "Madara. Why are your eyes red?" came the shout of Momo. She was sitting across from him, so she instantly saw the change in his eyes and it scared her a bit. Her words caused the 2 parents to look at Madara with a slightly shocked expression. After all, it was the same quirk his father had. His father, who went by the name Tatsumi Uchiha, was a very successful doctor due to his quirk, which gave him the ability to see inside a person's body, down to the cellular level. Unfortunately, he was killed when a villain attacked the nearby area when he was on his way to work. But there was something that caught their attention. Tatsumi's eyes would glow a scarlet red whenever he used his quirk, but Madara seemed to have something else. Were those commas? Could this be a mutated version of it? Could it have something to do with his mother's quirk as well? Madara's mother, Mikomi, had the ability to use an unknown energy that was within her body. It was truly a mysterious quirk, but Mikomi was never able to learn the full extent of it because of her weak heart. She had to give up on ever doing hero business and chose to be a housewife instead. Madara, are you okay? It looks like you've awakened your quirk, Aiko said with a big smile. She was always worried that Madara would be saddened that his quirk hadn't awakened. Added to the fact that Momo had already awakened hers, she worried how Madara would feel. Haha, it seems like a strong one too. June laughs joyfully, even making Madara chuckle a bit. But an unexpected pain made Madara collapse to the floor. He began to clutch his chest and grit his teeth as the pain grew harsher. What the hell? What's going on? Madara thought. The last thing he heard were shouts of his name before he finally closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Chapter 4, Chapter. Regular POV. It's been a few hours since Madara has awakened his quirk and he collapsed in the middle of the dining room. After Madara passed out, Aiko and June quickly rushed to the hospital to see if there was anything serious going on with him. They really hoped the sudden pain was just part of his quirk awakening. They'd be devastated if Madara had a weak heart just like his mother. Thankfully that wasn't the case, and it was just his quirk manifesting. His second quirk to be exact. That's what stunned them. 2 quirks. One of them being a mutated version of his father's, and the other being the same mysterious energy as his mother's. They knew with these 2 powers, their son had the potential to be someone great. Madara POV. Opening my eyes, I could tell I was at the hospital. I didn't even have to look around because my room had the standard smell that all hospitals seem to have. Sitting up on the bed, I began to stretch my body, only for me to notice something. I felt amazing. My body felt so energized. I felt like I had so much power compared to yesterday. I could only make the assumption that it's my chakra finally awakening. Ah, this is great. Is this what it feels like to have powers? It's definitely something I never thought would happen. I was just a normal old teenager in my past life, so you should understand that this was a pretty fantastic experience. I mean, everyone has dreamed of having a superpower one day, right? You must be lying if you haven't. Oh, you're awake. We'll inform your parents right away, was what a male doctor said before he left seconds later. I sighed and wondered how long I've been here. They must have been very worried on how I suddenly collapsed. Especially Momo. I'm pretty sure I heard someone crying before I blacked out. I laid back down on the bed to wait for the arrival of Momo, Aiko, and June. I didn't have to wait long because minutes later I heard the door open and a small figure ran inside the room. Brother. Momo shouted as she ran towards me. She seemed to have some tears in her eyes and looked extremely happy to see me. Holding onto her as she hugged me, I said with a smile. It's okay, Momo, I'm fine. You gave us a good scare there. June said with a laugh as he walked in with Aiko and patted my shoulder. He didn't look so worried and I could only guess that it was because the doctor had already confirmed that I was completely fine. Are you sure you're okay, Madara? You seem to be in so much pain. Aiko, who compared to her husband, was still completely worried about me. Even if the doctor had already confirmed that nothing was wrong with me. I guess she just wanted to hear it from myself. I'm okay, Mom, I finally awakened my quirk. I said with a genuine excited tone. Regular POV. As the male doctor who was in charge of taking care of Madara came in, he was greeted to the sight of the parents and daughter looking at the boy with an awe expression. He was confused until he saw that the boy had activated his quirk. His eyes were red with a black dot in the middle and 2 commas around the dot on each eye. It did confuse the doctor on how this child gained this type of quirk when his parents' quirks weren't even close to being similar. That was until the parents explained that he was adopted, which completely shocked him. To him and everybody else, Madara looked like he could be their biological son. If someone were to say that they were siblings to a person who never met Madara and Momo before and didn't know that they were close, they'd definitely 100% believe it. Madara, it seems like you have a rare case of being born with 2 quirks. One of them being your unique eyes, and the other is a mysterious energy inside your body that we weren't able to discover. The doctor said to the parents. Thank you, doctor, so he's fine to leave? Asked Aiko with a concerned tone. Even when the doctors and even Madara himself confirmed that he was completely fine, she wanted to make sure and double-check, like any mother would. Yup, he's all good to go, but he'll have to name his quirks before he leaves and give us a description on what his quirk does and how it works. The doctor said with a smile as he looked at Madara, whose eyes were now the regular black. Madara himself didn't have any difficulty on figuring out names for his quirk. He did wonder though if it was really 2 separate quirks or just one altogether, but at the end of the day, it didn't matter at all. For my eyes, I'll name them Sharingan. From what I've seen, it granted me incredible clarity of perception and everything seems to slow down a bit. And for my mysterious energy, I'll name it Chakra, and the only thing I've discovered so far is that I feel very energized and my body feels stronger. Madara said. Of course he knew the full extent on just exactly what his quirks could do, but he wasn't about to blurt out a full-on description of his abilities. He wasn't a moron. Well, even if he did, it's not like they could experiment on him or try to lock him up somewhere. He had the backing of the Yaoyorozu family after all, but he'd still have to be careful. He'll have to train very harder and be strong enough to the point where no villain would ever think of attacking him and his loved ones. Madara ignored the weird looks he was getting for choosing such weird names for his quirks. After that was done, he and his family went back home where he would plan his training for the upcoming years. 2 years later. Chapter 5, Chapter. Currently, in the forest next to the Yaoyorozu mansion, one could see a male youth figure running up the trees and jumping from branch to branch. The boy was obviously Madara, who was currently training his quirk. His looks haven't really changed since 2 years ago, other than getting taller and his hair growing longer. He has refused to get a haircut because he did plan to keep up as the original. How could he not? He thought it was pretty badass. If there was anyone who could pull off the long-haired anime look without looking so feminine, then it was definitely Madara. For the past 2 years, Madara has been training his quirk with the best of his ability. During the first year of training, he focused on his chakra control, doing the leaf exercise, tree walking and water walking. At first it was pretty frustrating as he kept failing, but after some time, he could easily walk and run on water with no trouble at all. He also started to do body exercises with the use of their indoor gym. Ah, gotta love being rich. It was truly a blessing. During the second year, Madara has been taking martial arts lessons from a friend of his father named Daisuke alongside with Momo. He completely surprised his parents and Daisuke with how much of a prodigy he seemed to be and how easily he picked it up. Momo, seeing how much stronger her brother was, began to admire him even more, and it also encouraged her to work much harder when training. Now jumping from branch to branch on trees that were at least the height of a regular modern house, Madara was maneuvering through obstacles that he set up for himself, while shooting kunai towards targets that were stuck onto the trees. He seemed so focused as he gracefully moved through the obstacles with his 3 Tomo Sharingan active. Finishing, he went to go check his results. Most of them hit around the bullseye and only a couple actually hit straight in the middle. It was to be expected that he didn't get a perfect score, after all he's only just started using the kunais and doing this type of training. Walking back inside the mansion, he arrived in the living room and saw his mother Aiko sitting on the sofa. Over the past 2 years, he's gradually and slowly started to accept his adopted parents. Looking over at her, he noticed that she seemed to be dressed as if she was going to go somewhere soon. "How was your training, Madara?" She greeted him with a smile. "It's going great, I feel like I'm progressing pretty fast with the kunais," Madara told her as he walked towards the kitchen to get a glass of water. "Well, that's great, but don't you think you've been training way too much lately? Why don't you take a break?" Aiko asked her son. Madara sighed as he could guess where this was going. "Well, I'm going towards my room to go and take a nap. That counts as a break for me," he replied as he began to empty the glass of water. "Well, why don't you come with me and Momo, we're going out soon," Aiko said to Madara. "Are you going to the park again? You know I don't really like going there. I would rather stay home." Lately, Aiko has been taking Momo to the park to play with other kids. His mother and sister has been trying to get him to come with them, but in the end, they could never convince him. He'd rather stay home and train, and he didn't feel like interacting with kids. It would simply bore him to death. "Please, brother. I want you to meet my friend," came the cute voice of his little sister Momo, who seemed to be freshly dressed. She walked up to him for a hug, but he stopped her advancement. "I can tell you just finished getting ready, Momo, and I'm pretty sweaty right now," Madara said to her. Momo just pouted and said, "That doesn't matter. Why are you being so mean?" Madara sighed and rubbed her head, which immediately calmed her down. "Calm down, Momo, now why don't you tell me who this friend of yours is," he said as he continued to stroke her head. "Her name's Nijire. She's 2 years older than us," Momo said with a big smile. Aiko smiled as well, happy that her daughter found a friend that she liked so much. Madara POV. Nijire. That's her new friend. Well shit, is this my insane luck once again? Fuck a break, I'm definitely going with them now. Yeah, she should be about 8 years old right now, but forming a friendship this early with her and becoming her childhood friend should help a ton. You know what, Momo, I'll go to the park with you today. Maybe you could introduce me to your new friend as well, I said to Momo as I pat her head. A huge smile blossomed onto her face as she attempted to huge me, but I stopped her once again. I looked over to my mother Aiko and said, "Just give me 20 minutes and I'll be ready. I'm going to go take a shower," I said as I ran up towards my room. Regular POV. A few hours later you can see 3 kids sitting on the grass next to each other. 2 of them with black hair, and 1 of them with unique periwinkle-colored hair. When Madara and Momo arrived at the park, Momo dragged him along to go find her new friend. At first when he met Nijire, he was annoyed at the kids' constant questioning but was able to calm her down. Apparently Momo had bragged to Nijire that her brother had a super strong quirk, and it seemed Nijire has always been a high-spirited girl because she ended up asking endless questions about his Sharingan once he showed it to her. Other than that, he got along with her pretty well, which, unknown to him, made Aiko very happy. The mother has always been worried about Madara. He didn't show any interest on things a kid his age would and never interacted with any kids except for Momo. So seeing him getting along with Nijire eased her worries. And like that, time flew by and Madara and Momo would start middle school soon. Chapter 6, Chapter. Since that day, Madara would go to the park with Momo to hang out with Nijire. Other kids would attempt to hang out with them, but he scared them off. It seemed as if he was a cold person to people who weren't close to him. The three grew closer to the point where Nijire would even sometimes visit their house. It wouldn't be a stretch to call the three of them best friends. Madara continued with his training and has started with some jutsus as well. He even thought about learning Chidori and Rasengan. It may be cliché, but he had to admit that the jutsu was convenient to use, so he planned to train them once he mastered his basics. He's also shown Momo how to use kunais and shuriken, since considering her quirk, she'd have an endless supply. She might not be as good as Madara, but she could still possibly catch someone off guard in the future. Daisuke, Madara's and Momo's martial arts teacher, has started to take his lessons on a whole other level. Daisuke would make him spar with him without the use of his Sharingan and teach him other styles as well. Momo has also been finding new ways to improve her quirk and would soon take lessons on how to handle weapons alongside with him. Madara himself didn't know what weapon he wanted as his primary yet, but he'd stick with the standard kunai and shuriken for now. Although he did have an idea on a specific weapon he wanted made. It was late afternoon, and right now in the Yaoyorozu mansion you could see a black-haired boy swimming in their indoor pool alongside another. Lately Madara has taken a liking to swimming. He enjoyed it in his past life, but he'd rarely go to the beach since it was too far and there was never any public pools nearby. Luckily for him, being the ever-so-rich family, he had access to an indoor pool inside the mansion. It was also very convenient when he'd train with chakra control and walking on water. He'd even sometimes swim multiple laps with weights on. But right now, he was only here to relax with Momo. Momo was trying to swim as fast as she can with Madara chasing behind her. Looking back, she saw no signs of him, which instantly confused her. Kia. Momo let out a loud screech as she suddenly felt herself being dragged underwater. Seconds later she came up, wiped her face and saw her brother looking at her while laughing. "Why'd you do that, brother?" Momo said with a pout. I specifically remember you saying to try and catch you." Madara replied back teasingly. Seeing her gain a small blush from embarrassment, he laughed some more, which caused him to receive an angry glare from her. "Don't be too mad, all right? Let's get out, we've been in here for about an hour and I bet dinner is ready by now," Madara said as he pulled her into his arms. Momo nodded as she instantly calmed down. "Brother, your hair is getting so long," she said to him as she noticed his hair going past his neck. Having his hair soaked in water did make it seem like it was longer than it was already is. "Yeah, I guess so. Now come on, I'll race you towards the other end before we get out," Madara said to Momo as he let go of her. "Okay, but let me count down," Momo said with a little mischievous smile. He could already tell that she was up to something. Seeing Madara nod his head, Momo began to count down slowly from 5, but once she got to the number 3, she instantly started swimming to the other side. "Of course, why am I not surprised?" Madara said as he began to get up and stand on the surface of the pool. Momo, who was still swimming, looked back just to see her brother running on the water surface, and not even seconds later he was at the end of the pool. "Come on. You weren't even swimming," Momo said as she got out of the water. Madara just laughed her off and dried himself with a towel. "Heh, I guess we're both cheaters. I'm gonna go take a shower, see you at dinner," Madara said as he walked away towards his room. Currently the Yaoyorozu family were in the dining room eating dinner. Madara and Momo had both showered and cleaned up before this. "So kids, your mother and I have decided to put the both of you in a public school. What do you think about it?" Jun said suddenly. He asked the both of them because Madara and Momo have been homeschooled up until now. Going to a public would definitely be very different. Momo looked excited and Madara stayed composed, but he did raise an eyebrow at his mother's words. "You'll also be going to Nijire's middle school. Although she'll be going into her 3rd year, I'm sure you guys will still enjoy your time there," Aiko said with a smile. And like that, their middle school days started. It's only been around half a year and Madara would usually keep to himself and only hung around Momo and Nijire. Even when he never bothers anyone and minds his own business, there were some annoying boys who were jealous of him. With his looks, as well as hanging out with the 2 hottest girls, he naturally attracted unwanted attention. Some older kids did try to intimidate him at some point, but all it took was a single glare with his Sharingan active to scare them away. Compared to Madara, Momo actually interacted with other kids, but it wasn't any sort of deep friendship like the one she has with Nijire. She also didn't talk to any of the boys, just some girls. Currently, Madara was sitting on the rooftop with Momo on his left and Nijire on his right. He alongside Momo were eating their lunch, but Nijire was just there talking to the two of them. "Nijire, you gotta stop skipping your classes to come up here. Didn't you want to get into UA?" he said to her while looking into her royal blue-colored eyes. Nijire pouted and replied, "What? You don't want me up here with you?" "Of course I do, all I'm doing is looking out for you," Madara said as he pat her head with a soft smile. Noticing the small blush on her cheeks, he began to think of how close he's gotten with Nijire. Even though she's in her 3rd year of middle school, and is currently 14 years old, he still hasn't confessed any sort of feelings towards her. Over the years, the two grew close to the point where it was easy to tell that Nijire had feelings him, which in turn made him happy. "Well, I know the teachers don't mind if I skip a class or two. My grades are the top of the class and I don't cause any trouble for them," Nijire said to him, disappointed at the loss of his hand on her head. "Yeah, she's possibly the nicest person in the school, I'm sure the teachers don't have the heart to punish someone as innocent as Nijire," Momo said with a laugh, causing Nijire to laugh as well. Looking to his left, Madara observed Momo and began to think about how their relationship took a different turn once he and their parents revealed that he was adopted before they started school. Madara remembered that it was around that time where Momo started to cling to him even more. What caused her to do so? He had a pretty good guess on why, and he definitely wasn't going to complain about it. Hearing the bell ring, the three got up to leave for their next class. "Goodbye Nijire, see you when the last bell rings," Momo said with a smile. Noticing that the girl just stood there and wasn't walking to her class, Madara asked, "What's wrong? You're just going to leave without giving me a hug?" Nijire said to the long black-haired boy. Since Madara and Momo had the same classes, they always walked together, but Nijire, who was a 3rd-year student, didn't have any classes that were near there, so she couldn't walk with them. "Then come here," Madara said as he spread his arms. Nijire immediately wrapped hers around his torso. With Madara being pretty tall for his age, standing at 5 foot 7 inches, Nijire only had her head to his chest. She was only 5 foot after. Separating from Madara with a blush, Nijire looked at the two with a big smile and said bye. "See you guys later." After looking at Nijire cheerfully go towards her class, Madara turned towards Momo and noticed the pout on her face. "What? You want one too?" he asked. Seeing her avoid his eyes, Madara smirked and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. "All you needed to do was ask," he teased into her ear. "Stupid brother," Momo said quietly as she wrapped her arms around his torso, holding onto him tightly. Even after discovering that she and Madara weren't blood-related, Momo still sometimes called him brother. "Madara," Momo called out to him still in his arms. He responded back. "Do you like her, Nijire? It's so obvious that she has feelings for you. Even our parents see it. They even tease you behind your back." Ignoring that last part, Madara replied to her and said, "I'm going to be honest and say I do have feelings for her as well, and I've noticed hers." Momo stayed silent at those words and even put her head down within his chest, but immediately looked up at him when she heard his next words. "But I also have feelings for you as well, Momo," Madara said with a soft chuckle and smiled once he saw her looking at him with a surprised expression on her face. He decided to just fuck it and tell her now. What did you say? You like me?" Momo questioned. "What? Do you want me to say it again?" "Of course I like you. I thought it was pretty obvious if I were to be honest," Madara said to her as stared into her black eyes with his own. "But I also like Nijire as well. Would you ever want to be with a selfish guy like me?" he said as he separated from her and unwrapped his arms, but what Momo said next shocked him a little. "Yes," Momo said as she jumped at him and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Huh? What are you saying? I said I like the both of you and I can't just disregard Nijire's feelings," Madara said as he put his arms around her waist. "Then we'll talk to her and work it out so that none of yous are unhappy. You know there could be more girls later down the line." He could have definitely ruined the moment with these words, but Madara decided to test his luck. After all, it's never failed him. After a couple seconds of silence, Momo finally said, "Only if we accept them." "Huh? And who's we?" he questioned her. "Me and Nijire, of course." Momo, who knows if Nijire would accept that. "You make it sound like you're so sure," Madara said to her. "Of course she would. There's no way she wouldn't considering how much she likes you. And like I said, we'll talk to her about it." "Ha ha ha, what are you saying, Momo?" Madara said, a little shocked that she'd accept it this fast. "I'm saying that I love you," Momo said with a huge blush as she looked straight into his eyes. "Are you sure?" Madara questioned her softly, taking glances at her lips. 100%. She responded with a whisper, noticing where he was looking. Hearing those words, Madara instantly pulled her closer and met her lips with his. A little surprised, Momo stayed still for a second, but got out of it and kissed him back with equal passion. Needless to say, they were definitely late for class. Throughout the whole day Momo had a smile on her face and felt extremely happy. How could she not? She was finally with the person she loved. It was the end of the day, which was around the time her and Madara planned to meet up with Nijire. But this time, Momo left Madara and told him to wait for her at the school entrance because she needed to use the bathroom. Of course she didn't go to the bathroom, but went to go find Nijire as fast as she could. She planned on talking to her about her relationship with Madara. Nijire. She shouted as she saw her coming out of a classroom. Hi Momo. Nijire greeted her with a big smile, but was confused when she didn't see a familiar long black-haired boy. Where's Madara? She questioned. He's waiting at the front of the school. Okay, then let's go meet up with him. Nijire said as she started walking, but stopped as she felt a tug on her sleeve. What's wrong Momo? She asked. Can we talk? Just the two of us. It's very important. Momo said seriously while looking into Nijire's eyes. Seeing her nod her head, Momo gestured Nijire to follow her and went to go find a secluded place, which was behind the school. Okay Momo, what's wrong? Did something happen? Are you alright? No, everything is completely fine. Although I'm going to need you to tell me the truth on whatever I ask you, okay? Momo said to her. You like Madara too, right? Is the words that startled Nijire. What was she supposed to say? Of course she did, and of course she knew Momo did as well. It was pretty obvious to notice considering the fact that they hang out almost every day. Of course. If it was easy for me to tell that Momo likes Madara, then it should have been as easy for Momo to notice my feelings as well. Gosh, what do? I don't want to ruin my friendship with Momo over this. Nijire thought inside her head. She was pretty certain that Momo knew now. Almost as if reading her mind, Momo said to Nijire in a softer tone, it's alright, after all I like him too. It's why I wanted to talk to you about it. Relieved after hearing her words, Nijire began to think about the situation. It was pretty weird for Momo to suddenly talk to her about this in this setting. Wait, why did you choose now to talk to me about this? Nijire questioned Momo. Well, it's because me and Madara confessed to each other after lunch. Momo replied with a blush on her face. Nijire instantly became shocked. Wait, what? Confessed to each other? Meaning they like one another. But he said he liked you, Nijire. We both planned to talk to you about it later, but I wanted to talk to you first. Momo said to her. What? He said he liked me too. Nijire questioned with a tint of hope in her voice. But are you willing to share him with me? Although he did say there might be other women. Am I willing to share him? Momo is already fine with it, but am I really alright with sharing him? I know most of the girls at school clearly like him, but he hasn't talked to a single one or gave them attention, meaning he's not some playboy. Momo said he liked me as well, which already makes me so happy as I feel the same. It's either this or not be with him altogether, no. Why would I want that? Years of containing these feelings, why would I ruin this chance? Nijire thought inside her mind. Having made her decision, Nijire told Momo she was okay with it and liked him as well, causing the black-haired girl to gain a huge smile and hug her. But they heard a familiar voice which caused them to jump. Looking up, they saw Madara standing on the wall with no sort of difficulty. Madara himself could already tell Momo was lying about using the bathroom, so he followed her and listened in on their conversation. Jumping down, Madara walked up to them and said, Wow Momo, I didn't know you'd make a good wingman, and what happened to using the bathroom? I'm sorry Madara, I wanted to talk to her about it before you did. Momo said with her head down, thinking he was upset with her. Madara just walked up to Momo, lifted her chin up and gazed into her eyes. It's alright Momo, I'm not mad at you. Instead I should thank you for talking to Nijire. It seems like you convinced her. After saying those words, Madara gave her a sudden kiss on the lips, which caused the two girls to blush in embarrassment. So is it true? Do you really like me? Nijire spoke up while playing with her fingers. Madara didn't have to say anything. All he did was walk up to her, and before she could react, he gave her a deep kiss to the lips. They say actions speak louder than words after all. Letting her lips go, Madara put his right hand on her cheek and stroked it with his thumb. Does that answer your question? And the royal blue-eyed girl cutely nodded. You know there will probably be other girls later on, right? He said. It was the exact thing he said to Momo, and now he wanted to ask Nijire. Only if me and Momo accept them, Nijire said as she tried to sound intimidating. Letting out a small laugh, Madara wrapped his right arm around her and pulled her to his chest, while wrapped his other arm around Momo's. You guys really are kind of similar. Come on, you can just come straight to our house, Nijire. I'm sure your parents wouldn't mind it. So Madara walked back to the Yaoyorozu mansion, which was really close by, with his new 2 girlfriends. This was definitely a day he would remember forever. 2 years later. Chapter 7, Chapter Madara POV. It's almost here, the start of canon which I've been waiting for so long. Middle school has ended and it should be around this time that Izuku Midoriya meets All Might and passes on his quirk. Am I going to interfere with the situation? No. Am I going to help Izuku? Definitely not. In my past life when I watched the anime, I never understood why Izuku didn't do anything to stop the bullying. Having no quirk is reasonable, but at the same time he didn't talk about it to Inko or even Katsuki's mother. Although that could still be because of his fear of making it worse, but still. He actually tried going to UA without training his body or even taking any sort of martial arts classes. That really did confuse me. He truly is lucky to meet All Might. But his luck naturally could never be compared to mine. On the day Momo and Nijire became my girlfriends, we ended up telling our parents and they fully supported it. A normal parent would find our relationship weird, but I guess having watched us grow up together and having seen how much we really liked each other made them happy. Although Aiko teased the 3 of us, which embarrassed Momo and somewhat Nijire. I myself wasn't embarrassed at all, I was proud to have them with me. Over the 2 years we've been dating, our relationship has progressed so much. Momo sleeps in my room every night and Nijire would do so as well when she would come for sleepovers. We haven't done the deed yet as I thought Momo still hasn't developed yet, but she definitely has now. She looks like her canon self and let me tell you, the anime really does her no justice whatsoever. The same goes for my beautiful Nijire. With her being older and developing faster, we could have done the deed, but she wanted to do it together with Momo, so we waited. Now that they were both developed, I naturally couldn't wait for the day where we all lose our virginity. Yes, I was a virgin in my past life, but it wasn't like I never had a girlfriend or kissed a girl before. The most I've done before was oral sex, but it never escalated to intercourse. Now it's not like Momo, Nijire, and I haven't done anything together. We're very touchy with each other and we do sexual activities, but we'd always stop before it went to that stage yet. Now enough of my relationship with Momo and Nijire. Let's talk about something I'm very excited about. Which was my powers and how I improved them by a lot since I continue to train every day. With my affinities being fire and lightning, I tried making new jutsus instead of the ones Madara already had in his arsenal, but it was extremely difficult. Even if it was hard to do so, I never stopped trying and have made big improvements. With my martial arts, I could easily defeat my teacher Daisuke with the use of the Sharingan, but without it, it was a tad bit difficult. It made sense, he was a martial arts master after all. But we both knew it wouldn't be long till I was able to kick his ass without using chakra or Sharingan. I've always continued to train my body as well, and I've also been learning how to use a bow staff. Why? Well, that's because it had something to do with the main weapon I'll be using. I still remember showing the design to my parents and asking it to be made. Although they did find the weapon weird looking, they still accepted my request. It should be finished before UA starts so I'll have time train with it too. Madara, why are you up so early? Was the voice I heard next to me. Looking over to my left, I saw my beautiful blue-eyed girlfriend looking at me with sleepy expression as she just woke up. She only had on navy blue panties with a black shirt that looked quite big for her. Considering how I could see the outline of her nipples, I could tell she had no bra on. Oh, I was just in my thoughts. And you know how I wake up early? I said to her. Separating from the other body that clung onto my right, I moved towards Nijire and brought her onto my lap. While I had my back to the head of the bed, Nijire positioned herself so her creamy white legs were wrapped around my waist and her arms around my neck. Feeling her nipples rub against my naked chest, it was quite hard to maintain my little bro. For a girl who just woke up, you seem to have a lot of energy. I said as placed my hands on her waist, moving them up and down her sides. Nijire just cutely giggled as she moved my long hair out of the way and started to place kisses on my neck. Hee hee, good morning to you too. Groaning a little, I placed my hands on her thighs and said into her ears. If you keep doing that. Interrupting me, Nijire started to grind herself on my semi-hard on. Keep doing what? She said as she started kissing my jawline, and then nibbled my earlobe. Nijire. I said to her as I squeezed her waist. I still can't believe it's this big. She said in a whisper as she moved her right hand down my body, slowly feeling up my abs and then finally grabbed onto my dick through my sweatpants. You're going to destroy me when we finally have sex. She said as she slowly stroked it. Moving my hands down towards her juicy plump ass, I squeezed them softly, letting my fingers sink into them. We'll do it slowly then. I replied back as I started to kiss her neck. What she said next made me harder than I already was. No, I don't want to do it slowly. I want to be able to feel you in my stomach. She said with a sultry tone in my ears. Jesus, who knew the kind, talkative and curious girl would have this side of her. She was like a whole different person when we're alone. Before it could escalate to anything else, we both paused our activities as we heard a sleepy voice. You guys are at it this early in the morning. My other beautiful girlfriend Momo said. Good morning Momo. Me and Nijire said at the same time. Nijire moved herself off my lap. I wrapped my left arm around her shoulder so she snuggled onto me and hid her face within my neck. Despite what we were doing earlier, I could tell she was still very tired. Come here Momo. I said to her as I spread my right arm open. She immediately snuggled up to me as well and gave me a kiss on the lips. You guys want to go back to bed? Or get up early? I asked them, and the only response I got was the two girls putting me on my back as they snuggled even closer. Well, I guess that answers my question. It's only 5 right now, so we have a lot of time. I said to them. Well, we only have about 3 hours. I have to go to Ryuko at 8, so we should probably put an alarm. Nijire said to me. Ryuko Tatsuma was the same hero Nijire worked for in canon, and it was the same year. Putting on an alarm for 7:30, me and my two girls went back to sleep. Regular POV. The trio of Nijire, Momo, and Madara ended up waking up way earlier than they intended to at 6:30. So they just took a shower together and got dressed. Unsurprisingly, Madara and Momo's parents were up early, so they all ate breakfast together. After breakfast, they all gathered around the living room because Aiko and June had something to say to Madara and Momo. What's wrong, Mom, Dad? Did something happen? Momo questioned her parents. No, sweetie, your father and I only have good news to share. Aiko said with a smile to ease Momo's worries. So what is it? Madara asked, even when he could guess exactly what they were here for. Well, we've sent a recommendation for the two of you and they accepted. Although you'll still have to go get your quirk tested out since they have a different entrance exam for recommended kids who all have a very strong quirk in their own right. June said. Madara stayed silent while Momo looked quite excited. In fanfictions, he'd read how the main character would reject a recommendation because of some bullshit like it wouldn't be fair or how they wanted to enter UA on their own. Fuck that, he was definitely taking the recommendation. So what do you guys think about it? Aiko asked, and smiled once they agreed to it. Good. And Madara, your weapon is finally finished. You could consider this as your gift since I know you've been working extremely hard. June said as he took out a black long rectangular case and handed it over to Madara. Opening the case, Madara looked inside and saw a long white bow staff, but looks could be deceiving. Seeing a little switch on the side, Madara flipped it, which caused a huge change to occur. Whoa. Madara, what is that? What does it do? Why'd you ask for a huge guitar as a weapon? Nijire asked, curiosity written all over her face. The bow staff naturally turned into a familiar weapon. A gun by original Madara's war fan. Well, it wasn't the original, but it looked exactly like it. He was really hoping he could do some of the moves Madara was able to in canon, but since this wasn't the original, he wasn't so sure about it. Don't worry. I made some slight adjustments on the fan so it could work like the original, but you'll have to train with it well. Don't worry, kid. This is really the last time I'll ever interfere with your life, was the familiar voice he heard, which caused him to be shocked. Calming himself, Madara closed his eyes and said in his mind, thank you very much. He'll have to train with it for the next 10 months until UA started. And like that, 3 months passed by and it was time for the recommendation entrance exam. Chapter 8, Madara POV. It's been 1 month since I've received my gun by, and I've been training with it ever since, as well as trying to create more ways on how to use it. For example, I was able to power my flames and amplify them by swinging the fan and creating a gust of wind. I was also able to create the same semi-transparent barrier that original Madara used against Naruto by channeling my chakra through it, but the strength of said barrier depended on me. There was more I wanted to do with my gun by, but I would have to keep on training to do so. Fortunately for me, I had a whole 9 months until UA started, which I believed was more than enough time. Regular POV. Right now, Madara was in his room watching a movie with Nijire and Momo cuddled up to his sides. It was a late afternoon when Nijire came and visited and Momo had suggested that they should watch a movie. But what Madara didn't know was that Momo had already texted Nijire about something important before she came over. The two girls were obviously planning something. Madara was enjoying his time with the girls as he always loved being with them. Even if he didn't really like the movie and found it very boring, having two extremely beautiful girls cuddled up to him definitely makes up for it. And the fact that one of them was currently stroking his semi-hard dick, and the other rubbing all over his naked chest to feel him up helped as well. Do you guys even want to watch the movie anymore? He questioned Momo, who was on his right stroking his dick, and Nijire, who was on his left and slowly feeling up on his abs. Hearing what he said, Momo nodded to Nijire and then turned off the TV with the remote. Afterwards, the both of them started to undress, and seconds later, they sat completely naked on the bed looking at their boyfriend. 1 month later. Right now in front of the UA building, you could see a number of kids walking towards the school. These kids were recommended students who were here to take their exams. If you were to look closely, you could see most of the kids taking glances at a certain duo. This certain duo was obviously Madara and Momo. With Madara's hair reaching waist length and his shoulder-length bangs framing the side of his face and covering most of his right eye, he looked very handsome and pleasing on the eyes. With Momo, who had her hair in her usual spiky-styled ponytail, she looked extremely beautiful even if she was only wearing a tracksuit. After all, she did have a mature physique for someone her age, which caused some boys to secretly sneak glances at her. Too bad for them, she was already taken and everyone around the area could tell. Why? Well, that's because Madara was walking together with Momo and had his arm over her shoulder pulling her close. He always walked like this with Momo. And judging by the light smile that's on the girl's face, you could tell she enjoyed it a lot. Walking alongside Momo, Madara began to think about exam. From what he knew from his past life, this exam consisted of a written test and practical test. Author, yes, I'm not doing the interview. Walking into the auditorium, Madara began to look around and saw some familiar faces like Todoroki and Inasha. Breaking out of his thoughts, all the participants were briefed on what to expect. They were going to be doing their writing exam first, so Madara, Momo, and the others were moved to a large room with desks. After all the participants sat down, they were handed a piece of paper that had multiple questions pertaining stuff like, what would you do in this situation, and what not. Some of these could be considered hard, but all in all, it was quite easy for Madara and he was 100% sure he alongside Momo aced this part. 30 minutes after the writing exam, all the participants were moved outside to test their quirks. It was then where Madara saw a familiar pro hero, Present Mike. Once everyone was given a number, Present Mike started speaking. You all will be racing in groups of 6 on a 3-kilometer long obstacle course while using your quirks. All of you will be given a number, so go to your exam location when your number is called. He said. Waiting for his turn, Madara noticed how Todoroki's group went before his. As did Momo's as well. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to see Inasha beat Shoto, but in the end, it didn't really matter. Finally having his number called, Madara looked over the obstacle course and knew he'd be able to easily do it. After all, he practiced in his own obstacle course since he was young, and it was many times more difficult than this. In the end, Madara didn't have to use his Sharingan or anything extra and still easily beat all the other participants, taking first place at a very quick time. The other kids who were there were naturally shocked at how easily he did it, but they weren't the only ones. The examinees who were there to oversee the exam were shocked as well. When he got the confirmation that he could go, Madara walked out and saw a familiar girl standing at the front of the entrance. Momo, do you think you did well? Madara asked as he put his arm around her shoulder and began to walk. Momo snuggled closer to him and nodded her head and looked up at him as if she was expecting something. Having stopped walking, Madara looked down at her and let out a soft smile as he pecked her lips. When he separated from her, he pulled her even closer and continued walking again. 8 months later, first day of UA. Author, rushed recommended exam because it's boring as fuck. Literally nothing interesting. Can finally get to UA. Chapter 9, Chapter 8 months later. Madara POV. It's been 8 months since the recommendation exam and right now, Momo and I were on our way to UA. Momo was put into Class 1A just like the anime, and I was as well, which kind of confused me. Does it mean I replaced someone's spot from canon? Most likely. Do I feel bad? Not at all. Well, maybe I didn't replace anyone and I'm just the odd number. Even if I did, then that sucks for whoever was replaced. At least I know it wasn't my Momo. Ever since I've been reborn in this world, the only character I've seen was the ones at the recommendation exam. Even then I didn't interact with them. I haven't met with any of the pro heroes either, even though my parents had connections with some of them. Although, there was this one time when my father Jun wanted me to meet some of them, but I refused. Why? Well, I thought that after seeing just how strong my quirk is, they'd definitely try their hardest to make sure I don't stray from the light. They would never want a villain with such a strong quirk. This doesn't mean that I would try my hardest to hide myself. I just didn't want to deal with any problems as a kid and I knew that a lot of things were going to happen once I enter UA. So I basically lived my life peacefully so far with no sort of problems. Madara, we're finally here. My girlfriend Momo said. Looking up at the huge building, numerous thoughts ran through my head. Once I step into that classroom, everything will change. Geez, why am I being so dramatic? Putting my right arm around Momo's shoulder, I walked around the school with her, looking for the familiar huge classroom door of Class 1A. Are you excited to finally get into UA? I remember how eager you were after hearing Nijire's stories. I said to her as I pulled her closer to me. Of course I am. I'll finally get to test my limits with my quirk, and after all the training I've done, I can't wait to see where I rank among the other students. Momo said with a big smile. Well, I just hope my classmates can give me a good fight. It's been pretty boring sparring with Daisuke all the time, I said to her. Momo responded back with a slight laugh and said, I doubt that. After you showed me some of the moves you've came up with your quirk, I don't think anyone in the class could beat you. Yep, she had that much confidence in her men. I love her so much. Kissing her head, Momo began to giggle. Madara, are you going after any of the girls here? You told me and Nijire that there would probably be other girls that you'd be with, but it's been 3 years and there's still no one else. Momo spoke up suddenly. What she said was true. It's just that I haven't taken an interest in any other girls yet. I mean, with my looks it could be very easy to find another girl, but I didn't want one who would only want to date me because I'm handsome. Why was that? Because if one day a dude even more handsome comes by, wouldn't they start crushing on him? Momo, at first you and Nijire didn't really like the idea, but now the two of you keep bringing it up. I said to her with a laugh. Well, that's because the two of us aren't enough to satisfy you, you beast. It's like you don't know when to stop. Momo said while glaring at me. Eh? How could I stop when you were constantly telling me to keep going? I questioned her and chuckled once I saw the rosy blush on her cheeks. Finally finding the right room, I opened the door and let Momo inside first. It seemed like we were pretty early because there was only about a couple kids there. The boy with the tail was there, as well as the guy with multiple arms that reminded me so much of Kakashi because of his mask and hair. I also saw the dude that had shiny blonde hair with a weird smile. If I were to be honest with myself, I didn't remember most of the characters' names in my past life. I could only describe them with their appearance and what they're known for. I only really remembered the names of the characters who had a lot of screen time. Walking into the classroom with Momo, I noticed that none of the other kids tried to come up and greet us, which I was completely fine with. It may sound weird, but in my past life, I was someone who minded my own business and didn't try to actively seek attention. I was someone who only talked to another person if they came up to talk to me first. I didn't have that many friends, but that didn't mean I was an introvert. Grabbing Momo's hand, I walked to the back of the class and took Shoto's original seat, which was next to Momo's, and she sat in hers. As Momo and I were making light conversation, other students started to come in. I was able to recognize most of them as more and more came in, and soon, the classroom was full of students. Just like Kanon, Katsuki had his foot on the desk and was arguing with Ida, the guy with the engines in his legs. Most of the students here were introducing themselves or talking to friends from their middle school, but nobody really tried to introduce themselves to me. I could only cause it's because of the unapproachable vibes that I give off. Although, I did catch some taking glances at me, well more so the ladies. Not to sound narcissistic, but I was a very handsome dude. Coupled with my 6 feet 0 inches height, well-defined frame and fair skin, I was definitely eye-catching. But I wasn't the only causing heads to turn as my girlfriend Momo had some dudes taking glances at her. Her natural pretty face with no makeup, and her mature physique, she was definitely the most beautiful girl in the class. She also had her hair in that usual style, but I thought she looked prettier when she has it down. Fortunately for me, she always has her hair down at home. Author, yes, I made Madara taller than his canon self. Can't believe this dude was only 5 feet 8 inches. As I looked around, it was truly then did I realize someone missing, and it was only then did I figure out just who exactly did I replace. That purple-haired midget. Mineta, the pervert. Honestly, there was nothing wrong about admiring a woman and thinking she's pretty, but I honestly did not like Mineta. Maybe it's the fact that he constantly pervs on the girls, one of them being Momo in canon. Thinking back to the anime, when he groped Tsuyu, she never reported it, which I found weird. The girls also never said anything at his attempts at peeking. If he ever attempted to peek on my girl, he would most likely turn out crippled. Seems like the staff don't care about Mineta's perversion. Well, they do have someone like Midnight teaching here after all. Now that I think about it, it seems like the teachers don't really care how the students act. I mean, look at Katsuki. His whole personality just screams, potential villain, and he's still here. Seeing the huge door open, I'm greeted with the sight of a familiar short, green-haired boy. Izuku Midoriya. The holder of the mysterious quirk, One for All. Regular POV. As Izuku was stuttering on his words from conversing with a cute girl, Ida had came up to him to apologize. If you're looking for buddies to hang out with, do it somewhere else. A dead tired voice sounded out. The 3 kids who were by the door instantly became startled. Turning around, they came face to face with a disheveled-looking man with bloodshot eyes in a yellow sleeping bag. This is the hero course, the man said as he got out of the sleeping bag. He was wearing all black clothes, with what looked like bandages wrapped around his shoulders. It took you guys 8 seconds to quiet down. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. I'm your homeroom teacher. Aizawa Shoyuta. Nice to meet you. He said with a bored expression on his face as he scanned the classroom. UA mostly had pro heroes teaching their classes, but nobody except for two knew who this person was. Those two were obviously Madara and Izuku. Madara knew exactly who Aizawa was, well because of his past knowledge. And Izuku naturally knew because he was a complete hero fanboy. Go and put these on and get out onto the field. Aizawa said as he gave everyone a tracksuit to go change in their locker rooms. Moments later, Madara and the rest of the class were standing behind Aizawa on the field. Aizawa had his back to them while some of the students looked at him with confusion after they heard what he said. A quirk assessment. What about the orientation? The chubby-faced girl named Ochako said. Orientation. This is the hero course, we don't have time to worry about unnecessary ceremonies. We aren't like other schools. Over here you'll be training to improve on your quirks. That's what we'll be focusing instead of doing stuff like that. Aizawa said in his usual bored tone. Madara POV. Just like how I remembered, Katsuki went up first and used his quirk to throw the ball. Some students became too excited with caused Aizawa to switch make it where last place gets expelled. Looking down on my right, I could tell Momo wasn't fazed one bit. Ah, that's my girl. She's a complete genius after all. Looking over at Izuku who looked completely mortified, I sighed and began to think on how I was going to throw the ball. Watching how everyone tried their best and used their quirks to throw the ball as well as the whole ordeal with Midoriya failing, it was finally my turn. Madara Uchiha. Aizawa called out to me. Yes, that's right. I used my original last name even if I was adopted. After all, I did plan to one day revive the Uchiha clan. It also sounded way better than Madara Yairuzu, which sounds completely disgusting. Regular POV. When Madara's name was called, everyone focused their attention on him. Aizawa did so as well because not much was said about his powers. All he knew was that Madara had two quirks. One that involved his eyes, and the other one was a mysterious energy that flowed inside him. He also knew that Madara was the one who got the fastest time in the practical test out of all the recommended kids. Let's see what you do. Aizawa thought inside his mind. After taking the ball from Aizawa's hand, Madara took a step forward and looked up at the sky. He began to think of ways on how he should do this. I could just throw it with my natural strength, but Aizawa will probably bug me on how I'm not trying my hardest. I could just do this instead. As he still haven't gone yet, Aizawa was about to say something until Madara went into a throwing position. That was when blue lightning started to cover the ball. Whoa. So he has a lightning quirk. Similar to mine. No, somehow I can tell his is more powerful and he seems to have way more control than I do. A certain yellow-haired boy thought. Throwing the ball while also using his natural strength, Madara and the whole class watched as it flew into the sky with a trail of blue-colored lightning. Hearing a beep from his device, Aizawa showed the results to the class. 852 meters. What a strong quirk. He must have gotten the second farthest right. Someone said. Nobody was able to beat Ochako's score of infinity after all. I could have done way better, but what's the point of going all out for such a small test? Madara thought in his head. Besides, there was no way he was going to be forced to redo it either. How was Aizawa supposed to know that he didn't try his hardest? Lightning. For his quirk named Sharingan, it says his eyes glow red, so that means he didn't use it. It must be his other quirk that has no description. All it's described as is mysterious energy. Is this what it could do? Control elements? I'll have to wait and see then. Aizawa thought in his head. And for the rest of the test, Madara did them with ease. Which of course put him in a new light and acknowledged as possibly the strongest in the class. Why possibly? That's because most were unsure of what his quirk actually was. For the 50-meter dash, Madara just used his regular strength and got a time that was faster than Ida's, which completely shocked the boy. For the grip test, he destroyed the device with the use of a technique he got off from a certain big-breasted blonde Hokage. Although it wasn't perfect yet, it was still fine. This is in fact what caused most of the students to think he had a second quirk, which was super strength. Towards the end of it all, Madara fully gained the attention of the whole class. Including a certain ice user and a bully. Watching all this while hiding was none other than #1 pro hero, All Might. He was here mostly because he was worried about his successor and he also wanted to see the students he'd be teaching. Looks like you have some tough competition, Midoriya. He thought to himself as his gaze landed on 3 specific students. Chapter 10, Chapter. Regular POV. Currently all the students were looking at a screen showing their results for the quirk assessment. Madara himself looked unconcerned as he knew he did very well. Even if he didn't get first place, it wouldn't matter to him. It's not like his score here was graded. As Aizawa finally pressed the button to show their results, most of the students eagerly looked at the screen. 1. Madara Uchiha. 2. Momo Yaoyorozu. 3. Shoto Todoroki. 20. Izuku Midoriya. When the scores showed on screen, a certain green-haired boy clenched his fist and put his head down as tears threatened to fall. Sadness overwhelmed him, but hope seemed to ignite once he heard his teacher's words. Well, what I said before about expelling the person with the lowest score was a lie. Aizawa said, completely shocking most of the students. What? Did you guys actually believe him? It was an obvious bluff, Momo said, causing some to look at her in slight shock. But what she didn't know was that Aizawa would have really done so. Madara himself knew that, but he wasn't going to correct her. She'd certainly be embarrassed. We're done for today, don't forget to get your handouts on the curriculum in the classroom on your way out. Aizawa said and walked in the direction where Izuku was. As most of the students were still discussing on the current events and their score, Madara looked at Momo and said, I'll get you a handout, so once you're done changing just meet me at the front, okay? Seeing her nod her head, Madara gave her a hug and left, not noticing that some of the students were raising their eyebrows at the scene. Well, even if he did. He didn't care. Madara instantly went towards the classroom first to get a handout for himself and Momo. Afterwards, he went to the locker room and got changed, and then waited outside for Momo. Looking around, he noticed that there wasn't any students leaving the building yet. Well, I was the first to leave the training field and there wasn't any guys in the locker room yet when I went there, he thought to himself. Currently with Momo, she was in the female locker room getting changed. As she was putting on her school uniform, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Looking back, she saw a pink-skinned girl smiling at her. Hi, I'm Mina Ashido, nice to meet you. She said as she put out her hand for a greeting. Putting on the last piece of clothing, Momo shook the girl's hand and said with a smile, Momo Yaoyorozu, it's nice to meet you too. I couldn't help but notice how unique your quirk is. What is it exactly? Mina asked with a curious expression on her face. Seeing that there was no harm in telling her, Momo began to explain. Well, my quirk name is creation. I can create any non-living material or object by using my exposed skin. Momo said to the energetic girl. Ah. That's so cool. Now mine seems so lame compared to yours. You're so lucky to have such a strong quirk. Mina said, finding Momo's quirk very interesting. Well, I do have to understand the molecular structure of the object or material I'm making, so it isn't as easy as it looks. Momo explained to the yellow-eyed girl. Wow. So you're like a super genius then. Mina shouted, which caused the other girls to look at them. Seeing how Mina introduced herself, the others started to do so as well. And moments later, they were all talking to each other like good friends. Momo enjoyed talking to these girls, but she had somewhere to be. As she was about to tell them that she was leaving, she received a text message from Madara asking where she was at. Well guys, I have to go. See you tomorrow. Momo waved goodbye and left. With Madara, when he saw Momo come out of the building and walk towards him, he immediately opened his arms. Giggling, Momo wrapped her arms around his neck and said, Sorry to keep you waiting, I was talking to the girls in the locker room. Giving her head a kiss, Madara separated from her and wrapped his right arm around her shoulders. Were they nice to you? He said as they began walking. Yeah, they were pretty nice. They aren't like those annoying girls back in middle school, so that was good. Momo said as she snuggled closer. Glancing up at Madara, Momo suddenly asked. Are you up for a movie when we get home? Sorry, Momo. I'm going to be training once we get home and get a workout in, but we can definitely watch a movie tonight when Nijire comes, okay? Madara said as he rubbed her arm. Seeing her nod, he didn't say anything else and just continued walking with Momo in comfortable silence. 6 hours later. Regular POV. It's been 5 hours since Madara and Momo came back from UA. June and Aiko had already texted the two of them that they weren't home and would come back late, so Momo and Madara had the house all to themselves. Just like Madara said he would, he went and worked out in their personal gym. It was about an hour in when he decided to stop, but Momo had suddenly joined him, so he continued for another hour. While Momo went to go shower and study up on her notes for her quirk, Madara went outside into the forest that's next to the mansion and continued on training with his martial arts, as well as his bow staff and gunbai for another 2 hours. Afterwards, he took a 30-minute break to cool himself down, and then continued on with another 30 minutes of doing chakra control exercises which he has been doing every day since he's awakened his chakra. Now, you can see Madara in a clearing which looked quite destroyed. For the past hour he's been trying to do a new move. Sighing for what felt like the 50th time, Madara tried doing it once again. Bringing his right hand out with his palm facing him, he spread his fingers and started to circulate his chakra. Now on the tip of his pinky, you could see his chakra spiraling into a little ball. Concentrating even harder, the same thing could be seen happening to all of his other fingers. Yes, that's right. He was currently holding 5 mini Raisengans, one on each fingertip. Ever since he taught himself the Raisengan a couple years ago, he put his daily chakra control exercises to use, and has been trying to create new varieties. Now trying to slowly make them bigger, you could see the mini Raisengans increasing in size on his fingers. Shit. Madara let out a curse as one of the Raisengans increased too fast and ended up disrupting his whole flow. Sighing once again, he decided that he was done with this type of training for today. Checking the time on his phone, Madara thought on something. It's only around 5 right now. I'll go on a run and then come back for a shower. Nijire also said she'll be here at around 6 so I have enough time. And that's exactly what he did. When he got back home, Madara instantly went up to his room and took a long shower. When he was finished, and walked out of the bathroom, he saw Momo laying on his bed with Nijire next to her who was picking out a movie. It looks like she came over when he was showering. Quickly putting on sweatpants, Madara jumped on the bed and brought his 2 girls to his sides. Needless to say, it was a very enjoyable night for them. Chapter 11, Chapter Regular POV. Currently at the Yaeruza mansion, inside a huge bedroom, you can see Momo in her school uniform sitting on Madara's bed, watching him get ready for school. She had gotten ready before him, so now she was waiting so they could leave together. Since Nijire was a 3rd year, she had to leave earlier than the 2, so she was already out of the house by the time Madara and Momo would finish getting ready. She also didn't forget to leave without her favorite drink, as she likes to call it. Momo, who was observing Madara, couldn't help but say, "How is it that your hair is always able to stay like that? It's not fair at all, every time I'm training I have to tie mine up because it gets all over the place." Madara, who started putting on his shoes, couldn't help but chuckle at her words. "That's just how it is, Momo, are you jealous?" he said with a teasing tone as he started to tie his shoelaces. Looking up, Madara saw Momo sending a glare his way, trying to be intimidating, but he only found it cute. "Jealous? Of course I'm not jealous. Why would I want my hair like that, it's too long." Momo said because his hair was even longer than hers. You don't like it? Maybe I should just cut it all off," Madara said as he pretended to think about it. Of course he wasn't being serious because there was no way he'd ever do that. "No," Momo shouted. She loved playing with his hair when they cuddled, and imagining Madara being bald completely horrified her. Getting up from his chair and grabbing his school bag, Madara walked up to Momo and pecked her lips. "I was only joking, so don't worry," he said with a laugh. Moments later, you can Madara walking to the train station with his right arm around Momo's shoulder. "So are you excited for your official first day?" Madara asked her. I guess so, but what do you think we'll be doing today?" Momo asked. "Well, since we'll be focusing on training our quirks and how to use them more efficiently, I could only guess that we'll do something that has to do with combat," Madara said to Momo. Of course he knew just exactly what they were doing today because of his knowledge of the anime. I remember Nijire did say she did something like that on her first day, but she never specified on what exactly," Momo replied back. When the duo arrived at the train station and got on it, Madara went towards an empty space near the back with Momo since it was quite crowded. "There's only one spot left," Momo said with a sigh. "Well, that's not a problem, is it?" Madara said as sat down on the seat and pulled Momo onto his lap. "Pervert," Momo whispered to him with a blush as she noticed some of the people there looking towards their direction. Wrapping his arms around her waist, Madara rested his hands on her stomach and smiled when he felt her hold them. When Madara and Momo arrived at school, they went towards their classroom where Aizawa discussed to the whole class about their schedule. In the morning, they had normal boring classes like English, which Madara had no problem with because it was the language he spoke in his past life. At lunchtime, just as the anime mentioned, they served high-quality foods that weren't expensive at all. Madara was very happy about this because school lunches in his past life and middle school were absolute shit. When lunch came around, he and Momo chose a secluded place outside to eat. The duo enjoyed their time together as they fed each other and did other heartwarming things any normal couple would do during lunch. When the bell rung, the two went towards their next class and once they entered, they sat down at their seats. Not even a minute later, some students went towards them. "Hey Momo." Madara heard a voice call out. Taking a look, he saw Mina walking towards them with a couple other students. "Hi Mina," Momo said with a smile. She also greeted the other girls around her as well. Madara just sat there silently, not bothering to introduce himself yet, but he did look at the floating clothes that was next to Tsuyu. It was almost as if she was looking at him. In his past life, he's always wondered what this girl looked like because it was never shown or revealed. "Wait a minute, if I use my Sharingan," he thought to himself, but he didn't want to use it here. It was not like he intended on hiding it, but it would cause unnecessary attention. Eek. A screech sounded out which surprised the people around them. Toru? What's wrong? Jiro asked, quite startled herself at the unexpected sound. Well, nothing's wrong, sorry, just a little surprised that's all. Toru said, trying to ease their worries, but the words that came out of her didn't convince them at all. Ribbit. Surprised at what? The long-tongued Tsuyu said with everyone else looking towards her direction. That was until they heard a small chuckle. Turning their heads, they all saw Madara, who couldn't help but laugh a little on how he scared Toru with just a glance. He could only guess that she wasn't used to people noticing her look at them. Why are you laughing? Did you do something to her? Mina, who looked as if she was started to get mad, said. Geez, calm down. I can only guess I scared her because I noticed her looking at me. Madara said, not even bothering to look at the pink-skinned girl. Toru nodded her invisible head. He's right, sorry for disturbing everyone. She said to everyone in the class, who quieted down from her unexpected scream. She of course was blatantly staring at him because she didn't think he would see her, so she got scared when he looked right into her eyes, almost as if she wasn't even invisible. Whoa. How did you know she was looking at you when you can't even see her? A spiky red-haired boy said as he walked towards them. How? I wonder. Madara said, sounding as if he was talking to himself. TCH. Bastard trying to act cool. A voice sounded out, which Madara could tell was Bakugo. He only took a single glance at him, not looking amused at all, and then looked away. Madara, right, I've been wondering, what's your quirk exactly? Ochako asked, causing the whole class to pay attention. This was because they hit a blank spot on trying to guess what his quirk was. Even Shoto, who keeps to himself, began to listen on what he would say. Deku even seemed like he was about to bring out his notebook, and Katsuki actually stopped talking for once. My quirk. Some students couldn't help but lean forward when Madara's face turned serious. It was almost as if he was about to tell them some grand secret. Momo herself had to keep in her laughter when she saw this scene. My quirk is actually, coming through the door like a normal person. A loud voice sounded out which caused some of the students to jump. All Might. It's really him. Wow, he really is going to be teaching us. The others sat in their seats and looked at the #1 pro hero while chattering with each other. Seeing everyone's attention on All Might, Momo looked at Madara with a smile and said, you sensed that he was coming in, didn't you? Madara looked at her and smiled and said. Ah, my girlfriend knows me so well. Before Momo could say anything else, All Might began to talk again. Hero Basic Training, the class that'll put you all through special training to mold you into a great hero. And for today, we'll be doing a battle trial. All Might said with his usual big smile that made Madara wonder how he kept it on all the time. His words ignited excitement in most of the students, but what he said next caused even more students to react. And for that, you'll need costumes. When you finish getting dressed, go to ground beta so we can start our lesson. All Might said as he walked out. Finally, some action. Madara thought to himself as he and the rest of the class went to go get their costumes. Chapter 12, Chapter. Moments later. I still can't believe you made me change my costume. Momo said as she was helping Madara put his own on, even if he didn't need the help. What's so bad about this one? I think it's way better than the leotard you planned to wear, Madara said to her. He knew that in the anime, Momo showed little to no concern about losing her clothing, and would have made her costume even more revealing if it wasn't for the restrictions on exposed skin. Madara made sure to change that as he didn't want his girlfriend to become a possible exhibitionist. This time, her costume consisted of a top that looked more of a sports bra with a zipper, exposing more of her stomach compared to her original costume. It also connected down to her short shorts that ended near her upper thighs and even exposed some of her back, so she didn't destroy her costume so much like the original. She even had some arm and leg protections as well. All in all, the costume looked more functional and sportsy compared to the one in the anime. Author, I'm bad at descriptions, so just look up Momo Yaoyorozu Onicoast. It looks exactly like that, but her shorts aren't so short. Finished with putting on his costume, Madara gave Momo a peck and said, are you ready? Momo smiled back and nodded. The two ended up walking towards the location of the others together. When they arrived, some students looked at them and even complimented their costumes. I like your costume, Madara and Momo, you guys look great. Tsuyu said to the both of them. Damn, he looks hotter in his costume than he does in his school uniform. She thought in her mind while taking glances at his form. She wasn't the only one who was thinking this. Madara chose to go with the crimson armor with numerous metal plates forming protective guards along his chest, waist, shoulders and thighs. The only change that he went with was wearing black boots that completely covered his feet instead of having his toes exposed. He also had a bow staff strapped across his back, which was actually his gunbai, but nobody except Momo knew about that. A samurai. Ochako wondered out loud as she looked at Madara. Damn. Wow, he looks ready for war. Zero said. So badass. A redhead said as he grinned and wondered who would win in a fight between the two. Of course we all know the answer. Armor. What does armor have to do with his quirk? It looks like it gives him a lot of defense while also giving him enough mobility to easily move around. Wait, could that be it? His quirk gives him a major weakness where he needed armor to wear. Izuku thought in his mind. Numerous ideas on what exactly Madara's quirk is was running inside his head. I could just ask, but with that armor on, he looks really intimidating. Izuku thought as he took one last glance at him. Looking good, future heroes. All Might voice sounded out as he looked at everyone's costume with his thumbs up. Seeing Izuku's, he couldn't help but let out a small laugh and had to do a couple fake coughs to contain himself. Madara also glanced at Izuku and thought, if my parent knew that I wanted to be the best hero and they gave me this costume, I don't think I'll ever wear it. Well then, for this exercise, you all will be put into teams of 2 and face off with another team. One being the heroes, and the other being the villains. Afterwards, you'll face off in 2 versus 2 battles indoors. All Might said. After everything else was explained, all the students got their teammates picked, and lucky for Madara, he was paired Momo. All the students went into a separate room to monitor the fights and it went the same as Madara remembered it to be. All Might pointed out what they did right and wrong and also advised them. After waiting for about an hour, it was finally Madara's turn to fight. Now we have the last fight of the day. Madara Uchiha and Momo Yaoyorozu as the villains versus Denki Kaminari and Jiro Kyoko as the heroes. All Might said. Now we'll finally see his capabilities. Was the thoughts going through every student's head, including All Might after being told from Aizawa that a student had a mysterious quirk that they didn't have any information on. As the 4 students went ahead into the buildings, all the other students had their eyes glued to the screen, hoping to see something that would give them information on their classmate's quirk. With Madara. Madara, are you just going to end it quickly or give them a chance? Momo said as she had her back to the wall. Knowing about his power, she naturally knew that the 2 that they were up against were no match for him whatsoever. I would have gave them a chance if it was someone like Bakugo, Todoroki, or even Kirishima. It would be interesting to fight them and see how they face my jutsus, but I have no interest in fighting these 2. Madara said to Momo, who nodded her head once she heard him. But you can go and fight one of them or both if you want. Try and sneak up on them and see if the kunai and shuriken training I gave you paid off. Madara said to her. Nah, you can just end it. Momo replied. I definitely didn't agree because I like seeing my classmates confuse themselves on trying to see what his quirk is. Hearing what she said, Madara put his hands together. With Denki and Jiro. So you planned to fight Madara yourself? Jiro said to Denki. They were quickly going over on what they should do to win. Of course. Just trust me. He has some type of lightning quirk, so I think I can hold him off. Denki said with confidence, but Jiro still looked unsure. They had no idea how his quirk worked, but they knew what Momo's was because she told the girls. Are you sure? Don't you remember how he broke the grip machine during the quirk assessment we had yesterday? Jiro reminded him. Seeing that he was still sure of it, she could only sigh. Okay then, I'll use my quirk to sense where they are. If Madara is guarding the bomb, then you'll go up there while I fight Momo. Jiro said as she attached her earphone jack into wall. Huh, that's weird, they haven't moved at all. Jiro told Denki in confusion. Maybe they plan on waiting for us to attack, let's go then. Denki said as he began sprinting to the building stairs, but Jiro sensed something was coming. Wait. Stop. Jiro said, but it was too late. Multiple wooden branches suddenly broke out of the walls and wrapped Denki. What the hell? Denki said as he was completely immobilized. The branches had wrapped around his neck, arms, and legs. He couldn't move a single muscle and it frustrated him to no end. Removing her earphone jack from the wall, Jiro elongated her earlobes and attached them onto the branches. She sent a vibration attack and watched as some of them broke off, but it wasn't enough. It was as if more kept coming and they got even stronger. Jiro tried sticking her earphone jacks again, but before she could, branches shot out towards her and immobilized her in seconds. She tried to break them off, but before she could, a voice sounded behind her. Just surrender, the more you struggle, the tighter it'll get. She was unable to move her head due to the hold the branches had on her, so she couldn't look towards the direction of the voice. But she now knew who caused this. Madara. Jiro said as the sound of footsteps slowly approached her. Hello Jiro, now that I think about it, I've never really introduced myself to you. Madara said a little teasingly as he moved to stand in front of her. Be bastard. Jiro said, but what he said next caused her to blush. Wow, didn't think such a cute girl would be so foul-mouthed. Madara said with a completely straight face. What? was her response at the unexpected compliment. Jiro just hoped that her classmates who were watching couldn't see her face right now. If she wasn't currently immobilized, she would have definitely tried sticking her earphone jack into his ear. Before Madara could say anything, a voice had sounded out. Villain team wins. All Might said quite loudly. Removing the branches from the two students, Madara walked past Jiro to leave the building, and without even looking at her, he said, "Good fight." Jiro just gritted her teeth and said in her mind, "Good fight my ass, we stood no chance at all, it wasn't even a fight." Chapter 13, Chapter. Moments before Madara and Momo won. All Might and the rest of the class were in a different room and had their eyes glued to the screen that showed the live footage of Madara, Momo, Denki, and Jiro. "Sigh, it's so unfortunate that we're unable to hear what are they saying," a boy with huge lips said. Some of the other students nodded their heads in agreement. They were able to watch the battle and see what they do, but there was no audio so they were unable to hear their conversation. "Momo just seems like she isn't going to do anything," Tsuyu said to Ochako and Mina who were standing next to her. "Wait, look. Madara just did something," Kirishima said as he pointed at the screen and stated the obvious. "Aren't you a little too excited?" Mina said to him. All Madara did was take a step forward and he acted like it was the most jaw-dropping thing in the world. "Who wouldn't be? We'll finally get to see his power," Kirishima responded back with a huge grin. The screen then showed Jiro and Denki's area. When they saw Jiro attaching her earphone jack to the wall, a student couldn't help but ask, "What is she doing?" Siro asked with a confused expression on his face. "She's probably trying to sense where they are. I remember Jiro saying how her quirk could do something like this," Ochako said. During lunch, the girls had sat together and had talked about their quirks and some of the abilities they had. This was one that Jiro had shared with the rest. The class continued to watch, and when Denki started getting surrounded by branches, they were startled because they didn't expect it at all. "What the? That has to be Madara, Momo's quirk shouldn't be able to do this," said Tsuyu as she stared at the screen. "But look at the other screen. He still hasn't moved from his spot. Wood. First lightning and now wood huh. He's still no match against my ice, but so far he's shown that he can control two elements. What if he can use ice as well?" Shoto thought to himself. All Might was thinking the same thing, but he had noticed something just like that new hero Kamui Woods, but his wood seems much stronger and he's able to use it from such a distance, a perfect ability for capturing villains. He thought to himself. Madara Uchiha, is this what your mysterious quirk is capable of? Apparently he has another one and according to its descriptions, he hasn't used it once. Thinking about Izuku, All Might once again thought, Midoriya, you're going to have to work very hard. With Katsuki, he was staring at the screen, more specifically on the branches that was currently holding down Jiro. TCH. Just my explosions is enough to blow them to pieces, but judging on how the branches became tighter the more that girl struggled, it could mean that he was holding back to not hurt her. The bastard didn't even move from his position while easily capturing those two. Katsuki thought to himself. He was still feeling completely frustrated after his battle with Izuku. Despite being an arrogant, short-tempered boy, Katsuki is actually very intelligent and extremely perceptive. He can curse out and insult Madara all he wants, but somehow, he knew that he would be the student to give him biggest challenge. After All Might announced the winners. The two teams have finally left the building and arrived where the other students were to review their battle. Most couldn't help but look at Madara because of his easy win. Congratulations on your victory, I can say that this match's MVP goes to Madara, can anybody explain why they won? All Might said and picked on the boy who looked like a bird. Madara was able to quickly finish the battle and catch the heroes quite easily. I can only guess that since Momo and Madara seemed so familiar with each other, she already knew his abilities and decided to let him take the lead. Tokoyami said with others agreeing with him. Anyone want to add on to anything else? All Might asked, and seeing the boy with the tail raising his hand, he let him talk. Despite the other team losing, Jiro was able to effectively use her quirk to locate where her enemies were, and unfortunately for them, they weren't able to show their full capabilities after Madara was able to restrain them with the use of his unique ability. Ojiro said with everyone else nodding at his words. Good. Well, you're both completely right. Despite your loss, Jiro and Denki, you guys were able to come up with a plan, but unfortunately, you were up against someone with an ability that can easily counter your quirks. All Might said, and continued on by saying. Remember this. There will be times where you'll face a villain that has a power to counter yours and you'll have no other choice but to battle them. So you can expect to be doing more trainings that help you on this. He said. After that segment, All Might had quickly dismissed the class and told them to change and had left to go see Izuku, but Madara knew he had a time limit, and if he stayed any longer, the class would have known his biggest secret. The rest of the day was completely boring as the battle trial was the only interesting thing that happened. Towards the end of the school day, most of the students chose to stay back and help around the classroom, but Madara had gotten a text from Nijire that she was at his house, so he naturally took Momo with him and left before anyone could say anything. Today was a long day. Maybe I'll skip training for today and relax in the pool with you and Nijire. Madara said with a yawn as he and Momo walked up to the mansion's door. Seeing this, Momo couldn't help but laugh a bit. Why are you so tired? You barely did anything today. Exactly, Momo. Despite having the battle trials, the day was still extremely boring. I actually almost fell asleep in class afterwards. I can only hope we do something interesting tomorrow. Madara said as he rang the doorbell. The couple heard a voice from the other side, and not even seconds later, the door opened and a figure jumped towards the boy. Madara, you're finally here. I missed you so much. Nijire, who already had her arms around Madara's neck as well as her legs wrapped around his waist, said. Holding her with both arms resting on her lower back, Madara gave her a peck to the lips and said with a chuckle. Nijire, it hasn't even been a day and you're like this. It's also only around 4 right now. Nijire answered by holding onto him even tighter. Madara just let her stay there and walked inside the mansion. Momo, who was next to him, had looked at Nijire with an amused expression. She could understand why Nijire acted like that. After all, unlike her, she got to spend the whole day with Madara. Nijire, are my parents home? Madara said as he noticed that June and Aiko weren't present at the household. Nijire, who was currently placing light kisses on his neck, said. Nope, they had left before you got here. Madara just nodded his head and went up to his room with Momo following and Nijire still stuck on him. So the three ended up having a wonderful afternoon. Madara had suggested going for a short swim together, and they naturally did so, while naked. Good thing they were the only ones who used the indoor pool. Afterwards, they had gotten cleaned up and watched a movie together in Madara's room while cuddling. When June and Aiko got back home, they all had a big dinner to satisfy their hunger. Nijire couldn't stay the night today, so Aiko had drove her home at around 8. Yeah, I don't think I could ever skip a day of training. Maybe I'll work on some new techniques. Madara said as he alongside Momo walked into the house after seeing Nijire off. Well, then I'll go review and study up on all my notes and then wait for you in bed. Momo said as she pecked his lips and went up to her room. So Madara went and changed into some workout clothes and went out into the forest to train on his new technique. Even if it was currently 8 p.m., it wasn't so dark. Madara had created clones and told them to work on chakra control, and the other elements that weren't his affinities, which were wind, earth and water. Just because you don't have an affinity for an element, it doesn't mean you can't train it. It would just be way harder and take more time to master that affinity, but luckily for Madara, he had clones to help him with that. No, not shadow clones, but wooden clones. Despite planning to have a harem, Madara never intends to have his clones touch his girls. You could say that it doesn't matter because it's him, but when he read Naruto fanfictions in his past life that had the main character gangbang their lovers with the use of shadow clones, he always thought of it as the MC cucking himself. What made it worse was that these girls actually enjoyed it. I mean, wouldn't you be worried if your lover enjoyed getting gangbanged? So Madara never had any of his clones do anything intimate with his girls. He's also taught Nijire and Momo how to distinguish if he's a clone or not and would do so for any other girls he's able to get. Well, back to the training. While his clones began to work on what he told them to do, Madara himself stood in a clearing with 3 other clones near him doing exactly what he was doing. He had his eyes closed as a blue aura-type structure surrounded him. He was currently training on things he could do with his Susanoo. That's right, he had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan naturally in the middle of his 2nd year of middle school. He could remember he was just regularly training when it had unlocked and he could conclude that he didn't need to awaken it the usual way, which relieved him. Unfortunately, he still had that weakness that came with it, but that all changed during the end of his 3rd year when he unlocked his Eternal, and it was around the same time when he was able to use Wood Style. This gave him the confirmation that he would unlock the rest of his powers as time goes on. To his logic, if he was able to use Wood Style, that means he'll eventually unlock the Rinnegan in the future, but he didn't know when that would happen. Canon Madara had only awakened it close to his death, so he could only hope that it wasn't the same for him and he'll get it sooner. Right now, Madara had blue aura surrounding his body. Focusing harder, one decently large arm came out from left, and another from his right. The 2 arm structures stretched out and opened their palms. That was when the Rasengan appeared, but Madara wasn't done yet. Concentrating harder, you could see flames start to envelop the Rasengan and seconds later, it looked like a miniature sun. Of course the heat wasn't the same as the sun's. You could see the 3 other clones near him doing something similar, but quite different. One clone was trying to coat the Yasaka Magatama with lightning chakra. The last 2 were actually sitting down cross-legged with half of the skeleton avatar surrounding them. If you notice closely, you could see that the clones didn't even have the Sharingan active. It was said that Canon Madara was able to use Susanoo without any eyes at all, and he wanted to be able to do this as well, so he's been training on it, and so far, he could only use half of the skeleton version. It was quite difficult for him, but he's improving. It was an hour later when Madara decided to finish his training. He dispelled his clones and went back inside. When he got back, he greeted his mother, who had returned from dropping off Nijire, and then went upstairs to his room and saw Momo laying on his bed with nothing but her bra and extremely short shorts. Madara had quickly went and took a shower, then joined his girlfriend. They spent the night playing with each other and had video called Nijire before going to bed. Next day. Chapter 14. Next day. It was another day at UA, and currently, Aizawa had just informed Class 1A that they'd be picking the class leaders, which immediately caused most of the students to react. They were being rowdy as usual and suggesting others to pick them. That was until Ida had raised his hands and suggests something to do a vote. Madara himself didn't want to be a class leader, so he just let the whole thing play out. He of course had voted for Momo, as she really did have the qualities of being a good representative for the class. Even if it happened in canon, he couldn't understand why anyone would vote for Izuku and think he would be a good leader. Of course his two friends voted for him, but what did they see that he didn't? So lunch had come around, and since Momo became deputy representative, she chose to sit with the girls this time. Madara was going to sit with her as well, but he got a text from Nijire. "Sorry Momo, I'm gonna go meet with Nijire," Madara said as he pecked her lips and walked off, not noticing the blushes on the girls who were nearby. Momo blushed because this was the first time he kissed her in front of her friends. When she finally sat at the table consisting of Toru, Tsuyu, Mina, and Jiro, some couldn't help but ask questions. "We never really asked before, Momo, but are you and Madara dating?" Mina asked with sparkling eyes. "Yes, we're dating. I thought it was pretty obvious," Momo responded back as she began eating her food. "For how long? You guys seem so comfortable around each other," Tsuyu asked. "We've been together for about 3 years," Momo said, which caused them to be shocked. 3 years is a long time after all. "Ah, that's so cute. You guys are like a power couple," Toru said, causing most of the other girls to nod. And that's what the girls ended up talking about most of the time, and strangely, Jiro was more quiet than usual. With Madara. Madara was walking around and looking for Nijire. She had texted him saying that she was out of class for a little and wanted to see him, so he naturally accepted. He kept walking and walking until he sensed someone inside a particular room. Opening the door, his sights landed on a periwinkle-haired girl who was sitting on a box and dangling her legs while smiling at him. "You knew that I would be able to sense you, didn't you?" Madara said as he closed the door to the cleaning supply room. "Make sure to lock the door." "Don't worry, I have the key," Nijire said as she dangled a set of keys between her fingers. "I'll see you later, all right?" Madara said to Nijire, who was currently hugging him. After she let go, she gave him a peck and said her goodbyes. Seeing her walk off, Madara took out his phone and saw a message from Momo from a minute ago asking if he was coming soon. Sighing, Madara put his phone away and walked towards the lunchroom. Once he was there, he located Momo sitting with Toru, Tsuyu, Mina, and Jiro. Before he could walk over to sit with them, the school alarms went off. Chapter 15. Madara sighed as he saw most of the students freaking out and rushing towards the exit. Walking over to Momo, who was trying to calm down her friends, Madara said, "Calm down guys, it's a false alarm. It's just annoying reporters trying to get inside." The other girls calmed down a little, but they still felt uneasy. "And why don't you tell that to everyone here? Can't you see that it's dangerous for them to do this?" Momo asked him with a worried expression as she saw students pushing each other around. All Madara did was point at one direction. When the girls looked to where he was pointing at, they saw Ida floating in the air, and then stopped to stand on top of the exit sign. "Everyone. Everything is fine," Ida yelled out, causing the students to go quiet. Seeing that he had their attention, he continued by saying, "It's just the media. There is nothing to panic about. Everything is fine." Hearing his words, everyone had calmed down. Madara looked at Momo and said, "See. Don't you think he's fitting to be a class representative? Does that mean you voted for him?" Mina, who heard his question, asked. "No, I voted for Momo, of course," Madara said as he wrapped his arm around his girlfriend. Afterwards, everyone had went back to the class where Izuku had given his position of class representative to Ida, and everyone else agreed. Moments later, Aizawa arrived into the classroom and began to discuss with the students. "For today's basic hero training, All Might, myself, and another hero will be supervising you guys as we prepare you for disaster relief, from fires to floods." Aizawa held out a card and said, "It's rescue training." The class was excited and began to chatter amongst themselves. "I'm not finished yet," Aizawa said. He pressed a button and the wall opened, revealing their packaged costumes. You all have the option to wear your uniform or your regular clothes. Some of you have uniforms not suitable for today's training, but it's not my decision. The facility will be at his off-campus, so we'll take a bus there. I'll take questions when we arrive. Madara had put on his costume and walked up to the bus to see Ida and Momo trying to get the rest of the students' attention so they could all board the bus. When they did, he sat in the back, and chose to sit by the window with Momo sitting next to him. As he closed his eyes, he overheard the students talking about their quirks just as the original, until he heard his name being mentioned. Well, if you're talking about flashy and strong, it's gotta be Todoroki, Bakugo, and Uchiha, though, right? He heard Ijiro say. Yeah, but Bakugo's always mad, he doesn't seem like he'll be popular. Tsuyu had said. Madara just ignored everything else and closed his eyes as he began to think about the up-and-coming battle that will happen. We're here. Stop messing around. Aizawa said to the loud students. Upon arriving at the enormous training dome, which was dubbed USJ by Udate's staff, the students met up with the Space Hero 13, causing Ochako to fangirl out. Aizawa had asked where All Might was and 13 had told him he used up most of his time and was resting in the lounge. Well, if that's the case then. Aizawa said as he turned around and faced the students, but as soon as he did, the lights started flickering. Something is coming. Madara said to Aizawa as he looked at the fountain not far away below them. In front of it, a black portal of sorts began to grow in size. From within it, a hand appeared, followed by a body. The face belonging to it was covered by another, severed, hand. As the portal grew, more bodies came out until a whole horde of people had emerged. Gather together and don't move. Aizawa shouted to the students. Is this for the training? I didn't know we'd be fighting as well. Ijiro said with a grin. Don't move. Aizawa shouted as he put his goggles on. Those are villains. Villains? The students asked as they caught the serious expression in his eyes. Momo, who stood next to Madara, stared at him in surprise as she saw him analyzing everyone that came out of the portal. More and more villains appeared, and finally, a particular purple muscular man-like creature with an exposed brain came out and stood right next to the blue-haired man with hands all over his body. Seeing the villains walking towards their direction, Madara walked forward and stood next to his homeroom teacher and Hero 13, confusing the rest of the students. Sensei, he said seriously. What are you doing, kid? I told you guys to stay together. Aizawa said. He turned to Madara, but stopped as he saw the look on his face. Let me handle this. Madara said, shocking him and the rest of the students. Are you crazy? This isn't training. These are real villains. Just stay with the rest of the students and wait for other teachers to arrive while I hold them off. Aizawa said as he prepared to fight the horde off. But before he could, Madara started walking towards them. Wait for the teachers. These villains were prepared for this and have cut off our connection with them. You wanted to know what my quirk can do, right? Madara said as he walked down the platform. Then let me show you. He said in complete seriousness as he jumped down and stood in front of the horde of villains. Madara. What are you doing? The students came out of their shock and shouted at the long-haired boy. Momo. He's your boyfriend, right? Why aren't trying to stop him? Jiro shouted at Momo. Because I trust him. She said with complete confidence. She knew exactly what Madara was capable of and she was 100% sure that he would be fine. He's just a student. No matter how much confidence you have in him, there's still the fact that he's only one person. Shoto spoke up. Momo shook her head and said without even looking at him, then let him show you. TCH, that bastard is gonna get himself killed. Bakugo said. 13. Protect the students and get out of here, I'll go get the kid. Aizawa said as he ran down the stairs. Look, Kurogiri, a brat thinks he could defeat all these villains. You think All Might will show up if we kill him and all the other kids? Tamura said as he stared at Madara. Kurogiri stayed silent. He didn't know what it was, but he knew something was up with this student. He did have to give him credit though, for standing in front of that many villains with no fear whatsoever. Ha ha ha, they sent a student to fight us. A villain said as they all laughed. The firing squad in the front already had their weapons pointed at him. I have a question. Madara said as he took out his bow staff and spun it around his fingers. And what would that be, kid? Are you regretting your actions already? A villain said as they laughed even more. Do you want to dance? Madara asked as his bow staff turned into his gunbai. He stared right at the villains with a grin and activated his Sharingan, causing most of the villains to take a step back. He started walking towards them, before picking up his speed, and eventually he was running right at them. Because I want to dance. What are you guys doing just standing there? Kill him already. Tamura said to the firing squad in the front, ignoring the feeling he got when Madara activated his Sharingan. As the villains in the front fired their weapons at him, Madara brought his gun by in front of him and channeled chakra into, creating a purple transparent light barrier. What the hell? He hasn't taken a scratch at all. What is that barrier? The villains started to curse out in frustration as they couldn't do anything. Once they stopped firing at him, Madara put his gun by on his back and started to wreak havoc with the horde of villains. He knew he couldn't kill them, but that didn't mean he couldn't cripple them. Most of the villains had odd quirks that would make hand-to-hand combat difficult to defeat them with, but that wasn't a problem for him. Using his strength and speed from the results of his intense training he's been doing for years, he made quick work of the first group of villains and quickly rushed towards the next with his blazing red eyes analyzing all their moments, making them unable to land a single hit. This scene had shocked everyone present. Wasn't he just a first year? Kirojiri. Is that a teacher? Who is that? Tamura said as he watched as the villains were dropping like flies with noticeable injuries on them. Amazing. Izuku couldn't help but say as he watched the scene before him. All the students were left speechless, including the heroes as Madara efficiently took out the villains with just martial arts alone. He's on a whole other level. He's able to take that many villains by himself without using any of his elements. Even I'm not confident to do this without the use of my ice. Todoroki thought. Everyone. Head for the exit. 13 said to the students as she got out of her shock. What about Madara? Aren't we going to help him? Mina said to the hero. Madara will be fine. We need to go and inform the other staff members. Ida, since you're one of the fastest amongst us, I think you should go on ahead of us. Momo said to the rest and the last part to Ida. I see. Tamura said as he watched Aizawa join Madara. These villains don't stand a chance against them. He added. Looking up to see the students rushing towards the exit, he ordered Kirojiri to stop them. Before Kirojiri could, the ground in front of him cracked, and out came the student they saw before. Before he could say anything, Madara punched his neck brace, causing him to fly back, destroying the fountain in the process. What the hell? Tamura said as Kirojiri was easily sent flying. All he saw were crimson red eyes before he was backhanded. Ag. Clutching his shoulder in pain, Tamura shouted, Nomu. The strange humanoid creature rushed to Tamura and caught him before Madara was able to land a punch on him. Seeing Kirojiri get up off the floor with a noticeable fist-sized dent on his neck brace and the student successfully escaping, Tamura looked at Madara in fury, but calmed down a little once he realized something. The students escaped, but that means All Might will come. Once he does, Nomu will take care of him, but if the other pros come as well, then it's game over. He thought inside his head. Tamura looked at Madara and pointed at the Nomu. This weapon was made to kill All Might Kid, you stand no chance. So why don't you surrender yourself and come with us? He said looking at Madara. More specifically his Sharingan, thinking his sensei would want to steal this unique quirk. He also seems to have some form of super strength. Sensei would definitely want this. I refuse. Madara said as he clenched his hand into a fist. Then so be it, Nomu kill him. Tamura shouted as he pointed his finger at Madara. Nomu instantly rushed at Madara and brought his fist out to punch. Madara himself was concentrating chakra on his fist 11 years of daily chakra control and I was finally able to somewhat perfect this technique. He thought. Just as Nomu's fist was able to land on his face, Madara dodged and punched its arm, completely obliterating it. What the hell? Tamura shouted as he looked at this scene with awe and fear. Before Nomu had the time to regenerate, Madara appeared and sent a chakra-enforced kick to its face, making it fly towards the mountains. Before Madara could attempt to go after it, he jumped back and landed a couple feet away. You could see a portal appear from the ground from where he was previously standing, and a hand appear out of it. Tamura, we need to leave. Whoever this person is, he's able to easily send the Nomu flying like that when it has shock absorption and was quick enough to deal even more damage before it could regenerate. Kirojiri said after attempting to catch Madara off guard. Madara crossed his arms and stared down Tamura. What's wrong? You wanted to defeat All Might, but you can't even defeat a student. Tamura clenched his fist and grew angrier by the minute. You think this is over? Nomu can easily regenerate limbs. Just as he finished talking, the Nomu jumped out of the rubble, completely fine and instantly attacked Madara. This had continued on for about 12 minutes. While dodging Nomu's punches and Kirojiri's and Tamura's assaults, Madara saw Aizawa finish beating down the last couple of villains. They're coming. He thought. Suddenly punching the Nomu with rapid speed, the creature wasn't able to regenerate fast enough. Finishing it off with a blow to the chest, Madara watched the Nomu fly back with holes all over its body, regenerating at a fast rate. I hate him. Kirojiri. Why isn't the Nomu working? Tamura said in absolute rage. He wanted nothing more than to completely rip Madara apart. They had all come up with a plan and successfully infiltrated UA just to kill All Might, and this kid ruined it all. I think it's time to end this, Madara said as the upper half of his Susanoo was formed. Roarr was the sound of his Susanoo, etching a little bit of fear into the heart of the villains. Aizawa, Madara. A voice yelled out. The students had returned with the teachers of UA in a hurry, including All Might. Most of the students looked worried because their classmate was fighting with only the help of Aizawa, but as soon as they arrived, they saw something that they'll never forget. Madara raised the sword of the Susanoo high, then brought it down, and vertically split part of the Nomu, completely destroying everything in its path. What was that? A student asked. Strong. Another said. That's a pretty strong ability. A teacher said, looking completely impressed. But if they knew that what Madara was fighting was made to kill All Might, they'd be completely shocked. Aizawa looked around and saw that the two villains disappeared. Shit, they escaped, he thought. Staring at Madara, who had deactivated his Sharingan and dissolved his Susanoo, he couldn't help but think he was able to defeat all those villains on his own with just hand-to-hand combat. Granted, they were all low-leveled villains, he doesn't look winded at all and even held back those other two while also defeating that creature. He's simply a monster. He then looked at the beaten villains on the ground that Madara defeated. All of them had broken body parts and some with serious wounds. He's also pretty brutal with the villains, but he obviously held back. He thought as the teachers started walking up to him. Aizawa. Who is that kid? A teacher asked while they all stared at the student. Madara. Madara Uchiha. He said seriously. He is pretty handsome. A female teacher said in a seductive voice. Namiri, this is no time for your antics right now, come on, we need to go talk to the student who fought here. Madara himself walked towards the down Nomu. You could see 1/4 of its body removed and slowly regenerating, but it wasn't getting up anytime soon. Afterwards, Madara had talked to the teachers and told them that there was still villains hidden in the other areas. As the teachers went to capture the other villains, police had arrived and took the Nomu away. Madara had went where the students were, causing most of them to throw questions at him, but he simply said ignored them and went towards wood. Come on, at least tell us how you were able to do that. Aijiro asked excitingly. Yeah, you're super strong. And what's that weapon on your back? The questions and comments questioned on until a loud voice sounded out. TCH. So what? All he did was defeat some no-life thugs and you praise him like some god. Bakugo said, clearly annoyed. You don't have to be so jealous, Bakugo. Madara said with his eyes closed. What did you say, bastard? Bakugo shouted and prepared to attack Madara, but Aijiro and Siro had held him back. Can you please tell us? Mina asked with puppy dog eyes that had no effect on him. Well, it has something to do with my quirk, of course. Madara said seriously. Most of the students leaned forward. Izuku asked nervously, and just what is your quirk? Well, it's actual dash. Madara, Nizu would like to talk to you. A teacher said and then walked away. What a shame. Looks like I have to go. Madara said as he kissed Momo and left and walked to the small animal that was on All Might's shoulder. I didn't know you guys were really dating. Siro said to Momo. You idiot. Of course they are. We had already told you. Mina replied back. You guys can't be showing the kind of indecent acts on school grounds. Ida said, but was completely ignored. Damn that lucky bastard. Denki said, with jealousy because Momo was the most beautiful girl in class. He truly is very strong. He seems to be amazing with martial arts as well. I wish I could fight him one day. Ojiro said. Seeing that last move, makes me feel like I'm way behind him in strength. Rikudo said with his head down, causing some of the other students to agree with him. Well, that just means we'll have to work harder from now on, right? Izuku said, trying to cheer up his classmates. Madara walked up to Nizu, who was currently with All Might and Aizawa. You needed me? He asked. All three adults stared at Madara seriously. Yes, I would like to talk to you in my office when we get back to the school. Nizu said. Chapter 16, Chapter. The students and teachers had arrived back to UA. Madara had been called over to Nizu once again, who was with only All Might this time as Aizawa had went with the other teachers and students. As he was following the two adults, he couldn't help but notice that All Might seemed to be in a rush. It looks like he's at his limit once again. He should be lucky that he didn't have to fight today. Madara thought. As they arrived to Nizu's office, All Might had coughed and said, I have something urgent to do, so I'll see you guys later. But before he could rush off, Madara said something that completely shocked him and the little mouse. I didn't know you had an injury this serious, All Might. Madara said as he activated his Sharingan. What are you talking about, Madara? All Might said nervously as his eyes shadowed. I'm sure you read my profile, Nizu. Did you forget just exactly who my real father is? Madara said. He was sure that Nizu went over his profile because for one, he's the principal, and two, he was the one to get first in the recommendation exam. Of course he would look up such a strong student. What is he talking about, Nizu? All Might asked the homeroom teacher, who was now looking at Madara seriously. Madara Uchiha. Adopted by the Yaoruza family, but his biological father was a successful doctor that went by the name of Tatsumi Uchiha. His quirk allowed him to see a person's body down to the cellular level. Nizu said. I can't believe we didn't realize this. A student being able to figure out All Might's secret. He thought to himself. Just then, in a puff of smoke, All Might's skinny form was revealed and he started coughing. That was when Nizu guided him into his office so nobody would see. Come inside, Madara. We have a lot to talk about. Nizu said. Once Madara entered, he closed his door and locked it. I must say, this is pretty surprising. Madara said with a straight face as he looked at All Might and deactivated his Sharingan. You don't even look surprised. All Might said to him. Madara ignored what he said and asked, so how did you get that injury? The villain must have been incredibly strong if he or she was able to put you in this condition. Sigh, it was from a villain from long ago that wanted to kill me, but he's gone now so it doesn't matter. All Might said as he began to think of the past. Do you seriously expect me to believe that? Madara said. He knew exactly who it was that gave All Might that injury, but he wasn't supposed to know. If he just blurted out that All Might got his injury from All for One, they'd definitely think that he was working for the villain. He didn't need that kind of unnecessary trouble. All Might glanced at Nizu, and seeing the mouse nod, he looked at Madara and told him about All for One, but naturally didn't tell him about One for All. So this guy is able to steal quirks and give them to people as well. Madara said, and the two other people nodded. If he's as strong as you say, and wanted to kill you, All Might, do you think he was the one who orchestrated this whole situation? Madara said. Why do you say that, Madara? All Might said in complete seriousness. With All for One on the move, it would cause a huge problem. Especially since All Might doesn't even have One for All anymore, the #1 hero knew it would be difficult to defeat the villain. That creature that I defeated, that blue-haired boy named Tamura, said it was made to specifically kill you. It also had 2 quirks from what I know of. Shock absorption and super regeneration. A possible third could be its abnormal strength, but that's all I could think of. If you ask me, it seems like it had those specific quirks just to defeat you. Madara said, shocking Nizu and All Might, and continued off by saying. And there is no way that Manchild was able to come up with all of this. He definitely has someone backing him up. Wait a second, how do you know that boy's name, and how were you able to defeat it if it had shock absorption and super regeneration? All Might asked Madara. He had known that the creature had an extremely fast regeneration speed because he had saw it regrow its limbs after Madara's attack, but he had no idea about the shock absorption. If what he said is true, then his potential just shoot through the roof. He could possibly already be considered one of the strongest in the school. It would be interesting to see him fight Mirio one day. He thought to himself. How? At first I just hit it, really hard, continuously. Just because it had shock absorption, doesn't mean it didn't have a limit. And I was able to deal damage before it was able to regenerate, but in the end, it would also come out just fine, so I chose to use a move where it would make it difficult to heal. Madara said to them. All Might and Nizu thought of what he said. For a moment the room was completely silent, until Nizu spoke up. Madara, you mentioned one of the attackers' name. Do you have any other information on them? He said to the student. Well, they spoke to each other with their names and I was able to easily hear it. The misty dude with the quirk is named Kirojiri if I'm not mistaken, and the other guy Tamura, just like I mentioned. Madara said. Thank you so much, Madara. The information you gave us today will definitely be helpful. Now you can ask for any request and I'll accept it if it's within my power. Nizu said sincerely. Can I hold this request and ask for something later? I have no use for anything right now. Madara asked, and seeing Nizu nod, he couldn't help but let out an imaginary smirk in his mind. Now Madara, I've been meaning to ask, but what exactly is your quirk? Nizu asked the long-haired boy. Such perfect timing. Madara thought in his mind. Well, it's actual dash. Knock knock. Nizu, it's me. The voice of Aizawa sounded out behind the door. All Might had transformed big into his muscle form when Nizu went to unlock the door. Aizawa, what happened? The mouse questioned. I'm here to talk to you about some important information we've found. Aizawa said as he looked at Madara and All Might who were in the room. Well, I'll be taking my leave. All Might said as he walked out of the room and left. Nizu turned to Madara and said, you can go now, Madara. And again, thank you. Madara nodded and walked out of the door as well. Most of the students had already went home early due to the earlier incident, so he went to go take off his costume and finally changed. Taking out his phone, he saw texts from Nijire and his parents asking if he was okay, and a text from Momo saying that she was waiting for him. Madara replied back to all of them and began to talk towards the front of the school where Momo should be. As he was walking, he saw a female figure ahead of him with headphones in her ears. Walking up to the girl, Madara tapped her shoulder and looked at her. Holy shit. Madara. Why'd you scare me like that? Jiro screamed as she was easily scared. She wasn't able to hear any outside noises due to her loud music, and she definitely didn't expect anyone to sneak up on her. You know, you should pay attention to your surroundings more. Madara said as he began walking ahead. Jiro rolled her eyes and walked beside him. Why are leaving so late? The other students left. Madara asked her. Well, that was because I was talking to your girlfriend who should apparently be waiting for you. Jiro said indifferently. Why are you being so cold to me? It can't be that you're still sad about that lost yesterday, or is it because I called you cute? Madara said as he glanced at her. What? You idiot. How would Momo feel if she knew that you were trying to flirt with me? Jiro said, getting a little mad and completely embarrassed. She didn't tell you? Madara asked her. Jiro looked at him with a confused expression on her face. Tell me what? That I have another girlfriend. Before you try to stick that earphone jack in my ear, why don't you listen to me? Madara said. He continued off by saying, well, honestly, with the other girl, Momo, and I were childhood friends with her, and then in middle school they both confessed to me and we've been dating ever since. Madara said to her. Who's the other girl? Jiro questioned him. Whoa there, Jiro, you sound like a jealous girlfriend. Madara said with a slight laugh. Jiro's face flushed in embarrassment, which caused her to smack Madara's arm. Shut up. I would never be your girlfriend, she said, but her breath stopped when Madara suddenly turned to her and placed two of her fingers on her chin. What the hell is he doing? Why can't I move? She thought in her head as the gaze he was sending her caused her to blush. Madara leaned closer, until he suddenly stopped and smirked. He removed his fingers off her chin and began walking again. Be bastard. A complete asshole. Jiro thought in her head. They finally arrived at the front of the school where Momo had ran up to Madara and hugged him with a kiss. Jiro, do you want to walk to the train station with us? Madara asked. Jiro had nodded her head and ended up walking with the couple. Needless to say, she definitely enjoyed it. Madara and Momo opened the door to the Yaoyorozu mansion. They had just gotten back from the train station and had finally arrived home. Madara, are you going for Jiro? It seems like she's starting to gain some sort of feelings for you. Momo asked him as she saw how Jiro acted around Madara compared to the other boys. Well, I do think she's cute, and I also like her personality. So if she really does like me and can accept the fact that she won't be the only one to be with me, then I'll definitely pursue her. Madara said. Momo nodded her head when she heard his words. The rest of the day was peaceful for Madara. He trained and worked out like usual and then cuddled with Momo. Nijire came by during dinner where she and Madara's parents asked if he was okay because of the USJ. He had eased their worries and stated that everything was fine. Nijire was able to stay the night, so the three had fun until they finally fell asleep at around midnight. Next day. Chapter 17, Next day. It was the day after the USJ incident where the League of Villains planned to kill All Might, but unfortunately for them, one student had practically ruined what they had planned. That one student was currently having breakfast with his parents and two girlfriends. Since school was temporarily closed, Madara was currently discussing with Momo and Nijire on what they should do today. Why don't we go to the movie theaters? Momo asked as she took a bit out of her food. But we have usually watch movies in Madara's room. It wouldn't be the same at all. Nijire said to Momo. She also didn't like going to the movie theaters because she wouldn't be able to cuddle with her boyfriend, while being naked of course. I'll look at how much they've grown, June. Aiko said happily as she watched their interactions. Aiko, you're being dramatic again. June said as he looked at his wife. How could I not be? We watched them grow up, and look at them now. Aiko said back to him. She continued on by saying, well, enough of that. Madara, are you sure you're fine? Momo said, you fought off all those villains with only the help of that teacher of yours. Of course I'm fine, Mom. Didn't Momo also tell you that they stood no chance against me? Madara said, trying to ease Aiko's worries. After they finished breakfast, Madara went to go talk to his parents in the living room while Momo and Nijire went to go change into their workout clothes because they planned to train together in the morning. You said you needed to talk to us, son? June asked as he sat next to Aiko and faced Madara. Yes, I wanted to talk to you guys about the people who attacked yesterday. Since I basically stopped their plans, I'm sure they've got me as someone to look out for, so I wanted you guys to increase your security just in case. Madara said to his parents. He loved them dearly and didn't want them getting hurt or for anything to happen to them. Just for safe measures, Madara would have a clone henge themselves and protect them whenever they go out. June and Aiko reassured him that they'd up their security and be more careful from now on. Afterwards, Madara went up to his room and changed into his workout clothes, which only consisted of black shorts and a white muscle shirt. When Nijire and Momo came out ready, he really had to contain himself after seeing them in their sports bra and shorts. The same could be said for the girls, as they could easily see the outline of his muscles. So the three went to the indoor gym that's inside the mansion, and exercised for about an hour and a half. Afterwards, they went outside where Momo and Nijire would spar with each other, or the two would team up and spar against a clone of his. While they were doing that, Madara had clones continue training with the other elements as well as practice chakra control. He also summoned even more clones so he could spar against them with a blindfold on. After remembering how Canon Madara thrashed the Shinobi Alliance while blind, he wanted to be able to do the same. Author, no, he will never get his Sharingan taken. 2 hours later, Madara, Momo and Nijire walked inside the house all sweaty. They went to Madara's room and took a shower together and then got dressed to go outside and start their day. Aiko and June had already left for work, so it was just the three of them. So throughout the day, Madara, Momo, and Nijire spent their time walking around the city and visiting any stores that attracted their attention. Towards the late afternoon, Madara took them to a special spot that overlooked the city, and the three of them ended up watching the sunset. All in all, it was definitely a very enjoyable break day. When they arrived home, Aiko and June were already there and waiting for them in the dining room. Since the three didn't eat while they were out, they happily ate dinner. Afterwards, Madara went up to his room to change while Momo went with Nijire to hers. When the two girls were finished, they went to Madara's room where the three would spend their night with each other doing all sorts of things and then go to bed happily. Next day. It was another usual day at UA in the homeroom of Class 1A. The class was rowdy as usual and Madara sat in his seat with his eyes closed. Momo wasn't with him right now, as she was currently sitting with her friends and talking about boring things girls usually talk about. From what he could pick up off the other kids' conversations, they seemed to be talking about how yesterday's incident was aired on the news. Even if they didn't say anything about Madara, the teenager himself didn't care one bit. They'd know his name after the sports festival anyways. The class grew quiet when Aizawa came through the door. Madara opened his eyes and looked at him. Since the teacher didn't have to fight the Nomu, he didn't look like a walking mummy just like in canon and was completely fine. Morning class. Aizawa said in his usual bored tone. He walked up to the front of the class and faced the students. Our fight still isn't over. The Udata Sports Festival is drawing near. Aizawa said, exciting the students. Sports festival. An actual regular school event. Aijiro shouted, but Denki shut him up. Wait a minute, Aijiro. He said. Is it okay to have a sports festival so soon just after the villains infiltrated the school? Jiro asked, with most of the students agreeing with her. Apparently the staff thinks that by holding this event, it will show that our crisis management system is solid. So there's no need to worry, as our security will be strengthened to 5 times our previous year. Aizawa said, easing the students' worries. He then looked at them seriously and told them the sports event was one of Japan's biggest event, and how the pro heroes would be watching for scouting purposes. Needless to say, all the students were pumped for this festival. Even Madara couldn't help but get a little excited. He was hoping to get interned by a certain hero after this sports festival. Homeroom dismissed. Aizawa said and then walked out of the classroom. After last bell. The students were in the classroom when the bell rung, but dozens of other students stood in the way of their door. Move out of the way, extras. Bakugo said, trying to intimidate them. That was when an indigo-haired boy moved up to the front and said, I came here to see what the hype about Class 1A was, but you seem pretty arrogant. Are all students in this course like this? Shinso said. Madara, who was ready to leave, sighed as he heard Shinso's declaration of war. Madara took Momo by the hand and walked up to the front. Madara. What are you doing? The students questioned him, but he walked right past them. Aijiro had already held Bakugo back, or else he would surely try to attack Madara for trying to make him move. Shinso, who was standing at the door, saw Madara now standing at the front. What? Are you going to be just like the last guy and try to intimidate me? Or do you have something to say? Shinso said to Madara, looking right into his black eyes. Madara sighed as he closed his eyes. I don't dislike Shinso, but he's really starting problems trying to provoke the class. Decided to get it over with, Madara suddenly opened his eyes and activated his Sharingan. All the students at the door, including Shinso, all took a step back as sweat rolled down their face. What the hell? The indigo-haired boy thought as he looked at Madara with wide eyes. Huh? What is this? Madara questioned as he crossed his arms and looked down at all the students in front the door who wanted nothing more but to leave this place. Madara looked at Shinso and said, "You were being so bold earlier talking about a declaration of war, but now look at you." Deactivating his Sharingan, Madara let out a small grin and said, "I hope to see you in the sports festival." Afterwards, he grabbed Momo's arm and the two disappeared in a bolt of blue lightning. Who was that? Someone within the group of students asked as he stuttered of his words. More importantly, did he just teleport? Author, if it's possible to shunshin with another person, so. With Madara and Momo. Was that really necessary? Momo asked as they reappeared near the school entrance. Madara shrugged his shoulder and wrapped his arm around Momo. Anyways, you're going to have to train for these next 2 weeks. Everyone's going to be working hard. Madara said to her. Momo nodded her head and then looked up at him. And what are you going to do? She asked him. Well, I'll still be training as well. Can't miss a day, you know. Madara replied back with a small chuckle. 2 weeks later, day of sports festival. It's been 2 weeks and the day of the sports festival arrived. The hype was immense and every single student who would be participating has trained their asses off. Madara trained daily as he usually did during the 2 weeks. Momo has also been training on her speed in creating items effectively. The other students in Class 1A also improved themselves to get ready for this specific day. Waiting room. Damn, I'm so nervous and excited at the same time. Kirishima shouted with a big grin on his face. Yeah, and the waiting is even worse. Mina said with the others agreeing. Everyone was in their regular UA gym uniforms as they weren't allowed to wear their costumes. Most students were quite nervous, and the fact that the whole thing will be aired on TV didn't help either. Is everyone ready? We'll be entering soon. Ida said to everyone in the room. Yeah. I'm so pumped, the invisible girl said, causing her uniform to jump all over the place. Just then, Shoto walked up to Midoriya and declared that he was stronger than him. I won't pry on your situation with all might, but just know that I'm going to beat you. He said, looking straight at the green-haired boy who wasn't able to utter a single word. Hey. Why are you trying pick a fight Todoro dash, Kirishima tried to say, but was interrupted mid-sentence. I'm not finished yet. Shoto said as he glanced to the corner of the room where Madara sat with his eyes closed next to Momo. Madara, despite taking out multiple villains without using any of your elements, I still think you're no match for my ice. I see you as the biggest obstacle here, so I'll be defeating you as well. Shoto said, causing everyone to look at the long-haired boy. Madara opened his eyes and looked at Shoto for a few seconds before saying, defeat me. If you want to give me a decent fight, then I expect you to use your other side. Oh. The two strongest in the class going at each other. This is exciting. Denki said. But who do you think would win? Definitely Madara. But have you seen Todoroki's quirk? The students began to discuss amongst themselves afterwards. That was until they were called up to the first-year stage. My heart is beating so much. Mina said as they were walking. Yeah, my hand can't stop shaking. So you said. There's no need to be nervous, we'll do just fine. Ochako said, trying to encourage the girls. Ochako, you're shaking too. Come on, hurry. They're starting soon. Nijire said as she was looking for a seat to sit in. Why are you in such a rush, Nijire? Mirio asked with Tamaki behind him. Why? Because my boyfriend will be competing. Nijire said cheerfully as she finally found a seat for them. Be boyfriend. Tamaki and Mirio said simultaneously when they heard what she said. How could they not be shocked? Nijire never said anything about having a boyfriend. Which one is your boyfriend? Mirio asked curiously as he looked down where all the first years were now standing at. The one with the waist-length black hair. Now stop talking, it's starting. Nijire said, completely excited. It's not a movie, Nijire. Tamaki said. Show. After sitting in a seat, Mirio looked down and saw Madara walking with the rest of the students. Seeing the way he carries himself, he couldn't help but think, strong. We'll have to give it our best performance to impress everyone. Ida said as their class was introduced. Wow. Look at all these people. Toru said. Jiro nodded her head in agreement. This is definitely overwhelming. She said as she looked at the crowd that has gathered. Present Mike started to introduce Class 1B as well as the other departments that had students participating. After every participant has gathered, Midnight came up to the stage and cracked her whip. Most of the men in the crowd starting cheering when they saw the R-rated hero. Everyone be quiet. Representing the students is Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. Midnight said. Madara watched as the same shit happened just like in canon. After Bakugo's pledge, most of the students participating had started to boo him. Now, let's get started right away. Midnight yelled into the mic. Madara let out a sigh. Finally we can start now. He thought to himself. Midnight revealed that the first task would be an obstacle course. Madara already had plans on just exactly what he would do. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Take your places, everyone. As everyone was moving to the red starting gate that had 3 lit up green lights on top of it, Madara turned to Momo and said, "Good luck." Momo nodded with a smile and moved towards the middle of the huge group, while Madara started at the back. 3, 2, 1, start. Everyone rushed towards the narrow tunnel, doing their all to make it out. They started bumping and shoving others back just so they could move forward. Suddenly, everyone felt the air turn cold, and seconds later, a huge burst of ice came out of the tunnel, freezing the feet of most of the students and allowing Shoto to successfully take the lead. That was when Madara finally moved. He was able to easily run on the ice due to his chakra and swiftly passed by countless students who were trying to pass Shoto. He saw Izuku running as fast as he could, Aoyama using his laser to fly over, and Momo using a bow staff to pull herself over the ice. Passing the others with no difficulty, Madara continued running and saw Bakugo trailing Shoto, who was running on his ice. Picking up the speed, Madara was able to pass them. "Bastard!" Bakugo yelled as he saw Madara just pass him and Todoroki. "I need to go faster," Shoto thought as he pumped more ice to the floor. As Madara was running, he caught sight of many large robots ahead, just waiting to attack. Smirking, Madara brought his hands together, and what he did next shocked everyone who was watching. With style, deep forest emergence. The ground shook and rumbled until finally, gigantic trees burst out of the ground from behind Madara and rushed towards the giant robots that were in his way, easily crushing them in the process. Because Madara didn't want to waste chakra, there weren't as many trees as compared to the original jutsu. He didn't need to go so overboard for no reason. Madara controlled the trees to where he could easily run right ahead, but the destruction he left would make it difficult for the other contenders. And even if he destroyed the bigger robots, there was still the smaller ones they had to worry about. With the students behind Madara. "So this is your strength, huh? Well, it still doesn't matter," Todoroki said as he started to freeze the trees and break them off to make a path for himself and dodge the smaller robots. "What the hell? That bastard!" Bakugo yelled as he started to blast himself above the trees. "So this is a hero core student. Is that what Madara is capable of? He totally just made it even more difficult. It's just like him." Momo thought as she just finished on creating a cannon and shot it at the trees and robots. As expected of Madara. This is definitely a surprise, but there's still a chance. Izuku thought as he took a piece of one of the destroyed robots and ran ahead into an opening. With Madara. Looking behind him, Madara saw that he was pretty far ahead. He continued running until he stopped in his tracks and saw the second barrier. It was a giant pit consisting of many pillars with ropes connecting them. "Let's go with this then," he thought to himself. Closing his eyes, Madara activated his Sharingan and began to concentrate hard. Everyone who was watching was confused by his actions until a pair of wings that looked to be made of some sort of energy burst out of his back. Madara has been training for a while now on different ways to use his Susanoo, and this was one of them. Yes, he could have easily done this at the beginning, but he was still in first place, so it doesn't really matter now. Flapping the smaller version of his Susanoo wings on his back, Madara easily flew over the other side of the pit and continued on without dissolving his wings. As he flew higher into the sky, Madara looked below him to see familiar mind field. It's almost too easy, Madara thought, but he certainly wasn't complaining. Diving down, Madara passed all of the mines and finally the tunnel, easily taking the first place spot. And it looks like we have a winner already. Madara Uchiha of Class 1A easily brushing by this whole obstacle course with ease. Nobody definitely expected any of his abilities he's shown. Present Mike yelled into the mic. The crowd cheered and roared as Madara dissolved his wings and looked at everyone in the stadium. Turning his head, Madara looked at a certain person. More specifically, a periwinkle-haired girl. He put his arm in the air and waved at her with a smile, not even knowing that he caused most of the females in the audience to now pay more attention to him. Minutes later, Madara was able to hear a huge explosion, and another few moments later, Izuku Midoriya walked out of the tunnel. Chapter 18, Chapter. Author, before y'all read this, I want to say that this chapter will probably be shit and filled with plot holes and mistakes because I'm super sick and have a mean headache, but I still tried to make it less shitty, and no, I don't have coronavirus. With Nijire. Madara Uchiha, so this is your boyfriend? Tamaki said as he stared at the boy. He was completely shocked at what he was able to do, but he still thought his friend Mirio was stronger. Don't you think he's amazing? Nijire said with a big smile as she stared at Madara's figure. That was when he turned to her direction and smiled at her. She waved back at him with her own beautiful smile, not surprised at the fact that he was able to locate her in this huge crowd. Whoa. How was he able to see you? Mirio questioned her. They weren't so close to the stage, so Madara easily locating Nijire was nothing but amazing. He has very sharp eyes, hee. Nijire said as she shook her head when she saw most of the females near her blushing because of her boyfriend's smile, thinking that he was waving at them. Idiots, she thought to herself. I hope I get to fight him one day. Mirio said with a huge smile. Well, I don't think he'd stand a chance against you. His quirk does look destructive, but all that doesn't matter if you're able to just pass through it. Tamaki said, voicing his own opinion. That was when Nijire started laughing, causing the two boys to look at her. Why are you laughing, Nijire? Mirio questioned. Don't underestimate him, Tamaki and Mirio. Sure, it would be interesting to see you fight him, but you should know that what he's shown here doesn't come close to what he's really capable of. Nijire said to her two friends, causing them to think about her words. What he's shown here is already enough to be one of the best in his class. If what Nijire said is true, then I'm even more eager to fight him. Mirio thought to himself. With the people in the crowd. Did you see that? His wood ability reminds me of Kamui Woods. I can already see him picking up that boy as an intern. Yeah, who is he? Even Endeavor's son wasn't able to beat him. Exactly, he was also able to finish the race so easily, and did you see those wings? I wonder what his quirk is. The people amongst the crowd were discussing Madara's actions this obstacle course. Most thought Shoto would come in first considering he's the son of the number 2 hero, but they certainly didn't expect someone unknown. With all might and heroes. It looks like his quirk is quite destructive, being able to completely destroy the robots. And that is obviously not normal wood, it seems stronger. He also has great control over it, being able to clear a path for him and attacking the robots at the same time. Yeah, he was also able to easily run on that ice Endeavor's son made. I truly wonder what his quirk is. Don't forget his raw physical strength. That speed of his is nothing to scoff at, being able to easily run right past those kids who use their quirks to boost themselves. Also, he's able to make wings so he could fly. I'm almost certain that he'll have tons of heroes looking to have him as an intern, and I'm definitely one of them. He's most likely winning this then. What he's shown looks like it takes a lot of power to do, but he doesn't even look winded whatsoever. As the pro heroes were discussing amongst themselves, All Might in his skinny form was staring at Madara with various thoughts inside his head. He really is a mystery. Now that I think about it, he hasn't told anyone what his quirk can do. So far he showed that he could use lightning and wood, and that strange blue avatar he's able to summon as well as his monstrous strength. We should be lucky that a villain doesn't have this kind of power. All Might thought to himself, but moments later, a smile formed on his face as he saw his inheritor come in second place. In a dark room. Currently a blue-haired male was sitting down in a dark room staring at his laptop screen with hints of rage in his eyes. Sensei. Are you watching? Did you see that? That's him. The boy who defeated the Nomu. Tamura said as he scratched his neck. I see, it's just like you said. His quirk truly is strong. A voice came out of Tamura's phone. With Madara. And in second place. Someone completely unexpected. Izuku Midoriya. Madara heard Present Mike screamed as the crowd cheered louder. Madara turned his head towards the gate and saw Izuku coming out while catching his breath. After him came Todoroki and Bakugo, and then more and more contestants. So I'll be the target this time, huh? Madara thought to himself as he recalled how Kanon Izuku was targeted in the second round because he placed first in this race. You may have won the first round, but you definitely won't win the second. Katsuki said to Madara as he walked by him. Madara just raised an eyebrow at his statement, not all bothered by it. And they're all finishing the race one by one. Good job, kids. Go take a breather and get checked up if you have to. We'll be positing the results once everyone is finished. Present Mike yelled out into the mic, congratulations Izuku. You got second. Madara heard Ochako say to the green-haired boy who was trying not to blush at her praise. You too, Madara. Congratulations on first. She said with a big smile. HN. After that, Madara went to look for Momo, and once he found her, he walked over towards her direction. Congratulations on first, Madara. Momo said to her boyfriend with a smile. Although you didn't need to make a huge forest in the middle of the obstacle course. She added to the long-haired boy who was now chuckling. Well then you're lucky I held back. Madara said to her. Otherwise, none of you guys would have been able to pass. He thought to himself. I wonder how the other students would react if they just heard what you said. Momo said with a laugh. Madara, that was amazing. I only thought your wood element was for binding people. Toru said as she came up to him with other classmates. Yeah. Who knew it was so destructive? Kirishima said to him. Before Madara could reply back, Midnight announced something to the crowd and contestants. The first round is finally over. Let's look at the results. The screen behind her lit up to show the results and rankings. Next, she revealed the next course being a cavalry battle and explained how it would work, as well as revealing that the person who's in first place is worth 10 million points. Everyone looked towards Madara when that was revealed, but he just looked back at the hungry eyes of most of the contestants. They can come after him if they wanted to, but in the end, it will be him who comes out on top. That's right, it's survival to the fittest for this course. A chance for those at the bottom to rise to the top. Midnight said as she looked at Madara, but all he did was let out a grin. Almost as if he was inviting the others to go after him. Afterwards, Midnight started explaining the rules, and when she was finished talking, she gave the students 15 minutes to form their teams, but before anyone could attempt to, a voice sounded out. Wait a minute, am I able to do this whole thing by myself? Madara spoke out loud, making sure everyone could hear. Oh. If you're able to clone yourself, then forget about it. Midnight said with a laugh and then added, but don't worry, I'm sure there is bound to be a couple people without a T-dash. She was unable to finish her sentence because of her shock when she saw two other Madaras appear. Would style, would clone jutsu. What? Is this allowed? Midnight asked, completely confused. Getting a nod from the higher-ups, she sighed and said. Looks like Madara will be on a team of his own. Now everyone has 15 minutes to form their teams. Good luck. Every contestant nodded and went to go find a good teammate, but they would always end up glancing at Madara, who was sitting down with his eyes closed and his clones next to him. Well, actually at this point, they couldn't tell which one was the original. Author, canon teams, but this time Tsuyu and Shoji are in a team of two since Mineta isn't here. With the crowd. Whoa. Who knew he had such an ability? Isn't that cheating? No, you idiot. It obviously isn't, since they allowed it, and it is a part of whatever bizarre quirk he has. Epic. They all look so identical. I'll bet you $50 that he's winning this cavalry battle, no, this whole event. No way. I'm still betting for Endeavor's son. This Madara kid only won the obstacle course because he had wings. Is your brain working? Didn't you see the destructive ability of his trees? So what? They're just trees. What are trees going to do against ice and fire? Just trees? Tell that to the huge robots that were easily obliterated. The crowd discussed amongst themselves at the new development. It was certainly surprising, as no one expected this whatsoever. Most people started to wonder just what his quirk was, others even argued amongst themselves. All in all, most of the attention was truly on Madara now. With the heroes. It's just like pro-hero ectoplasm, this kid seems to be filled with unique abilities. Just like. It's exactly like. Ectoplasm's quirk is clones. I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes his in turn. But this student Madara can already be considered more powerful than most pro-heroes. If these clones can use the same amount of destructive ability we've seen before, then he'll truly be a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, we'll get to see more of his abilities here because he'll definitely be a target, but he does have it easier compared to the other contestants since he doesn't have to worry about another person on his team messing up. With Nijire. This is certainly a surprise. I can't even recognize which one is the real one. Mirio said in awe. If I didn't see that his clones were made out of wood, I would have definitely thought that he had multiple quirks. And you're right, Mirio, it certainly is hard to distinguish which one is the original. I can't recognize either. Tamaki said. It's the one in the middle. Nijire said with a smile and pointed her finger to exactly which Madara she was talking about. What? And how do you know that? Mirio questioned her. Well, that's because. She said, but was interrupted mid-sentence. While we're at the 5-minute mark, let's watch some highlights of the first course. Present Mike screamed into the mic. With the contestants. Momo, you know his abilities, so you must know his weakness, right? Denki asked Momo as he stood next to Ida. I am not sure. Momo replied back. Does he even have a weakness? She added in her mind. Are you sure you're not just telling us because he's your boyfriend? Todoroki said to her. If that were the case, Madara would have carried me to second place for the obstacle course and I would have been on his team for this one. I truly don't know his weakness. Momo said to them. Most of the teams are going to be going after him. Do we do so as well or go for the weaker ones first? Ida asked his teammates. We'll let the others go after him first. While Madara deals with them, we can easily go after some of the weaker teams, then go after him when he least expects it. Todoroki said. Are you sure we should go after him? Momo questioned. We're sure to have an advantage, he won't attack his girlfriend, right? Denki said to Momo. I told him not to hold back at all for my sake. Momo said as the team got in position. Are you guys ready? Present Mike yelled into the mic as the crowd cheered. The teams got into position, most looking towards Madara's direction greedily as they planned to go after his 10 million points. Madara himself stood on top of his clones with his bandana around his neck, stance relaxed with his Sharingan staring at his opponents. The only movement was his hair gently moving from the light wind, causing both of his sharp eyes to be seen. His scarlet red eyes looking down at all the contestants. Looking down at all the students who don't even come close to his level. Most of the opponents who were ready to pounce at Madara began to rethink if they should really go after him. Seeing that everyone was ready, Present Mike began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Start. As soon as Madara heard start, blue aura-like wings burst out of his back. Madara smirked one last time towards the contestants and then flew high into the air and stayed there as he carried his two other clones. What the hell, that's not even fair. Goddamn bastard. Come down like a real man. Madara chuckled a little and stayed in the air watching the others battle it out, securing first place for himself. With the crowd. Damn, he's won 2 courses already. I just lost loads of money because of this kid. He hasn't even won yet. Don't say it like the match is already decided. He's already so high up in the air that the others can't even come close to him. Haha, I knew he'd win. This is cheating, isn't it? Didn't you hear the rules? He didn't touch the ground, so it's fine. With the heroes. This is truly interesting. Who would expect something like this? For the courses to work well in his favor, it's like he's easily going by all the challenges. I think we have our winner for this sports festival. This young man is truly remarkable. Yes, and I can't help but wonder how much stronger he'll be once he's older. The boy is only a first year after all. This brat, easily taking the first place spot once again. I know All Might mostly seems to be interested in that green-haired kid from what some people have told me, but who the hell does this boy think he is? A certain fire hero thought with anger visible on his face. Madara stayed in the air for the full 30 minutes. Although there was some people who tried to reach him, in the end they ultimately failed. Time's up. The second round is now over. Now let's reveal the top 3 teams to make it into the last round. Midnight shouted as the screen behind her revealed the results of the match. 1. Team Madara. 2. Team Todoroki. 3. Team Bakugo. Madara went back down and deactivated his wings. After hearing Midnight announcing that they'd be having a 1-hour break, he was going to walk off and wait for Momo, but before he could, some students from his class went to talk to him. Hey! Madara, congratulations on your win, Toru said to him as she walked towards him with others nearby. Yeah, even if it was a cheap move, I still congratulate you. Jiro said to him, slightly relieved that he didn't choose to attack. She still remembered the damage his wood was able to do earlier. Author, not like that, you dirty-minded people. I still didn't expect for you to be able to fly. Mina said to him as she found his wings to be unique. Before Madara could reply, a voice sounded out. You bastard. Are you just too scared to fight? A wild Bakugo appeared, but was held back by Kirishima and Siro. Calm down, Bakugo. The red-head boy said. Calm down. This asshole is just playing with us. He hasn't even been trying, he's been holding back this whole time. Bakugo yelled out loud, causing the other contestants to look their direction. He's been trying his hardest to get first place since this whole event started, and Madara comes along and effortlessly does it with no difficulty whatsoever. He still remembers the look Madara had right before the cavalry battle started, and it made him frustrated to no end. Why would I use my full power when I have no need to? Madara questioned. He didn't wait for an answer and just walked away. Seriously, why the hell would I use my full power here? Just one swing of my perfect Susanoo could devastate this city. Madara thought to himself as he walked away from the platform. Madara, after going to the bathroom, was walking the hallways to go see Momo. That was when he turned the corner and saw Nijire standing there by herself. She jumped in his arms and immediately kissed him. Congratulations, Madara, she said into his ears after separating from the kiss. Madara smiled and held her by the waist as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Where are your 2 friends? Madara questioned her as he moved his hands down and took a few squeezes of her ass. He always loved doing that as he never got tired of the feeling. They didn't come because they're making sure our seats don't get taken. Nijire said and giggled once she felt where his hands were. But enough of that, go call Momo so we can give you your reward. Nijire whispered in his ears. Needless to say, it was a wonderful hour break for Madara, Momo, and Nijire. Chapter 19, Chapter. Author, I was originally gonna update at least a week later, but you guys were so nice last chapter. Thank you for wishing me well. I tried with this chapter, but writing with a headache sucks. The students gathered once more before the stage where Midnight stood waiting. Now that we're all here, it's time to present the final event. The screen rolled through a dozen possibilities before settling on 1v1 tournament. And now, here are the matchups. Author, canon matches with a twist. As you may notice, Madara Uchiha isn't listed in the matchups. Well, that's because the judges have decided to give a pass by for the first round for being able to finish first in the obstacle course and cavalry battle. Midnight said. What? How's that any fair? Bullshit. Complaints were absolutely ignored by Midnight. She announced that Izuku and Shinso would be fighting first and all the contestants went to the stands where their class would be sitting. Madara himself chose to sit next to Momo with most of her friends near them. Madara watched as all the first 5 matches went just like canon. He didn't really pay attention and had his eyes closed until Midnight announced Momo and Tokoyami would be next to fight. Momo had already left to the waiting room earlier, so she wasn't with him right now. Madara decided to make sure she was all right because he remembered how the original fight went. Canon Momo wasn't able to do anything that fight and she put herself down for it. So he went to the waiting room where he found Momo. She seemed to be thinking very hard and he could guess that she was currently coming up with a plan on how to defeat her opponent. Are you nervous? Madara asked as he walked over to her and sat down on the seat next to her. He put his right arm around her shoulder and rubbed her arm affectionately. A little, okay, maybe a lot. Momo replied back to him. She sighed and laid her head on Madara's chest, enjoying his warmth that was easing her nerves. Madara moved his hand to her soft black hair and stroked it lightly. The two sat like that in comfortable silence, until Madara decided to say something to her. I know you said not to help you, but think back to the cavalry battle when your teammate Denki was able to hold off Tokoyami's dark shadow, or how much weaker he seems to be today in this sports festival. Madara said. He gave her a couple kisses to the lips and left to go watch the upcoming match. Denki. And Tokoyami being weaker this sports festival. She thought to herself. That's it. She said out loud. With the new information, she began to come up with a new plan on how she was going to defeat Tokoyami. A couple minutes later, she and Tokoyami were called to the stage. Madara himself was currently sitting in a seat next to Jiro to watch the match. He had an empty one next to him reserved for Momo for when she came back from her fight. Who do you think will win, Madara? Jiro questioned him. Others who heard them started to state their opinions, but Madara ignored them and turned to Jiro. Well, Tokoyami is strong in his own right, but he has a major weakness and if Momo can figure that out, then I'm sure she could defeat him. Madara said to her as he stared at the two competitors who were now facing each other. Start. Momo immediately made a shield on her left arm to defend herself from the approaching dark shadow. As she was defending Tokoyami's attacks, she noticed that she was getting pushed back, so she dodged and ran around to the left. Tokoyami, who was a gentleman, didn't want to hit Momo too hard, but that would be his downfall. Seeing Momo throw something, Tokoyami sent Dark Shadow to swat it away, but he instantly regretted it when he saw Momo cover her eyes. He tried warning Dark Shadow, but it was already too late. Ag! Dark Shadow let out a pained sound as he felt the bright light that was right in front of him. Tokoyami himself had to shield his eyes, and seconds later when he reopened them, he saw a gun pointed right at him. Sai, how did you figure it out? Tokoyami asked Momo. He noticed that she had another flash grenade in her. He knew that if she set it off here, it would do even more damage to Dark Shadow, so Tokoyami didn't attack or try to resist whatsoever. In the cavalry battle, Denki was able to hold you back because of his electricity, and I've noticed how your Dark Shadow is weaker today compared to the other times I've seen you train with it at UA. Truly an unfortunate weakness for you. Momo replied back to him. Haha, I surrender. Tokoyami said out loud, making sure Midnight heard him. Tokoyami Fumikage surrenders. Momo Yayorozu advances to the next round. Midnight announced, causing the cheers in the crowd to get louder. With Madara. Wow, who knew that Tokoyami had such a weakness? Jiro said as she herself never knew about it. Ah. I'm going to have to go against Momo next round. Mina said dramatically. Don't worry, Mina. I'm sure you'll do great. Toru, who was next to Mina, said, trying to encourage her. That would be interesting to see. You against Momo. I wonder who will win, Madara said to Mina, who was thinking of numerous ways on how to defeat her friend. Momo came back to the stands to sit next to Madara. She thanked her classmates who praised her for her win as well, but she didn't forget how her boyfriend helped her out. She wouldn't forget to reward him with something special after the sports festival was over. And like this, the matches continued on. Takurishima going against that boy from Class 1B, Ochako going against Bakugo, and the famous Izuku vs Shoto fight, which made him sigh because he knew that if he fought against Shoto, the boy wouldn't use his fire. After Izuku's and Shoto's fight, Midnight had finally announced that he would be fighting Ibara Shiozaki, the student in Class 1B with the thorn-covered vines for hair. Madara could even hear students of Class 1B encouraging the green-haired girl to defeat him. Were they stupid? Did they not see what he was capable of? It was like they completely forgot what he was able to do. He could only guess they got too excited when they saw the girl easily defeating Denki. Madara went to the waiting room to prepare for his match against Ibara. From what he saw with her match against Denki, she was able to easily dodge his 1.3 million volts attack and use her vines to easily bind him without looking. She was pretty strong, but with enough force, her vines can be torn apart. From what Madara knew in canon, he remembered Ida easily defeating her, so he knew her physical capabilities were very low as she was more of a long-ranged fighter. Breaking out of his thoughts, Madara saw Momo walk into the room with a smile on her face. She sat down next to him and held his hands. "You're not here to wish me luck, are you?" Madara asked with a chuckle, getting a small smile out of Momo. "I felt it was right to come here since you did so for me," Momo said as she rested her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes to the process. "You know you'll be going up against Mina after my match, right?" Madara told her. He himself believed that Momo could defeat Mina and had complete confidence in her ability to do so. "Yes, I've already thought of some ways on how I can defeat her, so I think I'll be fine," Momo replied back to him. After a couple moments of peaceful silence, Madara spoke up and said, "The match will be starting soon, so you should get back to your seat." Hearing what he said, Momo gave him a kiss and left. Minutes later, he heard his and Ibara's names being called, so he left the waiting room. Now we have one of Class 1A's strongest student, being able to win the last 2 courses with ease, Madara Uchiha. Present Mike yelled into the mic, causing the crowd to roar in excitement. Most who were watching were eager to see what Madara is able to do here. Having seen his unique and cool abilities earlier, they couldn't help but want to see more, so most were rooting for him to win in this fight. And going up against him is the last of Class 1B, the pure and courteous Ibara Shiozaki. Present Mike yelled into the mic, causing cheers from the crowd, mostly from her own class, as they wanted nothing more than for her to defeat Madara. Truly a delusional batch of kids. Madara and Ibara walked up to the platform and stood there waiting to hear the confirmation to start. "Are you two ready?" Present Mike asked. Seeing the 2 students nod their heads, he immediately yelled out, "Start." Seeing Madara not move, Ibara quickly sent her vines underground with the intentions to get him when he least expected. Unfortunately for her, Madara knew exactly what she was doing, so he jumped to the side and evaded the vines that tried to bind him. Ibara sent more of her vines underground to a specific destination, hoping to catch the long-haired boy off guard. While she did that, she commanded a different batch to directly attack him so he wouldn't come close to her. As Madara was efficiently dodging her attacks, he noticed what she was trying to do. Does she not realize that I'm not even trying to attack her? She seems confident that her plan will work, he thought to himself. Ibara continued her attacks on him so she could distract him for her next assault, and seeing where Madara was currently standing now, she couldn't help but let out a smile. "Got you," she thought to herself. Vines suddenly bursted out of the ground to form a huge dome around Madara. Making sure he couldn't escape, she added more on the outside. The boy himself just looked up at the spectacle, not concerned whatsoever. Madara knew exactly what she was planning to do, but he wanted to see her technique in action. Truly a unique quirk. It would definitely do good for binding villains, seeing how strong her vines are. She could even defeat most students with this technique, Madara thought to himself. But too bad she's against me. I've got you surrounded. I suggest you surrender now, Ibara said with complete confidence, thinking she had led Madara into her trap. Unfortunately for her, that wasn't the case at all. Ibara furrowed her brows when she heard Madara chuckling within the dome. "What are you laughing at?" she questioned him with confusion. "Surrender, you're joking, right?" Madara asked her as blue lightning started to flicker around him. Ibara herself thought he wouldn't be able to destroy her vines considering how she was easily able to defend against Denki's attack, but his next action told her otherwise. Chidori stream was all she heard before an electric field completely destroyed the dome that was trapping him. Madara stood there calmly as the surrounding electricity began to fade away. Looking at the shocked expression on green-haired girl's face, Madara decided to just end it here. There was no use of prolonging this fight. Ibara didn't have any time to react when Madara suddenly disappeared from her line of sight, and not even seconds later, she fell to the ground unconscious. Ibara Shiozaki is unable to fight. Madara Uchiha is the victor. Present Mike screamed out, causing the crowd to grow even louder. With the heroes, it looks like he can control lightning well. I wonder what other elements he's actually able to use other than wood. But did you notice how he wasn't attacking? From what we've seen from the past courses, he could have easily defeated this girl. I mean, he did easily defeat her here. After destroying the dome that was surrounding him, he swiftly knocked her unconscious. Yeah, that's unfortunate. She was matched up against someone who's able to easily evade her attacks. She also couldn't defend herself from his quick assault. It does make sense. It seems like she's more of a long-ranged fighter. Congratulations, Madara, Ochako said to him with a smile, causing some of the other students in his class who were nearby to congratulate him as well. Dude, we haven't seen your lightning elemental in so long. Kirishima said to him, still awed at the badass ability he showed in his match. Yeah, I remember the last time he used it was when he teleported. Now that I think about it, couldn't he have just teleported straight to the finish line for the race? Izuku questioned more towards himself, causing the others who heard him to think about it as well. Madara himself knew he couldn't shushin straight towards the finish line. The obstacle course was 4 kilometers, or 4,000 meters, so there was no way he could. But he didn't bother to confirm or deny Izuku's assumptions. Madara noticed that Mina and Momo weren't here, and he could only guess it was because their match would be next. He remembered how Momo said she already had a plan to defeat Mina, so he didn't go see her in the waiting room. He sat down in his seat and decided to trust in her abilities. Momo and Mina were now facing each other, more than prepared for this fight. Present Mike, who saw that the two girls were ready, yelled out. Start. Chapter 20, Chapter. Start. As soon Present Mike said those words, Mina instantly slid towards Momo with the use of her quirk and attempted to shoot her acid at her, but the black-haired girl was able to successfully dodge. Momo herself didn't have time to attack and continued to dodge as she just finished making black gloves that were acid-proof. Yes, she could have made something bigger that could cover her whole body, but that would have most likely have shredded her clothing. Considering the sheer amount of people watching, she'd rather lose than have her clothes destroyed. So she decided to make gloves instead that extend towards her arms so she could protect herself against Mina's acid. Deciding to stop dodging, Momo put the gloves on and ran towards Mina while defending herself from her attacks. It seemed like the two girls will be fighting each other with hand-to-hand combat. It was likely that the outcome of the match would be decided here. They're really about to go at it. You look pretty unconcerned, Madara. Do you think Momo already has this win? Jiro looked at him and asked. How could Momo already have this win? Mina can just shoot acid at her if she gets too close, right? Denki, who was nearby, asked. No. Momo has the upper hand on this one. Since we were young, we've been training in hand-to-hand combat and martial arts. She may not be as good as others, but underestimating her skill in fighting could be your downfall. Madara said to them. All the students who heard his words now began to pay more attention to the fight, and soon enough, they understood what he meant. Mina was quickly overwhelmed and couldn't keep up with Momo when trying to directly fight her. It was clearly obvious who had the superior skills in this regard. It didn't take long for Momo to successfully pin Mina on the ground and restrain her. Do you surrender? Momo asked Mina. The pink girl herself couldn't move at all due to Momo restraining her. She sighed and thought about her mistake this match, thinking on why she lost this quickly. Was she really so weak to not even be able to compete against the stronger students in her class? I should have known Momo would be so skilled with martial arts. Judging how Madara was able to easily take out the villains in USJ with it alone, it was pretty likely that Momo herself was proficient in it too. Mina thought to herself. Yes, I surrender. Congratulations, Momo. Mina said with a genuine smile. Even if Mina felt a little sour about losing, she was still happy her friend won. Mina Ashido surrenders. Momo Yayorozu is the winner. Midnight announced, causing the crowd to cheer. Momo let go of Mina and helped her up. Thank you, Mina, it was a good fight. Maybe we can spar with each other later on. Momo said with a smile. She noticed her friend had great reflexes and thought it would be nice to spar with her sometime. The two girls ended up walking off together, getting nods of approval for great sportsmanship. Congratulations on your win, Momo. Her friend said as she came back from her fight with Mina. After thanking them, Momo sat back down next to her boyfriend and held his hand. Good job on your win, Momo. He said with a smile. He continued on by saying, you're going up against Bakugo next, so you're going to have to try your hardest. Madara said with Momo nodding. Even if he didn't like the kid, he could acknowledge he was pretty strong. Well, compared to the other students. Madara watched the next fight, which was Kirishima against Bakugo. The hot-headed boy, just like Kanon, was able to defeat Kirishima easily by overpowering him. Next, it would be his turn to fight, so he went to the waiting room without Momo. He already told her he didn't have to go since the match would end quickly anyways. Ida is going against Madara next. I don't think he could win. Ochako said with a worried expression on her face. Even if Tenya was her friend, she still knew he was no match for the long-haired boy. Of course he can if he tries. I'm sure he can find a way to somehow win. Izuku said, sprouting complete bullshit. Izuku, I know he's our friend, but we have to be realistic. Only thing Ida has over Madara is speed, but that's still not guaranteed. Ochako said, watching as the two contestants faced each other, waiting for the confirmation to start. I guess we'll see then. Izuku said. Fucking idiot. It's obvious that he's no match for that bastard. I'll be the one to defeat in the finals. Katsuki thought to himself. Even if he didn't show it, he was still furious. He wanted nothing more than to defeat Madara. Are you guys ready? Present Mike questioned the two students. Seeing them nod their heads, he immediately yelled. Start. Recipro burst. Ida used this move right off the bat to greatly enhance his speed for 10 seconds. He instantly arrived in front of Madara with his leg in the air, intending to hit his head and knock him out with this kick alone. It should be known that using his Recipro burst move makes his kicks even more powerful. As soon as Ida's kick was going to connect, Madara swiftly ducked and evaded the attack. Not letting his surprise stop him, Ida continued to try and land a hit on Madara, but every time he was about to land one, Madara would dodge last second. My 10 seconds are almost over. Ida thought to himself in slight panic as he missed another hit. This continued on for a couple seconds, until finally. Seems like your time is up. Madara said as he caught Ida's leg. The boy himself went wide-eyed as he realized he couldn't move and fell to the ground with Madara still holding onto him. Madara started walking towards the edge of the stage with Ida still on the ground. You shouldn't have used that move right off the start if it disables your engine afterwards. He said as he neared the edge of the stage. You underestimated me, thinking I wouldn't be able to dodge your high-speed attacks. I mean it was good effort on your part, but it wasn't enough to win. Madara said as he finally threw Ida out of bounds. Good fight. He said and turned around to leave the stage. Tenya Ida out of bounds. Madara Uchiha is the winner. Midnight announced as the crowd grew louder and louder. With the heroes. He's defeating his opponents with no effort whatsoever. Being able to defend against those high-speed attacks at the last second as well is something to note of. Yeah, that's true, but that other kid did well too. Having such great speed. I'm sure we would have been able to see more if he didn't use that move at the start that made him immobile. Of course his speed is nothing surprising when you consider the fact that he's the brother of Ingenium. Ah, that does make sense. Madara didn't go to the stands, but instead went towards the waiting room because he saw Momo go there after he defeated Ida. As he was walking there, he sensed someone just around the corner, and seconds later, he came face to face with said person. It's you. Madara said as he looked into the eyes of the number 2 pro hero, Endeavor. Chapter 21, Chapter. Author, I just wanted to thank you guys for 1M views. Certainly did not expect it. Hope you enjoy this chapter because it's one of my favorites. Also, thank you to Rise10 for making the cover title. It's you. Madara said as he looked into the eyes of the number 2 pro hero, Endeavor. Shoto's father, the man who's obsessed with surpassing All Might. Kid, I've been watching you. Endeavor said as he eyed Madara with his usual cold eyes. The pro hero noticed how the boy didn't flinch when meeting his gaze. Usually when intimidating people, Endeavor would release his pressure on them, like he's doing now. Some would constantly look down, not even try to look him in the eye, and most would get too scared to form a sentence. But the real question is why he's doing this now on a kid. Not letting Madara speak, Endeavor continued on by saying. You're soon going to go up against my son Shoto, and seeing that he's finally accepted what he's made for and used his fire, you're definitely not going to win. I told the other kid who All Might seems to be interested in, but it's obvious now that you are Shoto's biggest obstacle to be number 1 and become what I've envisioned. Endeavor said, looking straight into Madara's black eyes. Madara himself raised an eyebrow at the fireman's words. Become what you've envisioned. Ah, I get it now. You couldn't surpass nor ever defeat All Might yourself, so you decided to have Shoto do it. It's honestly pathetic. He harshly said. Endeavor's anger started to rise as well as the surrounding temperature when he heard Madara's words. You damn bradash. I'm not done talking. Madara said, interrupting whatever the pro hero was going to say. The fact that you think Shoto will ever defeat me is funny enough, but you believing he will become number 1 is even more so. Madara said to him, but he wasn't done yet. The moment Madara brought out his chakra, a light breeze flew by as cracks began to appear on the floor and walls. His hair flowed lightly as he flared his Sharingan and stared right into Endeavor's eyes. What the hell is this? Such a foul and evil pressure. Endeavor thought to himself with wide eyes, wondering why the hell he couldn't move. Looking at the number 2 hero, Madara spoke out by saying, don't ever try intimidating me with that weak aura of yours. The fact that you tried doing it on a student is even more concerning. Well, I shouldn't be surprised considering how you treat your kids. I heard Shoto talking to Izuku about what you did to him and how you treat your family. If that's what you even consider them. Personally to me, you are no hero and don't deserve to be one. Madara voiced out his opinions to the men. It seriously made him think of the possibilities of other heroes doing worse behind the scenes. I mean, if the number 2 pro hero is like this, then imagine some of the other low-ranked heroes. Could they be worse than this man? He didn't know, but it was definitely a strong possibility. Madara decided that he was done with this situation here. Momo's match will be starting soon, and considering that she'd be facing a very strong opponent, Madara had no doubt that she was nervous. So he stopped the pressure he was putting on Endeavor, deactivated his Sharingan and walked past him calmly. There was no need to talk to him anymore, but it seems like the man himself wasn't finished. When Madara stopped, Endeavor let out a breath he didn't know he was holding in. Touching his face, he discovered something that made him feel humiliated. Like being intimidated from a student wasn't already enough, but the same student making him sweat made him furious. Turning around and glaring at the long black-haired boy, Endeavor was going to do something, but Madara's next words stopped him. What would the public say if they found out Endeavor attacked a student? Madara said as he held out his phone, indicating that it was voice recording. Who the hell do you think you are? Endeavor said as the temperature around them grew once again. Madara. Madara Uchiha. Madara said as he walked away, not sparing a glance at the men. He finally arrived to the room Momo is waiting in and saw her thinking deeply once again. Madara decided to sit in front of Momo, so he got a chair and placed it close to her. Sitting down, Madara put his hands on her thighs and rubbed them up and down to calm her. You're here. Momo said to him with a relieved expression on her face. Well, I got caught up with an annoying disturbance. Tell me about it. Momo asked with a smile as she put her hands over the ones that were rubbing her thighs. Madara gave Momo a brief summary on what transpired earlier. She was certainly shocked to hear what happened and how he dealt with the pro hero. So you're telling me that you weren't even voice recording? Momo asked with a laugh. She was now sitting sideways on his lap with her arms around his neck as he held her. Exactly. How could I even have time to bring out my phone and start voice recording with him right in front of me? Madara replied back to her. Couldn't he have just destroyed your phone afterwards if he really planned to beat you up? Momo asked with a confused expression on her face that Madara found cute. I guess he was so mad that he didn't realize it. He said. It was a couple minutes later when Momo and Bakugo's names were called. Madara ended up giving her a kiss for good luck and left to go sit back down at his seat. When he arrived there, he noticed that Ida wasn't sitting with the class. Hey Madara. Congratulations on your win against Ida. Some of the students said to him as he got back. He nodded his head at them and sat down on his seat and looked at the stage where the two contestants were now facing each other. Do you think Momo can defeat Bakugo? Jiro, who was next to him, asked. Madara didn't answer and focused on the match that was now starting. If he were to be honest with himself, he didn't think Momo could win this match. And soon enough, his assumptions were correct because Bakugo was able to easily overwhelm Momo with his strong attacks. She tried defending herself with her shield, but Bakugo didn't give her a chance to make anything else as he kept attacking. It didn't mean the fight was one-sided though. Momo did get a couple hits in as she was able to make brass knuckles, but unfortunately for her, Bakugo had a durable body and was able to take those hits. Soon enough, Bakugo was able to push her back to where she went out of bounds, claiming him the winner. Madara watched all of this and thought it's good that he didn't go overboard and seriously injure Momo. Otherwise, I would have had to beat him senseless in the finals. Going to the waiting room, Madara found Momo there waiting for him. He noticed that she wasn't actually sad or anything, and he knew that she wasn't hiding her true feelings. Madara could tell when she did that. Are you okay? He questioned as he brought her into a hug. Momo smiled and said, to be honest, I didn't expect to win, but this match helped me understand that I'll have to work even harder if I want to compete with our stronger classmates. The two stayed together and had a light conversation, and soon enough, Madara and Shoto's names were called for the match. With the heroes. This next match, looking around and seeing how eager everyone is to see this, I can conclude that they're excited. Of course they are. Even I am. The two favorites in winning this sports festival. Yes, it's bound to be a good match since these two have such strong quirks. With the students. The two strongest in the class fighting each other. Siro said excitingly, with Kirishima, who was next to him, agreeing. Izuku, who do you think will win this match? Ochako questioned Izuku since the boy himself has fought Todoroki. I think if Shoto uses his fire again, he'll be able to defeat Madara. But then again, Madara has very destructive abilities from what we've seen so far. Although, I'm really hoping Shoto wins. Izuku said to his brown-haired friend. Eh? You sound like you have a grudge against Madara or something. Ochako said with a small laugh, causing Izuku to fumble on his words. What? It's just that I didn't like the way he defeated Tenya. He said with his head down. Tokoyami, who was next to them and heard what Izuku said, decided to voice his opinion. All because he dragged him. Izuku, Ida himself said that it didn't bother him and accepted his defeat. It shouldn't bother you that much. And besides, he could have probably done worse. When Izuku heard the Birdman's words, he put his head down and thought about it. Yeah, I wonder where Ida is. Ochako said with a sigh. Look. They're about to start. Mina said to the others as she saw Shoto and Madara walk up to the stage. Geez, calm down Mina. Momo said, laughing at her friend's antics. With Tamura. Watch closely Tamura. This will obviously be the most eventful match. We'll see if that Todoroki boy is able to push the kid to use more of his abilities. A voice came out of phone. Yes sensei. Tamura said as he now had his complete attention on his laptop screen, making sure he didn't miss anything. Now. Are you two ready? Present Mike yelled out. Seeing the two boys nod their heads, he immediately said. Start. Shoto quickly sent a huge amount of ice at Madara. All the black-haired boy did was jump up into the air and skid down on top of it. Now you're an easy target, Shoto thought to himself as he sent more ice at Madara. Damn it, he cursed under his breath when he saw his opponent easily flip around the ice. How he was able to do that? He wasn't sure, but he was prepared to defend himself if he attacked. If you think that your ice is enough to fight me, then you're sorely mistaken. Madara said as he perfectly landed on the ground. I don't need my flames to defeat you. Todoroki simply said as he sent an even stronger attack than last time. He really isn't going to. Madara said to himself with a sigh as he saw the attack coming his way. Jumping high into the air, Madara formed a single-hand seal. Fine then. If you won't use fire, then I will. Madara said. Even if he didn't yell out, everyone was still somehow able to hear his words. Fire style, fireball jutsu. What? Todoroki, as well as most of the audience were shocked when a torrent of fire came out of Madara's mouth and shaped into a huge ball. Shoto's ice was easily being vaporized due to the extreme heat of Madara's flames which everyone felt. They couldn't help but notice how much hotter it seemed to be compared to when Shoto used his left side. Todoroki was able to successfully move out of the way so he didn't get hit by Madara's attack. Looking at the black-haired boy, he couldn't help but get mad at the fact that he had the same abilities as his father. He wanted nothing more than to defeat him here and now. Oh. I can see it in your face. Your fury. Does me being able to use flames just like your father bother you that much? How does it feel to know that you'll lose to them? Madara said, trying to provoke the boy. He could just easily end the fight, but he wanted to at least have a decent match this sports festival. Sadly, Todoroki disappointed him. No. I'll beat you here just to see the look on his face when he sees how useless flames are when put up against my ice. Todoroki said, preparing for his biggest attack yet as he intended to end the match here. Sorry Madara, but you lose. Shoto said to himself as he sent a huge stream of ice at his opponent. Very well then. Madara said. I guess I'll use this jutsu but power it down. Otherwise, I'll likely burn the arena and everyone in it. Certainly don't want to do that, he thought to himself. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A stream of fire came out of Madara's mouth. At first, most people in the crowd thought it wouldn't be enough to stop Todoroki's attack, but they realized how wrong they were when Madara's attack suddenly turned into a sea of fire of 15 meters wide that easily vaporized the ice. Shoto looked at the incoming flames in complete shock. There was one thing he felt that he would have never thought he would when coming to UA fear. All thoughts of defeating Madara disappeared. Looking at the flames that were coming his way, Todoroki turned around and quickly ran out of bounds. This was a day he'd never forget, and it wasn't just him. Everyone in the audience would never forget this scene. Madara stopped his flames from going even further because he wasn't trying to kill his opponent. As he stopped his attack, everyone watched as the flames disappeared, revealing the completely burnt-up surface of the stage. Shoto Todoroki stepped out of bounds. Madara Uchiha is the winner. Midnight announced as she got out of her shock. Damn, that was hot, and I'm not talking about the flames. She thought to herself as she licked her lips. With Tamura. Sensei. Tamura said in shock as he looked at his screen. Yes, I know Tamura. Make sure to get any information we can on his quirk. I want to know how it works and all its weaknesses. The man on the phone said. Unfortunately for them, they won't be able to find anything since Madara himself never revealed to anyone what exactly his quirk is and what it does. Even without being able to see the man's face, you could tell he was smiling. But it wasn't a good one. The thought of taking that boy's quirk for his own brought him so much joy. Once again, unfortunately for them, Madara's quirk cannot be stolen. Oh. Interesting. A certain female said as she looked at her screen that was showing Madara walking away from the stage. Strong, very strong. She thought to herself. Chapter 22, Chapter. Author, I'm not really satisfied with this chapter, but I still hope you'll enjoy it. Shoto Todoroki stepped out of bounds. Madara Uchiha is the winner. Was the only thing Shoto heard as he stared at the back of the student who defeated him. The one who entirely outclassed him with no sort of effort whatsoever. He stood there, slightly shaking from the lingering fear that he felt during those last few seconds of the match. Even after cooling down his body with the use of his right side, he was still able to feel the intense heat Madara's flames emitted. Going over the match that just conspired, Shoto couldn't help but feel frustrated when he recalled Madara's taunting words. Does me being able to use flames just like your father bother you that much? How does it feel to know that you'll lose to them? Was what the long-haired boy asked him in the middle of the match. Yes, it did bother him. It bothered him so much to the point where he wanted nothing more than to defeat him. Wanted nothing more than to overwhelm his flames just so he could prove a point. But in the end, the outcome was completely different than what he expected at the time. It also felt awful to lose against something that reminded him of his father. The man who he despised so much for seeing him as nothing but a tool and the abuse against him and his mother. And the fact that he ran away made him feel much worse. Even to the point of being ashamed of himself for doing it. But then again, what else was he supposed to do in front of a powerful attack like that? All he was able to do was watch as the sea of flames eat his ice away. He didn't even bother to try attacking again because standing right in front of Madara's attack flushed all thoughts of ever continuing the battle out of his head. I underestimated his powers once again, and it ended in my downfall. I should have used my left, why didn't I use it? He said inside his mind. I guess I'm not ready yet to fully embrace my fire. There's still one thing left I have to do. He thought to himself as he walked away from the stage that was now being constructed again. With the heroes. This Madara kid. Honestly, it's to be expected that he can use fire considering how he was able to use wood and lightning, but seeing it is still surprising. Of course it is, no one would expect for it to be that destructive and strong. Makes you wonder if that's the full power of the attack. You think so as well? I remember when he used his wood in the obstacle course and easily controlled it where he could make a path for himself. And with here, it seems like he stopped his attack from going even further to seriously injure his opponent, who's to say that he didn't make it weaker as well? If that's true, then what's his limit? He doesn't look exhausted or tired whatsoever, so do you think he can just constantly use attacks like those? Ha ha ha, just the thought of that makes me wonder exactly how strong he'll get as time goes on. Well, the thought of that makes me shiver. All Might, who was near the heroes, heard what they were saying and frowned with a serious expression on his face. What is his limit? And if he can really use attacks like that with no setbacks, then we're lucky he isn't a villain and decided to be a hero. He thought to himself as he recalled the battle that just finished. And there's no doubt that All for One could be watching right now. He'd definitely find an interest in young Madara's mysterious and powerful quirk. I'm going to have to talk to Nizu about this because if All for One really does want to go after the boy, then we need to protect him. All Might realized how serious this could get and thought of the possibilities of his arch-nemesis being interested in Madara. If he's really watching, then there was no doubt that he has his eyes on him after seeing just what he could do in this match. As All Might continued to think about it, the heroes were still going on and on about the Uchiha. Do you think after this show of firepower Endeavor will take the boy as an intern? It would be good for him seeing as they both can use fire to a high degree. No, he'll probably only take his son. And if I were to be honest, I think this Madara boy would be good for tons of pro heroes. Coupled with his superhuman physical strength and the variety of skills and abilities he has, I'm sure a great deal of pro heroes will want him as an intern. I know I do. With Madara. Walking away from the stage, Madara decided to go wait in the waiting room since the final match would start soon. If he were to be honestly with himself, he'd say that he was disappointed in Shoto for not using his fire, but it didn't really bother him. Hopefully Bakugo could give him a decent fight in these finals. Remembering how the blonde called him out after the cavalry battle, he knew that he was very eager to defeat him to prove his place as number one, but too bad for him, that would never happen. Arriving at the waiting room, Madara opened the door to see his two beautiful girls who were currently having a conversation amongst themselves. Madara. Nijire called out when she saw him come inside. Since Momo had her back to the door, she wasn't able to see him come in. Nijire got up and ran into the arms of the one she loved so much with a big smile on her face that seemed to light up the room. Did you ditch Mirio and Tamaki again? Madara questioned her with a chuckle as he wrapped his right arm around her waist, sat down on a big chair and gestured to Momo to come and take her place on his left. Yeah, I wanted to come see you again. You should have seen the look on their faces when they saw your final move. Nijire said to him as she rested her head on his strong chest. Just like how they were shocked when you told them you had a boyfriend. Momo spoke up with an amused tone to her voice. So that's what they were talking about when I wasn't here. Madara assumed in his head. Exactly. I've never told them about us at all, so their reaction wasn't so surprising. But I do wonder what they'd think when they learn I'm not your only one. Nijire said with a curious expression on her face. Maybe they'd try to beat me up. Madara said jokingly to the two girls. Oh please. The three students talked with each other in the waiting room until finally, Madara and Bakugo's names were called for the final match. Madara left the room after receiving 2 separate kisses and a good luck from his girls. With Class 1A. I'm getting goosebumps. We get to see another fight between 2 extremely strong students. Kirishima spoke up with a huge grin plastered on his face. Yeah. Who do you think will win this match? Ochako, the brown-haired girl, questioned to her fellow classmates. When they heard her question, most of them looked at her weirdly. I think we all already know what the result of this match will be, Uraraka. Tsuyu said to her, with the students who heard her agreeing. Exactly. Did you see that last move? It was amazing. Denki yelled out to the others. Denki, everyone saw it. The sea of fire that consumed Todoroki's ice. Tokoyami said to the yellow-haired boy. I think it's okay to say that he's the strongest in our class, right? Mina said, with others nodding in agreement at her words. Before, they considered Madara as one of the strongest, but there was no doubt now that he was at the top. As the students continued talking amongst themselves, Ochako noticed how Izuku had his head down. So she decided to ask him what was wrong since they were friends. Izuku? Why do you seem so down? Ochako questioned him with a confused and concerned expression on her face. Well, after seeing Shoto's and Madara's fight, I couldn't help but realize how far ahead they are compared to me and the other students. Especially Madara. Izuku said, with Ochako understanding exactly what he meant because she also felt the same. Well then, that means we're going to have to work harder from now on. Plus ultra right. Ochako said, trying to encourage her green-haired friend. Seeing him pick his head back up and smile at her, she felt that she had done a good job in making him feel better. Now how do you think this match will go on, Izuku? The round-faced girl questioned. Well, Kaken can somehow show something unexpected, but after the earlier match, even I think he's unable to beat Madara. Izuku replied, saying something right for once. Momo, who got back from the waiting room, heard their conversation and asked Izuku something that's always confused her since she's known the green-haired classmate. Hey Midoriya, why do you call Bakugo Kaken? She questioned him, causing the boy to stutter on his words because of the pretty girl talking to him. We've known each other since we were little kids, and I've always called him that. I guess it just stuck on. Izuku answered. Oh, so like childhood friends? Ochako said, getting a nod from Izuku. Momo just nodded her head and went back to paying attention to the newly made stage that had her boyfriend and Bakugo standing on it while facing each other. Childhood friends. Seems like a childhood bully to me. Momo thought to herself. Now with the final match of this year's sports festival. Are you two ready? Present Mike yelled out into the mic with the huge crowd cheering along. Seeing the two boys nod their heads, he said. Start. Bakugo, seeing Madara not moving, ran ahead to shoot a huge blast at his direction. He didn't want to get close to him because he knew how formidable Madara was in hand-to-hand combat. Madara swiftly dodged the attack sent his way with his superhuman speed. Bakugo, seeing that he wasn't attacking, became enraged. This asshole is still looking down on me. He thought inside his head as he stopped his attacks and stared at Madara, who now stood there with a bored expression on his face. Bastard. Why aren't attacking or using any of your elements, huh? Fight back and use your full power. Bakugo yelled out with an angry expression on his face. Seeing how Madara didn't respond and only raised an eyebrow, his temper raised through the roof and he said something that he'll come to regret. Maybe you would have fought seriously if I had just beat up that girl of Yodash. He didn't get to finish what he was saying as he felt intense pain around his stomach and dropped to the ground on his knees and coughed up a good amount of blood. Madara wasn't finished though, as he kicked him again, but this time upwards into the air. Due to the pain he was feeling, Bakugo didn't have time to escape, and not even a second later, Madara reappeared above him and slapped him back down. Landing next to his opponent, who was on the ground laying on his stomach groaning in pain, Madara spoke up and said. The reason why I'm not using my full power is because you're too weak to make me do it. Bakugo lifted his head to see cold red eyes stare right into him. No, stare down at him. Look at you, just a couple moves from me and you end up like this. Madara said as he looked into the eyes of Bakugo. Maybe he went too far, but he deserved it for what he said about Momo. You could be a great hero one day, but you ruin it by acting like a complete brat, thinking yourself as being above others. Wake up. You're not the strongest and you'll never be. At this point, you won't even be considered a hero when you act like a villain all the time. Madara said seriously to Bakugo. Judging from what he remembered from the anime, Katsuki actually grows as a character and mellows down once he realized he wasn't the best. At least he won't always stay like this. Madara thought to himself. Seeing as Bakugo was struggling to get up, Madara decided to end the match by immobilizing him with the use of his wood, but Bakugo was way too stubborn to just surrender. Sighing, Madara wrapped Bakugo's whole body in even more wood and extended the branches to where it would take him out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo is out of bounds. Madara Uchiha is the winner. Midnight announced with the audience cheering. Even then, Bakugo continued to thrash around, which caused the R-rated hero to put him to sleep. As Madara walked away, he thought in his head, hopefully my show of power today catches her attention. Chapter 23, Chapter. As he kept walking, Madara was able to hear the thunderous crowd and their cheers, with some of them even shouting his name in praise for achieving first place. All he did was give a small smile and raised his arm in the air to wave at the crowd, but his true feelings inside were much different. If he were to be honest with himself, he didn't have the slightest care for his victory in this sports festival. He didn't know what it was, but today just left him very unsatisfied. Like there was something missing. Maybe it's because the courses in this festival were no challenge to him, and don't even get him started on the 1v1 tournament. For Madara, it was like fighting against a bunch of toddlers. Although, it did feel pretty good to go up against some of the characters he's watched in the show. Experiencing it firsthand was vastly different than watching behind a screen. Also, for as long as he's been reborn in this world, he hasn't been able to actually fight against someone like he has today. Even if his opponents were weak, being able to use his techniques and battle against them still felt amazing. As he was walking, Madara decided to go to the bathroom to freshen up, but on his way there, he met with the skinny form of the #1 pro hero. "Oh, All Might," Madara simply said as he stood in front of the hero, waiting for him to say something. I guess using the bathroom could wait. He thought to himself. Shoo, don't call me that in this form, kid. Just call me by my actual name, Toshinori Yagi. All Might said as he looked around to check if anyone was actually nearby in case they heard what the long-haired boy said. He really does act completely different than when he's in his buff form. Madara noticed. After confirming that nobody was around, All Might turned to look at Madara and said, "What are you doing here? You know they'll be presenting the awards next for the top 3 students. I was going to use the restroom, freshen up and maybe take a short nap since I had to continuously fight for the tournament. I'm rather tired, you know." Madara replied back to the men. "Yeah, tired. You certainly don't look like it at all. Makes me wonder why that is." All Might said plainly to the student as he noticed that he looked completely fine. "No need to think much of it. Anyways, I actually wanted to ask you something very important." Madara said seriously to the yellow-haired man. "What is it?" "I'm kind of in a hurry since I'll be the one to hand out the medals." All Might asked. He checked the time on the watch that was on his wrist. "Well, I couldn't help but notice how similar Izuku's quirk seems to be with yours. What's also concerning is how his body isn't strong enough to carry such a powerful quirk considering how he injured himself within fight against Todoroki." Madara said, watching as All Might got nervous the more he talked. "What are you trying to say, Madara?" All Might questioned him seriously. "Seeing how close you seem to be with Izuku, and the fact that Bakugo is always saying that he was quirkless, I've come to the conclusion that his powers is somehow related to you." Madara said to All Might, who sighed. His observation skills are very frightening. He thought to himself. "I'm guessing that you already know what the connection between the two of us is, right?" Seeing Madara nod his head, All Might asked him. "What really gave it away? You couldn't have figured it out from just those other observations alone." "I mean, him screaming smash for all his moves helped a ton," Madara said to the pro hero. He couldn't help but let out a small chuckle after seeing the look on his face. "I really have to go, but I suspect you know that this information can't be known to anyone. Also, I'll need to talk to you after the whole thing is over. It's a matter of great importance," All Might said firmly. Seeing Madara nod his head, he quickly went to go change into his costume. Madara knew there was no real need to reveal that he knew about One for All and Izuku being the inheritor, but it didn't hurt to have the pro hero trust him with information like this. Maybe it could help him out one day. "I guess I'll go freshen up anyways. Since they'll be taking pictures, I can't be looking this dirty, but they're probably waiting for me so they could start. Should I just go then?" Madara began to think to himself with his right hand on his chin. "Nah, I'm sure they won't start without me." Making his decision, he went to the restroom and took his time to freshen up and do his business. Afterwards, he left to finally go and receive his medal. He obviously didn't leave without thoroughly washing his hands, which was very important. All of the first-year events for this year's UA Sports Festival have been completed. So now we'll begin with the award ceremony. Midnight announced, with all students but 4 were standing there with cameras flashing behind them. In front of them, 3 students came up from underground while standing on their platforms that showed their rankings. Third place being the half and half Shoto Todoroki, who seemed to be within his thoughts. Second place being the restrained and struggling Katsuki Bakugo, and finally, first place being the handsome teen with the waist-length black hair, Madara Uchiha. Cameras constantly flashed on all 3 of them. With Madara looking down on everyone with his arms crossed and his hair lightly moving from the wind, it made quite the picture. As well as causing him to gain even more female fans. And to present the medals. The man himself, All Might. Midnight said as a familiar laugh sounded out. Seeing the silhouette of the number 1 pro hero, everyone within crowd began to cheer loudly, with most of the students joining in as well. I have brought the medals here. All Might shouted as he perfectly landed with no sort of difficulty whatsoever. Walking up to Shoto, who had his head down with a dejected look on his face, All Might put the bronze medal on his neck. Don't be so down, young Todoroki. I'm sure you have your own reasons for not using your left side against Madara, right? Even so, I was still able to use my flames against Midoriya earlier, but it seems like I still have something else to do before I can fully embrace it. Shoto said as he raised his head to look into the eyes of the one he wanted to surpass. But first Madara, and then All Might. Shoto thought to himself. All Might laughed out loud and gave Todoroki a small hug while saying, then I hope you get your situation sorted out so we can see what you're fully made of, young Todoroki. Next, All Might walked up to Bakugo, but since the kid wasn't able to speak, he kept his words to him short. I know you have a lot of pent-up rage inside of you, but I hope you don't act rashly for when we release you. You're a very strong young man with so much potential to become something more, so please don't ruin your chances. If you want to reach the top, then the first thing you're going to need to do is fix that personality of yours and your mindset. Other than that, you did a very good job this sports festival. All Might said as he gave the boy a small hug and put the silver medal around him. Bakugo himself seemed to be calming down a little and thinking of his words. And finally, Madara Uchiha, the winner of today's sports festival. I gotta say, you've definitely surprised me with those unique abilities of yours. Only thing I have to say is keep working hard because I'm sure that you'll be an amazing hero one day. All Might said, walking up to Madara and putting the gold medal around his neck. And most likely one of the best. He added inside his mind. He was going to give him a hug as well, but... Please don't hug me, All Might. Madara said in a voice where only the hero was able to hear. He wasn't trying to be an asshole or anything, but something felt wrong about receiving a hug from someone you're not familiar with. Patting his shoulder with a laugh, All Might said in a quiet voice, you did good, young Uchiha, and judging from the conversations I heard from the heroes, I'm sure you'll get tons of nominations, so choose wisely to ensure your bright future. Yes, thank you, All Might. The long-haired boy said to the pro. Well, these are your winners. But listen up, everyone pay attention to what I have to say. Anyone could have ended up here and won the sports festival. Don't feel so down at your loss because here at U.A, you'll have time to grow and shape yourself to become splendid heroes. All of you students here did a wonderful job today, so can we please get a round of applause? All Might said as the arena became filled with the sound of everyone clapping. Most of the first years happily smiled because of his words and others began to feel better because of the encouragement he gave them. The next generation of heroes is definitely looking promising. Putting his hand in the air, he added by saying, and I would like to say one more thing, so everyone say it with me. Thank you for everyone's hard work. Plus Ultra. Well, that was very awkward. Madara thought as he looked at the scene that he remembered from the anime. The show made it seem like a funny moment, but it was definitely different here. Afterwards, all the students were good to go, with everyone in the audience leaving as well, but Madara stayed to talk to All Might and Nisa since they had something to tell him. Momo wanted to wait for him, but he sent her home since she looked pretty tired. Hearing about this, Nijire quickly left Mirio and Tamaki to go home with Momo and wait for Madara there. Madara also didn't forget to send a clone to follow them to make sure they got there safely. He knew that they could protect themselves, but it was better safe than sorry. With that finished, he went to go meet up with a certain talking mouse and pro hero. I can't believe I'm actually taking in a student. What if he can't handle being my intern? Geez, why am I thinking so much of it? I'll just test him as soon as he arrives, and if he can't pass it, then he can just leave and find some weak hero to be an intern to. Thought Rumi Usajiyama as she was preparing to send her nomination, which would definitely shock those who knew her. Chapter 24, Chapter. After sending Momo and Nijire off with a long hug and a couple goodbye kisses, Madara walked ahead and looked for the room where All Might and Principal Nisa should be. Honestly, they should have sent someone to walk me there since this place is so huge. If it was anyone else, I'm sure they would have been lost. Well, no use in complaining about it. It should be fairly easy to locate them. Madara thought to himself as he roamed the quiet, spacious halls of the arena. To not waste any more of his time, he decided to just simply sense where the two adults who wanted to meet him were. Of course they'd be on the other side. Madara thought to himself as he sighed and walked the other direction. Oh. There seems to be someone close by. As he kept walking, Madara came face to face with a beautiful, curvaceous woman with sky-blue eyes, long eyelashes and spiky dark purple hair that reached just below her waist. Midnight, I've got to stop running into heroes all the time. First Endeavor, then All Might, and now this troublesome woman. I wonder who's next. Madara thought to himself as he looked at her outfit that was completely different than the hero costume she usually wore everywhere. She seemed to be wearing regular glasses and casual clothes that you'd see the typical adult women wear. blue skinny jeans that showed her curves, which would cause heads to turn, and a black jacket that completely covered her upper body. Midnight, Madara simply said to the woman who was currently eyeing him. If it isn't the new heartthrob and winner of the sports festival, Madara Uchiha. Also, there's no need to call me by my hero name, after all, we aren't on school grounds right now so you can call me Namuri. She said with her usual tone of voice and flirty smile. Madara raised an eyebrow at her statement. Heartthrob, he questioned her. Oh please. I'm sure you realize just how handsome you are. Coupled with your looks and the power you showed today, it's no surprise that you'd have girls swooning over you. It hasn't even been a day yet and I've already overheard some pretty unique conversations. Only advice I could give you is to watch your back. After all, fangirls can be quite the hassle. Namiri said with a chuckle and weird glint in her eyes as she shamelessly glanced at Madara's form, not caring about the fact that said person was actually her student. Well, that's too bad for those girls. I wouldn't want to be with someone who only wants me for my looks and power. Madara told the pro hero. You can't really blame them, can you? Some girls are just naturally attracted to strong and handsome guys, just like how you could be attracted to girls with long curly hair, or older women with hot bodies. Even I couldn't help but feel a certain type of way when you used that power of yours. Tempts me to put you to sleep and have you all to myself, but it doesn't mean I'm completely in love with you. She explained to the tall boy, while saying the last part seductively, trying to tease him, but unfortunately for her, she wasn't successful. Aren't you my teacher? I didn't know you were this shameless. Madara said a little jokingly and continued on by saying. Also, your quirk would be useless against me anyways, Namiri. I don't think you'd be fast enough to catch me off guard, and even if you were, I can hold in my breath for a pretty long time. Oh. How arrogant you are. She laughed amused. You're powerful, confident, and doesn't get flustered when talking to me. It almost makes me wet. Namiri said as she put her hand on his chest and trailed it down to his abs, feeling his toned and defined muscles that made her heart beat a little faster. What the hell am I doing? He's a student for goodness sakes. She thought to herself, but still didn't pull away. She was normally a playful and flirtatious person and had no shame for dressing or acting sexually in front of young students, but even she thought that actually touching them was too far. So why wasn't she stopping? Even she didn't know, but fortunately, or unfortunately, a voice sounded out which made her take her hand back. Are you finished? Madara questioned her and smirked a little once he saw the small blush on her face. Looks like you're flustered yourself. How ironic. Well, it was a nice and unique experience talking to you today, Sensei. I wish we could continue our conversation, but I do have to meet up with Principal Nizu. So I'll see you at school. Madara said with a small smile and then walked away from the women. Midnight stared at Madara's back and thought while chuckling, interesting, very interesting. With All Might and Nizu. Currently in a medium-sized room that looked like some sort of teacher's lounge, you can see Nizu and All Might sitting on the couches that faced each other, discussing something important. Are you sure you want to do all of this, Tashinori? The small mouse-looking man said as he took a sip of his coffee and looked at the pro hero who was currently in his skinny form. Of course I'm sure, Nizu. We have to protect him somehow. If All for One really is alive and is leading that new villain group, then it's a must. All Might said to the principal. I understand, but we also have the other students to worry about too, as well as the fact that there might be someone giving those villains information. Nizu replied back. A traitor. You think we have a traitor amongst our staff? All Might questioned seriously. Nizu sighed and put his coffee down. He looked into the eyes of All Might and said, it could be a student too. And before you say anything, we can't just rule out that possibility. The fact is, the villains were specifically targeting you and knew exactly what class you'd be teaching, as well as the exact time and even the location where the students would be going. Well, do you have any guesses on just exactly who this traitor might be? All Might asked. I don't want to make assumptions yet, Tashinori. Nor do I want to point out fingers either, but yes, there's someone I do have my eye on. And who would that be? Seeing the principal not speak up, All Might began to think about it, and seconds later, it was like something clicked in his head. Madara Uchiha. All Might said in complete surprise. Seeing the mouse not say anything confirmed it already. That's outrageous, Nizu. The pro hero yelled out. Nizu slowly nodded his head and then said, yes, it is outrageous, but it makes the most sense. And how could it make sense? It makes no sense at all. The boy himself is adopted by the Yaoyorozu and his own girlfriend goes here as well. All Might explained. Tashinori, this boy has a wide variety of rare skills and techniques. Hell, we don't even know what his quirk actually is. Yes, he awakened a mutated version of his father's, but what about the other one? It could be controlling the elements like he's shown he was able to do, but that still doesn't explain his superhuman physical strength. Aizawa explained to me that he was able to completely obliterate the creature's arm with just a single punch. A creature that was made specifically to kill you. Also, what about that avatar the boy was able to summon? Don't you remember how with just a swing of its sword, it destroyed everything in its path? That alone could be considered a quirk. What if All for One gave him those quirks? Nizu. Madara himself was the one to defeat the villains. Why would he do that if he was a traitor? All Might said, but thought what the principal said about the boy's quirks made sense. We still don't know if it was All for One who sent those villains. It's just an assumption, just like this is. Nizu said with a sigh. He himself thought that suspecting his students was wrong, but he couldn't just rule out that possibility. He had to think of everyone as a potential traitor, and Madara was the most likely out of the students that he thought of. But he himself was stumped. All for One could have possibly gave the student quirks, but the boy lived with the Yaoyorozu all his life and defeated the villains that attacked the USJ. Sigh, even if Madara isn't the traitor, he's still very powerful. All Might is right, if All for One really is alive and is the leader of that villain group, then he most definitely is interested in Madara's quirks. Nizu thought to himself. Before All Might could reply back, a knock sounded out. Hello. It's me, Madara. A familiar voice said from the other side. Chapter 25, Chapter. Author, I stayed up all night writing this chapter, just to accidentally delete it in the morning. So it's most likely not good since I had to write all over again in fury. Hello. It's me, Madara. A voice said from the other side. I'll get the door, but we'll talk about this later. Nizu spoke as he got up and walked towards the door to open it. Madara, come in. The mouse said as his student walked inside of the room and sat down on the couch, facing the skinny All Might. You know, you could have at least told me where you guys would be or sent someone to come get me. Luckily I wasn't lost and found the room. Madara said to the two adults. And just exactly how did you find the room so fast? All Might questioned, genuinely curious, but was ignored. Nizu locked the door and walked towards the two and sat down next to All Might on the coach, facing the long-haired boy. He noticed how calm and composed he seemed to be with his eyes closed and arms crossed. Due to this, one would think that Madara wasn't one to pay attention to his surroundings, but Nizu knew better. He had a feeling that even when this boy had his eyes closed, he was more than aware of his surroundings than most people would be. Or most people should be. Does he just have a sensing ability? He was after all able to easily locate me and Tashinori in this huge arena. Maybe I'm just thinking way too much of it and someone just told him where they saw us. The principal thought to himself. Deciding to think about it later, he responded to Madara's words and said. I apologize for not sending anyone to come get you. We had to make sure everyone left the arena safely and no villains would unexpectedly come and attack. I hope you can understand. Nizu said in an apologetic tone of voice. It's all right. Madara simply said. He opened his eyes and stared right at the two adults, and then continued off by saying. So. All Might said that you guys had something very important to talk to me about. Madara questioned. He didn't really want to be here right now and had two very beautiful girls waiting for him at home. He'd rather not have this conversation be too long. Yes, that's true, young Uchiha. I remember you mentioned how All for One could be the leader of this new villain group, and if that's true, then he most likely has his eyes on you. All Might seriously explained to the student. Nizu himself was just staring at the boy like he was analyzing him. No one knew what he was currently thinking. And why do you think that? Madara questioned. He himself already thought of a possibility on why All Might's arch-nemesis would want him, but he wanted to hear their reason. With a sigh, All Might took a deep breath and spoke up once again and said. With the power you've shown today in this sports festival, there's no doubt that All for One would be interested in your quirk. And if he's the leader of that group, then the odds are even higher. So what exactly are we going to do about it then? Madara questioned with a raised eyebrow at what the pro-hero was saying to him. Well, we thought about having a couple pro-heroes watch over you and your family in case All for One ever sends any villains to attack and take you. All Might said, while Nizu stayed quiet. If this happens, then we could watch over him to see if he's actually the traitor or if All for One really gave him those quirks, but who's to say that he'll accept this? We can't just force security on him unless we ask his parents. The mouse-looking man thought to himself, sighing once again. I could just send heroes to watch him without him knowing, but there's a very high chance that he'll be able to sense them. I really don't want to do this, but I have to make sure it's not him. Geez, is this what it's come down to? Suspecting my own students. How disappointing. Nizu thought to himself as he put his head down a little. With all due respect, All Might, but I don't need any of your guys' protection, nor do my parents either since they have their own bodyguards. Madara said, instantly rejecting the proposal. His parents' bodyguard were of course his clones, but they didn't need to know that. Madara. This is no time to be arrogant. Don't you undash, All Might said, but was interrupted by the student. This isn't me being arrogant, it's just you guys underestimating my power. Madara said as he looked down at the two adults. He wasn't finished though because he continued off by saying, I thought my performance this sports festival, and how I used my quirk was enough for you guys to realize that those villains aren't much of a threat to me. Hearing what Madara said, Nizu finally decided to speak up. And just what exactly is your quirk? Nizu questioned the boy seriously. I thought you already read my file, Nizu. Madara replied as he laid back on the couch to get comfortable. This should get interesting. He thought to himself. Yes, of course I did. I understand you have a mutated version of your biological father's quirk, but what I don't understand is the quirk labeled chakra with the only description of it being mysterious energy. So I hope you could explain that to me. Nizu said in a curious and kind tone, but he couldn't fool the long-haired boy with that facade. Considering that he overheard what the two were talking about before he arrived, Madara instantly knew what was going on here. Ah, didn't you see earlier? I was able to control certain elements. The hero student casually said. And what about your physical strength and that blue aura? Weren't you able to make wings with it as well? Nizu pressed on. That's not really important, is it? Like I said before, I refuse your proposal to have any heroes watch over me. And what about the other students? I'm sure they'll need more protection than I do. Madara said to them. The possibilities are even lower that he could ever be the traitor with him worrying about his classmates. With him fighting off the villains, and even giving us important information on the attackers, there's no way he could be working with them. And the fact that his own girlfriend goes here as well, I'm relieved. I really am, but that still doesn't explain all his abilities. If All For One really isn't the leader of this group, then the possibility of Madara being in cahoots with him is extremely high, and if he is, then it's low. He always strays from explaining his quirks, and hasn't told anyone just exactly what they are, but apparently his girlfriend Momo knows. Nizu thought, and began to plan on something that he'll most likely regret. All Might himself began to think about what his student said. Make no mistake, he was confident that Madara could take out villains himself, but he was paranoid. Paranoid that the men who killed his sensei would reappear and take this boy's quirk. He should consider everyone lucky that Madara wasn't a villain, but if his power lands in the hands of one, then he wasn't sure what would happen. He's right. The other students would need our protection as well. It's not just Madara, but everyone else. The villains attacked the whole class and planned to kill the students just to get to me. All Might thought to himself. So I guess we're done here. If I were to be honest, I felt like I was being interrogated. You guys could be quite scary. Madara said in a jokingly way. Madara, we're still not done here. We still need to figure out what to do with you in case All For One really does steal your quirk. Nizu said, ignoring what Madara said about being interrogated. Mostly because he didn't want to think of it like that. Why are you guys not worrying about Izuku? Considering how he has All Might's quirk, shouldn't you be protecting him instead? Madara questioned the two adults. Shocked at what the student said, Nizu turned to All Might, looked at him sharply and asked, You told a student Tashinori? All Might just awkwardly looked at Nizu and said, Well, I didn't exactly tell him. He was able to figure it out himself. He explained. And how were you able to figure it out yourself? Nizu questioned. I don't know. Maybe it's the way that green-haired kid screams smash for every single attack. Or maybe it's how close All Might seems to be with him compared to anyone else. Or maybe, just maybe, it's because I overheard him telling Bakugo about it. Madara said casually. Is this considered as snitching? Nah, definitely not. It should actually be good for Izuku to learn not to be a blabbermouth. Never understood why he would ever tell his childhood bully his most important secret. Madara thought to himself. Tashinori, it looks like we have to talk to the successor of yours. Nizu said seriously, with the pro-hero nodding at his words. Madara, One For All can't be stolen by All For One. If that were to be able to happen, then that man would have already taken my quirk. And the past users. All Might said, while thinking the last part to himself. It's actually really funny. My chakra could be considered a more advanced version of One For All, minus the whole quirk inheriting thing. Madara thought to himself with a small chuckle. Well, it's getting pretty late, so I'm going to be leaving. Madara responded as he got up to leave. This time, Nizu didn't try to stop him since he was going to have a long talk with All Might. After Madara left the arena, he decided to walk towards the train station and began to think of what he overheard the principal and pro-hero talk about. So Nizu suspects me having a connection with All For One. I honestly can't say I didn't expect it. If I were them, I would suspect me too. With All Might, he doesn't suspect me like Nizu does, but I bet that he does a little now after hearing what the mouse had to say. He was worried that much after seeing just how strong my quirk was, huh? Makes me wonder how they would react if they knew that in the future, I could possibly put this whole world in an endless dream. Madara thought to himself with a small laugh. A buzz from his phone broke him out of his thoughts, and when he checked who texted him, he felt his pants tighten a little. Nijire sent him a picture of her and Momo topless with their breasts mashed together with the caption, "Your parents aren't home. Hurry up for your reward." Madara decided on skipping the train and ran full speed to his house. Needless to say, it was a very pleasurable night for the three teenagers. 2 days later. "Mao, you went way too hard last night," Momo said in a low voice as her and Madara were walking towards their homeroom. Since they had a small little break, Madara spent all of his time with his two girls. Last night was definitely the wildest if you consider the weird way Momo was walking. As the couple continued talking while walking together, a teacher that they didn't recognize walked up to them and said, "Momo Yaoyorozu, Principal Nizu would like to see you in his office." Madara narrowed his eyes and thought, so it's come to this, huh? So be it. Momo looked up at her boyfriend questionably. Seeing him nod his head with a smile, she left his side and went along to go meet the principal of UA Chapter 26, Chapter. Read note at the end. Important. As Momo walked away with the teacher to go meet the principal, Madara created a clone to follow after them in case anything happens. Since he knew that Nizu himself was suspicious of him, then he'd probably try to question the only other person who knew his full capabilities. Another person who knows about his power was naturally Nijire, but nobody knew that Madara was dating her as well. The periwinkle-haired girl never told anyone she had a boyfriend. Well, that was until she revealed it to Mirio and Tamaki at the sports festival, but that was all. You could say Madara can just avoid this whole situation by just telling Nizu about his quirk and it wouldn't matter if anyone knew because he's very powerful, but this is the same Madara who before he got to this world, requested the unknown being to make his body special where nobody would be able to take anything from it just so he wouldn't get cloned. Madara knew one day that the full capabilities of his chakra would be revealed since he'll naturally be using it all the time. So who's to say that there won't be someone out there who wanted to get rid of him, so they built something to specifically seal his powers. Yes, it's absurd and very unlikely, but it was still a possibility. A possibility that Madara will never overlook. From what Madara remembered from that one movie, there was even a quirk amplification device that was made, that even let a villain gain the power to overpower All Might. So it's not a stretch to say something even more dangerous would be made in the future. Maybe that's already happened and nobody knows about it. Of course Madara himself knew that he's on a whole other level compared to everyone else, and he'll only get even stronger, but even when he has all that power, Madara still didn't want to underestimate anyone. The fact is, he's only watched up to 4 seasons of the anime, and he's sure that out there, there's someone more powerful than All Might and All for One. That there are people with such dangerous and amazing abilities. Breaking him out of his thoughts was the sound of his phone notification, meaning he received a text message. So Nijire wants to meet up. I guess I could go see her. I'll be seeing what my clone sees anyways as well so I don't have to worry about Momo. Plus, Nizu wouldn't do anything serious to a student. Especially Momo who's a part the Yaoyorozu family. The long-haired boy thought to himself as he went to go look for Nijire. The girl herself wasn't able to stay over last night, and since Madara and Momo came to school pretty early like they usually do, the two wouldn't have to worry about missing or being late for homeroom. They'd have some time alone for themselves before school actually started. Author wanted to say that I'm not adding any super op OC villain or BS plot to nerf Madara. Right now, in a clearing outside of the school, you could see a boy with waist-length black hair, and a girl with long periwinkle-colored hair cuddled up together on a bench, while having their own conversation. Loads of students would usually be walking around the area that the couple are now, but since they arrived here early, there wasn't anyone right now. If anyone that knew who Madara and Nijire were saw this, they'd be shocked to see the two like this. The strongest first year, together with the only girl that's part of the big three. Madara, are you sure Momo is going to be alright? Nijire questioned with her head on his left shoulder with her eyes closed, sighing in content. With the peaceful morning air while being in the arms of the one she loved, she was definitely more than comfortable. You don't need to worry about her, Nijire. I already sent a wood clone to follow them and I'm able to see everything in real time. Also, Nizu may suspect me, but he wouldn't go so far as to do anything to a student. Madara reassured her. He already told both Nijire and Momo that Nizu suspected him because he trusted them with this kind of information. Being together for years now, it would be weird if they didn't at least have this much level of trust. Of course there were still some things Madara would never tell his girls. One of them being that he's not really from this world. He'd never reveal that. Confirming that her best friend/sister in all but blood was doing okay, Nijire lifted her head off of Madara's shoulder and smiled brightly at him. So, how was taking the train today from school? I'm sure you had loads of people come up to you and congratulate you for your win. Or maybe fangirls. Nijire questioned with a laugh that Madara found cute. I knew that would happen, so Momo and I didn't take the train today. Madara answered her. You ran on top of the rooftops while carrying her, didn't you? Nijire asked with a pout. There was a time when Madara ran on top of the rooftops with her in his arms, and she became addicted to doing it. Of course this could be considered weird since she herself is capable of flight by using her quirk, but to her, it felt completely different when she was with Madara. Seeing her facial expression, Madara cupped her face and gave her a kiss on the head. Yes, I did run to school while carrying Momo. Otherwise, it would have gotten hectic on the train with so many people. Madara said to her as he let go. I can understand. Even on my way to school I overheard a lot of people talking about you. They're already calling you the strongest kid in UA. Nijire told him. She took the train this morning and of course noticed how people around her were talking about her boyfriend with their friends, while watching his highlights on their phones. You could say Madara was now a small celebrity from his sports festival performance. He didn't just gain fans though, but also villains who were wary of him and his power. Nobody wanted to be in the receiving end of his last attack against Todoroki. So how's Mirio and Tamaki? Madara questioned. When Nijire started going to U.A, she naturally told him about her two friends, but Madara himself never met them face to face. After watching the sports festival, they've been training even harder now after seeing how strong the first years were. Especially with you. I'm pretty sure the other students feel the same as well. Nijire responded back. Before Madara could say anything, he sensed someone approaching his and Nijire's direction. Not even a minute later, that same person was revealed. Oh, not again. Madara thought to himself with a sigh. Chapter 27, Chapter. Oh, not again. Madara thought to himself with a sigh. What is this? Madara Uchiha and one of U.A's big three, Nijire Hado. I didn't think you'd cheat on your own girlfriend Madara. The R-rated pro hero, Midnight said with a shocked expression on her face as she put her hands to her cheeks. She had just arrived at the school since she was a teacher here, and was going to her classroom to make sure everything was ready, but imagine her surprise when she catches Madara Uchiha cheating on his girlfriend Momo Yaoyorozu. It was pretty well known amongst the first years that those two were in a relationship, and since Midnight herself was their teacher, she knew about it as well, but if she were to be honest, she didn't care one bit. She also didn't find it surprising that Madara was here with another girl. After all, she's seen it happen way too many times, and has naturally thought that any high school couple wouldn't last. So it wasn't much of a shock to her that such a handsome and popular boy like Madara would cheat and find himself another girl to play with. Only thing that truly shocked her was the specific girl he was cheating with. Nijire Hado, one of U.A's very own big three. The teacher heard about her personality and how much of a good student she was. So to see her being so mushy with a boy was quite surprising to her. Nijire separated from Madara and turned to him with a shocked and heartbroken expression on her face. And Madara? You didn't tell me you had another girlfriend. So you were just playing with me the whole time. Am I just a joke to you? She said to the boy as tears threatened to fall from her pretty eyes. Nijire, listen to me. Madara said as he tried to pull her closer, but his hand was slapped away. No. This is the 5th time this has happened. Every single time you were caught, you always say that you won't do it anymore. I thought why you loved me. Nijire said in a low voice as her crystal-clear tears finally fell down. Why is this girl such a good actor? Madara thought to himself as he looked at Nijire's performance. Midnight herself just stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Even if she didn't really care for such teenage drama, seeing the usual go happy and curious student become so heartbroken, it hurt her and made her feel bad for the girl. But she instantly became confused when Nijire all of a sudden stopped crying. Madara let out a chuckle under his breath, followed by Nijire. Seconds later, the girl was fully laughing while Madara let out a small smile once he saw his girlfriend's facial expression. Even when he knew that Nijire was just playing around and acting, he didn't like seeing that heartbroken look on her face. What's going on? Why are you laughing? Midnight questioned confusingly. This scene was just too strange to her. Yes, even to her. Once Nijire stopped laughing, she let out a smile and rested her head on Madara's chest. Not caring that someone was watching. Looking over at Midnight, she spoke up and said. Madara isn't cheating on Momo. He's actually with me as well. Nijire simply said, surprising the pro hero. Getting out of her shock, Midnight looked at the long-haired boy who had his arm around his girlfriend and said. Era, who knew you'd have 2 beauties? Are you perhaps going for a harem? Maybe I should be careful around you from now on. I don't want to fall into the hands of such a beast. She said with a blush on her smooth white cheeks. I wonder how good he is to make 2 beautiful girls fall for him and share him as well. She thought to herself, genuinely curious. I don't know, you might be too old for him. Or not. Nijire casually said with a thinking expression on her face. TCH. What did you say, brat? Midnight said, clearly getting angry. She was pretty sensitive about her age after all. Ignoring her words, Nijire continued talking. Although, Namiri Uchiha does have a nice ring to it, right? She said with a playful tone and wink. Was that an intended pun? Madara thought as he glanced at the girl. What the hell? Namiri Uchiha. I mean, she's not wrong, it does sound nice. Wait, what the hell am I thinking? He's just a boy, and a student as well. A 6 feet tall, attractive, and powerful teenager with an incredible body. The hero thought to herself. Hearing his girlfriend's words, Madara sighed and said. Nijire, you know Uchiha sounds good with any name. Bob, Harry, June, Chico, any name you could think of, and it'll sound good with Uchiha after it. Before Nijire could reply back, another Madara appeared with Momo in a small bolt of lightning. Midnight looked surprised at this unique teleportation move of Madara's. Of course she wasn't shocked about the clone since the boy used it during the sports festival, but she never saw him use this ability. Although, she did recall about some rumor of Madara being able to teleport by using lightning. Moments earlier. With Momo. As soon as Momo entered Nizu's office, she noticed that nobody else was inside. It was just the mouse-looking man sitting behind his desk with a smile. Thank you for bringing her here, you may leave now. Nizu said to the teacher that Momo didn't know. Sitting down on the chair that was in front of the principal's desk, Momo looked at him and waited to hear whatever he had to say. Good morning Momo Yayorozu, Deputy Representative of Class 1A. I must applaud you on your splendid performance during this year's sports festival. I'm sure many heroes would want you as their intern. Nizu said to the black-haired girl. He really meant what he said. He likes when his students are doing successful and learning in this school. Thank you, Principal. Momo replied with a nod, without saying anything else. I'm sorry to disrupt your time this early in the morning, but I had something very important to discuss with you, and had some questions I wanted to ask. Seeing that Momo was waiting to explain, the mouse continued off by saying. You see, with your boyfriend Madara, his performance a couple days ago has left a deep impression on everyone. Regular day citizens, students, the staff here at U.A, and even other pro-heroes. But there's a certain type of people that have their eyes on Madara as well. Nizu said. Villains. Momo assumed. Seeing the principal nod his head, she can conclude that what she said was indeed correct. Yes, villains as well. There could possibly be people out there that feel threatened and want your boyfriend eliminated after seeing his power. Showing the power of his quirk really caused such a problem? Momo questioned in worry. Unfortunately it has. Speaking of his quirks, do you know what it is? Way to be subtle. The clone that was hiding in the room thought as he shook his head. What makes you think that I would know? Well, you see, I've found out that you're the only person out of all the other students who actually knows how Madara's quirk works. You may be confused on why his quirk has anything to do with this situation, but to protect him, we need to have a deep understanding of his abilities and how they work. With such power, Madara could possibly hurt himself and those around him. We wouldn't want the people to think of him as a threat. Of course I've tried asking him myself, but it seems like he truly doesn't realize how grave the situation is. So I hope you can cooperate. Nizu said to the girl. Seeing how worried she was getting, he really thought he was getting somewhere. The principal himself brought Momo in here with the intentions of getting a great amount of information on Madara's quirk. Of course, informing her about how much trouble he could get himself to would raise her worries and possibly make it easier for the girl to reveal anything. Any girl would truly want nothing but the best for their significant other, even if it meant giving valuable information. Being the principal would help in this matter since Momo would think that it would be okay to tell. Nizu truly thought this, and it was sort of true, but he made the mistake of underestimating just how strong the relationship of Madara and Momo were. Made the mistake of thinking it was just two teenagers in love. Even the smartest of people could make such stupid mistakes. Nizu would soon learn that and make sure it never happens again. Is he really trying to get me to snitch on my own boyfriend? Madara was right. How despicable. Momo thought to herself. If the situation is this serious and it's for Madara's own good, then I have no problem with telling you. Momo said to the mouse, causing him to lean forward to make sure he won't miss anything the girl says. I may not know the ins and outs of his quirks, but I do know what his most ability is and what it's capable of. I hope that's enough. Yes, that's more than enough, Momo. Nizu said as he took out a notepad and pen so he could review everything she said later. With his most powerful ability, he's able to summon a big and long one-eyed dragon capable of some serious damage. Momo said with a serious expression on her face. Nizu wrote everything done while thinking big and long dragon. And did she say summon like an actual living creature? Before he could say anything to the girl, he heard her laughing to herself. I think you're done here, Momo. It seems like the principal and I have something to discuss. A voice said out of nowhere, startling the mouse. When did he got here? He thought to him in shock. Clone Madara created another clone which took Momo and disappeared in a small bolt of blue lightning. Principal Nizu. Chapter 28, Chapter. Author, why did I update today when I released 2 chapters yesterday? Straight face. Principal Nizu. The clone of Madara said as he sat on the chair Momo previously occupied, staring at the mouse who looked like he had been caught in a trap. Madara. Nizu responded back, still confused on how exactly the student got inside his office while undetected. He thought it was when Momo and that teacher arrived, but he was 100% sure that nobody else snuck in. Unless I'm going crazy, he definitely didn't come in here through the door. This just means he has another ability that allows him to get inside places he shouldn't. Or could this be the rumored teleportation ability he has? That can't be right though, since it was said that he'd leave in a small bolt of lighting, just like how he did with Momo earlier. Nizu was already making calculations in his head and trying to figure how the long-haired teenager got inside the room unnoticed, and was even able to spy on him with ease. I can think about this later. Right now I have an angry student in front of me. Actually, I can't really tell what he's feeling. He's actually scary good at concealing and controlling his emotions. Why is he staring at me like that? And why do I suddenly feel nervous around a student? Nizu thought to himself as he tried to get rid of that feeling he didn't like whatsoever. So do you want to explain to me why you tried using my girlfriend to get information on me? Madara asked in a calm voice. You may think that what Nizu did wasn't so wrong because Madara himself didn't reveal anything about his quirks and the principal was just worried of the safety of the students, but the Uchiha was sure that if he didn't intervene today, the mouse would have continued on with this, until he would finally do something worse. You have to understand Madara, we want to keep you safe. Nizu explained to the student, but the boy himself wasn't convinced. He knew that the principal was just bullshitting. Didn't I already tell you that I'd be fine? Madara replied back. He was going to continue, but was interrupted before he could form another sentence. Yes, you already told Toshinori and I that your performance with your quirks at the sports festival was enough for us to know that no villain would be a match for you, but maybe actually knowing the capabilities of your quirks would ease our worries if a very powerful villain decides to attack you one day. Nizu tried to reason. You say you're worried about me, but are you sure the real reason isn't because you suspect me working for a villain? Not just any normal villain, but all for one himself. Madara questioned. You could feel the tension in the air as the room went completely silent. Nizu didn't speak a word as he began to think to himself. Of course he would find out. Why am I not surprised, but this is also not a bad thing. I need to apologize because I've made a grave mistake. I should have just asked the questions to Madara himself, but what if he actually was cooperating with the villain? He would have realized that we're onto him. How did you find out? Nizu finally spoke up and asked the student. It's not that complicated. All I did was overhear your conversation with All Might a couple days ago. If I could sneak inside here with no sort of problem, then doing that was a piece of cake. Madara casually said to the mouse. I definitely have to up my security around here if a student is able to easily spy on me, but he's not any normal student so it's not like just anyone is capable of this, well, maybe Mirio with his unique quirk. Nizu thought to himself. I hope you understand why I suspect you. With the multiple amount of abilities you have, it makes one think that you have more than just 2 quirks. I'm sure that's not possible unless you receive them. The principal said to the long-haired boy. Madara stayed silent, thinking about his words, but he knew there was more to it than what Nizu was letting on. And what exactly were you going to do once you found out all the capabilities of my quirk? Madara questioned. The mouse stayed silent for a while, thinking on what he should say. It didn't take long because a minute later, he spoke up with a sigh and said. Madara, I needed to know if you were a threat or not. Find out if you had any weaknesses. Nizu answered. Since there was no use in lying, he thought it was best to just be truthful. The boy had caught him anyways. With Nizu, if it was any other student with such a strong quirk, he wouldn't bother to go out of his way to figure out the weakness in case something happens. He did it with Madara because he already suspected the student to be cooperating with the villains. Yes, the likelihood of that is extremely low, but Nizu doesn't want to miss any possibilities, so he tried to find any information, and ended up doing it in the worst way. But the thing is, the mouse himself had this feeling that the boy in front of him had no sort of weakness whatsoever. Which greatly alarmed him. He didn't know what to feel if there was any villain like that. The man All for One could be considered a villain with no weakness, but that's not necessarily true. As long as All Might existed, All for One would forever be limited on what he could do. Ah, I get it now. You fear the unknown. I can't blame you really. A student with the capabilities to easily defeat something that was made to kill the strongest hero. A student using multiple abilities with such destructive powers with no trouble at all. I would suspect myself as well. Madara spoke out his thoughts. But the thing is, I'm sure if I told you my capabilities, you'd surely try to find a way to overpower me if it comes to that one day. I'm sure you did the same with All Might, right? Seeing the principal stay silent, it confirmed his thoughts. It's best to just get this whole unnecessary conflict done with, but I still don't want to underestimate anyone's intelligence, and I sure as hell don't want to make an enemy out of the heroes. It's not like I'm scared of them or anything because I'm fully sure that I could easily overpower them, but it would be troublesome to be an enemy to them, and there's no reason to, but if the day ever comes where they do something against me, I definitely won't hesitate to retaliate. Also, I won't be in this alone if that ever happens, since I know my girls have my back as well. Madara thought to himself. Author, no sort of betrayal will happen. Nizu, I'll only say this once so I hope you listen to my words clearly. The boy said, with the mouse nodding seriously. If I was cooperating with the villain, or in cahoots with All for One, then I would have already killed All Might by now, and I would have taken his successor Izuku to the villain just to get that quirk out of him. I would have exposed All Might's secret already, and I would have let the villains kill all the students that day, but most of all, if I really was the traitor, I would have killed you after finding out that you were onto me. You should stop focusing so much on me because you have a school filled with students that you have to worry about, and a traitor still amongst your staff. So I hope you don't continue with this greater good bullshit. Madara said to the principal. Nizu himself began to think about his words, and finally made a decision. He spoke and said. Chapter 29, Chapter. Nizu himself began to think about his words, and finally made a decision. With a sigh, he spoke and said. I deeply apologize for all this, and I hope you can forgive me. You're right, I should be focusing on the other students with absolute attention since they're most likely to be in danger once again. The mouse genuinely spoke to the student. After hearing what Madara said, he thought about it and it did make sense. If he was really the traitor, he would have already done all of the things he said. I can't be making these mistakes anymore. Thankfully I got to talk to him today, otherwise I'm sure I would have probably done something that I would have regretted. The mouse thought to himself. With the recent villain attack, as well as finding out that there could be a potential traitor in this school, he began to feel stressed and for once in his life, wondered what it would have been like if he didn't take up this job. No. Stop thinking like this. The students are counting on you. The mouse thought to himself, trying to get rid of those negative thoughts he didn't need right now. But damn, who said this job would be easy? I accept your apology. Hearing those words brought out a sigh of relief out of the principal, but not even seconds later, he felt an unbearable pressure that made him unable to breathe. Made him feel like he was suffocating, seconds away from death with no escape. And glancing at the student, he instantly knew why this was happening. But I'll give you this one warning. Never try using my family or anyone close to me again. Madara said as he unconsciously activated his Sharingan and stared right into the rodent's eyes. Nizu would remember this day, he certainly would never forget what he saw in those blazing crimson eyes that glared at him. What was waiting to be let out? Well, yes. If there's anything you need, please inform me. Nizu said when the pressure stopped, while also trying to get himself to stop shaking. The clone of Madara just ignored him and got up and walked away. There was no need to talk to the principal anymore. Once he left the room, he immediately dispelled himself. Madara, who was walking with Momo, Nijire, and Midnight, began to think to himself. I certainly hope Nizu will actually listen. Wouldn't want to have the heroes as my enemies. Madara against the world. Seems like it won't be happening if the mouse actually meant what he said. Moments earlier. All of a sudden, another Madara appeared in a small bolt of lighting, with Momo by his side. This was obviously the clone that the one in Nizu's office made to bring Momo back here. The clone nodded to Madara and when it dispelled, a voice instantly yelled out in obvious excitement. Momo. Nijire said as she separated from her boyfriend and squeezed her best friend to death with a hug. She hadn't seen her since yesterday, so it wasn't weird that she was this happy to see the girl. It could be considered strange for Nijire to act like this, but she was very worried for Momo earlier when Madara told her that the principal called her. Yes, she may have not acted like it earlier, but deep down, she was more worried than she should have been. You have to remember that after Madara, the closest person to Nijire is her sister Momo, and it was the same case with the black-haired girl. Being with Madara has made the two closer than ever. And no, it's not that type of close that you're thinking of. The two didn't love each other like that as they weren't bisexual, but when they had their usual threesomes with Madara, let's just say it would get real steamy. The long-haired boy was one extremely lucky fucker. Good morning, Nijire. Momo said with a smile as she hugged her sister back. You know, I'm completely fine, there's no need to worry. She said, as if knowing exactly what the periwinkle-haired girl was worried about. Madara smiled at their interaction and began to think about his time with the two girls during the years. He couldn't think much because the two were coming his way, so he naturally spread his arms out so they could snuggle next to him. You really are a beast to be able to make these two girls completely love-struck. Midnight said as she watched the whole thing. Oh. Good morning, Midnight Sensei. Momo greeted after she finally noticed the teacher standing there. Looking at the woman that was currently in her hero outfit, she couldn't help but think, she could be too old for him, but I do remember Madara saying that he wouldn't mind being with an older woman. So why did your clone teleport with Momo here? The pro-hero questioned, genuinely curious. Clone. What makes you think that's my clone? For all you know, I could be a clone myself. Madara replied back with a straight face. Well, maybe it's because the one that brought Momo here dispelled. Midnight said like it was the most obvious thing in the world, but she didn't expect to hear a voice right behind her. Who said I dispelled? A clone said to the pro-hero, making her instantly turn around and jump in fright. Kaya. Midnight let out a girlish scream, not expecting this whatsoever, as well as causing the three teenagers on the bench laugh. Madara himself dispelled the clone he created without any hand signs, and shamelessly stared at the S that bounced due to the women jumping in fright. Calm yourself. What the hell is wrong with you? Namiri said as she calmed herself and looked at Madara with a glare. I wasn't even able to sense him do anything. He could have easily killed me if he wanted it. The serious hero in her made her think about what just happened. If it was a villain just now, she would have died without even knowing it. I guess he was right about what he said a couple days ago. I most likely wouldn't even be fast enough to catch him off guard to put him to sleep. She thought to herself. Even if she was on school grounds, and was only around students, as a hero, she was taught to never let her guard down and be aware of her surroundings. So Madara being able to easily create a clone and have it scare her like that made her question her own abilities. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Madara said, not sounding apologetic at all. But, if you really wanted to know, I just had my clone bring Momo back from Nizu's office, and it seemed like my other one stayed to talk to him. The long-haired boy said. Wait. How are you able to tell what your other clone is doing? Namiri questioned, and got an answer right away. That's because he's able to see in real time with his clones. Momo, isn't our boyfriend so cool? Nijire said as she snuggled closer to Madara and got a laugh out of Momo. Usually she wouldn't reveal anything to anyone if they asked questions about her boyfriend's quirk, but she could tell that Madara himself didn't care if this was known, and judging by how he was smiling at her, she could conclude that her assumption was correct. Midnight herself looked at Madara in fascination and couldn't help but find herself being more interested in him as the days go on. At first, she just wanted to tease the kid like she did after the sports festival, but, in her opinion, she ended up going too far by touching him. After all, she never touches a student. You could say he was a mystery that she wanted to solve herself, and it was true. With her time as a teacher at U.A, she's lost count of the number of times she overheard someone talking about Madara. Either with girls gossiping about his very attractive looks and personality, and even his relationship with Momo. His newly acquired fangirls that talked about him non-stop, or the competitive boys that talked about his power and how they wished they had such a strong quirk. Let's not forget about the lame dudes who secretly curse him behind his back for having such a smoking hot girlfriend and insult him for being so handsome. There's always losers like that in every school, it was just inevitable. But they'll never in their lives say it to Madara's face. Especially after witnessing his power during the sports festival. Midnight herself even had some talks with other teachers about the Uchiha since the boy wasn't just the top of his class in terms of strength, he was also the top in terms of grades as well. They would always speak well of him and talk about how he would always pay attention in class, and even perfectly do his homework while never turning it in late. With the teachers who didn't have him in their class, they would speak about how they wished their students could be like him, but not everyone can be Madara Uchiha. That's what Midnight thought. The women thought that this boy was special. Born to be someone amazing in life. Those were the sort of vibes she got from him, but of course she'll never admit it. Definitely not. Well then, since there's still about an hour till the bell rings, why don't you three help me sort out the classroom? Midnight asked the teenager since she was feeling very lazy herself. The three ended up agreeing since they had nothing better to do, and while they were walking, Momo asked Midnight a question. Midnight-sensei, do you know what we'll be doing today for class? Certainly it'll be something different since it's the school day after the sports festival. The pro-hero smiled and said, of course we'll be doing something different today. Hero names. Chapter 30, Chapter. Author, wow, thanks guys. I seriously didn't expect to be in the top 5 again, so I made a long chapter after 2 days of double releases. Even though I didn't really plan to update until Wednesday. Anyways, did you know that 30 minutes of sexual intercourse can burn about 200 calories? Hero names. Midnight said to the 3 students as they walked the halls of U.A, which was devoid of any students at the moment. Midnight herself was quite interested in finding out what names the students would pick. This was, after all, one of the most important moments during their time here at school. Whatever they come up with today would most likely be what they would be known for the rest of their lives. Well, they could always change it later on. The R-rated hero thought to herself with a small laugh. Hero names. Why are we picking out our hero names so early? Momo questioned confusingly. She found it strange to pick them up this soon since they were only in their first year of high school. They still had a long way to go until they became pros. Oh no. I haven't even thought of what I should pick. She thought to herself as she began to come up with a unique and creative nickname for herself. Wow. So you guys get to pick your hero names today. The periwinkle-haired girl said out loud as she remembered when her class did that a couple years ago. Oh yeah, you never told us what your hero name is, Nijire. What is it? Madara questioned her as he walked while holding the two girls' hands and followed Midnight to the classroom. He definitely wasn't staring at her ass as she walked ahead of them. After all this time, Madara never knew what Nijire's hero name was, but he's sure it was the same as in the anime. Or maybe she did tell me, but I just wasn't listening. The boy thought to himself, genuinely curious. Nijire sometimes rambles to him, so Madara has learned to tune himself out of the conversation when it happens. He could say that it was a pretty powerful ability since he was able to use it during class as well. Just imagine that you're at an extremely boring event that's about a few hours long, and you just blank out and the whole thing is finished for you in a couple minutes. I'm sure every lazy student would want to learn about this. Madara said inside his mind, but his thoughts were interrupted when he heard his girlfriend reply to his question. Mao, I already told you guys what it was. You just didn't believe me when I revealed it. Nijire said to the two students as she pouted and turned her head to look away from them. So it's actually, Nijire-chan. You were being serious? Momo questioned as she suppressed a laugh that was coming out of her. She didn't dislike the name, but she found it funny because it was just like Nijire to chose something like that. If she were to be honest with herself, she'd say that it fit her perfectly. It's definitely the best hero name ever, right? The third year questioned them with a big smile and then turned to her boyfriend. Madara, do you have any names that you've thought of yet? Maybe Samurai Man or Red-Eyed Prince. She asked as she put her hand on her chin and thought of any names that would fit him best. Is she being serious? She can't be right. Those are absolutely horrible. Well, I really shouldn't be surprised. After all, Nijire was always bad with nicknames. Sigh, I completely forgot about hero names and I have nothing good that I can think of at the moment. I know that I definitely don't want something embarrassing and cringe like Samurai Man. Nijire. Momo said strangely as she glanced at her best friend. Now I know who not to ask for suggestions. The black-haired girl thought to herself. What? Is it not good? Nijire questioned with an innocent expression on her face, and seeing the other two teenagers shake their head, she couldn't help but say. You guys are just haters. Midnight, who was silent and heard their interaction, smiled to herself and thought that the three students looked great together. She herself has seen guys with two women before, or even three and higher, and they almost never worked out. I wonder if they're virgins, but I highly doubt it since Momo has been walking strangely since I've seen her. Midnight thought with a sly smirk. Momo, can I ask you something? The pro-hero questioned the black-haired girl who turned to her and nodded. Are you okay? I couldn't help but notice that you've been walking strangely since I've seen you. If you don't feel good, you should definitely go see Recovery Girl, I'm sure she's in her office this early. Namiri said, sounding concerned for her students' well-being. And no, I'm absolutely fine, sensei. I was just training too hard yesterday. Momo said after hearing the unexpected question. She didn't want the pro-hero to know that the reason she was walking like that was because Madara fucked her so hard last night to the point where she could barely feel her pussy. Even if said hero was the R-rated one, she was still her teacher and thought it would be embarrassing if she knew. Nijire tried to contain her laugh when she heard her best friend's words. She herself knew exactly what was up with Momo since Madara has done the same thing to her numerous times. Lucky. She thought to herself as she continued to listen in on their conversation. Madara himself just raised an eyebrow at their interaction. Judging by the smirk on her face, it's obvious that Midnight is just playing around with her. If you say so. The pro-hero said to Momo. The three teenagers and adult finally arrived to the classroom the pro usually teaches in and started to help her organize and clean things around. It took about 30 minutes since Madara didn't feel like using his clones. He enjoyed talking to the three girls while helping around the room. After they were done, Midnight sat down with the three students and listened in on their stories of their relationship. She could tell the two girls had so much love for the boy, and it was obviously the same for Madara. I kind of envy them. I wish I could find love like this. Midnight thought to herself with a sigh. What she didn't know was that her wish would actually come true very soon. She'll find the love she's looking for with a certain waist-length black-haired student with the last name Uchiha. I think you all know who that is. Moments later. Since school would actually start soon, Nijire was the first to leave, but not before giving her boyfriend a long kiss and hugging her sister goodbye. Afterwards, Midnight sent Madara and Momo off since she knew Aizawa would complain to her about making his students late for class. She'd see them again very soon anyways. Now you can see those two walking to their homeroom class with their hands connected together. It was just comfortable silence, but Momo ruined it by speaking up. You know, it's actually enjoyable talking to Midnight-sensei. She's definitely different from what I expected when having a normal conversation with her. Momo said to Madara. She really enjoyed listening to Midnight's story about her costume and why it was important for her. For someone like Momo who needed to reveal her skin to use her quirk, she respected the R-rated hero. Yeah, you're right. It definitely is pleasant to converse with her. Madara said, since he himself agreed with Momo's words but also disagreed. He thought Midnight wasn't so different when having a normal talk with her since she'd always flirt with him when doing so. Well, she seems to do it to mostly me. I haven't really seen her flirting like that to any students or with the male staff here. The long-haired boy thought to himself. Finally reaching the familiar doors of Class 1A, Madara and Momo walked inside to be greeted with the sight of their classmates lounging around and talking to each other. Momo and Madara. Our very own power couple. Mina said loudly with an excited tone to her voice since she hasn't seen her friend in a couple days. Why did she call them a power couple? That was because Madara placed first, with Momo being the girl who got so far. They were both recommended students as well as being quite powerful, so people started referring to them as a power couple. Good morning, class. Momo, being the deputy representative, naturally greeted the students herself and received a morning back. Walking to his seat with Momo, Madara noticed how most of the students kept glancing at him. He didn't care for it, but he definitely found it annoying. He could only guess the reason was because of the power he showed at the sports festival. There was no doubt that every student except Momo felt inferior to the long-haired boy. The battle of Madara versus Shoto left a deep impression on the kids, and it didn't help that Madara's last attack was being replayed everywhere. Congratulations on your win, Madara. Ochako said to him, causing most of the others to do so as well. Man, how did you get so powerful? Kirishima questioned with a grin, wanting to learn the secrets on how to get stronger. Training. Madara simply said, but of course that wasn't the full answer. He definitely wasn't going to say that he reincarnated into this fictional world with the body of one of the strongest villains in another. Nope, definitely not. Madara. A voice spoke out, causing the class to go silent. Everyone turned to see Shoto looking at the Uchiha. I finally resolved my own problem which didn't let me use my left side, so I hope we can one day have a battle once again. I recognize you as the strongest in this class, so I'm aiming to surpass you. The half-and-half teenager said as he stuck his hand out, causing Madara to raise an eyebrow. Interesting. He thought to himself as he shook the boy's hand and spoke up with a smile. You'll have to train harder than that if you want to surpass me, Todoroki. Even though it'll never happen, it doesn't hurt to be nice for once in a while. Madara said, thinking the last part in his head. Yes, I will. Todoroki said and then went to sit back down at his seat. Bakugo clenched his fist when he looked at their interaction. He knew Madara was the strongest in the class as well, but that's what pissed him off. He even remembered how badly he lost in the finals after watching the videos, and let's just say that he pushed himself for the past 2 days on training. He didn't want to feel what he felt when he fought Madara. He didn't want to feel completely powerless, unable to do anything but receive a beating. Is this how Deku felt? The boy thought to himself. Good morning, class. Get into your seats. A familiar bored voice sounded out, causing everyone to go sit down and respond back to his greeting. Today we'll be doing something different for class, code names. You'll be picking out your hero names. Aizawa revealed, causing the class to get excited at not having to do something boring. After calming the class, he went on to explain the purpose and reason on why they would be doing it today, as well as revealing the number of nominations the students had. Madara saw that Momo had way more than what she did in canon. He could only guess the reason was because she didn't lose against Tokoyami and actually showed off her power. Bakugo was in third, with Todoroki in second. Of course Madara was rolling ahead of them in the lead for first, getting an insane amount, which didn't surprise anyone in the class. They didn't question it since they knew what kind of impression he left. Like Madara said before, everyone would know his name after the sports festival. Now with these, you'll be going into internships with the pro heroes. Aizawa announced. Internships? Izuku curiously questioned out loud. Yes, you'll be receiving training that'll help you guys improve your abilities as well as teaching you guys how to combat villains and see the pro heroes at work. Thankfully the USJ incident didn't escalate to anything worse, but if a situation like that ever happens again, then you'll need to know how to defend yourself. So today, we'll be picking out hero names, but they are temporary for now. And if you're not serious about them, then you'll have to dash, Aizawa was saying, but was interrupted when the R-rated hero suddenly came inside the classroom. Then you'll have to pay. Midnight said as she seductively walked inside. Midnight. The students called out in surprise. Because a lot of hero names used by students become recognized by society, then you'll have to make sure to be serious about this and that it's appropriate. She finished off as she stood next to the homeroom teacher who sighed at her antics. Yes, Midnight will be making sure your names are okay. Aizawa said to the students who were already thinking of good hero names for themselves. Madara himself was still thinking on what he should call himself. Receiving a whiteboard and marker, he wrote down many that he thought of, but erased them after realizing they wouldn't do good. I could just go with this, he thought to himself. As time passed by, he watched how the students walked up to the front to announce their names. Even Momo, coming up with Everything Hero, Kriati, and Izuku coming up with Deku, which he didn't understand why. Damn, Bakugo really influenced him this much. Madara thought to himself. Even though he knew the green-haired boy picked it because of what Ochako said to him, he still found it strange. Okay Madara, it's your turn. Midnight said with a smile as she herself was curious on what the Uchiha would pick. Madara calmly walked to the front of the class and held his whiteboard up. The hero name I pick is Madara Uchiha. He announced. Isn't that a bit too plain? Mina questioned, getting nods from others. Are you sure you don't want to choose something else? Midnight questioned him. Even though there were heroes who chose their real names, it was still uncommon. She wanted to make sure he didn't regret this later on. Or could he not come up with anything? She thought to herself. I'm 100% sure. I want the name, Madara Uchiha, to strike fear in the hearts of my enemies. Madara simply said to the class, which also caused Aizawa to take a glance at him. He didn't say villains, but enemies. His enemies could be anyone. The teacher thought to himself. Having went back to his seat after getting his name approved, Madara watched as Shoto revealed his hero name, which caused the students to think it had a deeper meaning as well. It was quite funny to see the half-and-half teenager awkwardly deny it. He just couldn't think of anything good. It took 15 minutes for the rest of the class to finish announcing their names with Midnight either approving or disapproving them. Chapter 31. The class continued on with their hero names, and Madara noticed how strange Tenya seemed to be acting. He wasn't his usual self and was much more quiet than other days. Madara wasn't the only one that noticed this since Izuku and Ochako were constantly looking at Ida in worry. Ever since Tenya told them about what happened with his brother, they wanted to make sure that he was doing alright, but the student himself would always lie through his teeth and say he was fine. They didn't know what Tenya was thinking or how he was feeling since he'd hide his emotions behind a smile, but Madara knew exactly what was going inside his head, and how could he not? After all, he had one of the greatest cheats coming into this world. His knowledge of the plot. With that, he knew Tensei Ida, also known as Turbo Hero, Ingenium and the older brother of Tenya, became critically injured from a battle he had with a certain hero killer. Tenya would then go on to choose to work as an intern in Hosa City Hero office, even though he had better offers he could have chose from. This was obviously because he wanted revenge for his brother for what the hero killer did to him. But Madara knew that the outcome to that would become something that Tenya wouldn't expect at all. Steinha, the men with the sense of duty to cleanse society of false heroes. In my opinion, he was truly one of the most interesting characters in the show. Madara thought as the class just got done with picking their hero names. Though, I always wondered what the hero killer would think of Ochako. The long-haired boy thought to himself. Now then, let's talk about your interns. Aizawa spoke up to close. He then went on to explain the details on internships and what the students who didn't get one should do. Madara himself was using his skill that let him tune people out. Due to this, he didn't notice the homeroom teacher glancing at him when he talked about the students with nominations. I can't believe she picked him. Aizawa thought to himself as he, along with the staff who saw the nominations, were shocked about the person who actually picked Madara. Rumi Usajiyama, also known as Rabbit Hero, Miruko. You might question how exactly does Madara know the Rabbit Hero since he never read the manga. Well, that was because he's read loads of fanfictions in his past life that included that attractive female. Loads of people became obsessed with her or just genuinely liked her character, so it was quite hard for Madara to not know who she was. So, think carefully on where you want to go before you choose. Aizawa said to the class as Midnight started to pass out the papers that had their nominations. When she got to Madara's seat, she looked him in the eyes and smirked. You know, you're one very lucky person. I hope she doesn't fall for your shameless ways. Was all Midnight said before she walked away and handed out the papers to the rest of the students. She talked to Madara like she already knew that he'd picked the Rabbit Hero. Like she expected him to, but there was a chance that the Uchiha wouldn't do so. There was a low possibility of that ever happening, but if it did, then Midnight would just think that something was wrong inside the student's head. Definitely won't happen. I know Madara isn't a stupid person. Plus, she's powerful and beautiful. There's no way that he'd choose something else. The R-rated hero thought to herself, thinking she already had a basic understanding of the type of person Madara is. Momo, who saw their interaction, became curious on what the pro actually said to her boyfriend. She wanted to know even more once she saw the grin on his face when he looked at his paper. Madara, what is it? She questioned him, but didn't receive the answer she was looking for. Calming himself down with a deep breath, Madara smiled at his girlfriend and said, "No need to worry about it, Momo. I was just surprised at my choices. There is definitely a lot to choose from." Then what was that grin for? It has to be something interesting since the whole class you were bored out of your mind with that sleepy expression on your face. There must be something truly surprising on that paper if it got you to grin like that. The black-haired girl said to her boyfriend, who smiled at her. "I'll tell you on our way home," Madara said before he began to pack his things to go have lunch. After school was over, Madara and Momo walked home together with just the two of them since Nijire was still currently doing some work with the hero she worked for. Halfway through the walk, there were a lot of people who recognized Madara and Momo, especially the Uchiha since he was the winner of the sports festival. They tried coming up to them, but Madara quietly disappeared and just ran home while carrying Momo instead of taking the bus. While he did that, he told her why his was grinning in class, and Momo understood. He was going to intern for the pro hero Miruko, but after realizing something, she stared at him and said, "It's pretty obvious what you're planning. But I can't blame you. She really is attractive. Even if she wasn't bisexual, she could still appreciate the beauty of another woman." All Madara did was smile at her words without saying anything back. With the comfortable silence and the light breeze of the warm weather, Momo sighed in content as she closed her eyes and laid her head on Madara's chest as he princess carried her. Arriving home, Madara and Momo was greeted to the sight of June and Aiko dressing up nicely. "Are you guys going out?" Momo questioned her parents curiously. The only time they ever went out was for work and business. Looking at her daughter with a smile, Aiko linked her arms with June. "Yep, your father actually decided on taking me out today on a date and for dinner later on, so you two will have the house all to yourselves," the mother said, saying the last part with a wink towards Momo. It was no surprise to Madara that Aiko and June knew that he and Momo were sexually active, but Momo was and started blushing in embarrassment, which caused the two adults to laugh out loud. "No need to be embarrassed, Momo. My only advice is to use protection whenever you do it," June said as he pulled his wife closer to him. "Yes, listen to June's words. When I said I wanted grandkids, I didn't mean so soon," Aiko said to the two teenagers with a small laugh. Of course we use protection. We're responsible kids after all," Madara replied back with a smile as Momo stayed silent. "Well, have fun. We'll be back pretty late, so we left some food in the fridge for you guys to eat," Aiko said as she and June walked out of the house, not noticing Madara creating a clone to protect them. Turning to his girlfriend, Madara said with a grin, "I'm going to go train for a couple hours, so I'll see you in my room by then." Giving her a peck to the lips, he went to go change out of his school uniform and put on workout clothes. Going outside to the forest next to the house, Madara's clones began to work on jutsus and chakra control while the real one did a full-body workout with weights on. 2 hours later. Walking inside his room with no shirt on, Madara heard the shower running and instantly knew who it was. Since Nijire couldn't come over today, it was obviously the only other person who was here. Letting out a grin, he instantly got undressed and walked inside his huge bathroom to see his Momo in her birthday suit facing him with a smile on her face. She didn't plan on taking a shower tonight since she took them in the morning, but it was different today since she herself went to work out in their indoor gym. Momo smiled to herself when Madara stood in front of her, letting the water hit him as well. Next day. "Are you guys ready? Make sure you don't lose your hero costumes," Aizawa said to the students as he was seeing them off. This was the day where they'd start their internships. "Ah. It's such a nice day out today," Jiro commented as she stretched her arms out with a yawn, feeling the sunlight hit her skin. "You seem pretty tired, Jiro. What kept you up all night?" Madara, who was next to her, questioned. "Yeah. It's nothing at all. Couldn't sleep since I was so excited to start my internship," Jiro said, completely lying to the long-haired boy who noticed. "Well, good luck then," he said to her, receiving a nod and smile. Turning to his girlfriend, he gave her a hug and kissed the top of her head while saying, "You too, good luck with your internship." Letting out a beautiful smile, Momo wrapped her arms around his chest and stayed there until a voice sounded out. "Madara, which agency did you pick?" Siro questioned him since everyone else said theirs except him. Everyone else who heard his words looked towards Madara since they were naturally curious as well. Irritated at being interrupted with his time with Momo, Madara separated from her and gave her a peck to the lips. If you really want to know, then I guess there's no problem with telling you," he announced, getting the complete attention of those around him. "The agency I chose was Dash," he was saying, but suddenly disappeared in a puff of smoke. What? Where did he go? Damn it, we should have known. It's never this easy to get answers out of Madara. Momo herself just laughed at her boyfriend's antics as she always found it funny. Moments later, they were all good to leave, so they started to walk towards the train station together. The students did question if Madara was ever going to come back, but Aizawa said not to worry about it. The Uchiha had already told him earlier that he wasn't going on the train with the rest of the students. Madara reappeared about 15 meters away from the other students. That never gets old, he said to himself as he checked the paper that had the address to where Rumi should be. Running up the side of a building and finally getting on top of it, Madara ran towards the location with a fast speed since it would be troublesome if he was caught running on top of buildings. It took 30 minutes for him to arrive at a decently sized house that was pretty far away from any others, but not to the point where it would be too far to get to the city for hero work. It was also surrounded by large trees, and looking closely, Madara noticed there seemed to be a forest nearby and could only guess the women loved her silence and privacy. Well, she is a rabbit after all, he jokingly thought to himself as he walked toward the front door. He went to go knock it, but the door opened by itself with his slightest touch. I guess she left it open for me. She's also unconcerned of anyone trying to break into her house, the Uchiha thought to himself. Hell dash, he wanted to say, but before he could, he ended up easily dodging a kick that was sent his way. Oh. Interesting. Chapter 32, Chapter. Author, did you know that the velocity of a quasar can quadruple when a singularity varies? It's simple really. By using the equation 367, P45-1, you can find out the dimensional output that it gives off. Haha, I totally made that up. Madara POV. Before I could finish my words, a kick came towards me from inside the house, aiming for my shoulder. Dropping the bag that had my hero outfit, I jumped back outside and sidestepped the attack that was obviously from the hero who I'm now going to in turn for. Oh. Interesting. I heard the brown-skinned woman say as she had her knees bent, ready to attack once again. Now that I'm looking at her face to face, I have to say the same thing I've said before when my girlfriends Momo and Nijire matured. The anime really doesn't do any justice to the attractiveness of these females and overall characters in general. She was wearing her usual hero outfit that I remembered, that consisted of a white sleeveless leotard with a purple trim around her shoulders and waist. There's also that wide yellow crescent moon design that's on over her chest. If I were to be honest, I would say that the costume looks perfect on her, but maybe I'm just saying that because it showed off her athletic build and the muscles on her legs and arms. And because it showed off those thighs. I was always attracted to girls in anime who had muscle on them. Mikasa Ackerman from Attack on Titan could be an example, and if you don't even remotely think she's attractive, then you most likely swing the other way, and no one's judging. Okay, I wasn't usually the type of person who would go on and on about a woman's appearance, but I could definitely appreciate them. And Rumi Usajiyama was one beautiful lady. But right now, this doesn't matter at all. Why was that? Because the woman herself seems to want to beat me down, and I'm definitely not about to let that happen. The fact that she was a woman didn't matter to me at all. Is this how you greet your interns? I didn't even get to exchange a greeting. Not even a minute passed and I'm already fearing for my life. I said to the long white-haired pro, who had a grin on her face. I obviously didn't fear for my life and the pro hero knew that since I said it in the most nonchalant way. I began to take off my school blazer and the red tie that was around my neck. I could tell she had intentions of continuing to attack me, and my clothes that I have on right now will greatly hinder me and limit the power I could use. Who am I kidding? No, they won't. They're just very uncomfortable. I could fight in a full-body hazmat suit and still kick her ass. Rabbit Hero Miruko. I applaud you for dodging that kick, kid, but then again, I would have been greatly disappointed if you just went out like that. Rumi, or the Rabbit Hero Miruko told me as she relaxed her stance. Madara Uchiha, and you know that attack could have killed any student, right? I questioned her with a raised eyebrow. Maybe I exaggerated a bit, because I know this pro hero wouldn't intentionally risk the life of a student. Well, at least I think so. Oh. But you're not just any student, right? Rumi said to me with a grin that almost made me let out one of my own. And don't be such a baby about it. I've seen what you were able to do in the sports festival, and if you couldn't dodge a simple kick like that, then I would have already sent you back. Miruko told me straightforwardly as she closed her eyes and shook her head, but she wasn't finished. She opened her eyes, red staring right into my currently black and let out a taunting smirk. After all, I have no use for a weakling. The rabbit woman told me. Was she trying to rile me up? Or provoke me? I honestly didn't know, but if that was her intentions, then it definitely didn't work. There's no use in losing my cool from those weaker than me. That's just embarrassing. Weakling. Do you think I'm weak? I questioned her as I started to take off my school dress shirt. A fight was obviously going to break out, and fighting with all those clothes on would just annoy me. You're definitely powerful from what I could tell, but that doesn't mean I won't test you. Don't think that kick was all that there was, because dodging my weakest attack should be of no difficulty to a student of your caliber. And I can only hope that you're not some disgusting pervert and is only undressing because you realized what my intentions were. She told me with her hand to her hip, not even caring about the fact that she was staring at my currently naked chest, analyzing and inspecting my muscles from afar, without a care in the world. But I knew that it wasn't in any sexual manner, since I could see no lust in her eyes whatsoever. Even if I was one good-looking person, Miruko should be in her mid-20s, and I'm sure she's seen a handsome guy with a nice body before. It would have honestly been strange if she really did get flustered. I could only guess she was inspecting me because of my very athletic body from all the daily training I did, and hearing her next words confirmed my thoughts. I can see that you've worked very hard. Muscles in all the right places and nothing unnecessary like those idiot bodybuilders. I've seen a lot of kids your age who wanted to get strong fast, so they'd just go to the gym and do whatever they can to get muscles, and in the end, they'd ruin their possible potential. She said with a nod and continued off by saying, also, when did you start working out your physical capabilities? You don't just get muscles like that, so it's obvious you did some intense training when you were young. Miruko said, sounding curious with a hint of approval. Well, you could say I started training as soon as I awakened my quirk. Since then, I would work past my limits every day, and the results definitely paid off. I told the hero, who smiled at me when she heard my words. I wasn't one to be an attention seeker, because I could have just told her a specific age instead of bragging that I trained every day, but if I were to be honest with myself, it did feel good when someone acknowledges your hard work. So, how exactly are we going to do this? I questioned her. She mentioned testing me, and I'm not sure how exactly she was going to do that. I know it's some sort of fight though. First off, are you sure you don't want to change into your hero costume? Fighting with what you have on now could limit your physical capabilities. She asked me as she glanced at the bag near the door that I dropped earlier. My hero costume. I get where she's coming from, but I honestly didn't need it right now, but I guess changing into my workout clothes would be better. My armor would possibly help with my defense against Miruko's powerful attacks, but I wanted to know the limits to my physical capabilities. Make no mistake. I am definitely not a masochist that likes to get beaten, but I need to know how strong my body actually is. Keep in mind that the only real fight I've had that involved hand-to-hand combat was back during the USJ incident against the Nomo. Fighting Miruko would help me find out how strong my body is. Well, I hope it did. And with my gun-by/bow staff, I won't be using it for this, as I plan to get up close and personal for this fight, and I definitely didn't mean it in that way. My hero outfit would be of no use in my fight with you, but I would like to go put on my workout clothes. I told her, which resulted in a nod. Miruko ended up bringing me inside her spacious house and showed me where I could change. She left me to do so, but not without telling me to meet her in the forest outback when I was done. Now wearing some workout clothes, I faced Miruko in the middle of the forest that was real close to her house. I still didn't have a shirt on, and only had on black workout pants, ninja boots and black gloves that I usually have on when I wear my hero costume. Author, just imagine his current look to the Madara that was fully revived and bitched all the tailed beasts, minus the Hashirama face on the chest. All you have to do to pass my test is stay conscious for the 10 minutes that I'm attacking you. If I knock you out within the time limit, then you could pack your stuff and leave. And don't worry, I'll naturally pull my punches, but don't expect me to go so easy on you. The straight long white-haired woman told me as she held up a small device that had a timer on it. Don't underestimate me, rabbit, you'll probably find yourself to be the one on the floor unconscious before you even realize it. I said back to her, causing her to laugh. A brat with so much confidence. I like you. She said with a big grin on her face as she stuck the device on the tree. I'm not underestimating you, kid, but after seeing your full power at the sports festival, I can tell you that it won't be enough, she continued off by saying. When you hear the device sound off, that's when we start. So that's what it was. Getting into position, I activated my Sharingan and stared right into the red eyes of Rumi. With her grin getting wider and her lust for battle emitting right off of her, I could tell that even though she said those words, she was still looking forward to this match. But there was still one more thing I had to say before we started, that she really needed to know. If you think that was my full power, then you're sorely mistaken. Maybe I can show it if you could make me. I told her with a little grin of my own as I got into position. She wasn't the only one who was looking forward to this fight. Beep. The ground below me cracked, and my most enjoyable battle since I've been reborn in this world begun. Chapter 33, Chapter. Author, guys, I'm so shit at fighting scenes, like damn, they're so difficult. If you read a novel that has some amazing fighting scenes, then give the author some praise because this shit hard, or maybe I'm just that bad at them, haha. Rumi POV. Yes, this is it. What I've been waiting for, ever since I've seen him dominate the sports festival that day. Since I've seen him easily stomp on those weaklings all on his own, without the help of anyone else. breezing through the courses with such ease that it interested me, but it wasn't until his match with that man's son when I truly opened my eyes. When I, for the first time, acknowledged a student's power. Especially one with such a young age, only being in his first year. Even with all those words I said earlier, I didn't truly mean them, because I wasn't stupid. It was pretty obvious that the kid was very powerful. More so than the majority of pro heroes that I know. I've noticed that he seems to hold back a lot, and hopefully my taunting will make him fight seriously, because otherwise, I might just accidentally cripple him. There was also something familiar about him that I couldn't quite understand, but that was until it clicked in my head and I realized just what it was. That grin that was plastered on his face as his long spiky hair fluttered in the wind. His now crimson-red eyes gleaming in obvious lust for battle as his muscles flexed. He's just as excited as I am. You could say right now, the kid reminded me so much of myself, and it was then that I thought that I've made the right decision on picking him as my intern. Beep. Regular POV. As soon as the timer sounded out, Rumi rushed towards Madara with her right leg aiming towards the side of his head, intending to knock him out right then and there. The kick obviously wasn't full-powered, because if it was, she'd most likely kill him by crushing his skull. Or so she thought. The Uchiha didn't shy away from the hero's attack. Why would he? He was already planning on getting up close and personal for this fight, so he ducked to avoid her kick and grabbed her leg to tightly hold onto it, and attempted to slam her down. You got some strength in you, but not enough to restrain me like this. Rumi said as she flexed the muscles on her legs, and seconds later, easily got out of Madara's hold on her by jumping back. What she didn't expect was for the Uchiha to suddenly appear right in front of her with his fist aiming right towards her face. She could tell this wasn't any normal punch, and the pain she felt when his fist landed on her cheek confirmed her assumptions. Wadash, she was going to say, but was punched back a dozen meters, crashing through the weaker trees along the way. Ignoring the pain she was feeling, the rabbit hero brought out her hands, and gripped the ground with her fingers to stop herself from flying back even further. Finally stopping herself, Rumi stood there for a couple moments as the taste of dirt and grass invaded her mouth, causing her to let out a spit. Moving her hand to touch the obviously bruised cheek, she couldn't help but let out a smile. You said something about my strength not being enough. Madara questioned the hero who was now laughing with a bright grin on her face. Haha, how exciting. Rumi shouted as she got into a stance that put her on all fours, looking as if she was ready to pounce on her prey. I have to say, I'm a little surprised she got up from that so easily. Any other person would have been aching in pain, but then again, this is Mirko. She must have a very durable bod dash, Madara was thinking to himself, but was cut off when the bottom of Rumi's purple thigh-high boots greeted his sights, causing him to bend his back backwards to avoid it. Holy shit. Madara thought to himself as he almost caught a glimpse of something truly special as Rumi passed right above him with her leg aimed forward. He has incredible reflexes, being able to dodge my attack that was a breath away from hitting him. Judging by the way he avoided it, he also has great flexibility for someone with that type of body structure. The pro hero thought to herself. Minutes passed as she continued to attack the student, but he was able to dodge every single time. Are you struggling? Maybe I'll let you land a free hit on me since I kinda feel bad. I don't want to crush your ego after all. Madara said to the brown-skinned woman as he effortlessly dodged her attacks with a straight face. TCH, fine then. Rumi said as she jumped high into the air, and spun down, easily landing a kick right on the Uchiha's shoulder, threatening to break it. Luna fall. As the ground cracked under Madara, Rumi was surprised to see no expression of pain whatsoever on his face. How could she not be surprised? She upped the power on this attack and it didn't even faze him. To any normal person, they'd already be 10 feet underground, passed out with a broken shoulder, or groaning in intense pain. But of course Madara wasn't any normal person. He's experienced pain dozens of times worse than this. Having your body destroyed from a whole plane crashing into your room and crushing you truly does hurt. Madara himself could have easily dodged this attack as well, like he was doing earlier, but he was fighting today with the intentions of finding out how strong his body was. And he wasn't disappointed. It looks like I have to get serious against you, kid. I knew you were powerful, but this is actually surprising. Mirko said, but she wasn't finished. Looking at the Uchiha who was standing on a branch with a wooden staff in his hands, she continued off by saying as she jumped towards him with her leg in the air. But your strength still isn't enough. Madara just stood there with a grin on his face as he got his jutsu ready. I always found this jutsu interesting after seeing it in the anime, and after days, weeks and months of training by using many clones, I recreated it. He thought to himself. Water style, aqua mirror jutsu. Getting close to Madara, Rumi was surprised when she saw a mirror form out of water, but she didn't let it stop her, but what came out of said mirror did. A copy, an exact replica of herself came out of the mirror and perfectly reflected her move and collided with her. Repelling backwards, Mirko felt her boots getting wet due to her copy dispersing into water. Looking at Madara, she couldn't help but ask, what was that move? How can you do that? She questioned him. Watching the Uchiha in the sports festival, she knew he was able to use elements, but this technique greatly interested her. But her lust for battle grew even larger. She wanted nothing more than to defeat her in turn. Yes, she already acknowledges him as such. She'd be a fool if she were to send him away. Why would I tell my opponents how my techniques work, Mirko? Madara questioned as he looked at her from the branch he was standing on. The two stood there, staring at each other as they got ready for another round, but that was when they heard a noise. Beep, the timer sounded out, marking the end of the 10-minute time limit. But the two still didn't move. Screw the timer, continue with everything you've got. Mirko shouted to Madara, who nodded his head with a grin. Their fight has been going on for a couple hours and neither of them lost to the other yet. Madara himself has been throwing techniques left and right at Rumi, but she'd always get right back up, or always find a way to avoid them. Water, lightning, wind, and earth jutsus being used to try and knock out the rabbit hero. He didn't use any fire since they were in the middle of a forest, and didn't want to burn it down. He even sent multiple trees at the woman, but she just kicked right through them with a high-powered attack of hers. Why couldn't he just use his superior strength and knock her out? Or just use a jutsu that can easily restrain her? That was because Madara didn't want to win like that. He didn't want to just end the fight by doing that, otherwise he would have done it way earlier to not waste hours of his time. What Madara wanted to do was make Mirko admit defeat, but the woman was actually very stubborn. She would come right back with equal force or greater, every time he attacked her. But now, Madara was growing tired of this and knew just the thing to make her admit defeat. Rumi POV. I can say that this is my most enjoyable fight I've ever had in a while. With obvious joy on my face, I avoided his interesting techniques with the elements as well as going at it with hand-to-hand combat from time to time. It's been a couple hours already and he's still not tired, but I'm not either. Standing a couple meters apart from him, I looked over the multiple bruises and wounds around his body, just like mine. They weren't anything serious, otherwise I would have stopped this match already. Of course, for his sake. Even if I had lost an arm, I would have continued battling with this kid. No, young man, for hours and hours or however long it takes to defeat him. Why? Because the thrill I'm feeling is amazing. Even if I'm not using 100% of my strength. Yes, I was holding back because I didn't want to actually kill Madara. But even if my attacks weren't at full power, it was pretty damn close to it. Mirko, just admit defeat and we'll be done here. His voice sounded out to me, and hearing the words that came out of his mouth, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you kidding me, kid? I'm just getting warmed up. I shouted to him as I was already planning for my next attack. Very well then. Madara said to me as a blue type of aura started to form around him. I didn't know what he was doing and it didn't matter to me, until that aura started to shape into something. Is this a defense technique? I wasn't sure, but I was ready to test it out on my next move. That was until it happened. It grew larger and larger until it was finally completely formed. Absolute shock was what I was feeling. Looking up, I see his familiar crimson red eyes that were in some sort of weird design looking at me. No, looking down at me. Who is this kid? I've never in my life felt this way before. Felt absolutely inferior in front of someone. I'm the type to embrace a life-threatening situation and never back down even in front of a stronger opponent, but this. It took one step and the ground under me shook, almost causing me to lose my balance. I'll definitely remember this day for the rest of my life as I stared at this scene. The day where I, Rumi Usajiyama, admitted defeat to my opponent. How humiliating. I concede defeat. Regular POV. So I'll see you again tomorrow? Madara questioned to the frustrated Mirko, who had bandages wrapped around some parts of her body. She wasn't the only one, as he did as well, but he was sure his wounds would heal pretty quickly. Yes, come back again early morning and we'll have a rematch. She said, still riled up about her defeat earlier. After the match, they had walked back inside the house to patch themselves up. Rumi thought they did enough today, so she was letting him go back home now. You know, you look way more beautiful when you have that grin and huge smile on your face. Madara said causally to the white-haired woman. Shut up, brat, your flirting isn't going to help you get into my pants. The pro-hero said bluntly with a smile on her face. It was worth a try. Goodbye, Mirko. Madara said with a smile as he turned around and ran back home. There was no use in taking the train when you're faster than it. Rumi was unknowingly looking forward to tomorrow, and watching him run back home, she couldn't help but say. So he still has this much stamina to run that fast. Interesting. Chapter 34, Chapter. Author, a lot of you don't like how Mirko admitted defeat rather easily last chapter. Keep in mind that they were only having a friendly spar. It's not like the rabbit was fighting to the death with an evil villain. And you can't tell me that one step of perfect Susanoo wouldn't make her admit defeat. As he felt the sunlight hit against his skin and the comfortable breeze in the air, Madara let out a sigh of content as he ran and jumped on top of the roofs of buildings to get home. Damn, my shoulder feels uncomfortable. Madara thought to himself as he grabbed his right shoulder to rub on it, remembering how he just took the kick from the rabbit hero. Thinking of it, he couldn't help but let out a smile. He truly enjoyed his time with Rumi today, as the fight he had with her was the most exciting he's had since he's been reborn into this world. She did say we'd have a rematch, and I really hope she fights me with 100%. Although, I could be hypocritical for this because I wasn't fighting with my full power either. Madara thought to himself with a light laugh. He didn't know what Rumi's full power was actually like, but he did know that she was very strong. So it was obvious to him that she was holding back when he fought her earlier, but that was only during the beginning of the fight. As time passed during their battle, he remembered feeling the attacks of Mirko getting strong and stronger, but not to the point where she went all out. Madara could only guess that was because it wasn't a serious fight. Just a friendly battle between intern and hero, but it certainly escalated very quickly. Mirko didn't want to seriously injure the kid, and she didn't know the full potential of Madara. What if she sent a fully powered kick and she ended up severely injuring him? But Madara knew that after seeing his last move, Rumi would definitely be going all out now for their matches whenever they fight again. And he was right. Rumi wasn't just going to accept that defeat. Knowing that a student was able to make her concede, it definitely hurt her pride. It was only natural that she would try to get her revenge. Madara himself couldn't help but get excited at the thought of meeting and fighting her again. And what he said to the long white-haired woman before he left was genuine. He really did find her to be more beautiful when she had that huge smile on her face while she fought him. For the first time after dating Nijire and Momo, he could say that he was crushing on a girl. It might seem strange, but it's actually not. Madara, previously Nathan, liked Rumi's character in his past life. So getting to meet her now, it wasn't weird that he'd gained some sort of crush on her. Just imagine one fictional female character that you like, that's not a loli, and picture yourself meeting her face to face, as well as doing your favorite activity, that's not sexual, with her as well. I'm sure you'd gain some sort of crush too. To him, it wasn't the same as when he met the other females in this world that he found cute, that weren't his girlfriends. For example, he found Jiro to be cute and sometimes teased her, but he didn't have a crush on her. Or with Midnight, the R-rated pro hero. He thought she was very beautiful and was of course attracted to her body, but that was it. For now. Looking around, he noticed that he was close to arriving at his house, which got him to think to himself. What am I going to do today? Rumi let me leave pretty early, so I'm sure the other students are still doing their internships. That means Momo is not going to be home for a while, and Nijire is also with that hero she works for. Finally arriving to the Yaoyorozu mansion, Madara saw that his parents were actually home so early. They had left around the same time he and Momo woke up for school, so it was pretty surprising that they'd be here since they usually got back home late afternoon. Hey Mom and Dad. Madara greeted as he walked inside the living room where the married couple sat down together and watched the news. Oh, you're home early. Is there something wrong? Aiko questioned her son in all but blood. Her kids had told her that they'd most likely be home late, so for Madara to appear here this early, without Momo as well, she naturally began to think of the worst. A typical mother. No need to worry, Aiko. I'm sure there's nothing wrong. June said, already knowing how his wife was like. No, I'm fine. Mirko just sent me home early today, but I'll be going back there again tomorrow morning. Madara told his parents, as well as reassuring his mother's worries when he noticed the tone of her voice. He already told the two about Rumi and how he chose to intern for the hero. With Aiko and June knowing who the rabbit was, they were naturally shocked at first when he told them, but also proud of their son. Haha, of course she'd want to keep you as her intern. See, I told you, June. Aiko said with a big smile. She remembered having a talk with June about the possibility of Mirko changing her mind about Madara. Of course they thought about this because they knew the type of person the hero was, and how she liked to work solo. Aiko, I never said she'd change her mind about Madara. June said with a sigh, but smiled when he saw how happy his wife was. Geez, she really does enjoy bullying me, but that's what I love about her. June thought to himself, not realizing how strange the words he said inside his mind were. Before Madara could ask them why they were here so early, the news on the TV began to talk about something that piqued his interest. Killer Stain, huh? I kind of forgot about him if I were to be honest. This also reminds me that the incident with Midoriya, Todoroki, and Tenya will happen around this week. Should I go there as well? I mean, it's not my problem, and where Rumi lives isn't really near where the incident happens. Although, I could test out to see if his quirk works on me. That would be interesting. Madara thought to himself as he tuned out the sound of the TV. I'm just glad Momo and Madara don't work near there, but it's weird how they haven't caught him yet. Aiko said to her husband, who agreed with her words. Well, I'm going to go train and then relax till Momo and Nijire gets here. the Uchiha said to his parents as he went upstairs to his room to change. Once he got there, he began to take off his school clothes, but that was when his phone started ringing. Checking the caller, Madara sighed and thought, why did Nijire and Momo give this woman my phone number? Namiri-sensei was the name on his screen that was calling him. Answering the phone, he immediately heard the voice of the R-rated hero. Madara. How's your internship going? Did Mirko kick your ass already? The women questioned him, sounding a little too excited. I'm actually home right now since Mirko let me leave early today, and no, I wasn't fired or anything like that. Madara said, knowing the type of question she'd ask next. He continued off by saying. And why are you calling me right now? You never do, so something must be up. He questioned her. Well, that's because today is my day off from any hero work, and I have nobody to talk to. Since you're home so early, why don't you come over? Midnight said on the other end, while saying the last part seductively. Madara had to admit that he rather enjoyed hearing that, but he could also tell that the woman was just playing around. You know that's not going to work on me, Namiri. Madara told her, receiving a sigh. It was worth a try, but why don't you and I go to the mall that's close to the school? I know you have nothing better to do, and neither do I. Midnight said to him, causing Madara to think about it. Alright, fine, I'll meet you there in half an hour. Madara told Midnight, and was surprised when he found that she had hung up rather quickly. What an odd person. Madara thought to himself as he stripped his clothes and went to go take a shower for his date with the older woman. Dressed in black pants and casual shoes, along with a collared blue shirt and black light jacket that he left open, Madara walked towards the entrance of the mall where Namiri told him she should be. He wanted to wear something like a hoodie and regular normal shorts, but of course his mother, who somehow found out he was meeting with a woman, stopped him, saying that it would be a waste to wear clothing like that with the looks he had. Knowing that her son didn't like to dress up so much, Aiko gave him this outfit and thought he would look very handsome in it. Judging by the looks he was getting from the various women that were nearby, he could say that his mother was right. Having found the pro hero, Madara saw her standing there in regular clothes, instead of her hero outfit, which made sense since it was her day off today. While she was wearing an elbow-sleeved shirt, skinny jeans, and simple white shoes, she also had her hair in a bun with normal glasses on her face instead of the red ones. Even when wearing simple clothes, it still showed her beauty and curvaceous body. Lucky for Midnight, nobody recognized her since she currently looked so different than her hero self. Era, aren't you handsome? Did you dress up just for me? Namiri said to him with a blush on her face. Ignoring her teasing, Madara asked, so what do you want to do at the mall? I didn't take you for a lady who loved to shop. Hearing his words, Namiri linked her left arm with his right, and walked inside while saying, all women are the same, Madara. It's already been 2 hours since Madara and Namiri entered the mall. The two decided to just go in any stores that they found interesting, and since the mall was very big, there was a lot to go to. Surprisingly, Madara has been enjoying his time with the R-rated hero, and he could tell she was having a good time as well, since she had a smile on her face ever since they started walking around. But there was one constant thing that kept happening during their date, and that was Namiri trying to tease Madara every single time she had the chance to. From thanking the people who said they looked great together as a couple, to having him rate the erotic bikinis that she'd tried on, it was a surprise that Madara didn't respond to her teasing. Currently, they were in a clothing store as Namiri actually wanted to shop for some stuff, and lucky for Madara, she wasn't like those ladies who took years just to pick out some clothes. Maybe I could find something that I could buy for Momo and Nijire, but then again, Momo could just make any item and it wouldn't really be spec-dash. Madara was thinking to himself, but was broken out of his thoughts when Namiri suddenly spoke up. I'm finished, Madara, after I go pay for these we can leave. Midnight said as she went to check out the clothes she picked out. It wasn't a lot because once she was done, she was only carrying 2 medium-sized bags. Since Namiri lived nearby, Madara decided to just walk her home since it was only 5 minutes away. They mostly talked about hero stuff, with the woman telling him her experiences on the field, and with Madara telling her how he and Rumi had a light spar. Finally arriving at a decent-sized house in a quiet neighborhood, Namiri looked towards the Uchiha and asked, do you want to come inside? I don't do this on the first date, but I can make an exception for you, she said in a low voice as she stood right in front of him, but seconds later, she started to laugh out loud. I was just joking. I'm not that horny to actually sleep with a student of mine. Didn't even let me answer her question. The long-haired boy thought to himself. But I actually really enjoyed our small little date. It was a nice way to spend my day off. She said with a genuine smile as she wrapped her arms around his neck for a hug, causing Madara to hold her waist. Separating, Namiri turned towards her front door, but before she could even unlock it, she found herself back into the embrace of her student, with his lips over hers and her as being squeezed. She moaned at the unexpected kiss and to what his hands were doing. For the next 5 minutes, the two stood there exchanging saliva as they kissed each other with their tongues. Squeezing Namiri's big ass that was covered by her skinny jeans, Madara finally separated from her and looked into her sky blue's eyes. Face flushed with her body feeling hot from the wet and long kiss, Namiri stared right back at Madara and asked, "What was that for? You've been teasing me for so long, and you think I wouldn't do anything back?" He questioned her with a raised eyebrow. Hee hee, I'm certainly not complaining. The woman said, now thinking about this sudden development. She just made out with her own student, who was almost 2 decades younger than her. Giving the woman one last kiss, Madara let go of her and said, "I had a great time today, Namiri. I'll see you again at school." Watching her student walk away, she couldn't help but think. It's no surprise he has those 2 girls with him from the way he kisses, and if what I felt poke my stomach was indeed what I think it was, then he's quite big. Taking out her keys, Midnight unlocked the door to her house. After picking up the 2 bags of clothes that she placed on the floor earlier, she went inside to go enjoy herself. Great, now I really have to do my laundry. As Madara ran home once again since he was so used to it by now, he began to think about his time with the older women and the kiss they had earlier. He felt something for the pro-hero, but he was sure that it wasn't anything romantic. Thinking over it now, what he felt for her was sexual attraction, and he was sure that Namiri was feeling the same way. How could he not? The woman had been constantly teasing him ever since that day she ran into him after the sports festival. Madara always ignored her flirting, but today she went too far, which resulted in him kissing her. I have to talk to Momo and Nijire about this. Even though I don't have any romantic feelings for Midnight, and the 2 girls already knew there could possibly be more women, it still feels wrong for me to not talk about this with them. Madara thought to himself. And speaking of Momo, the Uchiha had just received a text from her, saying that she was finally home. Picking up his speed, Madara arrived at the mansion in less than a minute and went to go see his girlfriend. Chapter 35, Chapter. Author, I'm all out of energy. I want you all to know that I don't stack chapters and I write on my phone, so it's pretty troublesome to do this. I released 2 chapters yesterday with the second being late, so there's probably a lot of mistakes in this one because I didn't get much sleep. For this chapter, I focused more on the relationship of Madara and his 2 girls because I wanted you guys to get an idea of how their relationship was like, since I found that aspect to be bland because I didn't properly explain it well. Welp, I can't always write action in every chapter, lol. Arriving at his house, Madara went inside to find it absolutely quiet. Devoid of any sound whatsoever. When he left, his parents were still comfortably cuddling on the sofa as they watched whatever was on the TV, but right now, he didn't see them. They probably went back to their room, but just to make sure. The Uchiha thought to himself as he sensed around the mansion and unconsciously let out a sigh of relief when his assumptions were correct. When he left for his date with Namiri, he didn't leave a clone to watch over the couple that stayed inside. So he naturally thought of the worst happening. Even when they upped the security around the mansion, Madara knew that the villains could effortlessly invade the house with the use of that warping quirk, but of course they'd never do it. Why? Because he lived here. Despite having all this power, Madara himself didn't find his worries to be strange. One thing that he's learned from reading and watching so many fictional work was to never underestimate anyone, especially your enemies. The amount of times he had to watch or read about a main character losing someone very important to them was honestly a crazy amount. All of them were of course because of the main characters underestimating their opponent. He wouldn't make the same mistake as them, and he was sure of it. That was when he created 5 clones and spread them outside the mansion to watch over it. The sound of snores broke Madara out of his thoughts, and when he began walking deeper inside, he saw who the sound was coming from and let out a small smirk. Walking towards his black-haired girlfriend that was still in her hero outfit, Madara picked her up and Princess carried her upstairs to his room. She had texted him earlier, so it's likely that she had just fell asleep. Was the sound that came out of Momo's mouth as she unconsciously snuggled deeper into the embrace of her boyfriend, trying to find the familiar warmth she's used to feeling. It didn't take no longer than a minute for Momo to wake up from her small little nap. What greeted her were the deep black eyes of Madara that gazed at her with a small smile. "Good morning, or afternoon," he said to her as he adjusted himself when she wrapped around him like a koala. Her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, Momo felt even more comfortable and was tempted to fall back asleep. "You're finally here," she said to him quietly as she placed her head on the crook of his neck. "Finally here. Momo, you texted me a couple minutes ago," Madara said as he finally reached his room and placed Momo on his huge bed. The girl herself immediately started to undress out of her hero outfit, and a couple minutes later, stood there naked in all her glory, for only her boyfriend to see. "So what are Mom and Dad doing?" Madara questioned as he himself started to change into something more comfortable. "I came home and found them walking upstairs. I think they're doing their usual sessions. You know how weird they are, Madara." Momo answered as she created black panties to wear and took one of Madara's shirts that were obviously too big on her. Hearing her words, Madara shook his head and put on boxers and a white t-shirt. If there was one thing he learned after living the rich life, it was that most rich couples were very strange. Of course the same can't be said for him, Momo and Nijire. Right. Now in bed with Momo cuddling onto him, Madara listened to her talking about her time with the hero agency. Apparently she was working with a student in class 1B that she enjoyed talking to, but the hero that she was interning for treated them as her fans. Momo, if you don't like working for Iwabami, then you can try looking for someone else. Although I'm not sure if you could even do that, but you had a lot of offers, so I'm sure there could be a better one. Madara told her as he wrapped his 2 arms around his girlfriend's shoulder, who was completely laying on top of him. I don't know, I still feel like I could learn something from her. She can't be a pro hero just because of her looks, right? Momo's muffled voice sounded out, causing Madara to feel the vibrations on his clothed chest. If you ever want to leave that agency, then I'll be there to help you out, he told the girl, who squeezed him even tighter. After a couple minutes of comfortable silence, Momo raised her head off of Madara's chest to look at him. Wasn't there something you wanted to talk to me and Nijire about? I remember you texted me before I even told you I was home, she questioned curiously. I'll talk to you about it when Nijire comes, since I don't want to repeat myself, but it seems like we don't have to wait long since she's walking towards the front door right now, Madara said as he was looking through the eyes of a specific clone that was standing guard in the shadows. Yep, Madara Uchiha was the best security system one could ever ask for. All of a sudden, a swirl of flames came out of nowhere in the middle of the room, with another Madara and Nijire appearing out of it. This was of course the fire version of Shunshin, instead of the usual lightning he uses. What? He couldn't use the lightning version all the time. Actually, it didn't matter which element he used it with it, since they all create the same effect. At this point, it was for cosmetic purposes and to flex on others for when he changes the element. Kaya, was the sound that came out of Nijire's mouth when she appeared in the room. Looking around, she spotted the huge bed that had her boyfriend laying on his back with her sister chilling on top of him. Puffed. Momo tried containing her laugh, but in the end, she couldn't. There was something about messing with people and playing around with them, like what Madara just did, that brought her a weird sense of joy and happiness. It's not weird, right? She questioned herself, but dropped it as she thought it didn't really matter. Of course Momo would never know the reason for this was because she was the daughter of Aiko Yaoyorozu. Madara, why did you do that? Nijire angrily said to the Uchiha with a glare, trying her best to look intimidating, but she could never do it. No matter how hard she tries, she just ends up looking cuter than she already was. The periwinkle-haired girl was happily walking towards the Yaoyorozu mansion while humming since she'd finally get to see her boyfriend, but imagine her surprise when a clone suddenly appears out of nowhere and teleports her here in a swirl of flames. I'm sorry Nijire. I just couldn't wait to see you, so I had a clone just bring you up here, Madara said while chuckling a little. Accepting his apology, Nijire stripped out of her school uniform, revealing her perfect naked body, and went to Madara's huge indoor closet since she left some of her clothes in there for whenever she stays over. Momo already moved off of Madara to lay on his right side instead, since she knew that Nijire would want to cuddle with the long black-haired boy as well. And she was right, because minutes later, the third year came out of the closet with blue sports shorts that tightly hugged her ass and thighs, and a small crop top in the same color. She got onto the bed and crawled towards Madara's left side and gave him a kiss. So can you tell us what you were going to tell Nijire and I? She's here now, so it shouldn't be a problem, Momo asked, receiving a nod from the boy. Madara began to tell his 2 girlfriends about his little date with the R-rated pro hero and explained it in full detail. Even the part of the 2 of them making out and how he felt sexually attracted to the older women. Well, it was always obvious that you were attracted to older women. And don't try to deny it, Madara. I still remember during one of our dates when we went shopping, and you were checking out that nice blonde-haired mother. Momo spoke her thoughts after hearing Madara's story. Now that I think about it, that woman looked a lot like Bakugo. She thought to herself. There's a possible chance then you'll gain feelings for her if this relationship of yours continues, and I know that you wouldn't just dump a lady like that. But who's to say that Midnight doesn't already harbor romantic feelings for you and it's not just sexual attraction? Just like you've told me, you must look underneath the underneath. She obviously wouldn't have asked you out on a date if she didn't like you, and she wouldn't have taken your number either, Nijire said, completely sure that her words made absolute sense. She's right, you know. You said that she had nothing better to do, but we all know that's completely bullshit. But in my honest opinion, I like Midnight and think she's a great woman, Momo spoke out. She sometimes talks with the pro hero and always enjoyed their conversation, and saw that she wasn't just some horny cougar that likes to tease any younger male she finds. So the thought of Midnight having romantic feelings for Madara didn't bother her. This doesn't mean that she'd accept anyone, because if it was someone from her class, then she wouldn't agree with it. There was only one girl in class 1A that Momo could possibly ever approve of. Yeah, Madara. In the end, you should just see how this plays out and go with the flow. I myself don't mind that old lady, so in the end, it's your choice now for what you want to do about this. I have my complete trust in you, so I know you'll make the right decision, and I'll accept what you decide to do for this situation. Nijire said lovingly as she placed a kiss on Madara's neck. The Uchiha himself just listened closely to what his girls had to say. He always thought their opinions mattered most to him and enjoyed talking to them when a problem occurred. That was one thing he loved about his relationship with Nijire and Momo. Whatever problem either of them had, they always talked to each other about it. The three teenagers ended up conversing with each other on whatever topic for a couple hours until they had their usual threesome, but this time in the shower. Since Nijire was able to stay the night, Madara comfortably slept with his two girls clinging onto him. Next day. With the sun up and the morning breeze in the air, Madara freely ran towards the direction of Rumi's house once again for his second day of internships. Today he wasn't wearing his school uniform, but instead had on workout clothes while holding the bag that contained his hero outfit. Running along using his normal speed since he wanted to enjoy the feeling of running like this, Madara took 20 minutes to arrive at the familiar house that was surrounded by huge trees with the forest nearby. As soon as the Uchiha took his first step near the front door, a wild rabbit appeared out of nowhere, aiming a punch to the side of his face. Madara himself let out a smirk as he glanced to the right to see the ever-so-beautiful Rumi Usajiyama with her fist out, and that same grin he recognized from yesterday's fight. So we're getting right into it. The Uchiha said amusingly, as he dodged the punch and countered with one of his own. I see you've arrived, Madara. Rumi said, obviously excited that he's here. Madara noticed how the rabbit actually called him by his name. That was because Rumi herself thought that the Uchiha was no brat with powers such as his. As they kept attacking each other, the two would then go on to fight hand-to-hand all over the area, with a smile on their faces the whole time. You could say it was the start to a unique relationship. Chapter 36, Chapter. Author, some people forgot that this isn't such a serious story. It's just a dude in MHA with Madara's powers lol. I've never wrote anything before and I'm writing on shitty mobile, so don't expect too much. Also, I couldn't sleep last night as usual, so I made this chapter, so ignore possible mistakes and plot holes or whatever. I wrote this last night and I just now woke up to upload it LMAO. My intentions this chapter was to show how Rumi and Madara's relationship is developing. Hope I did a good job. 3,267 words for this chapter. Before Madara arrived. It was early in the morning, and the rabbit hero was already awake, completely energized for the day. Wearing her hero outfit, Rumi was currently standing in the middle of the forest that was nearby her house with weights around the area, as she herself just got done finishing a light workout. Although she had a small little gym inside her house, she rarely ever uses it, and would instead go outside into the forest since the environment always made her comfortable and gave her a sense of peace. That was also the reason why she chose to live so close to the forest where there's a lot of trees, and the fact that she disliked the idea of living in the city, or neighborhood in general, helped her make the decision of living in this area. Of course she still lived close by the city since she was a pro-hero and needed to be there if a problem arises. After all, what's the point of being a hero if she can't even be there on time to save others? As the brown-skinned woman began to pack up all of the weights in a box so she could bring it back inside, she began to think of a certain long spiky black-haired Uchiha, who went by the name of Madara. Although she didn't know why, Rumi herself was greatly looking forward to seeing her in turn again. Maybe it was because of the familiar vibes she got from him, or it was because their fight yesterday brought her so much joy, but whatever it was, it didn't matter to the white-haired woman because sooner or later, she'd be getting her next adrenaline kick. Either way, once he arrives here, I'm getting straight into the action. The rabbit hero was thinking to herself as she carried the heavy box and brought it inside. Once she was done with that, she went out to her backyard and contemplated on what to do. I really hope he doesn't come late and make me wait for high dash, the pro-hero was thinking to herself, but the sound of someone coming close to her front door interrupted her thoughts. A huge grin formed on the beautiful, long white-haired woman's face, showing all of her perfect white teeth. Her eyes gleamed and excited as she instantly took off towards the direction of where her intern should be. It should be known that Rumi's hearing abilities are outstanding and simply superhuman, so being able to hear Madara finally arriving was pretty easy for her. I see you've arrived, Madara. Rumi said, as she dodged a punch that was aiming for cheek, and counterattacked with her own. Unfortunately for her, Madara easily blocked it with his forearm, but didn't move afterwards. Geez, Mirko. No hello, or even a simple good morning. Madara questioned the red-eyed woman with a smirk. Putting more power into her punch, Mirko's muscles flexed, and seconds later, she was able to overpower Madara's block, making him go flying. She didn't even respond. Madara thought, as he flipped himself in the air and effortlessly landed on his 2 feet. Skidding backwards as he landed, he finally came to a stop when he felt his back against a tree. Seeing that her punch had no effect on the Uchiha, Mirko bent down in position, and rushed towards his direction with her legs raised. Luna Arc. Having a feeling that it wouldn't do good to block the front-facing axe kick of Rumi's, Madara instead quickly ducked and jumped a couple meters away from the white-haired woman. Haha. You're running away from me now. Rumi taunted towards her in turn as she easily made a hole in the tree that Madara had his back to, making the top half fall off. Of course Madara didn't get fazed from her taunting, and looking at the now broken tree with its top half on the ground, the Uchiha couldn't help but shake his head, but his excited and his eyes were very clear. Any other student would have had their heads crushed from that kick alone. Madara thought to himself as he stared at the brown-skinned woman, who looked as if she was getting ready to attack once again. But Madara wouldn't let her get the chance. Seeing Madara leap high into the air with his right leg raised, Rumi felt her instincts yelling at her to immediately move out of the way, and having always followed them, the rabbit did so. Concentrating his strength and chakra into the heel of his foot, Madara with great speed, swung his right leg down, aiming towards the rabbit hero who unfortunately, or fortunately, was able to evade on time. A loud booming sound was created the moment his foot hit the ground. Madara put enough force into it to make a large crater while also decimating the surrounding area. Rumi was certainly shocked at this destruction, but another thought flooded inside her head as she looked around to see just how much damage Madara's attack created. Are you trying to ruin the area around my house? Just look at how many of my beautiful trees you destroyed. Rumi shouted once she realized how wrecked the area was. It was almost as if she forgot that she herself destroyed a tree just earlier. I should have just brought him into the middle of the forest like last time for our fight. Now all this is going to take a long time to get fixed. As well as a lot of money. The pro-hero thought to herself with a sigh, but hearing her intern's next words made her glad that she didn't have to worry about all this damage. Don't worry, I'll fix the area with my earth element, so there's no need to get worked up about it. Also, if last time her instincts were yelling, here it was like they were screaming at her about this grave danger that was about to happen. At first she didn't understand, but when the ground began to shake, she began to prepare for whatever was coming. Don't worry about the trees either. If you like them so much, then I'll give you better ones. No, I'll reshape this whole area with a forest of my own. Madara said with a huge grin as he clasped his hands together. He was feeling complete joy in this battle with the beautiful Rumi, just like yesterday. Knowing that the pro is able to move around and evade his mediocre jutsus, Madara decided to attack with the stronger ones today. That was another reason why he was currently so happy. Since arriving in this world, he didn't have any opponents that allowed him to use more of his destructive jutsus, other than Todoroki. But then again, that was only because the half-and-half teenager used an attack where his Great Fire Annihilation was the best choice to get rid of it. Well, not really the best choice since he could have countered that move with just his physical strength, but it did grant him a chance to use the famous fire jutsu. Also, he wanted to make sure his techniques were perfect, so any of the moves the white-haired hero was able to counter, he'd improve them later on to make sure she'd never be able to do it again. You could say Rumi was currently Madara's own little test subject. With style, deep forest emergence. The surrounding area began to shake and rumble as trees burst out of the ground and rushed towards the wide-eyed Rumi Usajiyama, but her lust for battle only intensified as she was already coming up with different ways to avoid this. As the huge trees came her way, Rumi used her superior agility to slip in between the gaps and quickly destroy any wood that would come close with the use of her superhuman strength. Of course she herself knew that she couldn't destroy all this, so her only bet was what she was doing now. As the attack finally stopped, dust filled the surrounding area, but with a simple wind jutsu, Madara was able to completely disperse it. Looking over, he saw no sight of the rabbit hero, but he was able to sense her close by. Removing most of the wood in the area, the sight of Rumi standing there with a huge grin greeted him. He couldn't help but check her out as one of her metal plates was destroyed, and it showed the bruised brown skin of her side. As well as the lower front part of her outfit destroyed that showed off her stomach. Laughing out loud, Madara appeared in front of Mirko and asked, "Can you still dance? Are you able to continue fighting, or do you concede just like yesterday?" Hearing the last part of his sentence made Rumi remember her defeat yesterday. How Madara made her feel humiliated. Even if it was just a friendly fight, she didn't like the feeling of losing. So hearing Madara say those words, she glared at him and decided now that she'd finish this battle. Rumi jumped at him and saw how unconcerned he looked when seeing her close in on him, but the pro would use that to her advantage. She thought that Madara himself thought that this was just one of her regular attacks that he could easily dodge, but he was wrong. Or so she thought. Landing on top of his shoulders, Rumi wrapped her legs around his head and gripped tightly. Luna T. Harris. This move allows Mirko to cleanly rip her opponent's head off their shoulders with the use of her superhuman leg strength. Of course she wasn't going to do that with her in turn, but she herself thought that it would be enough to make him unconscious. Feeling the soft thick and muscular thighs around his head, Madara would have enjoyed it for longer, but the uncomfortable feeling of Mirko's legs flexing made him want to stop this. Gripping his hands on her feet that was wrapped around his chest, Madara used his strength to separate her legs from him, and slammed Rumi down on the ground. With cracks under her, Mirko looked at Madara in surprise, but it didn't stop her from pulling the young man down with her. Now with him completely on top of her, Rumi wrapped her legs around his waist and tried to squeeze, but the feeling of Madara's hand around her neck stopped her. I didn't know we'd be so close this soon. Madara said in a low voice as his face was very close to hers. He could feel her breath hitting against his skin, and it was obviously the same for her. Shut up, brat. Rumi simply said as she continued to try and get the upper hand, but wasn't successful. Oh. So it's back to being called brat. And here I thought that we were actually forming a nice relationship. Madara told her as he himself was struggling. No. He was not struggling with holding Rumi off, but with keeping himself from getting a boner. How could he not? The Uchiha was able to feel her breast pressed up against his chest with how close they were, and with Rumi having her legs wrapped around his waist, it definitely didn't help at all. Keep in mind that Rumi basically has on a leotard, and with how much she was moving, she was dangerously close to feeling Madara's hard-on rub against her clothed pussy. And if the Uchiha didn't restrain his boner, then it would definitely happen. Fuck. Madara thought to himself as Rumi struggled again, which caused her breast to move up and down on his chest. Rumi didn't care if this became a wrestling match, since she herself was still going to beat him, but that was when it happened. When she felt something long and thick press up against her special place, she blanked out when she figured out what it was. Madara instantly got off of Mirko and knocked her out before she knew it. We literally just met, but geez, this is awkward. He thought to himself with a sigh. He didn't mind what just occurred, but he just met the hero yesterday. What if she thought of him as some creepy pervert and sent him away? Well, let's hope she isn't mad or pissed off when she wakes up. Madara said as he began to fix the surrounding damage. With Tamura. I hate him, sensei. I want him dead. A light blue-haired man-child said to the person that was talking to him through his laptop. He continued off by saying. Are the Nomu ready for the attack? He questioned as he scratched his neck. Tamura had just got done meeting with the hero killer, and he could say that he hated the man. To him, what was most annoying about Stain was that ideology of his. Tamura wanted nothing more than to ruin this man's pride and dignity. Of course this wasn't all surprising since the man-child seems to have a deep hatred for anyone who crosses him or ruin a plan of his. Calm down, it's good that you're making your own decisions, Tamura, but remember to make sure that everything goes smoothly. Can't have you captured by those heroes. All for One said on the other end. Do you think we can go and try to capture Madara Uchiha while all the Nomu attack Hosa City? He asked as he looked at a file with Madara's name on it. Glaring furiously, remembering how the student easily ruined all of his plans to kill All Might that day. No. Remember I told you to inform all the members not to engage in a fight with the boy by themselves. So the possibilities of capturing him is very low. Added to the fact that he's with that rabbit hero, then we're better off with leaving it for another time. All for One said when he heard the boy's question. That's how dangerous he saw Madara to be. Dangerous enough to order the members not to fight him on their own. The fact that he's interning with Rumi Usajiyama would make it even more difficult to capture the Uchiha. All for One knew that the current members were no match for that woman yet. He'd rather not attack her. It's not like he's scared of the women, All for One just doesn't want to lose any more members when it's not necessary. It'll just delay his plans. Remember Tamura, Madara Uchiha is possibly our biggest threat after All Might, but don't worry because once I get my hands on his quirk, then we'll be unstoppable. AFO said with a cruel smile. He himself knew the potential of that boy's quirk. If he were to be honest with himself, it reminded him of his late brothers. Completely different, but still closely similar. This resemblance just made him all the more eager to try and take it for himself. Couple hours later. After Madara fixed the surrounding area, Rumi had woken up, but she didn't say a word about the previous incident, and neither did the Uchiha. They had continued to fight with each other afterwards, and it always ended up with Madara knocking the rabbit woman unconscious, which greatly annoyed her, but she'd be lying if she said she wasn't employing these battles. Now, the two were lying on the fresh green grass, next to each other with their shoulders touching. Rumi and Madara had some light sweat on them as these past few hours could be considered a workout. Of course the two could have easily continued fighting since they both had an unnatural amount of stamina, but the rabbit hero decided that it was enough. A smile was currently plastered on Rumi's face as her chest moved up and down. You could say she looked kind of erotic, especially with the words that just came out of her mouth. You're really good, Madara. The long white-haired woman said with a low voice as she turned her head to the left to look at her in turn. You can't be saying stuff like that, Mirko. Madara replied back with a smile of his own. TCH, I knew you were a pervert. She said, obviously joking since she herself was laughing a little with no hint of disgust in her voice. And it's Rumi. Rumi Usajiyama. Mirko said to the young man. Eh? What brought this on? Madara questioned. The only other teacher to tell him to call them by their real names were Midnight and All Might. Madara. It's been 2 days and we haven't even had a proper greeting yet, nor have we gave each other a proper introduction, but you could say that our fights have brought us closer. So, my name is Rumi Usajiyama. Rabbit Hero, Mirko. She said with a beautiful smile. Madara Uchiha, Madara Uchiha. Madara said, getting a small laugh out of the red-eyed woman when she realized that his hero name was just his real name. Why don't you tell me a little about yourself? I realize that I know nothing about you, other than the information on your file. Rumi said, genuinely curious. Madara began to talk to Rumi about himself. Of course he didn't say much, but mentioning how grateful he was for his adoptive parents, Nijire and Momo, and his time so far at UA was fine to him. They spent the next hour laying on the grass next to each other, as they shared stories. Rumi mostly shared her memorable moments in her hero career while also giving Madara advice. It's been fun, Madara, but we're going to have to cut back on the fights for a little while. Rumi told him. Seeing the confused expression on his face, Rumi explained what she meant. This is your internship. I'm supposed to teach you and show you how a hero works on the field. You have great abilities and a shit ton of destructive power, but it would do good if you learned how to use those abilities in certain situations. I think it's best that you learn what abilities you should use at the right time and where as well. Can't have you messing up by using the wrong technique when you could have done something better to solve whatever problem quicker and more efficient. So that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. Rumi properly explained to the Uchiha. Madara understood now. If he were to be honest, he'd say that he completely forgot the true purpose for the internships. He was having so much fun in fighting the woman next to him, but he himself agreed with her words. It would do good for him to get some experience on the field and see how a pro hero works. After Madara nodded in understanding, Mirko got up and said, well, you can go ahead and leave for the day. I think our fights here is enough. Afterwards, she walked back inside with Madara following. All the Uchiha did was take his hero outfit that he didn't use once again, and left after saying goodbye. Watching his figure leave the area, Rumi began to think about certain things. Geez, get your mind out of the gutter. She thought to herself as she shook her head and walked back inside to go eat a carrot. Chapter 37, Chapter. Author, damn, I slept like a baby after updating yesterday, lol. Woke up this morning, took a shower and made this chapter. 2,754 words for this chapter. As Madara was running back home after another day with Rumi, he began to think about the words she said when talking about doing patrols tomorrow. The rabbit hero told him that he should learn what ability he should use at the right time for the proper situation, and he couldn't help but agree with her. What Rumi said made sense. He has all that power, but he's also a human, and humans make mistakes. Since he's been reborn in this world, all Madara has been doing is training, and more training. So using the wrong jutsu for a situation, or making a bad decision when a problem occurs was still a possibility, but Madara would make sure that doesn't happen and hopefully get some experience when he goes out patrolling with Rumi. His first actual fight with villains was during the USJ incident and he did perfectly well on stopping them, so he knows stopping criminals and villains won't be such a problem. Speaking of criminals, as Madara was running on top of the buildings to go home, he heard something going on down below on the streets. A man with a black hoodie and pants was running along with a bag strapped onto his back. Madara noticed some police officers chasing after the assumed criminal, but he also noticed that the man was way too fast for any of the officers to catch him. Looks like he has a speed-type quirk. Madara said to himself as a smirk stretched onto his face. He couldn't help but find this situation interesting. If these officers can't catch him, then I might as well do it. Madara thought to himself as he turned and ran on top of the buildings while having his eyes locked on his target. 5 police officers grit their teeth as a target of theirs was easily getting away from them. The men should have been caught a long time ago since there was a hero nearby, but unfortunately, the hero was very weak and couldn't go up against this villain. The men they're chasing recently robbed a convenience store and shot the worker behind the cash register when they tried fighting back. Luckily for that guy, his wound wasn't fatal and he was saved from nearby witnesses who called the cops and an ambulance. So here they are now, running on foot to catch this man with some type of quirk that enhanced his speed. Where are the drivers? If we had our cars, we would have caught him by now. One officer said, with the others agreeing. They'll be here soon, in approximately 5 minutes, or maybe dash, another officer was saying, but that was when it happened. Something that greatly surprised them. As the criminal was about to take a right turn, an unknown person suddenly appeared out of nowhere from above. When the officers finally caught up, they got a clear imagine of who appeared. A young man with waist-length spiky black hair had his foot on the back of the now unconscious robber. Who are you, kid? You shouldn't have interfered. You should know that using your quirk in public without a hero license isn't allowed, so we'll let you off with a warning. One of them said as the others took the criminal and handcuffed him. Madara himself just looked at all of them unamused. Damn, not even a thank you or anything. He thought to himself, but he didn't really care for any praise. Who said I used my quirk? All I did was jump down from that small building and caught him off guard. Also, the least you could do is thank the person who helped you guys catch this criminal. Madara said to the 5 officers who were now staring at him. You don't have to lie, young man. You can go off with a warning, but next time that won't happen, so make sure you don't use your quirk in public without a license. One of them replied back to the Uchiha. Wait a minute, you're Madara Uchiha, right? You a student and winner of this year's sports festival? One of them questioned in surprise, having finally recognized this teenager who looked very familiar to him. And now that he realized just exactly who this was, he now knew that the boy wasn't lying about not using his quirk. Having watched the sports festival, the officer knew, or assumed, that his quirk was using the elements like wood, lightning, and fire. The unknown first year from U.A., who was able to easily win the sports festival, and defeated Endeavor's son with a sea of flames that came out of his mouth. Madara nodded his head at the officers, but he had a question that he was genuinely curious about. The officers seemed so serious and strict about people not using their quirk in public, but what if a situation arises where they have no choice but to use it? Would they get in trouble? He remembered in the anime where Izuku tried saving Bakugo from that slime dude when no other hero was doing anything to help at the moment, but they still scolded the boy. But I could slightly understand them though. He was just a little middle school kid that ran right into the situation. He could have definitely made it worse, but I have to admit that if he didn't do so, All Might probably wouldn't have saved Bakugo. Madara thought to himself. I'll just ask Rumi about this tomorrow. Looking at the officers, he smiled and said, Welp, I'm sure that we're done here, so have a nice day. He waved his hand and what happened next shocked the 5 police officers that were watching him. Wind started to surround Madara's whole body, until it became a small little tornado that spun faster and faster until finally, it stopped. The wind wasn't the only thing that disappeared, but Madara himself did as well. Wait, he just used his quirk after I just told him not to. The officer who gave the warning to Madara said with a sigh. The one who recognized Madara, laughed at the guy and patted his shoulder. There's no need to think too much about it. I'm sure we can let this pass. After all, he did capture the criminal on his own. Appearing on top of a small building, Madara chuckled a little and ran towards the direction of the Yaoyorozu mansion. It didn't take long since he arrived there in 15 minutes since he took his precious time. He was in no hurry. Momo wasn't going to be there for another couple hours since Rumi sent him early once again. Aiko and June weren't there either as they texted Madara that they'd be home at around dinner time. Nijaya herself comes during the time Momo gets here, so for the next few hours, he'll be all by himself, but of course he wasn't complaining. All Madara planned to do was train and work on perfecting the jutsus that Rumi was able to counter and evade. And that's exactly what he did. When he arrived to the mansion, Madara just ate a small snack and went right to the forest nearby. Since he already had his workout clothes on, he didn't bother to change. He created multiple clones to go and practice the jutsus while others practice using Tsunade's strength technique in different ways. For example, just using a single finger to break something or just punching the air to take out his target by using a wind blast. An hour and a half later, Madara dispelled the clones and went back inside to take a shower. When he was finished, he received a text message from Momo asking if he could pick her up from the hero agency she's working for. This confused the Uchiha since Momo never asked him to pick her up before, but he wasn't going to deny her. He didn't mind seeing her right now, so Madara got dressed in simple running shoes, black joggers, and a black hoodie Momo made for him one day that had the Uchiha symbol where his heart should be. Madara texted his girlfriend saying that he would be there and instantly ran towards the direction where the agency she worked for should be. Of course he knew the location since he had Momo tell him so he could be there quickly if something ever happens. With Momo and Kendo. You're not riding the train today, Momo? Itsuka Kendo, Momo's fellow intern who worked for the same hero as her asked. Itsuka has teal eyes and long ginger hair that's tied into a high ponytail on the left side of her head. Just like Momo, she was wearing her usual hero outfit. Sorry Kendo, but not today. I asked my boyfriend to pick me and he'll be here soon. Momo apologized and smiled once she said the last part. Oh, you mean Madara Uchiha? Strongest first year? Kendo questioned, but she of course already knew the answer. Madara and Momo's relationship was already known amongst the first years. Momo let out a small laugh and said, I'm sure you already knew that Kendo. You even mentioned it before when we first met. The ginger-haired girl let out an awkward laugh and said, sorry Momo, but I was just curious about him. Like how's he like? I never talked to him before, but after the sports festival, my class couldn't stop discussing about him. Well, why don't you find out for yourself when he gets here? Momo said as she pointed behind Kendo. The girl herself turned around and jumped when she came face to face with the person they were talking about. Holy shit. How long were you standing there for? Kendo questioned in surprise as she put her hand to her chest to calm her beating heart that raced when Madara scared her. Momo laughed at her friend. She couldn't help it. She just greatly enjoys seeing people get scared like that, and she wasn't sure why. Hello Itsuka Kendo. Momo has told me a lot about you. Madara greeted as he pulled Momo in his embrace while wrapping his arms around her shoulders. Itsuka felt awkward at this display of affection, but she kept quiet about it when she saw the blissful expression on her friend's face. It's nice to finally meet you, Madara. I know our classes don't really get along, but I hope you know not everyone in 1B is like the others who express their hate for your class and most of the students. Kendo said with a small laugh. As class representative of Class 1B, she wanted to say this since she guessed that some jealous kids might come up to Madara one day and say something stupid that'll get their asses beat. No one has ever said something rude to me, at least not to my face. And judging from how kind you are, I'm sure not everyone is like the ones who try to instigate a fight with my classmates. It also looks like they chose a good representative for Class 1B, Madara replied back to her. He wasn't one to actively go and try to make friends, but the least he could do was be nice to her and give her a compliment. Kendo is a nice girl, and the fact that Momo had only positive things to say about her and found her to be a good friend already put her on the list of people Madara didn't mind. Well, it was nice talking to you, but it looks like Momo is pretty tired. Madara said as he prepared to leave, but not before creating a clone that appeared in an ally that was right next to them. Of course Kendo didn't notice that as she was too busy saying her goodbyes to Momo. After that was finished, they disappeared in a swirl of flames, surprising the nearby people and Kendo herself. The snake hero named Iwabami was in her own personal room fixing her makeup and making sure it was perfect. About 5 minutes ago, she had sent her 2 interns away and couldn't help but smile at how great they'd be for a commercial. Iwabami is a pro hero as well as a celebrity. She's a beautiful woman with long blonde hair that has curly locks at the end and golden eyes with vertical slits. Her most noticeable feature is the 3 snakes that are protruding from her hair. She herself had a fan meetup soon, so she went into her closest to find something more eye-catching to wear. Once she did, she was about to undress herself, but a voice sounded out. I wouldn't do that right now. I'm sure you don't want someone watching you as you strip. A clone of Madara casually said as he stared at the pro hero. Of course Iwabami didn't know that this was currently a clone, but she did know who this was. How could she not? She herself has sent him a nomination so he could work for her. Madara Uchiha. Can you please tell me why you're in my room, having clearly snuck in here? Iwabami said, completely hiding her surprise at not being able to sense the boy with the use of her snakes. I just wanted to have a small talk with you. Madara said seriously as he eyed the pro hero. Seeing her nod her head, he continued talking. Momo Yaoyorozu. She told me what you've been having her do and how you treat her, and let's just say that I couldn't help but be disappointed. Madara said while shaking his head. Iwabami furrowed her brows at his words. And what makes you think you can tell me how to treat my interns? This isn't any of your business, besides, it's not like I'm abusing them or anything. She said to Madara. Oh. Of course it's my business when it involves my girlfriend. Momo doesn't want to be a celebrity or care about a fan base. All she wants to do right now is increase her abilities and improve them to become a hero, but her talents are wasted here with you. Not just her talents, but Kendo's as well. All I ask is for you to actually start teaching them something instead of wasting their time with that commercial of yours. If not, then I'll just find a better hero that Momo could work for. Madara told her with his arms crossed as he stared into her eyes. Iwabami herself thought of his words and sighed. She thought about the times where Momo and Itsuka looked like they didn't want to be here anymore, but they still did everything she asked for. I guess I could. He's right, it would be wasted potential. She thought to herself. Very well. I promise to teach them properly, but I still wish to finish the commercial with them. Iwabami said to Madara. Having made sure she wasn't lying, Madara nodded and was about to dispel himself, but the woman continued talked. But, why don't you join my hero agency and work for me as an intern? You could even stay here with your girlfriend. She asked him with a charming smile. She sent a nomination for Madara because of his strong quirk and handsome features. Iwabami mainly wanted him because she thought the young man could be a very popular celebrity with just his looks alone. I'm going to have to decline, I already have someone that I'm working for. Madara instantly replied back with no hesitation. And just exactly who? Iwabami questioned once she saw how easily he declined, putting a dent into her pride. Rabbit Hero Mirko. Was all Madara said before he disappeared in a puff of smoke and dispelled himself. Iwabami stood there in shock when she heard Rumi's hero name. Her. She can have him, looks like I had no chance whatsoever. No wonder he instantly rejected my offer. She thought to herself with a sigh. With Momo and Madara. What are you smiling about? Momo, who was in Madara's arms, asked. I'll tell you when we get home. Was all Madara said as he picked up his speed. Momo didn't say anything else and snuggled closer to her boyfriend as she felt the comfortable breeze on her skin. Chapter 38, Chapter 2366 words for this chapter. With Momo in his arms, Madara finally arrived back home and went straight into his room. Momo went to hers to go change out of her hero outfit that she had on earlier, and once she was done, she went to Madara's room to go and cuddle with him. As she was walking there, Momo began to think about something that made her laugh to herself. I haven't slept in my own bed for years now. I swear that I spend more time in Madara's room than my own. At this point, we might as well go and buy a house for ourselves. Opening the door to Madara's spacious room, Momo walked in and saw him laying shirtless, showing off the defined muscles that made her lick her lips. Even after seeing him shirtless for so long, the effects of seeing him like this were always the same. It would always end up with her being aroused. Of course the same could be said for Madara. He was just on his phone while laying down, checking the internet for anything interesting, but his girlfriend comes in with black panties and a short crop top that showed off her toned stomach. Let's not forget that she had her hair down, which, in his opinion, made her 10x more beautiful. Momo got on the bed and immediately took her place on top of her boyfriend and laid her face on the crook of his neck, taking in his scent. If she were to be honest, she'd say that their current position always made her very comfortable. As a matter of fact, she was tempted to just actually fall asleep, but she needed to ask Madara something. So, are you going to tell me why you were randomly smiling when you were carrying me home earlier? You did say that you'd tell me when we get home. Momo said while smiling, as she felt him wrap his arms around her, bringing her even closer to him than she already was. Well, I finally met your boss. I sent a clone to go speak to her before we left. Madara said to her as he stroked her back with his hands. What did you say to her? Momo questioned. I told her to actually teach you something instead of having you follow her around to do pointless things. Madara answered her question. Momo brought her head up from Madara's neck, and stared right into his black eyes. Using her hand, she moved his hair that was covering his right eye. She still never understood why he let his hair cover his eyesight, because she herself would have had problems on seeing perfectly fine if her hair was like that. But of course Madara's hair never hindered him in battle. Something that she was secretly jealous of, but she'd never admit it to him. Stroking his surprisingly very soft hair, Momo kissed his forehead and said, I know I complained about it to you, but you didn't really have to go out of your way to talk to her, Madara. The black-haired girl said with a smile, with appreciation clear in her voice. Hearing her words, Madara let out a sigh and closed his eyes. Sometimes Momo was just too nice for her own good. Sometimes. No, Momo. Your potential is very high and I don't want your abilities to be wasted with some woman who only wants you in her agency because of your looks. I already told her, if she doesn't teach you anything, then I'll go and find someone better that you can intern for. Madara said to her. Momo nodded her head when she heard her boyfriend's words. Thank you, Madara, but I'm not the only one interning there. What about Kendo? She questioned him, thinking of her new friend. I mentioned Kendo as well, Momo, but if Iwabumi really doesn't do what I ask, then I'm going to look for a new hero for you only. At the end of the day, Itsuka Kendo isn't my problem, but you are. I'm not going to go out of my way for someone I barely know, Momo. The girl herself didn't argue whatsoever when she heard his words. She knew what type of person he was already. How could she not? She's been with him since birth. So she knew that Madara wasn't the type of person to go out of his way and meddle in other people's situation, and Momo completely understood that. She wasn't going to force her boyfriend to help a friend of hers if he doesn't want to. Kissing his bottom lip, Momo kept her eyes open to allow Madara to see the intense love she had for him in her eyes. Even when she said that he didn't have to do this for her, she still felt very grateful. I love you, was all Momo said as she gave him one last peck to the lips and placed her head where it was before. Love you too, Momo, and looks like Nijire is finally here, Madara said, having already seen the periwinkle-haired girl arrive at the front door of the mansion. He did the same thing as yesterday, and had a clone shunshin her into his room. Unfortunately for Momo, Nijire didn't scream in fright like last time. The girl herself was slightly expecting it, but she still jumped a little. When Nijire appeared in a swirl of flames, she instantly went towards Madara and gave him a kiss on the lips. Nijire, the least you could do is change into your clothes, Momo said, missing the feeling of being completely on top of Madara since she moved out of the way for Nijire. Separating from her boyfriend, Nijire let out a smile and said, why don't we all go have a little swim today? We haven't gone there in a while. She was in the mood to get all wet and naked right now, but only because she did a lot of work today at the agency she was working for. Madara and Momo agreed with what she said. They really haven't gone to the indoor pool in a while, so it should be pretty fun to do so today. And that's exactly what they did. The three teenagers stripped completely naked and decided to chill in their jacuzzi together. Of course they did all sorts of things that won't be described. When they were all done and satisfied, they all took a shower, got dressed, and then cuddled up together until Aiko and June arrived for dinner. Needless to say, the rest of the afternoon and nighttime was very enjoyable as they mostly spent it as a family. Watching a movie in the living room, Madara had his two girls close to him on the couch, and June and Aiko stayed comfortable with each other on the other one. Next day. It was the next day and about 12 p.m. this time around. Madara just arrived at Rumi's house with the same workout clothes as yesterday, and once he got there, the sight of the rabbit hero waiting at the front door greeted him. "Good morning, Rumi." Madara greeted, using the name she asked him to call her. "It's not even morning anymore, Madara, but good afternoon. Let's get inside so we can discuss," the white-haired woman said as she turned around and walked through her door, not realizing that Madara was currently staring at her backside. "So no spar today? I know you said we wouldn't be fighting, but I didn't think you wouldn't back down from your words," Madara said a little jokingly as he followed her inside the spacious house. Rumi went and sat down on the chair that was in her living room. There was one big couch facing the direction of the television mounted on her wall, and then a single chair that faces a different direction. Rumi moved the chair to face the other couch and sat on it, as well as gesturing for Madara to sit across from her. Getting comfortable, Rumi sighed and then looked at her in turn. "Madara, I would love to continue sparring with you, but this is your internship and I think doing patrols for now would be best for you. You already have the absolute power, strong abilities and unique techniques, but I genuinely think that if you had more experience to go with it, you'd easily become the #1 pro hero," Rumi said, completely sure of it. No, she wasn't just hyping Madara up just to make him feel better or anything, those were just her genuine and truthful thoughts. She firmly believed that all Madara needed to be the #1 pro hero was experience on the field. If any other pro hero heard the rabbit's words, they would have thought that she was insane, because declaring that her intern would become #1 was like saying All Might was really a woman. No one would believe it. Well, at least certain people would. "It's okay, Rumi. I always wanted to try and take out some villains. Actually, just yesterday I caught a criminal with a speed-type quirk that some officers weren't able to catch," Madara said as he began to explain the whole thing to the red-eyed woman. "So you really used your quirk right in front of them after they told you not to?" Rumi said as she let out a laugh when she heard his full story. "Yeah, are they really that strict about people without hero licenses not using their quirks in public?" Madara asked her the question that he was wondering yesterday. "Well, I would say that it depends on the situation, Madara. You have to understand that some cops are more chill than others, and some would even give you a warning for the most simplest things. For using your quirk in public, I'm sure if someone with a water manipulation type quirk just used it to wash their face, they wouldn't get in trouble, but if they started doing something like making the whole area rain and disturbing the other citizens, then they'd mostly get in trouble. They usually look away unless you go on a rampage with your quirk, so I'm sure the reason why you got a warning was because you activity went and perused a villain and tried to catch him, but of course you weren't using your quirk so they can't do anything," Rumi explained to Madara, getting a nod from him. "When I shunshin away from those cops, I heard one of them saying that it wasn't so serious, and the others didn't even bother on trying to find me to warn me. Was that why? Because I was just teleporting away so they didn't mind it. Makes sense," Madara thought to himself. Getting up off her chair, Rumi said, "We've already spent too much time talking. Go ahead and get dressed in your hero outfit so we can go patrolling." Afterwards, she went and walked through the front door, most likely waiting for the Uchiha until he was ready. Too much time talking. It's only been about 5 minutes. Madara thought to himself as he went into the bathroom to go get changed. 20 minutes later. Together with Rumi, Madara ran alongside her on top of the buildings while scouting the area. The rabbit hero herself wanted to go to a specific area since she was notified this morning that there weren't any heroes nearby. "Rumi, how do villains know when there aren't any heroes nearby in a whole area or specific spot in the city?" Madara questioned her. "Madara, any civilian right now that you see casually walking around could secretly be a villain. The heroes all wear costumes that stand out, so all a villain needs to do is walk around the area to check if there's any heroes nearby that is patrolling. If there aren't, then they usually have more confidence in committing the crime they already planned for," she said to the long-haired boy. Before Madara could say anything, Rumi spoke out again. "I hear something," Rumi suddenly said as she instantly turned the other direction with Madara following after her. 30 seconds later, the sight of a bank being surrounded by a bunch of cops with shields and guns, and a small crowd of people forming nearby with their phones out is what greeted them. From what Rumi was able to pick up from the civilians' conversations, about 4 villains decided to rob the bank that was here, and started holding the people inside hostage once they realized that they were surrounded. Fortunately, they didn't do anything drastic, but the chances were high now since the villains knew they were screwed if a powerful hero comes by. "Are you ready, Madara? This'll be your first rescue. I want you to go in there, save the hostages and restrain the villains," Mirko said seriously to her in turn. "What? Are you joking?" Madara questioned her weirdly. Of course he had confidence that he could pull this off, but this was a serious situation, not one that he should be using to test his rescuing skills. Putting a hand on Madara's left cheek with her right hand, Rumi smiled and said, I have my complete trust in you that you can pull this off. I've fought you for hours and hours for the past day, and I'm 100% sure that you're capable of doing this smoothly. And don't worry, I'll be ready to pounce anytime if something wrong happens, okay? The woman didn't even realize when she was slowly stroking his cheek with her thumb, and Madara wasn't going to tell her either. He certainly didn't mind it. Placing his left hand over the one on his cheek, the Uchiha removed it, but didn't bother to let go. All right then, was all Madara said before he let go of her hand and turned serious. Rumi herself grinned when she saw how his whole demeanor changed. She almost felt bad for those villains. Almost. Chapter 39, Chapter. Author, it took me 4 hours to write this chapter UGHH. Every time I write long chapters, my phone lags for some reason, so it was very frustrating. I've been reading some MTL novels, so the grammar is probably horrible this chapter LMFAO. Also, I'm not really satisfied with this chapter ITK. I feel like it was rushed, but a chapter is a chapter. It was just a normal day at this small bank, until 4 villains decided to destroy the peaceful atmosphere and rob it. Since bank robberies are common, there were at least 3 police officers that roamed the inside to make sure everything was alright. It was about early afternoon, so there weren't tons of people inside the bank, maybe about 15. It was pretty quiet and peaceful inside, with everyone doing what they gotta do, but imagine their surprise when 4 men in all black clothing, mask and guns show up inside. No, it wasn't the arrival of these unknown people that scared the others. It was the gunshots that sounded out, and the death of the 3 police officers that were guarding the inside. These gunshots were loud and could be heard from people who were walking outside, but of course the cops were called the moment those 4 unknown men were even seen entering the bank. Everyone inside was easily restrained and didn't fight back whatsoever. They were just regular citizens going about with their day. It's not like they have strong quirks that could take these bad guys down. Easily killing the police officers the moment they walked inside with no hesitation already rooted deep fear into the hearts of the hostages. Unless you're suicidal, you don't want to die. These people definitely didn't want to, so they listened to the attacker's words and gathered in one place as one of the villains had a gun pointed at them to make sure they didn't step out of line. The bank was pretty small, so all you needed to do to get all the money inside was to get a certain combination password. That's why these 4 villains decided to go rob it. They were just scum of society that were in need of some money, so of course they're going to pick a small bank. They didn't have the confidence to go ahead and try the bigger ones that were obviously heavily guarded. What they didn't expect was for the police to arrive so fast. They started to panic a little, while hope ignited into the eyes of the hostages. Were they going to live? Come out of this alive? They didn't know, but all they could do is sit in silence and hope someone comes to save them. All the hostages were adults. No kids and no teenagers. Just your regular adult that you'd find anywhere. Even with all their years of living, none of them have ever experienced this type of situation. The type of situation where with one wrong move, or if they didn't obey the attacker's words, they'd be dead in a heartbeat. Dead so they'd never be able to see their families and friends ever again. At this point when the cops arrived, they didn't just storm inside, even when they had the advantage with numbers. That was because they couldn't risk the possibility of more deaths occurring. The villains themselves obviously didn't know the password combination, but it wasn't hard to tell that one of the hostages did. So they threatened them. If the one who knew the combination didn't come with them, then they'd kill someone. The villains had to be careful with this, because if the person didn't come up themselves, then the possibility of killing the actual one who knew the passcode was pretty high. But fortunately for them, that one person did come up. A pretty attractive lady in her 30s that worked here. The woman didn't even resist or try to trick the villains. She wasn't about to lose her life for being stubborn, nor was she going to have another person die for her. If that ever happened and she survived today, then that guilt would consume her for the rest of her life. The villains successfully got the vault to open, but there was something inside that caused them to grow angry and frustrated. The money inside wasn't an amount that they were satisfied with. So what were they going to do now? The cops are outside, and a hero would most likely be coming soon. Their plan was an absolute fail and life in prison was looking like the outcome for this whole situation for the 4 villains. What are we supposed to do now? One of them asked as they already put all the money in a couple bags of theirs. We're surrounded, but they haven't stormed inside of here yet. The hostages are our only advantage, so we'll make some demands. The one who seemed to be the leader said. And if they refuse? Of course they won't refuse when we show them what happens if they do. The leader said with a cruel smile as he took the woman by the hair and dragged her to the front. No. Stop please. The woman cried, and as she realized what was about to happen. She was about to lose her life to these people. Please dash, she continued to shout, but was backhanded, leaving a noticeable bruise on her cheek. Now on the ground groaning in pain, the woman opened her eyes to see a gun pointed at her. Tears flowed down her face as the woman tightly shut her eyes to wait for the inevitable. Go and check the area to see how many cops are surrounding this place. I'll make sure this bitch shuts up. The leader said as he walked closer to the women, pushing the pistol against her cheek. Now that he's getting a better look at this lady, he saw that she was pretty attractive with a nice body. A cruel idea suddenly invaded his mind. The chances of escaping here are rather low. We killed those cops earlier and kept hostages, so we're obviously getting life in prison. If I'm going to get locked up, then I might as well enjoy myself before that happens. Lust clouded his eyes as his hands reached for the buttons on the woman's shirt. The lady herself reopened her eyes when she felt the pistol against her cheeks. These bastards were just playing with her. But when she saw the guy reach for her shirt with a disgusting grin on his face, she couldn't help but feel despair. Something horrible was going to happen to her. At this point, she so wished that he had just killed her. Before the men could touch the woman, a voice sounded out, which angered the leader for being interrupted. Boss. All the hostages are gone. The other two guys disappeared as well. What are we going to do? The one that was sent to check how many were surrounding the area said in obvious panic. Moments earlier. All right then. Madara said to Rumi as his eyes turned serious. Even when he knew that he could do this successfully, he was still going to take this seriously. When Madara disappeared in a small bolt of blue lightning, Rumi jumped down from the building and appeared next to the cops, instantly gathering the attention of the civilians nearby. Look, a pro hero finally came. It's the rabbit hero Mirko. Wow, she looks more beautiful in person. Shouts came from the crowd as they took their pictures. Rumi Usajiyama was a pretty popular hero after all. So she was easily recognized. Mirko, are you going inside to go defeat those villains? They're holding hostages. An officer asked in worry for the people inside. Rumi let out a big grin and crossed her arms, something she's been recently doing, and responded to the officer by saying, "Nope, there's already someone taking care of the problem. There's no need to worry." "Who?" the officer asked while looking around. "My partner. With Madara." Madara appeared above the ceiling and stuck on top of it by using his chakra. Nobody was able to realize that there was someone currently watching them because Madara was able to hide his presence. 4 villains in total. 2 are in the other room raiding the vault while these 2 here are watching over the hostages. Well, there's no need to prolong this. He thought to himself as he was planning on doing this smoothly. Jumping down behind the 2 villains, Madara quickly knocked them out unconscious. Quick, and no unnecessary fighting, like how it should be. Walking up the group that was bundled up together, Madara could see hope in their tear-stained eyes as they looked up at their savior. "Hey, are you a hero?" One of them asked the Uchiha, but didn't receive any answer. "We're saved, thank God we're saved." "Yes, thank God, indeed. Don't freak out. I'm going to teleport you guys out of here, okay?" Madara said as he created a couple wood clones. Getting a nod from them, his clones touched their shoulders and disappeared in multiple swirls of flames to reappear back outside. Seconds later, a clone of his came back. Madara glanced at the 2 unconscious villains and instructed his clone to take them to the officers. ***, this is way less exciting than I thought. I hope Rumi is up for some sparring when we're finished with patrolling. Madara thought to himself as he shunned into the room where he sensed the others, not caring that one of the villains walked in this room just to see everyone gone. "What do you mean they're all gone?" the leader questioned as he moved away from the woman. "Gone. Disappeared without a trace. What else would I mean when I say gone?" The other replied back with a yell. "Shit. A hero most likely arrived and they're obviously a strong one," the leader said in panic. "But who could it be?" the other villain questioned. He received an answer, but not from the leader. "That would be me." A voice sounded out. Looking around, the 2 criminals came face to face with a young man with long spiky black hair and red armor on, as well as a bow staff on his back. With his Sharingan active, Madara crossed his arms and stared down the 2, while unconsciously releasing a strong pressure when he saw what that scum was about to do to the woman. Now Madara isn't any white knight, but even he thinks rape is absolutely wrong. He himself has 2 beautiful girls that he loves, and if that ever happened to them, he wasn't sure if he could control himself from doing something bad. It will never happen. Never. Who the hell are you?" the leader stuttered as he held up his gun to Madara. The other was doing the same as well. Both of their hands were shaking as they felt the uncomfortable pressure of their opponent. Calmly walking towards the first person, Madara looked them in the eyes and saw their fear grow as he came closer. Stop. We'll shoot you." Madara didn't falter whatsoever as he continued to walk towards them, until finally he stood in front of the man that wasn't the boss. I said that we'll shoot." Grabbing him by the neck, Madara glared at him and said, "You'll shoot. I walked right in front of guys and you still haven't done it. Look at yourself. You can't even probably hold the gun. Now, are you the one that killed those police officers?" It was him. It was all him. He planned all this, and he was the one to kill those officers, and was even going to rape that woman. Please, I didn't do anything wrong, the men said, making a perfect example of someone so weak-minded. Madara wasn't surprised for this man snitching on the leader. He was just one of those people who cower and lower themselves in the presence of someone stronger. Choking the men with one hand, Madara saw him go limp and become unconscious. Being done with that, he glanced at the leader and increased his pressure, causing the men to drop down to his knees in fear. Are you all right, miss? Madara questioned the lady, who wasn't able to utter a word at the scene that was happening in front of her. Creating a clone, Madara had it shin the woman and unconscious man out of here. What do you want with me? The leader said, regretting his actions, but of course it was way too late for any regrets. What do I want with you? You killed those 3 police officers, and was even going to rape that poor woman. Honestly, if it was up to me, I would have just killed you. Too bad the consequences wouldn't be worth it, but who says I have to kill you to actually make you suffer? So just sit there and prepare to be my test subject for the next few minutes. Madara said with a smile as he brought his hands together. Stone came out of the ground and started to cover the man's whole body, leaving just his head. Madara wasn't finished, because seconds later, a loud scream came out of the man's mouth. This was an earth jutsu Madara has been working on where stone surrounds the target's body, and with enough pressure, it crushes them. Aghh, you bastard! The leader shouted as he felt his body being crushed as the stone around him became tighter and tighter. What type of pro hero does this? Ah! The leader said and screamed once again when he felt his arms breaking. The intense pain he was feeling today was something he'll always remember, as well as the face of Madara Uchiha. You seem to misunderstand something. How could I be a pro hero if I don't even have my license? Madara said with a little chuckle. For minutes later, the leader was now being carried on Madara's shoulder with 2 crushed arms and legs. It was certain that he'd never be able to walk again. Look. It's the last villain, he defeated him all on his own. Isn't that Madara Uchiha? The sports festival winner. Ah, he looks so handsome. Honey, what do you mean by that? The crowd discussed amongst themselves and cheered as Madara walked out of the bank with the last villain who was on his shoulder and badly injured. Madara. The Uchiha heard a voice sound out. It was Rumi alongside a couple other officers who took the villain from him. Rumi, looks like it was a success. Are we done here? Or do we need to do anything else, because it looks like a bunch of reporters are eager to talk to me? Madara said as he glanced at a specific group within the crowd. No, we can leave right now if you don't want to talk to them. And good job in saving those people, Madara. They actually wanted to thank you, but they were taken with the police for questioning on what happened. They would have took you with them since it's actually illegal for a student to do what you did, but you did something, didn't you? Madara asked with a smirk. Maybe. Rumi responded back with a smile. All right then, if we're down here then let's go. Madara said as he touched Rumi's shoulder and disappeared in a swirl of flames. After that incident that would obviously be on the news, Rumi decided to stop patrolling for the day and go back to her house. She was actually planning on letting Madara leave, but the Uchiha wanted to spar with her. Of course she wasn't going to decline such an offer. The two fought each other for the next hour, which ended in Rumi's defeat once again, which greatly annoyed her. When they were finished, Madara changed into his workout clothes and left Rumi's house, but not before surprising the rabbit with a hug. As Madara ran home, he checked the time and let out a smile once he realized that he didn't have to wait long until his girls were done with their internships. Arriving at the mansion that was devoid of anyone, Madara went up to his room to go shower after his long day. When he was finished, he got dressed and was about to go get something to eat, but his phone started to ring. Namiri? What do you need? Madara questioned to the lady on the phone. Ever since his date with the R-rated hero, they haven't spoken a word with each other. It was mainly because Midnight has been pretty busy lately with having to go back to her hero duties, as well as some teacher work. The only reason why they even had time together for their date was because the woman had a day off. I just wanted to check up on you. Were you actually planning to cut me off after you kissed me like that? Such an asshole move, Madara. Midnight said on the other end with a sad tone to her voice, making it seem like Madara was ignoring her, as well as breaking her heart in the process. Not hearing the Uchiha say anything, Midnight sighed and said, "You're no fun. The least you could do is play along. Anyways, I heard you successfully took down villains who took hostages at a bank. Congratulations. How did you know that? It hasn't even been a day since it's happened yet." Madara questioned. Are you kidding me? It was on the news, and let's just say that you're starting to gain your own following, and getting even more popular. If I were to be honest, I would say that you're lucky for this. Once you become an official pro hero, you'd be pretty high in the rankings right off the bat. Midnight explained to the Uchiha. The rankings mostly take in the account of the number of cases solved, general popularity and social contribution. Madara himself was already very popular due to the sports festival event, and now even more so because of his recent rescuing. Midnight had no doubt that if Madara's popularity kept rising, and he kept taking down villains while on patrol or whenever, then when he becomes an official pro hero, he'd be pretty high in the rankings. Of course Madara doesn't really care about the rankings, but when he heard Midnight's words, it made him think about something. With the earlier episodes of My Hero Academia, it's revealed that the whole story is about how Izuku, the main protagonist, becomes the greatest hero. What were the cases that he solved, and just how popular did he get? No use in thinking about it now. After all, it's in the far future. Madara thought to himself. Well, I didn't know that it was on the news so fast. The only time I actually watch the news is if my parents are watching it. Madara explained to the pro hero. What do you even do all day at home then? Do you not have any hobbies? Midnight questioned the boy weirdly. Train, and spend time with Momo and Nijire. Madara simply answered. You mean fuck them? Ignoring what Midnight just said, Madara sensed that Momo and Nijire were walking together towards the front door of the mansion. Speaking of Nijire and Momo, they finally arrived home, so I'll talk to you later. Madara said as he got up off his bed and walked downstairs to greet them himself. Alright then, bye. Midnight said before she hung up. This afternoon, a bank robbery took place when 4 villains stormed a bank, killing 3 guards in the process as well as taking hostages. Fortunately, the police arrived, as well as the rabbit hero Mirko. Surprisingly, she wasn't the one to save the day, her intern Madara Uchiha was Dash. Watching the news in a dark room with a small TV on was the hero killer Stain. He couldn't help but stare at the picture on his screen that showed the Uchiha. He didn't watch the sports festival, but he definitely saw the highlights that were posted everywhere, and like everyone else, he was left with a deep impression at the strength Madara showed. Let's just hope he doesn't turn out to be fake. Chapter 40, Chapter. Author, chapter ain't anything special since I stayed up all night once again LMAO, but I wrote this after waking up a couple hours ago. Writing 3K++ words yesterday as well as 2K++ for the past days have drained my energy levels. I must go into seclusion for my breakthrough to the Samsara primordial heavenly chaos realm. 2073 words for this chapter. In a dark quiet room, the only sound and light emitting was from the TV, while a slim figure with deathly pale skin and messy grayish-blue hair could be seen furiously glaring. Red Iris staring right at his television screen, which showed some footage of Madara clones appearing in multiple swirls of flames, with the hostages in perfect condition. Tamura Shigaraki was angry. Angry at the boy that was being shown on the screen. Ever since the day at USJ, he couldn't help but feel humiliated. He, defeated by a brat, a damn student who had no difficulty in taking down the Nomu. Scratching his own neck, Shigaraki started to think of ways on how to defeat the Uchiha, but he always hit a roadblock. After trying to find any information on Madara's quirk, Tamura and his sensei have found out that there was nothing useful. No weaknesses to look for, or any description on how his quirk actually worked. If they had this type of information, then they'd already be preparing for another Nomu to be made. Made specifically to capture Madara Uchiha. Yes, capture, not kill. No matter how much he wanted to kill the brat, all for one forbid it. He didn't want the boy's quirk to go to waste, and he wanted to steal it. Tamura was furious when he learned of this, but he realized he didn't have to kill Madara to be satisfied. He could just torture him, badly. Get his payback for the humiliation he felt, just like how he wanted to do with the hero killer Stain. At first, Tamura wanted to capture Madara's family and girlfriend that they discovered he had, but his sensei told him not to. His sensei told him he had a gut feeling, a feeling where they'd greatly regret ever touching a single hair of Madara's important people. All for One was a man who always trusted his intuition, as it was one of the reasons why he was even alive today, so he was definitely not going to stop trusting it now. Tamura always listened to his sensei, and never disobeyed him. If he said not to attack Madara Uchiha until whatever time, then Tamura would listen. Even when he wanted nothing more but to go completely break the kid. Tamura. A voice sounded out within the room. The blue-haired man turned around and locked eyes with the member who had the Warp Gate quirk, Kurojiri. During the USJ, Madara nearly destroyed the man's neck brace, but it looks like he got it fixed since that's happened. Kurojiri, what happened? Tamura questioned before he turned right back around to look at the television. You should come out of your room now and talk to the other members. If they don't even slightly interact with their leader, then how could they have the commitment to follow you? Kurojiri explained to the one who he's supposed to protect under All for One's command. That doesn't matter right now. Is everything ready for our attack on Hosu? I don't want this ending up in another failure. I'm sure Sensei wouldn't like that either. Tamura replied back, not taking his eyes off the screen. It depends on what you consider a failure to be, Tamura. And the 3 Nomu that you asked for should indeed be here soon. Kurojairi responded. Then, as soon as they arrive, we attack. The man-child said with a cruel grin plastered on his face, which would cause any normal civilian to call the cops straight away just from looking at it. Tamira's whole demeanor just screams creepy man, that's most likely a villain. We'll have to go over our plans again and make sure everything is ready. We can't just rush into it once the Nomas get here. Otherwise, we're bound to fail once again, and I'm sure you don't want that. Kurojairi said, getting Tamira to grit his teeth just from the idea of failing. Very well then. We'll go over our plans. With Madara walking downstairs with just his gray sweatpants and white t-shirt, Madara let out a stretch while yawning. Today was a pretty long day. I guess I'll have to skip training, but my spar with Rumi after patrolling could be considered a workout. The Uchiha thought to himself. Walking towards the front door, Madara unlocked and opened it, just to see his two beautiful girlfriends who instantly jumped on him for a hug. Madara. Nijire said as she floated towards her boyfriend with Momo following behind, hugging him tightly. We heard what happened on the news. Are you all right? Momo questioned after she and Nijire separated from Madara. There was barely any hint of worry in her voice because she knew the power Madara had, but even then, she still wanted to ask. I'm all fine, Momo. You know some low-leveled villains can't do a thing to me. Madara replied as he pat her head and rubbed it, something that Momo really loved, but never admitted. She herself was embarrassed about this as she thought that one would only like head pats when they're young. Yes, Momo Yaoyorozu. The one who takes Madara's dick nearly every day, is embarrassed about liking head pats. Women are strange creatures indeed. Madara, that's not what I'm worried about. I know you can protect yourself from any fights, but you could still get in trouble for your actions. Nijire said in a worried tone. What do you mean, Nijire? Momo asked curiously, with a serious expression on her face. Earlier she thought that there was nothing to worry about, but hearing Nijire's words and the tone of her voice, she began to think otherwise. Madara is just a student. He doesn't even have his hero license yet, so what he did today could be considered illegal. I'm just worried if something might happen to you, but you do have Aiko and June to help. Nijire explained to the two of them. The reason why she mentioned Aiko and June was because the Yaoyorozu family was pretty influential. Nijire believed that if anything were to happen to Madara, they'd be able to get him out of whatever problem. Is what she's saying true, Madara? You could really get into trouble with this. Momo questioned in worry as she looked up at her tall boyfriend. Letting out a small smile, Madara pulled Nijire and Momo into his embrace and stroked their hair. He was glad that they worried for him, but he needed to explain to the two girls that everything was alright. Momo, Nijire. There's no need to worry about this. Yes, me going in and saving those hostages is illegal, but Rumi was able to get them off my back. Also, how do you think the public would react if they tried to punish me for using my quirk to save people? All of my actions have already been reported to the public and spread around the internet. Plus, I was with Rumi, who could be considered my supervisor, so there's literally nothing they can do to me. Madara explained, getting a nod from the girls and easing their worries. Separating from them, Madara closed and locked the front door to the mansion. Afterwards, he looked at Momo and Nijire, and saw that the two were still in their hero outfits. Why don't you guys go get changed, and then we could lay around in my room. Momo, you can also tell me how your day with Iwabami went. I hope she kept her promise. Madara said before he walked up the stairs with the two. Laying on the bed with Momo and Nijire on his sides cuddled up to him, Madara looked at the black-haired girl and asked. So you're saying Iwabami actually taught you and Kendo something useful today? Momo nodded her head and replied, yeah. She taught us some things that would be helpful to us when we're out on the field. Shared her experiences of her time so far as a hero, and talked to us and explained how serious being a pro is. Iwabami also said that we'd be going patrolling tomorrow, and that she'd try not to stay too long with her fans, since it was inevitable that we'd come across them. Compared to the other days working with her, I actually felt like I learned something that could help me improve. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought that she was a whole different person. Kendo herself was certainly surprised at Iwabami's behavior today. Just seeing her confused expression as she had no clue what was going on, brought a good laugh out of me. That's good then. I guess I don't have to get you out of there. Are you sure you think Iwabami is the best decision for you? Madara questioned, in case Momo had any regrets, but seeing her nod her head, confirmed that she was sure of it. You know, if you ever want to leave Iwabami's agency, I could always try to get Ryuko to agree to take you in. I'm sure she'd have no problem with it. Nijire spoke out with a smile. Dragon Hero Ryukyu. Isn't that the hero you work for? Momo asked curiously. Yes, when I first had my internships, Ryuko was the hero I interned for. And when I had my work studies, I chose to be with her once again. Nijire said to her fellow sister. Wait, what's the difference between work studies and internships? Momo questioned once again. Geez. I already explained this to you and Madara a while back. Humph, I knew you guys don't listen to me when I talk. Nijire said with a pout as she buried her head to the crook of Madara's neck. Momo. With internships, you're treated more like a guest, but during work studies, you're treated as sidekicks, under the guidance of an actual pro. Madara explained to his black-haired girlfriend. Now that I think about it, my internship with Rumi really doesn't feel like an internship at all. The Uchiha thought to himself. He certainly wasn't complaining, because if he chose a hero and was just sent there to observe and take notes, then he would have honestly left. That type of stuff is completely boring to Madara. He almost feels bad for the students who actually have to do that for a week straight. Almost. And how do you know that, Madara? Nijire questioned. Of course I listened to you explain it to me and Momo that other time. Madara said with a smile, completely lying. He only knew this because of the anime, but of course he wasn't going to ever reveal that information. Speaking of Ryuko. She actually wanted to meet you, Madara. Nijire said excitedly. Why's that? Well, after the sports festival, I told her that you were my boyfriend. I'm 100% sure that's not the only reason she wants to meet you, because I remember her saying how you remind her of a dragon. I mean, it does make sense. You do breath out fire. Nijire explained to Madara with a cute laugh. All right. I'll meet her whenever I have time to do so, but right now, let's just fall asleep. Madara responded back as he closed his eyes with a yawn. Afterwards, the three teenagers took a nap until Aiko and June arrived home. They all ate dinner together as a family while the parents talked to Madara about his recent actions. Since Nijire wasn't able to stay the night today, Madara himself ended up being her ride home by carrying her there. The Uchiha definitely wasn't going to send a clone to bring Nijire home. Why was that? It was because the periwinkle-haired girl always considered this action to be romantic. She loved being in the arms of her boyfriend while feeling the breeze hit against her skin while having his scent invade her senses. So it wasn't weird that Madara wouldn't send a clone to do something that Nijire found romantic. Arriving back home, Madara went straight to bed with Momo, as he was pretty tired today. Even his earlier nap didn't satisfy him. If anything, it made him even more sleepy. With his arms wrapped around his girl, Madara slept like a baby while dreaming about doing some interesting things with Momo, Nijire, and two other ladies. Chapter 41, Chapter. Author, got some good sleep yesterday. Anyways, this chapter has a lot of dialogue which is difficult for me. So let me know if it's good. I like this chapter since it has Rumi's and Aizawa's thoughts about Madara so far. In the middle of a forest near a certain house, you can see a woman with long white hair, bunny ears and tail, laying down on the grass with sweat dripping down her body as she just got done finishing an intense workout. This woman was obviously the rabbit hero Mirko, or Rumi Usajiyama. It was the day after the whole hostage situation that occurred at a bank, and Rumi decided that she'd start training herself even more than she already does. Ever since Madara has become her intern, she has been thinking about upping the intensity of her training, and now she has finally started to do so. Even when she's a pro hero in the top 10, she still strives to improve herself to get stronger and stronger. Before, she couldn't really do that because most of the villains she has taken down were of no challenge to her, and she has never really had time to spar with the other pro heroes. Wow, I've actually never even asked them. I was more content with being on my own. I already reached my prime, and didn't see my strength increasing after a while, and I was fine with that since all the villains I face are always easily taken down by me, but ever since Madara came into my life, it gave me the opportunity to possibly improve myself. The rabbit thought to herself as she unconsciously let out a small smile when thinking about her partner. Ever since Madara arrived, she has been thinking that having a friend wasn't so bad. That teaming up with another wasn't such a bad idea, but she immediately erased that thought. Even if she gained another friend or person to talk to, they wouldn't be the same as Madara. She wouldn't feel the same way in their presence as she does with him. It was at this point when Rumi Usajiyama realized something. She enjoys the Uchiha's company more than she actually should. That taking him in as her intern was one of the best decisions she's made in a while. Especially when he doesn't make her feel lonely anymore. With Madara Uchiha running on top of the buildings in his workout clothes while holding the case that had his hero outfit, Madara began to think about something that has been invading his thoughts ever since the internship started. The Hosu incident would happen soon, but Madara doesn't know the exact date it would actually occur. It's already been a couple days since the internship started, so he could only assume that it would happen very soon. The only thing he remembers is that it happens during the late afternoon. Does that mean that some students have to work as interns for that long during the day? That must suck for them. I honestly almost feel bad for them. Madara thought to himself as he finally arrived at the familiar house he's been going to. Coming up to the front door, Madara wasn't even able to knock since it opened right away, revealing the beautiful Rumi Usajiyama in her hero outfit. I guess she's been waiting for me to arrive, and knew exactly when I'd come. The Uchiha thought to himself before he greeted the rabbit. Afternoon, Rumi. Seems like you've been waiting for me. Did you miss me that much? Madara said as he wrapped his arms around her shoulders, pulling her into a hug. Wrapping her arms around his waist, Rumi smirked when she heard his words. Don't flatter yourself, Madara. I was just able to hear you, that's all, she said, completely lying. They stayed in a hug longer than necessary and finally separated with no awkwardness whatsoever. Ever since the first time Madara hugged Rumi goodbye, they've been greeting and seeing each other off with one. They never said anything to each other about it since Madara and Rumi both thought it wasn't anything serious. But you could considering it as a sign of them growing even closer as the days pass. So are we going on patrol again? Yesterday was pretty interesting. Madara asked Rumi as he closed her door and walked inside the living room to go sit down. Nope, not today. Rumi responded as she got a carrot from the kitchen. Seeing him waiting for an explanation, she continued off by saying, Madara, your popularity has skyrocketed. Going patrolling only after a day of the incident yesterday wouldn't be such a good idea. You'd most likely be swarmed of possible fans and people wanting to talk to you. It's nothing surprising since this happens to most heroes when they start getting popular. It's even happened to me during my earlier stages of being a pro hero. So what are we doing today? Are we going to spar again? Madara questioned Rumi with a small grin. Even if he beats the rabbit every time, it was always enjoyable to fight her. He never got bored of it. Not exactly. You have some amazing physical capabilities that would work perfect with my type of fighting style, so do you want to learn them? Rumi asked her partner. But I already learned her fighting style when we fought against each other while having my Sharingan active. Madara thought to himself. Sorry Rumi, but I already analyzed all of your moves during all of our fights. Activating his Sharingan, Madara continued off by saying with a small laugh, these eyes. Have you ever questioned just exactly what they do? You always see me activate them, but you never say anything about it. Well, to be honest, I thought they increased your physical powers, but after seeing that avatar you summoned, I'm starting to think otherwise. It was said that you had two quirks, which is very rare. One of them being able to control the elements and these strange red eyes. Rumi said, remembering how they changed patterns when he used that huge avatar to make her concede defeat. I won't get into detail, but one of the abilities these eyes give me is being able to copy the moves of others, with near-perfect accuracy. Madara explained. TCH. So you're a cheat. Your whole quirk is just a cheat. Rumi said as she shook her head. You're now just realizing that. Madara responded back as he got up from the sofa and stretched. So why don't we go ahead and have our daily fight? Madara questioned, receiving a big smile from the rabbit woman. U.High Nizu's office. Currently at U.A, within a certain mouse man's office, you could see two figures facing each other as they converse about something. Judging by the serious expressions on their face, the topic must be important. Aizawa, did you see the news already? Nizu questioned as he placed his hands under his little mouse chin. I assume you're talking about what our popular student here has recently done. Or is it about the hero killer stain? Aizawa, Class 1A's homeroom teacher said to the principal. No, it's not about the hero killer, but that man is certainly very dangerous. Already killing 17 heroes and injuring 23 beyond recovery, I can only hope that he's caught soon before more damage is already done. I'm also worried that his actions will actually cause more villains to appear, but let's forget about this right now. I meant the news about one of our students' heroic deed. I could say that I'm proud that Madara is already doing this great with his internship. Efficiently taking down the villains, as well as saving the hostages quickly. He truly did better compared to what most pro heroes would have done in this situation. And according to the reports I have been getting, the other students have been doing extremely well so far too. Looks like you've been doing an amazing job at teaching them, Aizawa. Nizu said with a small smile. Even if he and Madara weren't exactly on friendly terms, he still considers the boy as a student that goes here. The principal still regrets what he tried to do before. You're giving me way too much credit, Nizu. These kids have been improving at a fast rate on their own, but they still have a long way to go. Aizawa explained, getting a small chuckle out of the mouse. It seems as if you've come to like these batch of students of yours. Compared to the other times you've taught, I could see that you actually enjoy teaching these kids. You want to see how far they'll go, how they'll turn out to be once all of their school years are over, right? Nizu questioned the man, and seeing him stay silent already confirmed his assumptions. Now I wanted to ask you. What do you think of Madara Uchiha? Nizu questioned, causing the teacher to raise his eyes that were threatening to fall due to boredom. Madara Uchiha. There's no mistake that he's definitely the strongest in his class, and possibly the whole school, which makes him a rival for all the other kids. Aizawa said to the mouse. And what do you mean by rival? Nizu questioned curiously. He already had his own thoughts about what Aizawa meant, but he wanted to hear it from the man himself. Every student strives to be the strongest. No matter what they say, they wish to improve their strengths to become one of the best pro heroes. Now in Class 1A, we have Todoroki and Bakugo who are obviously amongst the strongest, but the other students still think it's possible to come close to their level if they train harder enough, and that's true. But then we have Madara Uchiha. During the first days of U.A, everyone realized that he'd be someone very strong, someone that rivals Todoroki. Looking back at it, it seems laughable that they thought this, but you can't really blame them. Madara never showed his full potential back then and what he could really do, until the USJ incident. That's when all the students realized they'd have to train more to ever come close to him and Todoroki. When the students felt that all they'd need to stand at the top with the strongest kids was to break past their limits. What I've noticed was that this feeling would soon disappear after the sports festival. Now to them, Madara is someone they could never surpass, never come close to in terms of strength and power. Now he's like a mountain to them, or something completely unreachable. You could either consider this a good thing, or something very bad. He could be someone that causes the students to train even harder than they already were, or someone that discourages them, and makes them think that their quirks will never be enough to go pro. Never be enough because it's not like his. That type of mentality is obviously not okay, and it's possible this could start happening since I already noticed that most of the students always feel inferior when the boy is around. Aizawa explained his thoughts, causing the mouse to think seriously of what he said, but he wasn't done there. He continued off by saying, "Now as a person, I personally think Madara is reserved. He doesn't talk or interact with any of the other students, except his girlfriend. With his type of power, you'd expect a kid his age to want to show off to everyone and let people know that he's the best, but I don't see Madara like that. But I do think he's someone that looks down on the strength of others. That they're inferior to him," Aizawa said. "So you think he's cocky?" Nizu questioned. "I wouldn't say cockiness. I would say it's more of the confidence he has with himself. During the USJ incident, he went against all those villains by himself with no hesitation because he knew that he could," Aizawa explained, getting a nod from the mouse. Nizu wasn't planning anything stupid like he did before, but he just wanted to learn what Aizawa thought of Madara. "Thank you for answering my questions, Aizawa." Nizu thanked him with a smile. "I'm sure you didn't just call me here to talk about a student, right?" Aizawa questioned. Letting out a small chuckle, Nizu responded by saying, "Of course not. You know that amongst the staff, I trust you the most, so I wanted your opinion on giving the students dorms." Chapter 42, Chapter. Author had this chapter ready to upload but Inkstone flipping deleted it, but I rewrote it all. Good night, I'm super tired. With Rumi and Madara. Destroyed trees everywhere with craters all over the place. The surrounding area looked completely torn compared to its previous beautiful scenery. Despite the wrecked surroundings, there was still a good amount of bright green grass on the ground. Madara and Rumi laid on that grass with their shoulders touching. Since the two didn't go patrolling today, they decided that it was best to do their usual friendly fight. If anyone else were to see them spar, they'd definitely question whether it was actually a spar or just a full-blown battle. Like the past days, Madara defeated the pro hero during their fight, which greatly annoyed the rabbit woman. She hasn't beaten him at all since the first day. She vowed to herself that she'd get her revenge on the Uchiha, but that still hasn't happened. Rumi herself is definitely irritated at this, but she couldn't deny the fact that she absolutely enjoys her usual brawls with the long spiky-haired young man. Laying next to Madara's right side with some parts of her hero outfit torn, Rumi secretly cursed the boy since she'd have to go get it fixed. Of course she had multiple and not just one, but the rabbit didn't usually destroy her clothes in battle, and this has only been happening a lot recently. Her hero outfit was made of strong fabrics which made it very difficult to tear apart, but even then, it wasn't strong enough against the boy's jutsus. Her hero costume was not Madara-proof. Damn it, Madara. It's like you're deliberately destroying my hero outfits. You know I don't have an infinite amount of them. Rumi said to the person on her left as she glanced at her clothing. The chest area ripped apart, completely showing her cleavage, and her toned stomach exposed from when Madara hit her with a strong wind technique. It definitely showed a lot of her skin, but she didn't really care about that. She should at least cover herself, but for some reason, she didn't care for how she currently looked either. Even when Madara was right next to her. Why was this? The pro hero herself wasn't sure. Madara looked to his right and shamelessly looked over Rumi's form. Yes. Girls who have quite a bit of muscle on them are definitely very attractive. He thought to himself with a nod of approval. Done with admiring the woman, he let out a small chuckle and replied back to her by saying, "You know, you could always just wear workout clothes when fighting me. I don't know why you have your hero outfit on if you're not going on patrol." Rumi thought about what he just said and couldn't help but agree. I guess I could. She responded back to the Uchiha. What? No thanks for your intern giving you such a great idea. Madara said with a straight face, already knowing that Rumi knew he was just joking. They do this type of banter all the time. Partner. Madara heard the brown-skinned woman say in a whisper. Raising an eyebrow at what she said, he wanted to make sure he heard right. What did you say, Rumi? He questioned her. Staring up at the sky with the white clouds passing by, the rabbit hero didn't respond to Madara at first. How was she going to say it without it being so awkward? This shouldn't bother her at all. She was a person who speaks her mind, so what was she hesitating for? Thinking about it for a couple more minutes, Rumi finally spoke up, but didn't turn to look at the Uchiha. I said partner. You're not my intern, but my partner. It may seem weird, but I already consider you as such. Already consider you as my equal with how many times you've beaten me already. If I were to be honest, I could even consider you as my friend as well. Despite the fact that I usually work solo, it could get pretty lonely by myself sometimes, and you changed that for me. Ever since the day I met you, I was honestly expecting some cocky and annoying kid because of all the power you have, but I was wrong. Completely wrong. First time we fought, you surprised me with your strength, but it also brought me a great sense of joy that I haven't felt in a while. I'm not one to get so friendly and interact much with another person, but I feel comfortable around you. I don't know how to explain it really. You could say that it's like I've known you for years. This certainly all feels weird because I didn't expect to grow this close to you. Rumi explained as she chuckled a little bit when she said the last part. When she watched the sports festival and saw the potential of Madara, she thought it wouldn't be so bad to give the intern thing a try. At first, she wasn't really expecting much from the young man. Back then in her eyes, he was just a little brat with a strong quirk. Of course she was sorely mistaken. Now flash forward to present day, and this is how their relationship is. If someone were to tell her past self about this, then she would have most likely laughed at them. Laughed because it would have been seen as a funny joke. My relationship with her really has progressed tremendously. I definitely didn't expect for her to already think of me as a friend and partner. After all, it hasn't even been a full week yet. Madara thought to himself after he heard Rumi's words. I get it. It's kind of the same with me too. I'm not a person who tries to actively make friends with other classmates. I'm more reserved unless it comes to my close people, but even then, the amount I actually have could be counted on one finger. So in these past few days, I've come to trust you quite a bit. I even told you about a specific ability of mine, which I rarely ever do. He said to the long white-haired woman. I've noticed that you aren't very talkative of your quirk and what it could specifically do. I should praise you for this. Rumi replied back, while saying the last part a little bit jokingly. From what she's seen in her life, kids with strong quirks tend to show off a ton. They'd want to show the world how powerful they are and brag to their friends about it. With Madara, Rumi noticed how he'd share only a minimum amount of information. At first she didn't know why he was doing that, but she had an extremely good guess after the day he made her concede defeat. To Rumi, Madara was a monster, in a good way. His quirk was simply amazing and limitless. If others were to know just exactly what he could do, then he'd probably have a target on his back. And being around Madara for a little bit, Rumi guessed that this target would be a bother to him, rather than a serious problem. If it was a regular hero that went up against Madara's perfect Susanoo, they'd most likely report to the higher-ups or government that such a young kid has this dangerous and mysterious quirk. Rumi herself didn't feel the need to report such a thing. It's not like Madara was some villain in disguise. Plus, if she ever reported about Madara, then he'd be taken away for some questioning and information on his abilities. Rumi definitely did not want that. Why? Because at the time, if there was no more Madara, then Rumi would never be able to enjoy that feeling she felt when fighting him. Unknown to her, this is what caused her to gain some of Madara's trust. I'm sure you know why I'm quite secretive about this information. Madara responded back. Seeing her stay silent, he could only guess that his assumptions on her knowing his reason was right. Well, part of his reasons. And I'm glad that I'm your partner. I don't really see myself working for any other heroes. He said to the woman, getting her to finally look him in the eyes. Even if I was actually hoping she'd pick me up, but of course she doesn't need to know that. Madara thought to himself. After a couple moments, Rumi let out a beautiful smile. Yep, she was right. She definitely didn't make a mistake on choosing Madara. Alright, why don't we leave here? The rabbit hero said as she looked around the destroyed area. She felt like it was time they go back to the house. She'd usually sent Madara back home during this time as well. Creating 4 clones, Madara had them fix the damaged area with some earth and wood jutsus. Ever since Rumi discovered that he could do this, she didn't care how much was destroyed when they fought. After all, why worry when Madara could just fix it all? Seeing the forest good as new, Rumi got up from the ground, but right when she took her first steps, she felt some pain coming from below. After hours of fighting Madara, she felt completely sore. This didn't usually happen, but the two went at it harder than other days. Author not like that perverts. Are you alright, Rumi? Do you need help walking? Madara said with a smile as he got up and walked towards the struggling woman. No, I'm completely fine. Rumi said as she began to limp towards the direction of her house, but unfortunately for her, she felt a sharp pain coming from her leg. Catching her before she fell down, Madara put his right arm under her knees and the other around her back to princess carry her. Geez, you know you don't always have to be so tough. Madara said as he began walking. Rumi just stayed silent as she felt her current predicament to be embarrassing. Although she didn't like to be treated weak, she couldn't deny the fact that she was enjoying being carried like this. While having her head rested on Madara's chest, she was also able to smell the scent that was coming off him, and certainly didn't mind it. What the hell am I thinking? A couple minutes later, the two arrived at the house. Going inside with Rumi still in his arms, Madara laid her down on the sofa. You don't have to treat me like glass. I'm just sore. It's not like I crushed my legs or lost an arm. Rumi said with a small laugh. All right then. Are we all done here? Madara asked her. Yes, we're all done. I'm sure you don't want to go home in torn and dirty workout clothes, so you can go ahead and freshen up. Don't take too long though. I'll probably take an ice bath when you're done. Rumi said as she massaged her legs and thick thighs. Madara could have honestly ran back home quickly to change out of these dirty clothes, but since he has an extra pair and Rumi offered, then he wasn't going to deny. Moments later. After Madara freshened up and changed into a clean set of workout clothes, he left Rumi's house after saying bye to the woman by giving her a hug. Now running on top of the buildings, Madara created 2 clones. One to take his case that contained his hero outfit home since he wouldn't be needing it. He wasn't planning on going straight to the Yaoyorozu mansion today like he usually does. The other clone was sent to Hosa City to stay there and watch if Nomus ever start appearing. Madara himself didn't know when the incident will happen, but if it was today, then the clone would inform him about it. The Uchiha had already decided to go and interfere with this situation. He thought it would be interesting to fight and talk with the infamous hero killer. Would Stain try to kill him? Madara wasn't sure, but what he did know was that if the man ever tried to, he would never succeed. He had so many ways to deal with the former vigilante. Another reason why he decided to interfere in the Hosu incident was to fuck up Tamura's plans once again. It could honestly be considered a bonus. Turning a different direction, Madara upped his speed and arrived on top of a certain building in 5 minutes tops. This was the hero agency where the dragon hero Ryukyu should be. Yes, that's right. He planned on picking up his periwinkle-haired girl today and she did mention that Ryuko wanted to meet him one day, so why not right now? Sensing where his girlfriend should be, Madara disappeared in a swirl of flames. Chapter 43, Chapter. Author, it's baffling that some people who are just starting to read this complain about that it's a harem in the earlier chapters lol. Dragon hero Ryukyu, also known as Ryuko Tatsuma, was getting ready to see her temporary sidekick off. The rank 9 pro hero had spent the day with Nijire patrolling around the area, and nothing noteworthy really happened during their time, except for a couple generic thugs who tried stealing from others. Now standing in front of Nijire, Ryuko smirked at the girl and said, "Is your boyfriend not picking you up again? It's a shame really. It would have been nice to meet him. Maybe he's off with another girl right now." She wasn't entirely serious about her words, and she was sure that Nijire knew that herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said anything at all. Ryuko was genuinely a nice person, but she grew close to the girl. Close enough to tease her at times. Of course Nijire herself has been around the older woman for so long that she knew when she was joking or not. Well, he actually does have another girl, Momo Yaoyorozu. Nijire said that she's been friends with her since childhood, and even considers her as a sister figure. They even started dating that boy at the same time and have been in a happy relationship ever since. Honestly, I'm glad that it's all working out, but I still can't believe Nijire is in this type of relationship. At first I thought that the boy was one of those teenagers. The ones that always play with a young lady's heart, but after hearing the stories from Nijire, he seems to be a great boyfriend and friendly if you don't annoy him. I guess I can't really judge Nijire if that's the type of relationship she wants to be in. Every time the girl talks about her little boyfriend, it's like her usual cherry mood is dialed up a few notches. Also, it's not really my business to interfere with whatever they have going on. What matters most is that she's happy. The dragon hero thought to herself. Ryuko, Madara doesn't pick me up because I leave here at random times. Sometimes you let me go early, and other times it could be very late. Oh. And he said he'll come see you when he has time. I'm right here, Nijire. A voice sounded out which startled the pro hero a bit since she wasn't able to notice when the person got inside. They were in a room that could be considered Ryuko's office. So with the door and windows closed, it was pretty strange that this person was able to easily get in here. But of course the young teenage girl named Nijire wasn't startled at all. Except, she was surprised that her boyfriend was even here. So she did the only logical thing. Jumped up into the air and wrapped herself around him like a koala as she kisses him. The dragon hero definitely felt out of place and awkward when in front of the two teenagers' display of affection. It's not like she found it disgusting or anything, it was just that she's known Nijire as this innocent and sweet curious girl, so seeing her act like this with a boy was definitely an odd experience. Madara. Why'd you come here? The girl said with a big smile as she faced the Uchiha with her legs still wrapped around him. She didn't bother separating from him to stand whatsoever. Why stand when Madara could just hold her? To her, that was definitely better. I haven't picked you up before. So I decided to do it today. Also, didn't you say Ryuki wanted to meet me? Madara explained to Nijire as he held her waist. The girl herself was about to kiss him again, but a cough sounded out within the room. Cough *, so do you mind telling me why you decided to sneak in here instead of just checking in with the people at the front and requesting to meet me? Ryuko questioned the long-haired boy who put Nijire down. Walking up to the dragon hero that was dressed in a dark red traditional chipao with a pale green scale trim. Madara himself had to admit that she was a pretty woman with her short blonde hair and yellow eyes with slit pupils. Putting his hand out for a greeting, the Uchiha looked Ryuko in the eyes and said, Madara Uchiha, it's nice to finally meet you. I hope you can understand why I teleported inside of here instead of the usual way. I was just too excited to see Nijire. Madara said with a smile, saying his words as truthful as possible. He was definitely excited to see Nijire, but he mostly just teleported inside here because he was lazy. Like, if you have a type of teleportation power, you use it right. Ryuko herself observed how Madara carried himself and how he approached her. No sort of nervousness when greeting her which got her attention. Ryuko wasn't one to brag about popularity or anything, but she knew that she was a pretty popular hero. Being ranked 9, people would sometimes get nervous when meeting her. You could say it was like when a fan meets a famous celebrity. Ryuko also noticed the way Madara walked. From being a pro hero for so long, she was able to notice the small details. Just from his demeanor, the dragon hero could tell that this young man in front of her was powerful. How powerful? She herself didn't know the answer to that. Shaking Madara's hand, Ryuko smiled and said, looking how happy you made Nijire, I could ignore all this, but I advise you to be careful to who you do this to next time. Some pro heroes could just flat out try to arrest you or think that you are a villain and attack on sight. I'll definitely remember that. Also, Nijire said you wanted to meet me. Madara questioned the woman as he separated his hand from hers. Yes, at first it was because you were this lady's boyfriend, which greatly surprised me, but I also wanted to meet the student who the pro heroes can't seem to stop talking about. I was also surprised by how powerful your quirk was when watching the sports festival. Ryuko said with a smile and continued off by saying. And you're already showing signs of being a great hero in the future. Saving those hostages and easily stopping the villains who tried robbing that bank. You must have worked and trained very hard to get where you are right now. The dragon hero said to Madara, who nodded at her with a smile. She was the type of person to praise someone who deserved it, and in her opinion, Madara definitely deserved it. Oh, he trains a lot. I don't think he's even missed a single day of working out and training his quirk in some sort of way. Sometimes he just doesn't know when it stop. Nijire said while shaking her head. Being with Madara for years, she knew how serious he was when it comes to training. Hearing Nijire's words, Ryuko chuckled. Looking at Madara again, she noticed the tight muscle shirt he was wearing that obviously showed off the results of intense training. My eyes are up here. Madara said to the older woman who laughed when she heard his words. Stop checking out my boyfriend Ryuko. Nijire said as she stood next Madara and held his arms. Nijire was obviously joking, and the two other people that were in the room knew that. She knew that the dragon hero wasn't checking out her boyfriend. Seeing how Madara and Ryuko got along, she couldn't help but smile. Looks like she didn't have to worry about them not really liking each other, but knowing what type of person Ryuko is, she knew that wasn't a possibility. Well, thank you for being such a good boyfriend to Nijire. I would also like to meet that Momo girl one day as well since Nijire talks about her all the time. Ryuko said with a smile. Nodding to her, Madara said, I'm sure she'll like to see you too. We're going to go now, it was nice talking to you. And he was being truthful when he said that. Ryuko wasn't a bad person or someone who annoyed him. She was the humble and gentle type, so Madara had no problem talking to her. By Ryuko. Nijire said before disappearing with Madara in a swirl of flames. Author, no, she's not in the harem, no, Ryuko doesn't have a crush on Madara. Teasing is a thing. Sometime later. Currently at the Yayorozu mansion, Madara was on one of the sofas with Momo and Nijire cuddled up to his sides. When he arrived home, Momo was already there since she took the train home pretty early today. On the other sofa, Aiko and June were sitting together as they watched the news that talked about the heroes not being able to catch Stain yet. This obviously got the mother to worry. I'm just happy that Momo, Madara, and Nijire's agencies aren't near Hosa City. I don't know how I would feel if something happened to those three June. Aiko said to her husband, but it was loud enough for the Uchiha to hear. Madara himself thought about if he should just show how powerful he was to his parents so they'd stop worrying so much. Would Susanoo work? He doubted that. With Aiko being a mother, she'd worry about anything. Maybe sinking Japan or using Kirin would show her that she doesn't need to worry about something bad ever happening, and that Momo and Nijire are always going to be safe with my protection. Madara thought to himself. Calm down, Aiko. I'm sure the heroes that they are working for will protect them. Trust your son and daughters that they won't get into this sort of problem with that hero killer. June said to his wife, and continued off by saying. But I do hope he gets caught soon. His actions so far could be encouraging other villains to do the same as him. That is certainly a problem. Madara certainly agreed with his father's words since that's exactly what happened in canon. At least from what he remembered. Getting off from the sofa, Madara stretched and said, well, I'm going to go get in a little workout, then probably take a small nap. You two want to join me? Nijire and Momo nodded and went to get changed into their workout clothes and then went with Madara towards their indoor gym. Yup, no matter how many years Madara has been reborn into this world, he hasn't gotten bored with living the rich life. With the late afternoon sky, you could see three figures standing on top of a building, looking over at the peaceful and calm scenery of Hosa City. Of course this would all soon change, and nobody would expect it. So what exactly are you going to do here? Tamura questioned the infamous hero killer. It was obvious by the tone of his voice that he didn't have the slightest care on what the man was going to do, and Stain himself knew that, but he still answered anyways. Cleansing Society of the False Heroes. I'm sure you know of this already. Stain simply said to the man-child that had a hand on his face. You're an idiot. Tamura responded back, not agreeing with the hero killer's ideology at all. He himself thought that cleansing wasn't enough. What Tamura wanted was to kill All Might. The #1 pro-hero who has impacted the public as a whole during his time being a hero. So what did Tamura need to do? Destroy that society that the hero represented, and completely reshape it. Ignoring his words, Stain jumped down and disappeared into the city to continue with his usual bloodshed. The bloodshed he thought was necessary. He certainly is an interesting individual. Kurojiri finally spoke up, having stayed silent during the exchange of Tamura and Stain. He's wasting his time. His method will never work. Tamura said to Kurojiri as he shook his head. No. His actions has already impacted the people as a whole. Villains as well. All for One has even speculated that we'd possibly be getting new recruits after this. The way he does things and the reason he does it may be flawed, but it's getting the job done. That's all that matters for us. Kurojiri explained to the one he's supposed to serve. TCH, bring out the Nomus Kurojiri. It's time to start our plan. Tamura ordered before Nomus came out of Kurojiri's portals to start wreaking havoc. Laying on the bed with his two girls cuddled up to his side, Madara's eyes shot wide open as he realized what was about to happen. I guess it's time. The Uchiha thought to himself as he separated from the two girls and went to go put on his usual red armor. As he was doing that, he couldn't help but realize how much time it actually takes to get dressed in his hero outfit. I'll definitely have to figure out what to do about that. Just a small little costume upgrade. Nothing too flashy or unnecessary. Madara thought to himself, but left that thought to linger in the back of his head. All of it didn't matter since he had a hero killer to go meet up with and talk to. Madara. What you are doing? Get back in bed. The voices of his two girlfriends sounded out as he just got done putting the last piece of armor on. Madara turned around to face them and said. Meeting up with the infamous hero killer. Madara casually replied. There was no use in lying to them about any of this. One might think that he'd be having them worry for him, but that's not true at all. Momo and Nijire both know what he's capable of. Sai, of course you are. We saw how interested you were with the news earlier, and you never pay attention when the news is ever on the TV. So naturally I thought you'd do something like this. The black-haired girl said as she sat up and rubbed her eyes. You know me so well, Momo. Madara said with a smile as he strapped his bow staff/gunbai on his back. He looked over at Nijire, just to see her half asleep. It seems like all she wanted to do right now was go to bed and sleep all day. The periwinkle-haired girl let out a long yawn and simple said, have fun, Madara. Even though you're very powerful, make sure that you don't underestimate the hero killer. After all, anything could happen. Yes, this was something that Ryukyu has taught Nijire long ago during internships. Even if you have a strong quirk and it's sure that your opponent is no match for your power, never underestimate them. The dragon hero has explained to Nijire one day that some villains would do anything not to get caught. Some things you wouldn't even expect them to do. Walking to the edge of the huge bed, Madara had Momo and Nijire come close so he could give them a kiss goodbye. After that, he made sure he didn't forget anything and said, "I most likely won't take long, so there's no need to stay up and wait for me. You can go back to sleep." "Okay, Madara. Also, I don't think you have to worry about Aiko and June. They definitely worry a shit ton for your well-being, but right now they're very distracted." Momo said to her boyfriend, causing him to shake his head with a sigh. Must be their usual sessions. Damn, I still can't believe June was that type of person. Maybe that's why Madara was thinking to himself, but was brought out of his thoughts when Nijire and Momo both said bye to him. "HN. See you guys later," he said before he disappeared in a small bolt of blue lightning. Nijire and Momo listened to Madara's words and went to sleep instead of waiting for him to come back. They got close and cuddled each other to wait for their boyfriend by sleeping like a baby. Chapter 44, Chapter. Author, Ugh, I'm very bad with dialogue. I try to stay away from it, but then again I want to improve. So dialogue here is probably bad. Izuku Midoriya. All Might's successor and the ninth holder of the unique and powerful one-for-all quirk. Him and his teacher were on a train, going to Hosa City for this internship, when a humanoid monster attacked. Izuku recognized this monster. It was the one his classmate Madara Uchiha defeated during the USJ incident. Of course he wasn't able to see the whole fight since at that time, all the students escaped, but he remembered the end result. There was no way he wouldn't remember. That was the time he recognized Madara as someone he wanted to surpass. Someone he needed to one day defeat. With his sensei Gran Torino holding off the Nomu, Izuku figured that the hero killer could be a part of this situation since he was last sighted at Hosa City. So Izuku, who wanted to help out for once, chose to look for said hero killer, and found him fighting his friend Tenya Ida. Together, the two of them fought the villain, but of course they were no match whatsoever. How could they be? They were up against someone who's been killing pro-heroes. Izuku should have honestly expected this outcome. What did he think was going to happen when up against this person? Stain himself left the green-haired kid alive since he was impressed. Granted his fighting ability was nothing special right now, but that's not what he was impressed about. It was his heroic spirit. He saw the true nature of this kid, so he left him alive. But he was still going to kill Tenya, and what could Izuku do about it? He was paralyzed from Stain's quirk and couldn't move a single muscle. His friend was about to be killed in front of his own eyes, and he couldn't do anything. But that's when it happened. A stream of fire heading towards the man who was about to finish off Tenya. "Todoroki!" Izuku yelled out as the half-and-half teenager appeared. "What are you doing here?" he asked, but was unfortunately, or fortunately ignored. "Oh. Endeavor's son." Stain asked amusingly as he easily dodged the stream of fire that was sent his way earlier. "Shoto Todoroki." Shoto said with a glare that obviously didn't intimidate the hero killer. He didn't like when people only referred to him as the son of his father. Not really caring about the boy's name, Stain started talking and said, "Say, is your father here?" he asked seriously. He didn't care for the boy's name, but he knew that he was the son of the number 2 pro hero, Endeavor. One of the heroes that he himself thought was fake. In it only for the fame, glory, and status. If he's really here, then there's a chance to go up against him. It'll definitely be a difficult fight since he has a pretty strong quirk. But before I can do that, I have to take care of these 3 kids. Stain thought to himself before he attacked Shoto by throwing one of his knives. The battle continued on for a little while, but Shoto wasn't able to overpower the hero killer. Even with Izuku now being able to move, they still weren't able to, but soon someone will arrive that could. While Stain avoided an attack from Izuku, he rushed towards Todoroki once again since he saw him as the biggest threat here, but the boy dodged his attack and sent another stream of fire. "I got you this time, kid," Stain said as he got close to Shoto with his sword pointed towards him. Unfortunately for him, someone arrived. Uchiha reflection. Earlier with Madara. After Madara disappeared from his room in a small blue bolt of lightning, he began to run towards the direction of where Hosa should be. This was it. He'd get to meet the infamous hero killer Stain. It wasn't like Madara was a fanboy of the man. He only found his character from the anime really interesting, but he himself thought that the man's ideology was quite unreasonable. The reason why he kills heroes. He always wondered about that, and he could just ask the hero killer himself when he meets him. Arriving at Hosa City, Madara came to the site of problematic Nomus attacking nearby people and basically anything that comes close. "I guess I'll send some clones to help out, but I'll probably get in trouble for not having a supervisor with me or not having a hero license. They wouldn't give me the credit for any of what I'll do, but then again, I could care less for fame. Well, if Rumi isn't here, then I could just do this." Madara thought to himself as he created a couple clones to help out. Afterwards, Madara started to look for the hero killer in dark alleys. It only took him a couple minutes, and the sight that greeted him was Todoroki and Izuku trying to overpower Stain while Ida was on the ground gritting his teeth in frustration. Jumping down, Madara stood in front of Todoroki's fire attack that missed and took out his bow staff, then flipped the switch to transform it into his gunbai. Uchiha reflection is what sounded out, surprising the others that were there. Madara's gunbai emitted a bright light, then blasted a stream of fire that took the hero killer by surprise, but he was still able to evade on time. Not without injuries though. Tenya wasn't in the way of the attack, but Izuku and Todoroki were. The green-haired boy just jumped up to avoid the fire, while the half-and-half teenager used his ice to protect himself. Although Stain evaded the attack, part of the fire did hit his shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth and hold onto it. Looking up, he was able to see the familiar face of the boy he watched highlights of. Madara Uchiha. Stain said, as he took in his surroundings and the amount of people actually against him right now. From what he knew from the videos he's watched and the recent news, Madara was a powerful student, but the place they were fighting it should limit his more powerful attacks, just like how it did for the Todoroki. At least that's what he thought. Madara. Izuku yelled out in surprise. What is he doing here? First Shoto showed up out of nowhere, and now him. Maybe with him we'll finally be able to defeat the hero killer. He thought so himself hopefully. You three. Get out of here and take Native for some help. Madara spoke out as he glanced at the injured pro-hero who Stain was originally after. What are talking about, Madara? The four of us can defeat him together. Izuku replied back, with Shoto staying silent. No. I have to. For my brother I have to defeat him. Tenya said as he finally got up from the ground and looked right at the hero killer. It was this man's fault that his brother can't be a hero anymore. He wanted nothing more than to defeat him. No, kill him. Would your brother really want this, Ida? Just look at yourself right now. How would your pro-hero of a brother react if he knew what you were doing? Trying to get revenge instead of helping out the people who need a hero right now. You remember the monster I defeated at the USJ incident, right? They are all over the city right now, wreaking havoc and attacking the civilians. Madara said to Ida, who looked like he was about to attack Stain. Was he ignoring Madara? He's too stubborn right now to just leave when the cause of his brother's injury is right in front of him. Am I going too far by not letting him fight as well? No. I really don't care what sort of problem Tenya has with Stain, but I plan to fight him. Having these three here will just hinder me. Of course I could attempt to fight with them, but I'm not the type of person to fight together with others as a team, Madara thought to himself as he wrapped Native around with his wood element, and placed him next to Todoroki and Izuku. Shoto, Tenya, and Izuku. I hope you listen to my words. Go and get Native some help. Afterwards, do anything you can to save any citizens. I'm sure there's a lot injured right now. Madara said, and sighed once again when he saw that Tenya didn't intend on doing what he asked. So what did he do? Chop him in the back of the neck, making him go unconscious. He wrapped him in wood as well, and placed him down next to Izuku. Interesting. The first thing he did when he got here was focus on getting the injured hero some medical attention. He told the other three to leave, so that means he thinks he could defeat me on his own. Qualities of a true hero. I have to admit. The kid is powerful, but this decision was pretty stupid. Doesn't mean I'm going to underestimate him. If he has that much confidence, it either means that he's cocky, or has something up his sleeve. Stain thought to himself. Madara, why do you have to fight alone? We could dash, Izuku said, but was interrupted by Shoto, who picked up Native. Midoriya. Out of all of us, Madara is the most likely to defeat the hero killer. Didn't you hear what he said? There are other people who need our help. Shoto said before Izuku nodded with slight hesitation and picked Ida up. Do you think I'm going to let you get away with my target? Stain questioned as he rushed towards Todoroki, who was carrying Native. Before he could even reach him, a stone wall erupted from the ground and blocked off the entrance of the alleyway. Seeing how his sword hit the newly formed wall, Stain turned around to see the same thing happening to the other end. What do you think you're doing, kid? Do you honestly believe trapping yourself in here with me was a good idea? Stain questioned the student as he got into position for his next attack. He's not normal. Not normal at all. He thought to himself as he stared at Madara, who now had his arms crossed. Settle down. There's no need to fight right now. I was honestly just curious about your actions so far. Killing and injuring heroes. Why would you do that? Madara questioned the hero killer. Those that don't uphold the values of a hero. Who are only doing this for fame and glory. They are all fake. So I took it upon myself to cleanse society of them. From your actions so far, I can tell you're not one of them, so I'm not going to kill you. I'll give you this chance right now. Leave. Stain said to the long-haired teenager. Ignoring that last part, Madara shook his head and said, "Your thinking is flawed and outdated. You want to kill these heroes who are only in it for fame and money, but does that really matter? As long as they get the job done, and as long as they do their job as a pro hero, then why should it matter that they want money and fame for it? Your expectations. You think all heroes should be selfless. Be like All Might and save/help others just to help others. Most people aren't like that. They won't just risk their lives, just to not receive anything in return. Are you going to try and kill all the cops too? They do what heroes do and still get paid." Stain stood silent and thought about the boy's words. I could understand his intentions. I really can, but the way he does things is villainous. It's villainous, yet his thought process isn't. Or what he thinks is wrong with society. That's what makes him an interesting character to me. Madara thought to himself. The hero killer looked at Madara seriously and said. Chapter 45, Chapter. Author, honestly. Any authors here, y'all ever write on your phone? It truly does suck like a bitch. Read your comments last chapter, and I'll stop underestimating myself lol. But I did find it quite difficult to get the Stain vibes in this chapter. The hero killer looked at Madara seriously and said, either way, whatever you say, I'm still not going to change my ways. I took it upon myself to stain my hands in blood to fix this society. To cleanse and purge it of all these fake heroes. Even if it's wrong. Even if everyone sees my actions as villainous and evil. The man had already recognized that his actions were morally wrong. He knew that what he was doing wasn't considered right and he was labeled as a villain, but did he care? No. He only focused on doing what he always said he would do. So why do you think that you yourself should have to do it? Madara questioned the man as he switched his gun back to his bow staff and strapped it to his back. He didn't get it. What was pushing him to continue on with these ideals of his? What pushed him to become this type of man, killing heroes that he thought were bad? If no one will, then I might as well. In order for society to be in the right path, then I have to continue what I'm doing. I've already started long before, your words aren't going to make me stop. For every blood I spill, society takes one step towards the right path. The hero killer responded seriously to the young man in front of him. He didn't expect for Madara to understand his words, or the reason to why he was doing this, and he also didn't care what the boy really thought of him. There's already tons of people who want him dead or imprisoned, and he still continued on with what he was doing. No matter how much they wish him to be caught, he'll still do what he's doing. No matter how much they wish for his demise, he'll still save them. Save them of this flawed and unacceptable society. Stain thought to himself with resolve. And who do you think the ideal hero is in your eyes? Madara questioned him. He knew who it was, but he wanted to see if there was anyone else other than the person he was thinking. All Might, the type of person who'll save those despite getting nothing in return. Who despite all the fame and glory, still steps up to be society's number one. His strength doesn't matter in my eyes. What I like most about the man is his selflessness and conviction. That's a true hero, but unfortunately most of the others who admire him seem to be fake. It's funny, isn't it? Stain said, causing Madara to shake his head in disagreement. All Might, huh? Once again, I've realized just how unrealistic your expectations seem to be. I've said this before, but do you actually expect every hero to sacrifice themselves and give it their all without any sort of compensation? You seem to forget, or maybe you didn't notice this, but being a hero is a profession. No matter if you don't like it, or how it doesn't show the qualities of your definition of a true hero. What's the problem of being a hero for the need of money? What if the person is struggling with wealth? Isn't being a hero the better way to fix that problem of theirs? In my opinion, I would rather have them become a hero for wealth and fame, than to turn over and become a villain for that same reason. Let me ask you this. There's this girl in my class. Young student training to become a protector of society. To one day become a pro hero. Her reason for becoming one is mostly because she wants to make money for her parents. Would you corner her one day in a dark alley and slit her throat in cold blood? Or preach about your ideology and hurt her so bad to the point where they'll never be able to become a hero again? Madara said, looking at the villain who seemed to have no reaction to his words. Madara himself believed that Stain was expecting too much of society, and the general outlook of what a pro hero should be these days. Who in their right mind would sacrifice themselves for the sake of protecting people who they don't even know, with no reward whatsoever? In the end, who cared if they wanted money and fame? Only thing that should matter is if they're doing their job as a pro hero. If they are actually saving people. What would happen if one day, they started to not pay heroes for the actions they do? It's likely that most of them would quit and find a different profession. Stop being a pro hero and go look for another job. Yes, job, because that's all it is in Madara's eyes. It's no different than being a police officer. I'm growing tired of this talk. Madara thought to himself as Stain finally opened his mouth and said. Say whatever you want, kid. It won't have any effect on me. Is your goal trying to make me feel guilt? See my wrongs. It'll never happen. I would have been arrested long ago if I felt guilty for doing what I'm doing. Maybe when you grow up, you'll realize what I'm talking about. When you see the true world and the real way these heroes operate. Madara once again disagreed with the words of the hero killer. He didn't need to grow up to understand the man's ideology or realize just how right Stain was. Why? Because he wasn't right. At least his actions weren't. Looking straight into the eyes of Stain, Madara spoke up and said. In the end, I just think you're insane, but I do think you have a point. We as a people, as humans will always have realistic motives for doing this type of stuff, but we'd also expect something in return. That's just how most people are, but you just can't seem to accept that. From the look in his eyes, he could tell that his words meant nothing to him. No matter what people say about his actions, he'll still do whatever he can to achieve his goal. I'll only say this once, kid. I saw the qualities in you. Your actions earlier, I truly believe that you deserve to be called a true hero. Because of this, I won't kill you. So just leave right now while you can. Stain said, but narrowed his eyes when Madara started to chuckle out loud. You really are mistaken. Madara said, finding Stain's words to be quite funny. Qualities of a true hero. Yes, this man was truly insane if he thought this about him. What about it? Stain questioned to the Uchiha. My actions earlier? Let me explain it for you. I didn't save Native because I was worried about his health, and I didn't tell those 3 students to leave because I want to sacrifice myself for them. I only did it because they were weak. They'll only be an annoyance when I'm fighting you. With your definition of a true hero, then I'm most certainly not one. Granted, I could care less about fame or money, I still would never sacrifice myself for strangers. Madara said to the men as he crossed his arms. In my past life, I didn't even live old enough to drink. Or old enough to fall completely in love and get married. Or even have my own kids, so with my new one, why would I risk my life for people I don't even know? I want to be able to actually live out my new one and experience new things. Only time I would ever risk my life is to save the people close to me. This is what I don't get with those overly nice main characters in some of those fanfictions. They get another chance to live, but they go out of their way to risk their lives for people they don't even know. It's like they want to die again. Madara thought to himself with a sigh. Luckily for him, he was reborn with these powers, so he didn't have to worry much about risking his life when fighting villains. Looking at the men across from him, Madara took out 2 kunai when he realized Stain was aiming his sword at him. So that's your true nature. I gave you a chance to leave this place. To put these walls down and run away, but this is the path you chose. It's good that you're honest. It really is, but your honesty is what's going to lead you to your death. Hero Killer Stain said with obvious intention of killing the young men in front of him. Very well then. You better make this interesting. Madara said with a grin as he activated his Sharingan. Now that he's thought of it, this will be his first fight of him actually using kunai. Rushing towards Madara with his sword out, Stain intended to end the fight quickly by taking the boy's blood to paralyze him. Blood curdle. Allows Stain to paralyze his target by tasting a sample of their blood. The amount mostly depends on the target's blood type. From shortest to longest, it would be O, A, B, B. This has allowed Stain to easily overpower and kill the amount of heroes he has with no sort of difficulty. Going against him without any knowledge of his quirk would definitely be unfortunate for anyone. As he began attacking, Stain noticed something. The young boy was incredibly skilled with those kunai of his. Not a lot of people actually use this sort of weapon. In a world with destructive quirks, kunai would be useless in most cases. You seem pretty skilled with close combat fighting. You were observing the fight I had with those 3 kids earlier, right? So you know what my quirk is. Stain said as he dodged a slash that nearly sliced his ear off. Jumping backwards, the hero killer avoided another kunai that was thrown his way. Looking back, he saw it go right through the stone wall, surprising him a bit at the destructive power that shouldn't be possible with such a weapon. I suggest you stop talking in the middle of the fight. One wrong move and you'll see yourself on the ground. Madara said as he noticed the man still moving fine even when his shoulder was still burnt from the earlier fire attack. He has great endurance. Hitting him pretty hard should be enough to put him down. I can't prolong this fight any longer. Judging by the clones I sent earlier, Todoroki and Izuku should be heading back here pretty soon with Endeavor and Gran Torino. They'll definitely try and get me to stop fighting Stain, and I don't like when people interrupt my fights. Madara thought to himself as he began planning for his next action. Seeing Stain throw 2 knives at him and jump on the walls, Madara thought to himself once again. If this doesn't work, then I'm honestly an idiot. Even if it doesn't, I have my own ways to get out of the situation. As the knife passed by Madara's cheek, leaving a cut in the process, Stain caught it from behind and grinned at the boy. Getting kicked from behind, Madara flipped in the air and landed perfectly, but he couldn't move afterwards. So in the end, you were just overestimating yourself. What did I say earlier? I gave you the chance to leave, but you chose the wrong decision. Stain said as stood in front of the young boy. So this is how it feels to be caught up in Stain's quirk. It's honestly nothing special. Not with the type of power I have. Madara said in his mind. Madara Uchiha. An interesting individual with a bright future ahead of you with that strong quirk of yours. Unfortunately, you turned out to be a fact. Stain was saying, but was blasted back when a sudden burst of power erupted from Madara, forming cracks all over the walls and ground. No, Madara didn't receive any sort of random power-up. All he did was bring out his chakra to overpower the hold on him. Of course he could have done something else like create a seal-less wood clone, but this was obviously a better way. Getting off from the ground, Stain looked forward to see Madara surrounded in a sort of blue aura while looking at his fist, clenching and unclenching it. I have to admit, it was truly an uncomfortable feeling to be paralyzed like this, but in the end, I was able to easily move once again. Overestimate myself? You're wrong. Earlier you thought that I trapped myself in here with you, but it was the other way around. Grinning once again, Madara took a stance and looked right at the shocked man in front of him. Brace yourself, hero killer. Chapter 46, Chapter. While the original Madara was in the dark alley fighting the hero killer, the clones he sent were off helping the citizens as well as holding off any nomus they came across. Although the clones didn't hold the full power of the original, they were still fairly strong. Actually, it made no difference anyways. Madara has never used his full power yet, so fighting without it wasn't difficult. There was a lot of damage done to the city of Hosu. Compared to the earlier peaceful atmosphere, it was complete chaos. Buildings destroyed with fires starting during the night sky. Yes, who could have expected this to happen today? While one of the clones was helping anyone who got caught up with the destruction, this clone right here just came across a group of heroes fighting off two nomus. Endeavor. Madara thought to himself as he saw Shoto's abusive father fight off the Nomu that looked exactly like the one he fought during the USJ incident. Of course Endeavor was having no difficulty in fighting off the Nomu he was up against, but the same couldn't be said for the other pro heroes that were fighting one with wings. AGHH. One of them screamed in pain as they were punched back. How strong are these monsters? Another said while gritting their teeth. The nomus were extremely durable, and couldn't be taken down by any normal means. So these pro heroes right now that didn't have any destructive or useful quirks to fight against it, were struggling. Just hold on for a while. Endeavor said to keep it from flying away from the city. Once he's done fighting the other one, then he'll come and defeat this one too. One hero said to the others. And how can we keep it from flying away? None of us can fly or have enough strength to jump in the air and attack it. So if the monster chooses to fly somewhere else, then we can't stop it at all. Doesn't that mean it's just playing with us? They were losing hope. What were they supposed to do against a monster with this much strength? Yes, Endeavor told them to hold it back while he goes against the stronger one, but they didn't have enough strength to do it. That's when it happened. The Nomu they were fighting was suddenly blasted into the air, by a figure with long aura-like wings attached to his back. What the hell? Who is that? One of the weaklings questioned. The sky was dark, and the only light emitting from the area was the fire nearby and the couple of street lights that were somehow left standing in all of this destruction. Yes, the clone of Madara was the one to blast the Nomu with wings into the air, and flew up with the use of Susanoo wings. The monster screeched in pain as it felt the powerful blow to the stomach. It tried to escape Madara by flying up away, but its speed was pretty slow, so its escape was unsuccessful. Wanting the monster to stop moving, Madara created a branch that was about 15 inches long, and then threw it right at the Nomu's shoulder. He used just the right amount of strength in the throw to have the branch not go straight through, but stuck there. Seconds later, the branch that was lodged into the Nomu's shoulder started to grow all around the monster's body to restrain it. Since Madara wanted to defeat it right here and now, he kept the wings unrestrained so it could struggle in the air, but still unable to move. Now. Stay still and await your death. Madara said high up in the air with his Susanoo wings spread out. Raising his arm in the air, he opened his palm and started to circulate his chakra around it. You probably can't understand me, but you'll be the first ever person I'll use this move on. Madara said to the monster. A normal Rasengan was formed on his hand, but Madara added his fire chakra to it. It didn't take long for the spiraling ball of chakra to turn black and be surrounded by a ring of fire. A ring of fire so bright that it lit up the area, catching the attention of those nearby, as well as two certain villains. I'll blast it where there's no one nearby. Madara thought to himself as he brought his hand down and flew towards the restrained Nomu. Fire release, Rasengan. Yes, it was just a simple Rasengan with fire chakra added to it. So simple, yet the destructive power was insane. The Nomu was blasted back into the ground, and seconds later, the Rasengan exploded into a blazing maelstrom of fire, reducing the monster into ashes. Luckily there wasn't anyone nearby, so there wasn't any casualties. The heroes on the ground were completely shocked at this display, even Endeavor, who just got done defeating the Nomu he was up against. How could they not be shocked at this display of power? The heroes down below didn't know who the person that defeated the monster they weren't able to beat was, but Endeavor knew. Oh, he easily figured it out. Those blue wings and familiar flames. Madara Uchiha. Endeavor thought as he stared at the young man who humiliated his son during the sports festival. Not just his son, but him as well. One just doesn't forget being talked down by a student years younger than them. With Tamura and Kurogiri. Kurogiri could feel it. The rage of Tamura as he stared at the figure in the sky who flew back down. He's here, all our plans ruined because of him. Tamura said furiously as he clenched his two fists. Why was this happening again? Why was this boy even here? Tamura, we should leave. Kurogiri suggested, remembering how easily Madara defeated him during that time. Although he was confused on why the young man was actually here, it wasn't as important as getting the hell out of this place. No, Kurogiri. Teleport one of the other Nomas to sneak and attack him. Tamura suggested as he began to scratch his neck. There's only probably one left, and it wouldn't be a match for Madara. Kurogiri spoke out his thoughts. Just do it. It's better than nothing. If it can't kill or capture him, then it can try to injure him. Tamura spoke out some bullshit. I doubt that'll happen. Kurogiri thought to himself, but complied with Tamura's commands anyways. Back with clone Madara. Madara Uchiha. Endeavor spoke out with his usual tone of voice. To the others nearby, it was pretty obvious that the men didn't like the boy. Endeavor, you're here too. Madara casually replied as he landed in front of the pro-hero, whose eyes started to twitch. Although shocked once again by the power Madara possessed, Endeavor realized something. The young man wasn't with the hero he knew he worked for. What do you think you're doing? Using your quirk like that when that rabbit hero who you're interning for isn't even here. You know that's illegal, right? Endeavor spoke out, causing Madara to sigh. Is he this petty? I can't blame him. I too would be mad if I was completely humiliated by some kid. But he is right. Rumi isn't with me so I could get in trouble. Luckily, I could just do this. Madara thought to himself. Who said Rumi wasn't here? Madara questioned. Before Endeavor could reply back, the sound of the other heroes nearby sounded out. Look out. There's another one. A car was suddenly thrown towards Madara and Endeavor's direction, but before they could even attempt to do anything, a voice sounded out. Luna Arc. To the heroes nearby, it was Rabbit Hero Mirko, but to Madara, it was just another clone of his using Henge to look like Rumi. Nobody would suspect a thing. Madara has been with Rumi long enough to know how she acts. He stared at her form and fighting style with his Sharingan, so he knew how to perfectly transform into her and use all her moves. Rumi went right through the car with that kick, and instantly bashed the Noma's head, easily defeating it in the process. Mirko. Endeavor said, confused on where she even came from. Confused on where that Noma came from as well, but he had a guess on that. He's with me, Endeavor. Rumi said as she stood next to Madara with her hands on her hips. Humph, alright then. Endeavor said. He looked towards the other heroes and continued speaking. You guys go help anyone nearby, and put out the surrounding fire. Nodding their heads, the weaker heroes listened to the man's words and did exactly what he told them to do. Madara and Mirko. This attack tonight was most likely all planned by those League of Villain guys. We can go find them right now and take them down. Endeavor spoke out. Unfortunately, the two villains already left the moment Rumi appeared. Madara looked at Endeavor. This wasn't the douchebag asshole father right now, but the rank 2 pro hero who took his job seriously. Rumi shook her head and said, before I came here, I already scouted the area. They should be gone by now. Madara. A voice yelled out. The three turned to see Izuku, Shoto, and Gran Torino running towards their direction. Rabbit Hero Mirko. What are you doing here? The old man in the hero costume questioned. He knew that this woman doesn't patrol around this area. Well, I was taking my partner to go and patrol, but we heard what was happening here. Madara is pretty fast, so he was able to get us here quickly. Rumi explained. What are you doing here, Shoto? Endeavor questioned his son sternly. We were fighting the hero killer, but Madara appeared and told us to take Ida and Native and bring them to a shelter. After we did that, we were going to help out, but met up with a clone of Madara. He told us that another one was with you and said Gran Torino was nearby. He dispelled, but that's when we saw the other Madara in the air fighting off that Nomu. Shoto explained. What? Hero killer? You didn't tell me about the hero killer appearing here. Gran Torino said to Izuku, who put his head down. If the original version of you is fighting the hero killer, then we need to go and help right now. Gran Torino said as he had Izuku and Shoto show him the way. So that was a clone the whole time. He used all that power and easily defeated that Nomu, while the original is fighting Stain. Endeavor thought as he grit his teeth. At this moment, he realized just how much competition Shoto has to surpass All Might. No, he realized that it might not even be possible anymore. Few moments later. Are you sure it's right here? This isn't an alleyway. Gran Torino said as everyone arrived where Shoto and Izuku said Stain was. Original Madara made this stone wall so Stain couldn't get to Izuku and Shoto. Well, looks like you found him, so I'm going to go ahead and dispel. The clone of Madara said, causing the others to turn to him. Getting confirmation from the clone, the old man looked at Izuku. Izuku, destroy the wall. Gran Torino told his in turn as he backed up. Izuku, wanting to actually do something, brought his hand back into a fist and yelled. Smash. Before he could reach the wall, it had already broken down by itself into little pieces of stone. Everyone, except Rumi, stood there shocked at what they saw. Madara stood there with his Sharingan active and long black hair blowing from the wind pressure of Izuku's punch. What really shocked the others was what he was holding. Madara dragged a beaten and bloody unconscious Stain by the hair. From the looks of it, he was wrapped in thick and sturdy wooden branches. Why you defeated him all by yourself? The green-eyed boy who went by the name of Izuku asked with obvious shock. Flashback start. With his Sharingan active, Madara grinned and looked right at the hero killer who was shocked at the fact that Madara was able to get out of his hold. Brace yourself, hero killer. Madara said, and the men did exactly that, but it wasn't enough. Even if he was prepared for whatever attack was coming, it didn't matter. He was looking right at the Uchiha, but he was still unable to see when he moved to reappear right in front of him. Stain coughed up a good amount of blood as Madara kneed him to the stomach. He wasn't able to react when Madara spun and kicked the side of his head, crashing him into the wall. Are you still alive? Madara questioned with no concern whatsoever as he slowly walked towards the hero killer. Stain felt pain all over his body as he groaned. Such power behind those attacks. His highlights showed him using elements, but he hasn't even used one of them. Just what the hell is this? A strength-type quirk? It has to be. The man thought to himself as he slowly got up while holding his head. Even when feeling all this pain, Stain was still able to think clearly to analyze just what the hell happened to him. That hurt, kid. Stain said as he grit his teeth. Forget his stomach, his head was throbbing with pain. Oh. You're still standing. I can't be surprised. You have some great endurance, but how long will it last? How much of a beating do you have to take to stay down? Madara questioned as he crossed his arms. He, how interesting. Nobody has made me feel like this in a while. Stain said as he rushed towards Madara, intending to kill him right there. You really are crazy. Madara simply said as he easily dodged the sword and slapped Stain by enhancing his strength with chakra. Ag. The men yelled out in pain as he once again crushed into the wall. Looking at the hero killer, Madara saw that his face was all swollen and bloody as blood flowed down from his head. Compared to the Stain a couple minutes ago, he looked completely different. Looking at the hand he slapped Stain with, Madara thought to himself, did I hit him too hard? Nah. He's lucky I didn't slap his head right off. Seeing the hero killer sitting on the ground with his back towards the broken and cracked wall, Madara was slightly impressed at his endurance. How does it feel? To be defeated like this by a mere student. Training for hours and hours, defeating all types of people, just to sit here completely beaten up by a teenager. Madara questioned, angering the men. Stain tried to stand up, but wooden branches wrapped around his arms and legs, immobilizing him. He sat there on the ground and stared at the young man in red armor who was walking towards him with a small smile. For all those people you killed, the least you could do is sit there and receive this beating. Madara said as he kicked the Stain right in the face. Damn, I feel like Levi. Madara thought to himself as he continued to kick Stain until he became unconscious. Looks like they're here. Madara thought to himself as he tightly wrapped Stain in wood branches and dragged by the hair. Flashback end. Chapter 47, Chapter. Gran Torino looked at the young man in front of him in shock. He knew that Stain was a fairly powerful person, being able to kill and easily defeat pro-heroes, so Madara being able to handle him was kind of surprising. But he really should have expected this. Especially when All Might himself talked to him before about this specific young man. He remembered the pro-hero telling him about a student finding out about his secret. A student with a powerful and mysterious quirk. All Might was right. This boy will get far with that strength of his. Watching the news lately, he seems to have a good grasp on how pro heroes work. I wonder how'd he do if he had one for all. He looks like he would be able to control it and make it his own, but he already has the potential to become number one without that quirk. Gran Torino thought to himself, but felt kind of guilty for ever thinking of this when he looked at his intern. Izuku stood there with his head down, feeling completely frustrated with himself. The green-haired boy saw Madara as someone he wants to surpass before All Might, but every time he sees the Uchiha accomplish something like winning the sports festival or saving those hostages, he realizes how weak he really is. As Izuku was in his thoughts, the Fire Pro hero Endeavor realized something and spoke out. You know that you won't be able to take credit for this. Although Miko was with you in defeating that Nomu, she wasn't with you when you were fighting the hero killer. Hearing his father's words, Shoto stood there and realized just how much trouble he could have gotten himself into if he continued to fight Stain with Izuku and Tenya. I couldn't care less for the credit. Madara spoke out, unconcerned about Endeavor's words. He himself thought that fame right now won't really do anything for him. Besides, why did he even run all the way to Hosa City today? Of course it wasn't to get popular and increase his status in society. It was because he found the character of hero killer Stain interesting. He wanted to question the man about his ideals and fight him. Madara, are you all right? Do you need to go see a medic? Gran Torino asked the young man, who shook his head at his question. So he won without receiving injuries? Well, he could be lying about being fine since most young kids do this, but I'm sure Mirko will check if he's really okay. The old man in a hero costume thought to himself. TCH. We have to bring the hero killer in. Shoto, go stay by the nearby shelter and wait for me. Endeavor said as he picked the restrained Stain up and walked away with Gran Torino following. You too, Izuku, go with Todoroki. We'll be leaving after all this is over. And Mirko, are you going to come with us? The old man said to Izuku, and then asked the only other pro hero there. No. I'm sure you two can handle all this yourself. I'll be leaving here, it's getting pretty late, and I live far from here. Rumi told the old man, who sighed. After the two heroes left, Rumi turned to Madara and said, you can go ahead and leave whenever you feel like it. I'll see you tomorrow for internships. The woman jumped up on top of the buildings and instantly rushed off, but that's only what she made it look like. In reality, Rumi, which was actually a clone of Madara's, dispelled itself the moment it was away from any eyes. Now, it was just Madara, Izuku and Shoto left standing there in the middle of the dark, complete silence around the area. With the awkward atmosphere, Shoto spoke up and said. So. Madara would have left, but he felt like one of them wanted to say something, but now the three of them just looked stupid standing there while not talking. I will. The Uchiha and Todoroki heard Izuku mutter under his breath. Is there something you want to say, Izuku? Madara questioned. With as much courage as he could muster, Izuku brought his head up and looked Madara right in the eye. Although he was extremely nervous, he wasn't showing it on the outside. At least that's what Izuku thought. Madara himself saw something in eyes of the little boy in front of him. Determination and obvious nervousness. What was he nervous about? Madara wondered. I still have my Sharingan active. Madara thought to himself, but he realized that nothing changed. So he could only guess that Izuku was only nervous because of what he was going to say next. I will one day defeat you. Izuku shouted towards Madara, mostly trying to convince himself that it'll happen one day. That confidence came out of nowhere, but these are the times when I think of how much better Izuku would have been if he had this type of confidence. Maybe if I henge into Bakugo, he'll go back to his usual shy self. Madara thought to himself jokingly. Shoto couldn't help but shake his head when he heard Izuku's words and declaration. He knew firsthand how scary it was to be up against Madara, and he was sure that Izuku was no match. Who knows? Maybe he can one day surprise everyone. The half-and-half teenager thought to himself. Although Shoto thought this about Izuku, he can still understand why he'd say this to Madara's face. He can understand because he too wants to defeat the Uchiha himself. Deciding to humor the green-haired kid, Madara looked at him back and said, I'll be waiting for the day to happen. At this moment, he wanted to mention the whole All Might situation just to fuck with him, but Shoto was right there. Maybe another time. He thought to himself while lightly shaking his head. Alright, see you guys whenever. Madara said before he disappeared in a splash of water, surprising the two others there. Midoriya. Do you really think you can defeat him? He's already leagues ahead of us, how are you going to catch up to him? Shoto questioned the green-eyed boy. I don't know, but I still have to try. I have the rest of the week to train even harder. Izuku said, more so to himself. Maybe Gran Torino will let me just train for the remaining days. Madara appeared on top of a building and started to run home. He couldn't wait to lay on his extremely comfortable bed with Nijire and Momo holding on to him. As he was running, he began to realize something. By acting like and transforming into Rumi today, the hero headquarters or police force will probably call her to ask her about the Hosu incident. The problem was that Rumi didn't know anything about this situation. So what did Madara do? He took his phone out and called Rumi. Yes, he has her number, but this would be the first time calling her. Noticing how it was pretty late, Madara hopes the white-haired woman wasn't sleeping, because if that was the case, he'd have to rush towards her home right now. Fortunately, he didn't have to do all that since Rumi answered the phone pretty quickly. Hello. Looks like she just woke up. Madara thought to himself. Rumi, it's me, Madara. I apologize for waking you up, but I needed to talk to you about something important. The Uchiha said. It's okay, Madara. I'm actually happy that you called me. You've never done so before. I've been waiting for you to do so for a while now. Rumi said over the phone. Due to being pretty sleepy, she didn't even realize how she reveled how much she wants to talk to him. Rumi herself thought that she and Madara don't ever interact with each other outside of interning, and she was right. But that would of course soon change. Alright Rumi, I'll start calling you more often, but I seriously have something to explain to you. Hosu was attacked by some villains, and I went ahead and helped out. Madara replied back, getting Rumi to really wake up. What? Hosu City was attacked? Rumi asked seriously. It was like the hero in her was fully awake, as it should be. It was pretty rare for a whole city to be attacked by villains. Everything is fine, the whole incident is over, but the real problem is. Madara then went on to explain how he transformed into her just so he wouldn't get into so much trouble with annoying laws of using quirks like he did. He also made sure to tell her not to tell a single soul about this skill of his. He could do a lot with his transformation jutsu, and if everyone knew he could do this, then they'd suspect him for a lot of things. Plus, it would be fun to fuck with some people like that. On the other side of the phone, Rumi was shocked. How could she not be? Just how many skills does her partner have? The transformation technique alone could be considered a useful and unique quirk. If you want it to be a secret, then I'll respect your wishes. Rumi told him, not lying at all. Her partner was trusting her with this type of information, and she definitely wasn't going to lose his trust. Thank you, Rumi. I'll see you tomorrow. Madara said and then hung up the phone. He couldn't help but smile at the fact that he could trust the rabbit hero with these kind of things. If it was any other hero, then they'd probably report it right away, or try to convince him that keeping this a secret would be selfish because the technique could be very helpful. Sighing to himself, Madara finally arrived home and instantly appeared in his dark room in a puff of smoke. Looking around, he saw his two girlfriends cuddling with their arms and legs wrapped around each other. Yes, Madara activated his Sharingan for this sight. Removing his hero outfit and clothes underneath, he went to his bathroom to freshen up. While he did that, he sensed the house and realized that June and Aiko were asleep. They'll definitely be mad when they find out what I did. Well, that's for tomorrow. Madara thought to himself as he put on boxers and went to lay in bed with Nijire and Momo. Author originally planned to end the chapter here, but I was like nah. Next morning. Waking up to the ray of light coming from his window, Madara separates from his two girls and yawned. Bringing his phone over to him with the use of some wind chakra, Madara checked the time and saw that it was pretty early, but there was something else that caught his attention. Missed call from Namiri. She never calls or texts me this earlier. It's either my actions yesterday are already on the news, or it's something personal. Madara thought to himself. Good morning, Madara. Morning. Nijire and Momo both said as they woke up to their boyfriend wide awake. Giving both of them a kiss on their forehead, Madara got up from the bed and said, why don't we go ahead and get ready for some breakfast? Around this time would be when Aiko calls them down to eat in the morning. But this time, Madara felt like that wouldn't be happening today. Madara, how was yesterday? Did you defeat the hero killer? Nijire questioned with a smile, with her earlier tiredness completely disappearing. Momo too was curious about this, but she already knew the outcome if he's standing right there with no scars on his body. Nijire and Momo both knew, but they liked it when Madara told them the stories of his fights. For some reason, they found it entertaining. Going into the bathroom, the three brushed their teeth. Of course there was only one toothbrush which was Madara's, but Momo was able to easily make one for her and one for the periwinkle-haired girl. Afterwards, they washed their faces while Madara explained what happened yesterday. While washing his face, Madara always wondered if it was unnecessary. Something that he's noticed since he's arrived in this world is that the people here compared to his past life were way more attractive. He's sure that everyone he's seen so far has perfect skin with no acne whatsoever. Is that way makeup is way less popular than I've known it to be before? My girls don't put it on, and their skin looks flawless. I know the girls at school don't do so as well. Rumi and Namiri too. Madara thought to himself. Getting dressed, the three teenagers went downstairs, just to see Aiko and June sitting down on the sofa and watching the news on the TV. Yesterday, a terrible incident happened at Hosa City. Monsters attacking the area and destroying anything that crosses its path. It was absolute chaos. And during all of this commotion, the hero killer was off trying to kill his next target. Fortunately, pro-hero Endeavor was able to arrive quickly and defeat hero killer Stain. The news reporter said. Yes, Endeavor got the credit for it since Madara already confirmed to them yesterday that he couldn't care less. And it was true. Also the fact that he would have gotten in trouble if he took the credit. It's not like he was scared or anything, but it would just be bringing trouble to himself. Unnecessary conflict that doesn't need to happen. The two adults on the sofa knew the truth though. Why was that? It was because they got a call from the police chief this morning about how their son was at the Hosu incident and what he did. They were too caught up with the fact that their son was even at Hosa that they overlooked how he actually defeated a man who killed and crippled tons of pro-heroes. Walking in the living room, Madara greeted his parents and said, "Good morning." He didn't get to finish when Aiko sharply turned to him with visible anger on her face. What were you thinking? Running along right towards Hosu. You knew how worried I was about this whole thing and your safety. Why would you even go there yourself? Usually, June would calm his wife down, but this time he didn't. He himself had to agree with Aiko. Why would Madara go to Hosa City? They knew that he was at home right before the attack happened, so that means he purposely went there. Rumi was already there at Hosu, and you know I can't just sit there and do nothing when I have the power to help. That was just a bullshit explanation, but what was he supposed to say? The truth? Hell no. He was definitely not going to say that he went there because he found Stain to be interesting and wanted to fight the men himself. You know what, I'll just show you guys that you don't need to worry about me so much. Madara said, thinking that if he showed them how strong he was, then they wouldn't worry for him like this. It should do good to have them know that whatever problem occurs, their son would be completely fine. What do you mean? Before Aiko could finish her sentence, the news reporter sounded out once again and said something that caught the attention of those watching. And that's not all. Rabbit hero Mirko and her intern Madara Uchiha were there too, fighting off those monsters. According to witnesses, the teenager was able to defeat one on his own, with a special move of his. It was then that a picture showed. Whoa. So pretty. Nijire said as she started at the television screen. Yes, I wonder if I can make it my new wallpaper. Momo questioned as she too agreed with her sister. The picture showed Madara with his wings out and flame Rasengan in his hand, lighting up the area as he stared down at the Nomu who was restrained. Even Madara had to admit that the picture was pretty good. He just wondered how people would react if they saw the destructive power of that fireball resting on the palm of his hand. Honey, look how handsome our son looks. Aiko said, causing June to look at her weirdly. Wasn't she just scolding the boy? Another mystery of the mind of a woman. 10 minutes later. After watching the news, Madara had everyone else follow him outside into the forest. He intended on showing Aiko and June what he was fully capable of. Maybe I could just ask Rumi to explain to them on how I beat her every day. Nah, she'll never do that. Madara thought to himself with a small laugh. Arriving at a fairly large clearing with just straight grass and no trees, Madara stopped and turned to his parents. So what do you want to show us? June questioned his son curiously. I might do some things in the future that'll cause you guys to worry a ton, but I don't want that to happen. I feel like it's better if you guys know, instead of constantly wondering if your son or daughters are okay. Madara said. He mentioned Nijire and Momo as well, basically saying that he would be the one to protect them. Turning back around, Madara created on clone and said, just watch. What happened next shocked the two adults, and caused the two female teenagers to look at their boyfriend in awe. Of course Nijire and Momo knew about Madara's strength and power, but they rarely ever see him use it. In seconds, the whole terrain was changing. A waterfall with clear blue water flowing down to create a small river. Hills in the background forming with vibrant green trees. Needless to say, it looked completely beautiful. Forming half of his Susanoo that covered the others as well, Madara brought out a sword and destroyed the whole thing. The whole area devastated. It took about 10 seconds to create the beautiful scenery, but even less to destroy it. What? Why did you do that? Aiko yelled out. Chapter 48, Chapter. I was binge-watching Avatar on Netflix because I never watched the series. Finished Airbender and I'm almost finished with Book 1 of Korra. So read the author note. And I hope you guys know action isn't in every chapter. What? Why did you do that? Aiko yelled out as she saw the destroyed area. The beautiful terrain she saw earlier was no more. From her reaction and the way she was acting, it was like Aiko completely forgot why Madara even brought them here. Maybe showing her I could make the best backyard wasn't such a good idea. Judging by the look she's giving me, I wouldn't be surprised if she tried grounding me. The Uchiha thought to himself as June was holding Aiko back. Calm down, Aiko. Remember the reason why our son actually brought us here. The father said as he looked at the destroyed area, causing his wife to take a look as well. Just seeing that beautiful waterfall was enough for Aiko to even forget why Madara even did all this. Actually, if she had known he had this ability, she would have made him do all the gardening work. Madara, what is this? Aiko questioned, looking around at the blue aura-like avatar that was covering her and the others. From what she could remember, Madara has never shown that he could do this. The only thing she could think of that resembled this was the wings she saw him use during the sports festival. It's not surprising that Aiko and June don't know what skills Madara uses or how strong he is. The Uchiha always trained by himself, unless it was martial arts with his teacher Daisuke. The parents knew that their son was powerful, but just how powerful was still a mystery to them. A mysterious they never knew until this day. It's called Susanoo. Capable of some serious destruction. Only thing you should know is that this is not the full power of it. If I wanted to, I could devastate the whole city with just a swing of its sword. Madara said to his parents as he cancelled his Susanoo. Yes, that wasn't such a good thing to say about being able to destroy the city, but he needed his parents to get a general idea of just how strong he was. He could show them perfect Susanoo, but it was way too big and would be seen right now. Only reason he was able to show it to Nijire and Momo one time was because he brought them to a secluded place far away from the city. The same thing was for Rumi. She lived pretty far from others, so it was okay for him to use perfect Susanoo. Madara didn't want to reveal this ability yet. It doesn't mean he'll hide it forever. No, he was definitely not going to hide so much of his power, because what was the point of gaining these abilities if he couldn't even use them, or was wary of people seeing them? One day everyone will know the full might of Madara Uchiha. They'll know just how wrong their assumptions were of his capabilities and limits. Madara. Don't say stuff like that. Aiko scolded her son when he heard his words destroy a city. She didn't want to think of that, but she also realized just how strong her son was. She trusted Madara, and although he lies sometimes, in serious situations he tells her the truth. Right now, her son was being completely serious. He was not joking around. How should she feel? Proud that Madara had this much strength? Or worried that the government will one day see him as a threat? No. If that day ever comes, she'd fight for him. Aiko would choose Madara over the authorities and law anytime. Although the Yaoyorozu family didn't have that much power to be above the higher-ups like that, they did have enough to get Madara out of a situation if it ever happens. Almost as if June knew what Aiko was thinking, he turned to Madara and asked, "Is that why you always denied having those heroes train you? Or never revealed a lot of the abilities of your quirk? It makes sense now." "Well, I have to congratulate you, son. Those people at the government would probably do exactly what you're worried about. Don't worry. We'll keep this information to ourselves. There's no need to reveal this to anyone, especially if it will get my son into trouble. I just wish you would have told us earlier, Madara," June said, causing the young boy in question to smile. These were the best parents Madara could ever ask for, and he was being 100% genuine about that. Well, of course alongside his past mother and father, but Madara has learned to move on from that. At first, when he was reborn here, he didn't have an ounce of love for these two adults, and didn't think he could ever see them as his parents, but here he was now, years later, and he loves them like his real parents. It's definitely not weird that I'm dating their daughter, or my sister. Well, when I put it like that then it definitely sounds strange, but it's not incest if we're not even blood related. Right. Well, even if it was, I probably wouldn't give a shit. I never had siblings in my past life, and I don't see Momo as my blood sister, so it's definitely not weird for me. Madara thought to himself, letting out a small laugh. Even if he didn't care about how strange his relationship with Momo was, it did cause minor problems when they started dating. At school, before they dated, everyone literally thought they were siblings. Even when he didn't even have the same last name as Momo. That was because they always went home together and arrived at school together, so people got the assumption that they lived in the same house, and they were of course correct. Madara and Momo also had some of the same features, so it made others completely believe that they were brother and sister. Same skin tone, black hair, black eyes, so it wasn't a stretch to think so. When Momo and Madara kissed in front of people at school, it definitely threw them off. Some even called them disgusting and found their relationship to be nasty, but that was until they revealed they weren't actually blood siblings. Some still found it weird and even talked to them behind their backs, but they'd never say it to their faces now. Why? Because at the time, Madara did what he does best. Scare the crap out of people with just his pressure alone. I'm getting sidetracked. All in all, I'm happy I got Aiko and June as my parents for this life. Madara thought to himself, and seeing how the two adults were looking at him, waiting for his answer, he spoke up and said, "Yes, I should have told you way earlier. I'm sorry about that, but it shouldn't matter now. And thank you. I'm glad that I can trust you guys with this. There's only a couple of other people who actually know about my capabilities. Madara said, getting Aiko and June to smile at his words. Walking up to her son, Aiko brought him in for a hug and said, "Ah, anything for you, Madara. You know your father and I will always be there for you. Anything you ask for and we'll try to get it with our best ability, but you should definitely make a waterfall again for our backyard. It was so beautiful. You definitely have to do it, he. The mother said, squeezing just a tad bit harder when she talked about Madara doing what he did before. Letting out a small laugh, Madara separated from Aiko and said, "Of course, there's no need to worry about it. I saw how much you liked the change of terrain. There's no problem of doing it again." When those words left his mouth, a laugh sounded out from his periwinkle-haired girlfriend. "Madara, don't you think you can make a job out of this? Create your own business, and make people's backyard more beautiful, in just seconds." Nijire said with a big smile, throwing her hands in the air. Smiling at her sister's antics, Momo put a hand on her shoulder and said with a small laugh, "I don't think Madara wants to use his powers like that, Nijire." Madara himself found Nijire words amusing. Even though the girl was joking, it was still a pretty good idea. He might have done it if he actually needed the money though. His family was already loaded, so the only thing he'll get for doing people's backyards is a waste of his time. Well, maybe I could create a whole forest one day with my trees. My Mokutan trees aren't normal. They aren't like normal, regular plain ones you'll see anywhere. Even Rumi has said it before. After destroying the ones at her house, I replaced them with my Mokutan. Rumi said the environment was way better, and she herself felt way more at peace than she did before. Madara thought to himself, but those ideas were for another time. Wait, hold on, who are the people who actually know of your strength and full power? June asked his son, recalling how he said only a couple people knew. Well, 2 of them is right behind you. Madara said, causing both Aiko and June to look back, just to see Nijire and Momo. Ah, I should have known that. They didn't scold you like a regular girlfriend would when watching the news of your actions, and they also didn't look surprised when you showed your power today. June said. Smiling once again, Aiko brought the 2 girls in a hug. No, her 2 daughters, and said, well, that just means they're extremely close for Madara to trust them like this. She was very happy. At first when these kids started dating, she thought it wouldn't last long and they would probably break up. It wasn't strange that she thought this because she has seen this type of relationship not last for a while. And the other person should be Rumi, or Rabbit Hero Mirko. Madara said. He had to remember that other people knew her as Mirko the Rabbit Hero. He was getting so used to calling her by her first name, something that his mother caught on to. Oh. Interesting. The woman thought with a smirk, thinking of how her son seduced a woman like Mirko. That's good, Madara. Make sure you trust anyone you tell. It's not my place to tell you what to do with this secret of yours, but that's my only advice. June said with a smile, causing Madara to nod his head. Anyways, you can start fixing this place now. Aiko said impatiently with a smile, causing June to shake his head at the way his wife acts sometimes. She could be so demanding at times, but that's another reason why I love her. June thought to himself, not realizing how strange his thoughts were. Madara ended up making another beautiful waterfall, small lake and vibrant green medium-sized trees around the area. Needless to say, Aiko would definitely be using this spot to relax herself. Afterwards, the 5 of them went back inside to go eat the most important meal of the day. 20 minutes later. As the 3 were eating their breakfast peacefully while making some small talk, Momo suddenly brought out her phone and laughed out loud. What is it, Momo? Nijire questioned the black-haired girl curiously. So many missed calls and texts from our classmates at UA. Momo said while shaking her head. Being class deputy, she exchanged numbers with most of the students in case something important comes up. Checking over the texts she has gotten, she found out the reason on why so many people were wanting to talk to her. It looks like they all want to know about Madara. Momo said, causing the young men in question to sigh. They most likely watched the news today then. Madara said as he continued to eat his delicious and scrumptious breakfast. Some are even asking for your number. Momo said, still staring at her phone screen. No. Never give them my number. Madara said seriously. Well, he didn't mean to sound so serious about it, but he didn't want just anyone to have his phone number. Why was that? It was because he would probably get called so many times and bothered by most of them. Especially that pink-skinned girl Mina. Madara had a feeling that she was the type of person to spam call you, or give out your number to anyone who asked of it. Of course Madara didn't have anything against Mina, but she was just too cheerful and highly social for his taste. Madara had a few people he thought of that he could tolerate and not be annoyed with when being around them, and could possibly have an actual normal conversation with them. Damn. Now that I realize it, maybe I need to be more friendly and make more friends by being more social. Madara thought to himself, but laughed just seconds later. Hell no. Alright, I wasn't going to anyways, and why are you laughing? Momo questioned, but didn't get an answer from her boyfriend. Anyways, I've been thinking of getting an upgrade for my hair outfit. Madara spoke out, getting the attention of Aiko and June, who were having their own little conversation. Why is that, honey? Isn't your costume fine? Is there something wrong with it? The parents both asked. No, nothing is really wrong it. I just think it takes way too much time to actually put it on. If there is something urgent going on, then there's the possibility of not making it on time. Madara said to the two adults. Of course, with his speed, making it on time for something shouldn't be a problem, but anything could happen. Alright, Madara. We'll see what we could do. Aiko said with a smile, causing Madara to nod his head and speak out again. It doesn't have to be right away. I'm sure I can deal with it for a while longer. The Uchiha knew how busy his parents already were, so he assured them that they didn't have to think of this right now. Maybe I could go see the pink-haired girl. Madara thought to himself. After breakfast, the three teenagers went upstairs to Madara's room to relax for a little while, but seeing the time, they decided to shower together. Of course, the shower ended up taking way longer than usual. Since Nijire had to go to Ryuko's agency at a pretty early time, she left before Madara and Momo. June and Aiko had to go to work around this time, so they didn't mind giving the periwinkle-haired girl a ride. Madara and Momo themselves got dressed, but didn't leave the mansion. They still had so much time left before they had to leave, and they ended up spending it by watching a movie together. Afterwards, Momo ended up leaving and took the train to Iwabami's. While she did that, Madara went ahead and ran towards Rumi's. On his way there, his phone started ringing, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the caller. Picking up the phone, he brought it up to his ears and said, "Good afternoon, Namiri." Chapter 49, Chapter. As Madara ran in the early afternoon towards Rumi's house, his phone started to vibrate in his pocket. Knowing that someone was calling him, Madara took his phone out and looked at the caller. Namiri-sensei was the name that was on his screen. Honestly, he hadn't even talked with the seductive pro hero in a while. Well, it wasn't such a long time, but with the events that's happened recently, it's what it seemed like. Accepting the call, Madara brought his phone to his right ear and said, "Good afternoon, Namiri." Yes, instead of her hero name like everyone else, he calls her by her real name. It was something the older woman told him to only do when they're not in school grounds, but Madara was so used to doing it that he was sure that he'll never call her Midnight again. It was always weird for him to refer most of the adults by their hero names. It was like in his past life. If you ever knew someone online, you would only refer to them as their gamer tag, but when you grow closer over time and form a connection, you'd most likely start calling them by their first names, and wouldn't be able to stop. It was the same case here with Namiri. Also why he called Izuku by his actual name instead of Deku. Okay, that was a complete lie. Madara only called him Izuku because he thought Deku was completely stupid. Who would want to be called that? The Uchiha said in his mind, but was broken out of his thoughts when the woman on the phone responded back to his greeting. "Good afternoon, Madara. Are you with Mirko right now? I'm sure you have some time to talk." Namiri said to the Uchiha, causing him to raise an eyebrow. It seemed like she really wanted to speak with him, and he couldn't really understand why. It wasn't like something urgent was going on, right? "I'm on my way to Rumi's right now. Is there something wrong?" Madara questioned. "Oh. You guys are on first-name basis now. Don't you think that's pretty fast considering that you guys only meet this week? Geez, I always knew you were such a beast. Even the proud and strong rabbit hero Mirko can't escape your clutches." Namiri said with a sigh, obviously joking around and trying to tease Madara. Of course some parts of what she said was true. She did find it strange he was already calling the woman by her first name, but she couldn't really say anything about that one. She herself had told him to do the same for her. Real funny, Namiri. "I'm almost at her house, so I'm going to have to hang up soon," Madara said to the older woman on the phone. He wasn't trying to get rid of her, but he was genuinely almost at the rabbit's house. Also, he just wanted her to get to the point already. Sometimes Namiri rambles when he talks to her. "Well, I just wanted to say good job on saving Hosu with the other heroes. The news doesn't cover everything and didn't have all the information on just how many people you've saved, but I know that it was a lot. Are you deliberately trying to garner more fame for yourself?" Namiri said, while saying the last part jokingly. "It's not like I'm trying to get more popular. It's more like everywhere I'm nearby, something bad happens, and I end up doing what I got to do. The end results is my actions being on the news. I could care less for fame," Madara simply said. This would always be his response when someone mentioned him trying to get more fame. I could care less. He always ignored when people talked behind his back or formed an opinion on their own about him, but the least he could do was make people realize he didn't give a shit about fame. For some reason, Madara didn't like that image being placed on him. You've said that a lot before. Are you perhaps aiming to become a hero like Aizawa one day? He's the type of hero that prefers to work underground. It sounds to me that you don't really like the attention that's being put on you lately. Namiri responded back to Madara, saying the last part a little worriedly. She herself misunderstood and thought Madara was shy of the public attention he was getting. This wasn't a problem since he could always be like Aizawa and work underground. This wasn't a problem at all, but he would never get a high ranking in the billboards. Usually she wouldn't care about such things, but she knew Madara had the abilities to be high on that list. I wouldn't say I hate it. I don't mind it at all, but there will be a time when it becomes too much. I'm not trying to be cocky or anything, but I know in the future that my fame will grow a ton depending on how good I do, and I'm not going to be like most heroes who interact so much with citizens. It didn't really make sense, and Madara hoped Namiri understood because he really didn't feel like explaining it. I think I get what you mean. You don't want to be a hero like All Might maybe. The type that always has to keep up this image to ensure that everything is okay. Namiri said. It wasn't what he was trying to say, but Madara wasn't going to correct her because what she said was also right. Just imagining himself always wearing a big smile while kicking ass just made him frown in disgust. Just imagining Madara Uchiha acting like All Might made him want to break something. I guess you could say it's like that. The Uchiha said to the R-rated pro hero. Well, since you said you're almost at Mirko's house, I just wanted to say it's nice to talk to you. I actually called you to ask if you wanted to meet again. I have a day off tomorrow and it would do good to actually discuss about what happened the last time we met up. Namiri said to Madara, causing the young man to raise an eyebrow at her words. She obviously means that time when I kissed her. I mean, you can't blame me, she was teasing me the whole day. But what does this mean? She hasn't mentioned this before the last time we've talked. Madara thought to himself, but then it clicked. She was gaining romantic feelings for him, while he himself still only had sexual attraction. Of course he was interested in the older woman, so he didn't mind talking about it with her. Madara was sure that he could gain romantic feelings for the R-rated pro hero if they spent more time together. That's a reason why he already has feelings for the rabbit hero and not Namiri, even though he's known the purple-haired woman longer. He spent so much time with Rumi, compared to Midnight who he hasn't seen in a while. And what brought this up? Here I was thinking you actually forgot about that day. Madara said with a small chuckle. Namiri herself wasn't about to tell him the reason was because she was insulted about her inability to get a man. Flashback. In a certain cafe during the late afternoon, you could see two figures talking to each other in this peaceful store. The two were Namiri Kayama and her somewhat friend, Yutakiyama, also known as MT Lady. The two were on a break right now, in their casual clothing as well since no one would recognize them. They've been here for about 20 minutes already, and you had just brought up wanting a boyfriend. This of course caused the R-rated hero to insult her saying no man would ever want to be with a woman like her. Let's just say MT Lady had some words to say. At least guys would actually try to ask me out. You said as she shook her head. What is that supposed to mean? Namiri asked the woman across from her as she crossed her arms under her clothed breast. All these guys are too pussy to actually ask you out. You answered as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Before Namiri could even respond, you continued off by saying. And don't even try to deny it. You're too sadist for a man to try and love you. Well, unless they're a masochist, and love to be dominated by a woman, but I could tell you don't like that. You need a man to dominate you, and show you your place. Tame you. But you'll never find someone who could do that. You'll have to find a man who'll actually love you first, and we both know that's difficult for you. It may sound harsh, but it was a normal occurrence for the two ladies to go back and form like that. Namiri herself didn't respond to Yu's words since she was too busy thinking about them. Thinking about a certain long spiky-haired teenager with the last name Uchiha. It was pretty obvious who she was thinking about. Flashback end. Yes, after that day, she started to think about Madara even more. She thought to herself if it was a good idea to gain those type of feelings for a younger man who was also her student. She thought about, and realized she didn't give a fuck. If she likes him, then she was going to pursue him. Or at least try to see if things worked. Especially when she knew he had 2 girlfriends already. I was just thinking about it, but enough of that. Do you want to meet up tomorrow? Namiri questioned the Uchiha. Yes, we can, but we'll go over the details later. I'm at Rumi's place now. Madara said as he finally arrived to the familiar house he's been going to for the past few days. Alright, goodbye. Namiri said as she hung up the phone. Arriving at the rabbit hero's house, Madara walked up to the front door and saw that it was partially open. Thinking that Rumi just left the door open for him, he walked inside and locked it. Waking towards the living room, the sound of the older woman's television greeted his ears. Seconds later, he finally arrived where he sensed the rabbit actually was. And what he saw made him activate his Sharingan. Rumi on her couch with her legs rested on the small little table that was placed in front, but that's not what made him stare. It was what the older woman was actually wearing. Black sports shorts that ended on her thighs, while only covering her upper body with a regular bra that was in the same color as her other clothing. Madara certainly didn't expect this today, and he certainly was not complaining. "Ah, hey Rumi." Madara greeted. It was a tad bit awkward, and he thought the white-haired woman just made the mistake of not getting dressed in time, but that wasn't the case. "Oh. You're finally here." Rumi turned to him with a smile, then went right back to watching whatever show was on. It seems like she didn't care that her partner was seeing her like this. Placing the case that held his hero outfit against the wall, Madara walked over to Rumi and sat down right next to her. If she didn't care about her clothing, then there was no use in fussing about it. Madara had to remember that Rumi was a little strange. Well, not her, but their relationship. They were getting closer and closer, like always hugging each other, but they've never really talked about it. "You know, the police chief had called me to talk about the Hosu incident, and I told them what you said I should say. You're lucky they didn't suspect a thing. Us being there was definitely strange since my house is so far from Hosu." Rumi said to the Uchiha, who put his left arm around her shoulder, bringing her in for a side hug. "Thanks Rumi. I owe you one." Madara said, not bothering to remove his arm. It looked like the red-eyed woman didn't seem to mind it. "There's no need to thank me, but just remember to be careful next time. If they had called me about the incident before you did, then you would have been screwed, Madara." Rumi said. Seeing him nod his head, the rabbit hero looked him in the eyes and asked, "So do you want to tell me why you even went to Hosu? And how you actually knew something bad was going to happen?" "Well, let's just say that I found the hero killer to be an interesting person. In the end, I didn't get any satisfaction from beating him. I wanted to listen to his reasons for killing certain heroes, but I just found it to be stupid." Madara said with a sigh, getting a nod from the woman that laid her head on his left shoulder. "You're right about him being interesting." Rumi responded, causing Madara to look down at her. "What do you mean by that?" he questioned, causing her to look at him weirdly. "You don't know. Details about his life were released on the internet. His ideology, reason why he did what he did and even his origin." Rumi responded, causing Madara to finally realize what she meant. This was it. The time where Stain's actions inspired new villains that'll go to the LOV. The most popular ones from the anime being Dabi and Toga Himiko. Chapter 50, Chapter. Author, wow, 50 chapters. That's like half of 100. You don't know. Details about his life were released on the internet. His ideology, reason why he did what he did and even his origin. Rumi said to Madara. Origin as well. It's strange that they'd reveal information about a man like Stain. Considering his actions and the things he's done. Madara said, more so to himself. He knew that Stain's backstory was revealed, but he didn't exactly know why that happened. Was it the police, or the heroes? Either way, it was a stupid idea. This was the particular reason why more villains even stepped up. Why more appeared to join the League of Villains. Shifting on the sofa to get comfortable, Rumi got even closer to Madara. Folding her legs, nearly having them over the Uchihas. Now Madara never questioned Rumi's actions, but he was confused by this. It was like she was getting more touchy as time goes on. More comfortable with him around. What are you doing? He questioned the long white-haired woman. Just getting comfortable. I didn't know you could be this warm. It's like the perfect temperature. Rumi simply replied back, finally content with their current position. She could never get the perfect room temperature for herself. Sometimes it was too hot, and sometimes it was too cold, but with Madara, it just felt right. She was still laying by his side, but her legs were folded as well as her head nearly laying by his chest. If anyone were to look at this scene, they'd definitely think that it was two lovers just chilling on the couch together. I give it about a week until something truly happens between us. Or maybe a couple days. I could just ask her out right now, but I don't want to rush things at all. Maybe she doesn't even realize her feelings yet, and things between us would just get awkward. It's better to just flow with whatever happens as days pass, like I've been doing for the past week. Madara thought to himself as he looked down at the older woman in his arms. Well, to answer your earlier question, yes, his origins were revealed as well. All I have to say is that vigilantes are pretty interesting. I certainly wouldn't expect that type of backstory from a man like the hero killer. I myself just thought he did what he did because he was straight up crazy and messed up in the head, and I'm sure most people share the same thought. Rumi said to her partner, not bothering to look up at him. Nope. You're still partially right. There's no doubt that hero killer Stain is crazy. But enough of that, by the sound of your voice, it seems like you don't mind vigilantes. Madara said, while saying the last part curiously. Judging by the strict rules of quirk using, he thought vigilantes would be unaccepted, and be seen as villains. I mean, you can't blame him. Using your quirk without a hero license to fight crime could get you arrested. Of course you could say it's strange to get in trouble for doing that, but that was the law. Madara expected for most heroes to see vigilante work as bad and completely illegal and unacceptable, but it seemed like Rumi didn't care at all. Letting out a small laugh, Rumi spoke up and said, "Of course I don't mind them. You could consider the first heroes to be vigilantes as well. I'm not sure if you know this, but before hero agencies formed and when quirks started to manifest, people would just get in a costume and do some saving. So I really don't see how vigilante work is a problem if they are doing what heroes do. The more the better, right? Plus, there are some active right now, but we have never taken any action against them. They don't abuse their quirks and they haven't caused any extreme problem, so I'm sure that most pro heroes just don't mind them continuing what they're doing." Rumi said to Madara, who nodded at her words when she finished. Maybe I'll meet a vigilante one day. It could be interesting. Madara said, causing Rumi to nod her head. After a couple minutes of comfortable silence, Rumi looked up at Madara and asked him, "So what was that transformation technique all about?" Ever since Madara told her how he transformed into her during the Hosu incident, she's been curious about it. She didn't know anyone with a type of quirk like that, so of course it would catch her attention. "It has something to do with my quirk called chakra. It lets me take the appearance of whatever I choose. Be it an animal, plant, or inanimate object. I used this technique when I was younger to mess with Momo and my parents a lot. I don't really use it in combat, but maybe I should start doing so. It would be very interesting," Madara said to Rumi. This technique was very common in the Naruto world, and the possibility for someone using it was very high. This is where his advantage lies. Madara doesn't need to worry about anyone finding out if he's an imposter and whatnot. Transformation quirks in the My Hero Academia anime were very uncommon. From what he remembered, Toga Himiko was the only person to have such an ability. What if I transform into a huge spider and scare the hell out of the class? Madara thought to himself, not realizing he might have just found a new hobby. Almost as if Rumi could read his mind, she shook her head and said, "I can see why you didn't want this ability of yours to be revealed. Well, sometimes it's good to not have people know all of your abilities and skills." Madara simply said, thinking about all those dumb protagonists he's read about or watched. They could be fighting an enemy and tell them how their attack works or how it could be stopped. It was absolutely stupid. Who would tell their enemies such information? Well, I haven't seen anyone do that here. Which is good. Although, it is funny imagining All Might just instructing his opponent to strike him where his injury is. Madara thought to himself with a slight chuckle. "Rumi. If you want, I could show you a demonstration," Madara said as he crossed his fingers together. Sexy jet dash, before he could even attempt to do his technique, Rumi spoke up and said. "No. It's fine. You could show that to me later." "Why is that? Why not now?" Madara questioned her. I mean, if she was so curious about the technique, then why not show it to her? For one, I'm comfortable like this and don't want to move. Plus, I had a feeling that you were going to do something I wouldn't like. Rumi explained to Madara, getting a small grin out of him. "It seems like your senses are greatly improving, Rumi," Madara said to the long-haired woman. Anyways, is there any other cool ability you have?" Rumi questioned, having no doubt he had some powerful moves that are even better than what she's seen him use before. Madara looked down at Rumi and thought, it's possible that I can enslave the whole world in an endless dream, but I'm not gonna tell her that. "I can walk on water," he said to the humanoid rabbit. "Why am I not surprised?" In a shady dark room. "I saw the footage, Tamura. You were right, he does have some interesting abilities in his arsenal that we don't know of," a voice said from a laptop screen in a dark room. It was obviously coming from All for One, All Might's arch-nemesis and the unknown leader of the League of Villains. He was currently speaking with the man-child known as Tamura. It's been a day since the Hosu incident, and Tamura has been in a fit of rage ever since. How could he not? He failed once again, but what made it worse was the cause of his failure. Madara Uchiha. Tamura can blame Madara all he wants, but what he doesn't know is, even if the Uchiha wasn't there at Hosu, the heroes still would have stopped all the Nomas. Yes, sensei. Me and Kurojiri saw it all, but we ended up leaving when that rabbit hero showed up to defeat the last Nomo. Tamura said in a low voice. You could easily tell how he was feeling from the tone of his voice and how he was talking. The footage they're talking about was of Madara defeating a Nomo with a flame Rasengan. Of course this video wasn't released on the news, but All for One was somehow able to get it. Tamura, you made the right decision on leaving. There's no use for beating yourself up for it. It's good to know when to retreat and be patient for another chance to attack. No matter how fail, how much you lose, you're bound to succeed one day. All for one said from the laptop, gaining Tamura's attention. He was basically grooming him to be a leader for this villain group. To be his successor. For that, he needed for Tamura to be mature. The way he is now, he could never continue his legacy. All for one has always done this with Tamura. Despite being the man he is, he speaks kindly towards the boy and encourages him when he fails. Sensei, I don't want to fail ever. It's all his fault. Madara. That boy is always ruining our plans. Every single time. All our attempted attacks, it's always him stopping it. Tamura yelled out, unconsciously scratching himself. All for one listened to his protege, and didn't say a word. He just let him release all that rage, not interrupting whatsoever. When he heard the boy's breathing calming down, he spoke up. Are you finished? He questioned. Yes, sensei. Tamura simply said, calming down. Well, at least trying to. Listen to me. Use every defeat as a lesson. Every time Madara Uchiha beats you, figure out why. What did you do wrong and what did he do right? What skill did he use and what ability did he reveal? If you've noticed, every time something of this Uchiha comes up on the news or in the media, another ability of his is revealed. Just like that bank robbery that he stopped. It was said that he teleported in and out of the building to get the hostages out. All for one said. And what he said was true. Every time Madara's battle gets put on the news or online in the internet, he shows a new ability that shocks people. Yesterday, it was the blazing maelstrom he was able to make, and last time was teleportation. Yes, teleportation. That's what All for One and everyone else thinks. Unfortunately for them, they're wrong. It was just Madara using Shunshin. Well, due to this, All for One was even more eager to get his hands on this boy's quirk. Usually he's unable to resist taking such a quirk that piques his interest, but All for One wanted to wait. He had no doubt that the boy had even more to show. Had even more secrets that will soon be revealed. And I bet it all has something to do with this chakra quirk of his. This quirk that he has inherited from his biological mother. All for One thought to himself. The man was able to find information on Madara's mother and his quirk description. He found out that his deceased mother had a weak heart, but had the ability to use a mysterious energy. With one of his quirks, it was named chakra, and the only description it had was that it made Madara's body stronger and more energized. That got All for One to think of the skills Madara has shown. Whatever this energy was, it made him use abilities that involved the elements and strengthened his physique. The more All for One thought about it, the more greedy he got. The more eager he was to take this quirk from Madara, but he knew that wouldn't be happening soon. So he thought of the next best idea. Tamura. Even if we're unable to steal his quirk right now, we can try experimenting on him. All for One said. And how are we going to do that? Tamura questioned his sensei curiously. By getting samples of his blood. Chapter 51, Chapter 2124 words for this chapter. Take his blood. Is he planning on creating something? Or did he find out the nature of Madara's quirk? Something to do with his DNA. Tamura thought to himself in confusion when he heard what his sensei said. From what he knew of All for One, the man only ever experimented with quirks or someone's body if it was for his own benefit, or for creating nomus. So the only reason his sensei would want to experiment on Madara's blood is if he found some information on his quirk. Why do you want to use his blood? Did you find something out about him? He questioned. All for One could just hear how eager Tamura was to find out about this information he received. I'll send you the file later, Tamura. He told the boy. There was no use in explaining it right now when Tamura could just look over it himself. He knew he would be asking endless questions when he told him, and he didn't need any of that right now. Okay, sensei, but how are we going to get samples of his blood? You made it clear that it would be difficult to actually attack right now, and that it wouldn't be a good idea. Tamura questioned his father figure. All for One let out a small chuckle and said we could attack him. Not just any attack though. We'll have to wait for when he's by himself. We have to be careful with this as well. Any wrong move and this could all fail. There's also the possibility that the boy has bodyguards. I doubt it, but they could know that I'm alive. If that's true, then those heroes are probably trying to keep him away from me. All for One explained to his protege. He knew that his arch-nemesis thought he was dead, and he used it to his advantage. Of course All for One didn't think that was the case yet, but he had to consider the possibility. So when do we do it? Tomorrow? Next week? Tamura asked as he clenched his fist. Calm down. We have all the time in the world. We won't be doing this right away. We'll take our time to plan things out. Remember that, Tamura. All for One said. Having all this time to think of this attack wasn't the only reason. The arch-nemesis of All Might was even debating if he should let Tamura fight in this battle that he's planning. He knew how he was right now. Tamura wasn't a match for Madara. No matter how aggravating it was still true. All for One knew from the reports he's received that Tamura would probably end up severely injured if he directly attacked him. He knew how the Uchiha brutally beat the hero killer, and knew how he crippled that bank robber. With his type of resources, it wasn't difficult at all to get this information. Those are certainly not the acts of a hero in training. Torturing the villain they're up against. This Madara boy could be more of a villain than I realized. Could I use that to my advantage? Every day he's getting more and more popular. Public opinion of him is improving, but what would the people say if they knew how he handles his opponents? Who am I kidding? Most of those fools wouldn't give a damn. As long as someone is saving them. Even then, there are still a lot of people who dislike this type of action. Citizens, police officers, and heroes alike. The villain thought to himself. Another way we could take his blood is wait for the next time he fights, but without our interference, that could take a while. Of course that doesn't matter. There will be a time when it's perfect to attack him, I'm sure of it. All for One spoke out to the light blue-haired male that was thinking about his words. Yes, sensei, you're right. We don't have to rush into it. Tamura said after taking a couple deep breaths. He wanted nothing more than to take a dozen nomas and raid the Yaoyorozu mansion, but his sensei/father figure had told him to wait this out. Tamura also had the feeling that All for One was going to decide something he won't like whatsoever, but even so, he'll still obey his words. No matter how much he disagrees on whatever he chooses to do for this plan. Nodding his head in approval, All for One spoke up and said, "Good, now go ahead and train yourself more. Afterwards, you should look over the list of people who would like to join the League of Villains. Remember, you're the one to choose who you think is best to be here, but I'll still look over them." Even if All for One was technically the leader, he wanted Tamura to make his own decisions. Of course he'll still have to check the people that joins and see information on their background. After all, he can't have any traitors ruining his plan. Yes, sensei. With Izuku and Gran Torino. In a spacious room filled with equipment, you can see a short green-haired boy lifting weights as an old man in a hero costume watched over him. Come on, just 5 more. Gran Torino encouraged his in turn as he was lifting an amount that he wasn't used to. The old man was certainly surprised when Izuku asked him yesterday to let him continue training his quirk. He wanted to deny him since he planned on taking Izuku patrolling, but seeing the determination on the boy's face at the time made him agree. Ah! Izuku yelled out as he just finished. Breathing hard, the green-haired boy got up. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, he looked up and saw the smile of Gran Torino. Good job, Izuku. You've really been pushing yourself and working hard today. He said. Thank you, sensei. Izuku said as he let out a weak smile, feeling completely exhausted. Now. Do you want to tell me the reason you suddenly became this driven to get stronger? Gran Torino asked. He knew that Izuku has always wanted to increase his strength and worked hard for it, but something had to happen for Izuku to just start working out intensely. Even if Izuku didn't speak up about it, Gran Torino already had a couple guesses why this was happening. I want to train harder to defeat a student in my class. Izuku said as he put his head down, thinking that his sensei would find his reason to be unreasonable and stupid. I thought something like this would happen. There's no doubt that he's talking about Madara Uchiha. Izuku was staring at him the whole time during the Hosu incident. I can't blame him for wanting this, but he's striving for something that he won't be able to reach right now. Gran Torino thought to himself. Seeing Madara's power, and realizing how much ahead he actually is compared to the other students discouraged Izuku. It was just like how Aizawa explained to Nizu. Madara's presence or actions could either affect the students in a good way or bad way. For Izuku, it was obviously the bad way. The boy felt like he was inferior and would never match up to Madara's pace. He wanted to quickly improve his strength, show people that he's here, but how was he supposed to do that? Only thing he thought of was to increase his training, but Izuku didn't realize that won't always help. There's a thing such as too much training. Maybe later on it'll even get to the point where he can't even improve his one-for-all quirk. Gran Torino signed once again. He moved to stand in front of the boy and said, before you can even think about fighting another student, you should focus on making this quirk your own. Improve and adapt with it. Increase your strength first, then you can think about fighting someone else. It wasn't surprising that Gran Torino would say this to Izuku. The old man didn't take the boy as an intern to help him fight a student. That would just be wasting his time. He only chose Izuku because of the quirk he had. Sensei, please. I just want one spar with Madara. I know he's stronger. I know he's the better hero, but it'll help me improve. I want to fight him one-on-one, to see exactly what the difference in power is. To see how hard I have to work to get to the top. Izuku said. The boy was stubborn, and this has been bugging him ever since. He knows the old man might deny him of his request, but he still decided to ask. Gran Torino shook his head when he heard Izuku's words. He realized this boy was more serious than he thought. Madara was deeply rooted into the mind of Izuku, and has affected him in the worst way possible. Now he was someone that everyone wanted to surpass. Was this something good or something bad? That depended on the student. Gran Torino made up his mind and decided to tell the harsh truth to Izuku. The old man thought the boy didn't need to be focusing on this right now. Izuku, how can you defeat Madara if you can't even defeat Todoroki, who lost badly to the Uchiha? I understand your intentions, but you need to learn your own strength. Need to realize that sometimes you're just not strong enough. Instead of training to fight against Madara, why don't you improve your strength until you can defeat Todoroki and that Bakugo kid? He said to the green-haired boy who was clenching his fist. Izuku felt like tearing up, and seeing it with his own eyes, Gran Torino couldn't help but shake his head. Was he too harsh on the kid? Or was the boy just soft? He didn't think too much about it, but what he did think about was how much Izuku wanted to fight Madara. Maybe this could be a wake-up for him to realize the difference of their powers. Even I know that Izuku is no match at all. He thought to himself. Fine. Izuku instantly brought his head up with a shocked expression on his face and asked, really? He wasn't expecting Gran Torino to agree whatsoever, so this of course surprised him. Yes, but you have to promise me that you'll 100% focus on improving your quirk afterwards. Gran Torino said, moving away from Izuku who attempted to hug him. *sniff *t thank you sensei. Izuku yelled out, getting Gran Torino to sigh once again. Geez, this kid. Now how should I even get Madara to spar with Izuku? It's not like he even has to agree to this. Maybe I can just call Aiko and June. Gran Torino thought to himself. Yes, who's to say Madara would even agree to this request? Why should he? Izuku is not his concern whatsoever. With Rumi and Madara. Opening her eyes, Rumi yawned and tried stretching herself, but realized she was laying on something. Looking down, she saw Madara peaceful sleeping while laying on his back, with his arms wrapped around her. She herself was laying completely on top of him. Rumi didn't panic, neither did she move to try to get out of Madara's hold. Although, she was confused on how she got into this position. That was until she remembered. She and Madara had continued discussing on different topics while cuddling with each other, until finally they fell asleep. Looking over the living room, Rumi saw that the TV was still on, but it was muted. She can only guess that it was Madara's doing. Looking down once again, Rumi stroked the boy's cheek as she moved some of his long hair out of the way. She always wondered. How could she be this comfortable around him so fast? Why did she feel so peaceful around him? And why the hell was she gaining feelings for him? Could she ever be in a relationship with Madara? She was in her late 20s, while he wasn't even 16 yet. So why was she thinking this? Even so, she still couldn't deny that the idea was pleasing to her. Yes, she wouldn't mind being with Madara. Especially when her days have been better whenever he's with her. Giving Madara a soft kiss on the cheek, Rumi brought her head to his chest and closed her eyes with a peaceful expression on her face. Not realizing the smile the Uchiha had let out. Chapter 52, Chapter. Author, just a Rumi and Madara chapter. I'm bad at romance lol. 1822 words. Opening his eyelids, Madara let out a small yawn as he looked around the familiar living room. Looking down at the body that was laying on top of him, Madara let out a small smile. Looks like we fell asleep together. This was definitely one of the best naps I've had. Judging by the orange sky outside, it's most likely late afternoon. The Uchiha thought to himself as he closed his eyes and sighed in content. He could really get used to this. The somewhat dark lighting in the room and peaceful silence made the atmosphere extremely comfortable. The fact that he had the beautiful Rumi Usajiyama on top of him made it even better. The woman was still in sport shorts and a bra, so he could feel her breast pressing against his stomach. Putting his arm around the rabbit, Madara let out another smile as he stroked her long white hair. Looking at the bunny ears that were right in front of him, he couldn't help but feel them up, causing Rumi to stir in her sleep a little and snuggle closer to him. In his past life, Madara always thought Rumi's ear and tail were just for cosmetic purposes. The first time he learned that they were actually real, he was certainly surprised. He actually shook his head and insulted himself for being that stupid. How could he think her ears were fake when she doesn't have any human ones? Looking around the room once again, Madara noticed that the television was still on, but was muted. He decided to leave it on. Without it, it would get pretty dark inside the house. Also, he didn't really feel like getting up from his current position. Looking around some more, Madara finally found his phone on the table nearby. Stretching out his hand, he used a bit of wind to bring it over to him. He needed to know the time and how long he's actually been sleeping here with the pro hero. Holy shit, 7 p.m. We've been sleeping for hours. That is not a nap at all. Madara thought to himself as checked all of his notifications. Missed calls and loads of text messages, all from Aiko, June, Momo, and Nijire. Now that he's thought about it, he didn't really have anyone on his contacts list, except for his parents and girlfriend. As well as 2 others. I really have to go now. I usually leave Rumi's house at about 4 in the afternoon. At least 5 being the latest. The Uchiha thought to himself. Looking down at the figure laying on top of him, Madara wondered how he was going to wake her up. Wondered if he even wanted to. Rumi, wake up. Madara said right to her ear while shaking her shoulders. He knew that the older woman had some very good hearing, so she would definitely wake up from that. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Well, not necessarily. Rumi of course woke up from that, but she didn't bother to respond. She didn't want to get up or leave Madara's embrace. She'd rather stay here and continue to sleep. Unfortunately for her, Madara had to leave soon. I know you're awake. Madara said as he shook her shoulders again. But I don't want to. Rumi said, in a sleepy voice that sounded nothing like her usual tone. Seeing how the woman was too comfortable to bother moving, Madara tightly wrapped his arms around her and sat up. Now here he was, sitting on the sofa with an attractive older woman on his lap. What was he supposed to do? Should he even go home now? He was seriously considering against it. Wrapping her arms around Madara's neck and her legs around his waist, Rumi placed her head on the crook of his neck and closed her eyes once again. Madara just sighed and wrapped his arms around Rumi's waist and pulled her closer. If she didn't want to get off, then he might as well let her stay here. He certainly didn't mind it. While holding on to each other for a couple minutes, the comfortable silence was broken when Madara suddenly opened his mouth and whispered. So are we ever going to talk about this? Our relationship, the way we act around each other. Yes. Madara had suddenly spoken up about this topic that neither of them discussed ever since meeting each other, but he needed to know. Needed to know how she felt. Well, more so he wanted to. Before he thought about just letting things flow and see how their strange relationship plays out, but he couldn't hold it in anymore. Being in this current position with her also helped him make this decision on asking this question. With Rumi, she herself didn't want to talk about this right now, but she knew there was no avoiding his question. All she really wanted to do was stay here with him like this, but she realized that she really did have to talk to him about their relationship. Especially how close they've been getting lately. Letting out a sigh, Rumi pulled her head back and stared right into Madara's dark black eyes that she's always been attracted to. More so than the blazing red color when he activates his quirk. Placing both of her hands on his face cheeks, she stroked them with her 2 thumbs and smiled. I like you. Was her simple response to Madara's question. If he had to be honest, Madara was certainly surprised. He did not expect for Rumi to just outright confess like that, but then again, she always spoke her mind about anything. He really shouldn't have been surprised, but he was. Just a day ago, he just thought Rumi was probably confused of her feelings, but that was definitely not the case here. Before you say anything, let me just tell you this. Despite my age, I've never really been in a relationship. Of course I had some crushes here and there, but that was when I was way younger. When I was training to be a hero all those years back, all I focused on was improving my quirk and abilities to make sure that I would become a pro, so I never had any time to even think about boys. Afterwards, when I actually became a pro, all I focused on was defeating villains and getting stronger. Due to my strength, I believed that I didn't need to team up with anyone else. That I alone was enough to take down any villain. For years during my career, I rarely worked with any other hero and went solo. So once again, I never really interacted with another man romantically or even thought of being in a relationship. That was until you came along. At first, I thought my emotions for you weren't anything serious. I thought the only reason why I was actually excited to see you again was because of the adrenaline kick I got from our battles. That was partially true, but only during the beginning of the week. As more time passed, I grew to see you as my partner and trust you as a friend. We continued to grow closer and closer, until I finally realized just what I felt for you. I wanted to confess earlier, but I was conflicted. Confused on my personal feelings. Did I really like you? Or was it only because you were the first male I've really interacted with like this? I've thought about it for a little while, and realized that I genuinely did like you. That I really want to be with Dash. Rumi didn't get to continue speaking. How could she when her lips were sealed from Madara kissing her? At first she didn't respond back due to the surprise of suddenly being kissed like that, but the feeling of what Madara was doing to her woke her up. She instantly moved her hands around his neck, and moaned when she felt her thighs being squeezed. Madara originally planned on leaving Rumi's house as soon as he woke up, but it looks like he'd be staying for a couple more hours. Separating after half a minute of just kissing each other, Rumi looked at Madara with a daze. Although she was a bit irritated that he interrupted her, the kiss that he gave her made up for it. You didn't let me finish. She softly said, not even looking at his eyes, but his mouth instead. You've said enough. The Uchiha responded back and smirked when he noticed what she was looking at. Madara obviously knew what she wanted. It was written all over her face, but right now he began thinking of Rumi's confession and what it meant. Their relationship was never going to be the same. She liked him and he liked her, so they were obviously going to get together, but that was if Rumi didn't mind sharing him. Madara guessed that she didn't since he had already told her about Momo and Nijire. He already told Rumi about being in a relationship with two girls. That was back when they started getting closer. So if Rumi already knew this fact, then she wouldn't have confessed if she minded it right. Or she could just be secretly plotting to take him for herself. Nah. That was definitely not the case. You know, we're going to have to talk with those girls of yours. What the hell? Can she read my mind or something? Madara questioned to himself, but dropped it when Rumi began speaking to him again. It would actually be nice to meet them. You always talk to me about them since they're like your only friends. Rumi said, saying the last part teasingly. Madara shook his head and said, Rumi, I'm your only friend. You can't talk to me about not having any friends. See, we're both loners. We're more alike than you realized. Rumi said with a small laugh before she pecked his lips. The two sat there for another hour as they talked with each other. They planned together when Rumi should visit the Yaoyorozu mansion and even talked about how their relationship was going to be from now on. Since Madara really needed to get home, he had left after a very pleasant goodbye from Rumi. This was definitely the latest he stayed at her house, as well as the first day that he skipped training. As he ran home, he checked his phone and realized how much Nijire and Momo called him. If you ever had a girlfriend, then you'd know that they don't like when their phone calls aren't answered, and their text messages are ignored. Well, lucky for Madara, he had two sweet and understanding girls that loved him. He truly is a lucky young man. Very lucky. Chapter 53, Chapter. Author Holy fuck, I think I underestimated just how much you guys hated Izuku lol. Probably a ton of mistakes cause I'm tired. So I'ma go to sleep. Finally arriving at the Yaoyorozu mansion, Madara just lightning Shunshin inside since he didn't really want to knock on the door. This ability was becoming more and more convenient for him, and he was becoming more and more lazy as time went on. Now in the living room, he noticed that the lights were turned off and nobody was there. Sensing the whole mansion, he found out that his parents weren't even home yet, but Nijire and Momo were both in his room. I guess Aiko and Jun are still at work. They do stay during the night sometimes. Madara thought to himself. His parents were sometimes too busy due to the work they have to do. At times like these, they would either come home late, or not come at all. Luckily this didn't affect their relationship with their children. That was because Momo and Madara had each other, as well as Nijire. If Momo was a single child and had no friends, then her relationship with Aiko and Jun would have probably been strained. Walking up the stairs, Madara went towards his room where his two girlfriends were. Arriving at the familiar door, he opened it and saw his clean spacious room being occupied by Nijire and Momo. They were both laying down on his bed while on their phones talking to each other. Walking inside, Madara closed his door and placed the case that contained his armor on the floor. Seeing how two pairs of eyes looked at him, it was pretty obvious that the two girls had finally realized that he was here. Oh Madara. You're finally here. Which girl were you out cheating on us with? Nijire questioned, obviously not being serious. Although she doesn't mind Madara coming home so late, she would appreciate it if he had answered her calls and texted her back. It was the same with Momo as well. Not giving Madara a chance to respond back, Momo shook her head and asked, Are you with that woman again? I can't believe you. You even said you wouldn't meet with her anymore. Time and time, you always make false promises. Her tone filled with disappointment and sadness as she closed her black eyes. If Madara was any other person, he would have totally fell for their act, but he wasn't. He knew that they were just playing around. The girls would sometimes do this to other people, but it would never work on him. An example could be when Nijire acted like Madara cheated on her that time midnight caught the two of them, and Momo fooling that overgrown mouse. Putting a hand on her sister's shoulder, Nijire looked at her and said, Yeah, just look at him. His clothes are all ruffled up and his eyes lower than usual. He's obviously tired, meaning he was sleeping at the girl's house. Sniff, I just didn't think he would do something like this, you know. I always thought he was different than the other guys. Yes, Nijire. All guys are the same. Momo said to the periwinkle-haired girl, both not realizing that their boyfriend was currently undressing. Maybe we show dash. Before Nijire could continue whatever she was going to say, a shadow appeared above the two girls. They looked up to see a currently naked Uchiha who was staring at them with hunger in his eyes. It was obvious what was about to happen next, and the two girls knew that. Madara only had that look in his eyes when he was feeling a certain type of way. Of course having Rumi so close to him for hours and not do anything would make him horny, and seeing how Nijire and Momo were currently dressed made it worse. You guys are not funny. Madara simply said. Sometimes he found it cute whenever his girls did this to other people, but not when they tried it on him. What are you doing? Nijire questioned her boyfriend. And Madara. Momo said when she looked down. Maybe they shouldn't have tried to mess with him, but she certainly wasn't complaining about this sudden development. 1 hour later. An hour later, you could see 3 naked figures laying down on their backs on a huge bed. With Nijire and Momo laying next to him, Madara decided to wait for them to catch their breaths. You could say that they were pretty lucky that Aiko and June weren't currently home. Otherwise, it would have been pretty awkward to face them in the morning. With her breathing finally slowing down, Momo looked to her left and stared at her boyfriend who wasn't tried whatsoever. That wasn't the only thing she noticed though. You seem way more happier than usual, Madara. What happened today? Momo curiously questioned, getting a nod of agreement from Nijire. Having already been with Madara for years, they could tell how different he was today compared to the other times they did their sexual acts. It was like he was holding something back for so long and had finally let it out. Or that time where they tried to see how long they could go without having any sex. Did you finally make a move on Rumi? Nijire questioned, getting a nod from Madara. He had told them already of how he felt about the older woman a couple days back. It was also when he told them about Midnight as well. Well, what happened? You can't leave us hanging like that. Nijire asked, wanting to know how it went with the famous female hero. Madara told them what happened with him and Rumi. To how they fell asleep together, talking about their feelings, and even their kiss. So that's why you were so late. You know, you could have at least texted back. Of course we weren't worried about you since we know you can easily protect yourself, but still. Momo said to him as she grabbed his right arm and put it around her. Now laying on his right side, she watched as her fellow sister did the same. Madara nodded his head when he heard her words. He could understand where they're coming from. Just imagining calling Nijire and Momo and texting them and being ignored would have probably annoyed him. He turned to his left and wondered if Nijire felt the same, but all she did was smile widely at him. So does that mean it's official? Are we going to meet her soon? The periwinkle-haired girl asked. Nijire never said it before, but she was a fan of the rabbit hero. How could she not be? She was currently the strongest female hero in Japan and an inspiration for most ladies in hero training. Now that same woman was finally in a relationship with her boyfriend. She had so many things to ask the rabbit hero. From her time as a pro, and to how her quirk actually worked. Nijire, being the endlessly curious girl, was of course intrigued and interested in Rumi's abilities and extra physical features. Knowing she'll get to meet her greatly excited her. But Madara, what about Midnight? Momo asked, remembering when he told her about that date they had. Sighing at the two girls' questions, Madara said, yes Nijire, she said that she wanted to meet you too soon, and I actually planned on meeting up with Namiri tomorrow. Apparently she has a day off, and she wanted to see me. I thought she didn't want a relationship and was only horny, but I guess that wasn't it. Didn't want a relationship. Sometimes you underestimate yourself, Madara. Momo said to him, causing the Uchiha to look at her. What do you mean? Madara questioned. Nothing at all. Momo answered as she shook her head. Whatever. Let's go take a shower, then go to bed. Madara said as he got up. If you didn't shower after doing certain activities, then you're nasty. Madara most definitely couldn't sleep peacefully knowing that he's dirty. After showering, the 3 teenagers got dressed and went back to bed. Aiko and June still didn't come home, but they did receive a text saying they would be there soon. Madara, being pretty tired, just ended up trying to fall asleep, rather than waiting for his parents. While cuddling with Nijire and Momo, he was feeling content with himself. When he first arrived in this world, he thought of pursuing 3 girls, and now he actually had them with him. Madara didn't want some huge harem that could fill up a house, so he didn't really plan on going after anyone else, but it looked like things were going well with Midnight. His life was going so well, and he had everything he could ask for and more, but sometimes he got too bored. He actually planned on finding a new hobby. Do some things he couldn't do in his past life. His parents always encouraged him to find something to do that he enjoyed, but he would always train instead. Well, you could consider improving his abilities and training as his hobby. Maybe he could go learn how to use a piano. Momo knew how to, so he could possibly ask her to teach him. All he needed to do was watch her play with his Sharingan active though. I'll think about it all later. Madara thought to himself as he finally fell asleep with Momo and Nijire on top of him. Next day. Madara was currently dressed as he prepared to leave for Rumi's house once again. Momo and Nijire had already left for their agencies. That was around the time June and Aiko finally came home after their long work day. As Madara put his shoes on and tied his laces, he could see his mother Aiko talking to someone on her phone. He wondered what got her making those strange expressions, but it wasn't any of his business. He would ask about it, but it didn't seem like anything of great importance. Grabbing his case that contained his red armor, Madara walked out of the door, but not before saying his goodbyes. It's colder than usual, he thought to himself. It was around early afternoon, which was the usual time he went to Rumi's house. He was thinking of bringing a sweater with him, which he remembered Momo and Nijire doing, but chilly winds wasn't going to bother him in any way. Besides, all it took to warm him up was a little bit of fire chakra. His ability was truly useful in many ways. Despite its destructive capabilities, it could also be used to help in doing simple things that any lazy person wouldn't want to do. Stretching himself a little, Madara began running, but before he could make it past the gate that surrounded the Yaoyorozu property, his phone vibrated in his right pocket, signaling that he was currently receiving a phone call. Rumi. He questioned the caller when he answered. It was weird and strange for the rabbit hero to call him at this time. If I was going to see her pretty soon, then why would she call me? Did something come up? Madara wondered, but thought it was best to just hear what Rumi had to say. Madara, good afternoon. Are you on your way to my house? I'm sorry if you are, but I'm not home right now. Well, I actually just left. It seems that I've been called for some hero business, so we can't meet up today. Rumi explained to the Uchiha in an apologetic tone. The rabbit hero felt bad for not being able to see him today, but she knew he would understand her reason. She just hoped that he wasn't already at her house because she hated wasting people's time. So that's what it was. I thought something had happened. Well, I doubt she would even get into a bad situation, but you never know. Madara thought to himself. Before he could even respond back, Rumi continued talking and said, I don't know if you want to wait for me since I might be back at around late afternoon. If you do though, I'll definitely make it up to you later. Madara didn't exactly know what she meant by making it up to him, but judging by the tone of her voice, he could take a couple guesses. Although it sucked that he wouldn't be able to see her for a while since he was so used to it, he could be patient and wait. Now he just needed to figure out what he should do now. Spend some quality time with his loving parents? Maybe. Well, it's no problem at all. We can just meet up later. Was all Madara said. After a couple minutes of talking, he hung up and walked back to the mansion. When he got back inside the living room, his mother and father questionably looked at him, wondering why he was here right now. Madara, is there something wrong? June questioned the long-haired teenager who sat down on the sofa. No. Everything is fine, but it looks like I won't be going to Rumi's for my internships today. Apparently she has some hero work to do. Madara said as he took out his phone. That was when he received a text message from Midnight asking what time they could meet up. So are you staying here for the day? Or do you plan to go out anywhere? I think maybe you should go ahead and enjoy your time outside. Aiko said with a kind smile as she took glances at her husband. Madara himself raised an eyebrow when he heard his mother's words. It was like she was trying to get him out of the house. Remembering the weird relationship Aiko and June had, he could guess the reason. Looking at his phone screen, Madara texted the R-rated hero back and got up from the sofa. Looking over at Aiko and June, he opened his mouth and said to them. I didn't plan on doing anything, but looks like I'll be going somewhere soon. He had asked Midnight if she wanted to meet up right now. Originally he was going to do so after going to Rumi's, but due to recent developments, it looked like he was going to go see her earlier than planned. Watching his son leave, June turned to his wife and asked, You're not going to tell him about that call? It looked like Madara had nothing to do today, and that old man apparently wanted to see him. Oh, you're right. Hee, I was too focused on actually getting him out of the house that I completely forgot about that. Maybe I should call him right now and let him talk to Madara. Aiko said as she got up and took her phone off from the table. It was pretty obvious who had called the mother of two. Someone who was old and wants to see Madara. It could only be Gran Torino. Or a creepy grandpa. Chapter 54, Chapter 2364 words for this chapter. Now in his room, Madara undressed from his workout clothes, and looked inside his walk-in closet for anything to wear. He didn't need to take a shower or freshen himself up since he had already did so after waking up. Luckily his mother was so into getting him out of the house that she didn't even realize her son was going on a date. If she had known, she would have most likely wreaked havoc in his closet just to find him the perfect outfit. Deciding to just wear something simple, he put on regular black shoes, jeans, and a long-sleeved black shirt. Yes, most of his wardrobe contained clothing that was black. No, he's not emo or edgy, he just likes the color. Midnight said she agreed to meet up with me earlier, but we never specified a time or where we should go. I'm already finished and ready to leave, but she could possibly still be lazing around at her house, or doing whatever but getting ready. Madara thought to himself as he sighed and laid on his back on his comfortable bed. As he ran his hand through the recently new bed sheets, he began to think of where he should actually take the R-rated hero for their date. What should he do with her during their time out? What would she like? Madara didn't know, and it wasn't surprising that he didn't. With Nijire and Momo, they rarely went on dates or went out together. They only did so when they actually felt like it, or were bored. Being together for years, the three teenagers were always comfortable with just staying inside and chilling together. Always comfortable with just watching a movie inside his room. Another reason why they would never go out was because they had everything they need inside the mansion. Although, this didn't matter with Midnight's case. He couldn't just bring her over. Well, maybe he could, but he thought it was way too early for that. Madara can't just not go on any dates with Midnight and Rumi, right? They would probably want to spend time with him outside. This is something he realized is extremely important. Any other girl he dates won't be like Nijire and Momo. He'll have to figure out exactly what they love doing, and figure ways he could spend time with each and every one of them. Who said having a harem was easy? Whoever said such a thing is obviously a liar. Madara could just use his clones to spend all the time in the world with the ladies he loves, but that'll never happen. Never in his life will he do that. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Clones are the worst. The Uchiha boy thought to himself as he began remembering the numerous amount of DC fanfictions that had Lex Luthor miraculously finding the main character's blood. Taking out his phone, Madara decided to just call the older woman to see where she'd like to go. Doing this only when they met up would make it awkward and ruin the vibes. Who doesn't plan before a date? Certainly not Madara Uchiha. Madara. You're calling me so early, how strange. Are you so excited to see me that you couldn't wait to actually hear my voice? Ah, don't worry. We'll see each other soon. Was what he heard from the other end of the call. What was wrong with this woman? Madara knew she was just joking, but sometimes he doubted that. Sometimes he thought she was actually being 100% serious. Madara didn't know it, but Midnight was the one that was excited to meet up with him. When she received his text message, she instantly got in the shower. She was actually still inside the bathroom, cleaning herself as they spoke. Midnight never felt so sure of herself for buying a waterproof smartphone. Anyways. I wanted to ask you something, Namuri. What time do you want to meet up, and where do you actually want to go? I myself am already dressed and ready to go. Madara said. One might think mentioning being dressed was a little strange, but Madara only did it because it would make Midnight realize that she would have to get ready faster. TCH, the least you could do is play along. Well, to answer your question, I'll be finished in about half an hour. I'm not sure what we could do, but going to the movie theaters is a great idea. Midnight said to the Uchiha who was thinking of her words. She wouldn't normally suggest this since nobody went to the movies when the sun was still out, but there was a film that caught her interest. Alright then. I'll go to your house and we can walk there together. Madara said, getting an okay from Midnight. Believe or not, where the R-rated hero lived had all type stores and whatnot. For example, the mall was nearby, and even the movie theaters. A great amount of people would be at that location, which also means a higher risk of some villain attacking, or any crime occurring. So it wasn't any surprise that Midnight would live so close by. It was pretty normal for a pro hero to live where crime rates are higher. Well, normal for the more stronger ones. There are some heroes who like to separate their personal lives from their hero work, so they chose to live in a quiet neighborhood and act normal, but when they're called for some hero business, they'll have to make sure they get there on time. Man, whenever I become a pro hero, I'm certainly not living somewhere where crime is so common. I'll never be able to take a break. How could anyone even live like that? Madara wondered. Just imagine being a hero. You already have a job of saving people whenever you have the chance. So living in an area where it's most likely a villain will appear, you wouldn't even be able to live your life out peacefully. Then again, a villain could appear anywhere. Goodbye, Madara. I'll call you back when I'm finished. Or you can stay on the call and listen while I relax myself, Midnight said over the phone. Madara couldn't see it, but she was currently running her hands all over her smooth body. It's a tempting offer, but I'll have to pass. See you later. Madara said as he hung up. Phone sex wasn't his thing. Why would it be when he could just get the real deal? Getting up from his bed, Madara went downstairs to see what his parents were up to. Knowing that his presence is delaying them from doing their usual activities, he wondered what they were doing now. Walking down the stairs, the sight of his mother Aiko talking on the phone greeted him. It was as if she was waiting for something, and that something was him. As soon as he walked into the living room, Aiko got up from her seat and put her phone in front of him. What was this? Madara questioned to himself. He didn't know anyone who would call his mother at this time, just to get to him. Well, he knew a certain rodent, but he was sure Nizu had no need to talk to him right now. What happened? The Uchiha asked the brown-haired woman who was smiling at him. Placing her phone into Madara's hand, Aiko looked at him and said, "Someone wanted to talk to you and ask you something." I myself was surprised, but it seems important. Talk to him yourself and see what he wants. Nodding his head, Madara watched as his mother went to go sit back down. Guessing that she was giving him privacy, he shunshin right back into his room to talk to whoever called his mother. He could already tell that whatever it was, he wasn't going to like it. "Hello. Who is this?" Madara questioned as he sat on his bed. When he heard the voice on the other end, he wanted to groan, but he kept it to himself. "Madara Uchiha, right? Sorry for disturbing your time, but I wanted to ask you something. Gran Torino, the one who taught All Might how to fight, as well as Izuku Midoriya's current sensei." "Oh great. This has short green-haired wimp written all over it. Sigh, I'm honestly not surprised. What else could Gran Torino want me for, other than helping Izuku out with something?" Madara said in his mind. "Yes, that's me. I suppose you're Gran Torino. The old man in a hero costume I saw back in Hosu. What do you need?" Madara said, getting straight to the point. Alright. Well, I initially planned to contact you later since I figured you were interning with Mirko, but your mother had said that you weren't today. The old man said, a little put off at Madara's tone of voice and attitude. It was clear to him that the boy didn't want to talk to him. This just made him think that his chances of getting Madara to spar with Izuku was pretty low. "Yes, but that still doesn't explain why you actually called me," Madara said, wanting Gran Torino to just say what he called him for already. He always disliked when people dragged things out. Like, state your reason and be done with it already. No need to have a full conversation. "I'm sure you already knew this, but my intern is Izuku Midoriya. I was wondering if you would like to see Dash." Before the old man was even able to continue, Madara had interrupted him. "No," was his only response. Madara could easily tell where this conversation was going, and he didn't like it one bit. "You didn't even let me finish what I was going to say," Gran Torino said, getting a little irritated on how this young man was acting. He never really talked to Madara before. Only exchanging a few words during the Hosu incident, so this could be considered his first impression of him. "I may not know what you were going to say, but I can tell it has something to do with Izuku. Just the fact that it has something to do with that kid, I don't want any part of it," the Uchiha said, trying to get the point across that whatever he says, he won't agree to it. "Hold on now. Yes, it has something to do with Izuku, but it's nothing too serious. Your mother had told me that you don't really have anything else to do right now, so why don't you come over and have a spar with the boy?" Gran Torino tried to reason, but he was getting nowhere. As soon as he said Izuku, the chances of ever getting Madara to agree went to zero. "You want me to spar with him? Why would I ever want to do that?" Madara questioned weirdly. "For one, he's your classmate. Don't you want to help out a fellow student? But if you really want to know, the kid wants to spar with you to see the gap of power between the two of you." Gran Torino responded back, causing Madara to sigh at the stupidity of Izuku. "Let me just tell you this. I don't care if he's my classmate, I'm not helping him. He's not my responsibility, and I'm certainly not obligated to help him out. Also, why would I ever want to fight Izuku? That'll just be wasting my time. He's nowhere near my level, and doesn't even have full control of his quirk. Why don't you fight him first and kick his ass? Tell him that if he can beat you, then he can try to get me to have a spar with him afterwards." Madara responded back to the old man. Did I just hear that right? Gran Torino questioned himself as he thought of what Madara just said. Have Izuku beat me first? It was then that the old man actually realized what the Uchiha meant. This boy. Madara said it like Gran Torino was weaker than him, and he meant it. The Uchiha even hoped that the old man realized what he said, because it was true. If Izuku can't even beat someone weaker than him like Gran Torino, then why should he give him the time of day to have a spar with him? It was like attempting to fight a level 100 when you can't even defeat a level 10. Haha, you're a real funny kid. I didn't know you were this cocky. Gran Torino said, laughing to himself a little. He honestly thought that Madara was joking, but he was sorely mistaken. Madara was being 100% serious. It's not me being cocky, but confident. I know I can defeat you easily. There's no arguing about it. It's not hard to understand either. If Izuku can't even defeat you, why should he even attempt to fight me? Madara explained like it was the most simplest thing in the world. Why don't you come over here and find out if that's true? Gran Torino said with a grin. Not that Madara could see it though. He didn't really mean to taunt the Uchiha, all he planned to do was get Madara to try to fight him. After he defeats the kid, he could have him spar with Izuku. Simple as that, but he made a mistake. Gran Torino didn't realize that not all young students in hero training are so hot-headed. Madara doesn't care about his taunts. Why would he? Nope. I have a date to go to. My final answer is no, and will always be no. Please don't call my parents ever again to get to me. Madara said before he hung up. Letting out a sigh, he sat up from his bed and went downstairs to return his mother's phone. I have a feeling that this won't be the end of getting bothered by people. Madara thought to himself. Chapter 55, Chapter. Author, 2,133 words for this chap. Madara POV. Walking downstairs to where my two adoptive parents were, I began to think of the call I just had with Gran Torino. Honestly, I should have expected such a thing to happen, but it's still bothersome. Still kind of irritating that just because I'm a student, I should help out my fellow classmates when they're in need of some assistance. Of course there could be times where I'll comply if I'm bored and don't find whatever problem troublesome, but other times I'll flat out refuse. It doesn't mean I'm an asshole, but I just like minding my own business, most of the time. And as someone who keeps things to themselves, you could imagine how provoking it is to have someone ask you for a favor and expect you to comply just like that. Of course I would help if I'm actually friends with the person, but I barely even talk to Izuku. No, not barely. I actually don't remember even having a full-blown conversation with the kid. So why would he think I would accept sparring with him? We're not friends, but then again, Izuku even considers a boy who bullied him and told him to kill himself as a friend of sorts. Now that I'm thinking about it, there must be something seriously wrong with him. He seems like the type of person who would befriend anyone who is the least bit nice to him or gave him some attention. Except villains, of course. Being so nice to your childhood bully and the one who constantly torments you for no reason whatsoever. I don't get it at all. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how sad it actually was, but there's no use in thinking about it anymore. I can just pity him from a distance. I just hope Izuku is the last person that would bother me like this, but I know it's just wishful thinking. With my unique and strange abilities, I'll naturally attract unwanted attention. I can't complain about having tons of eyes on me though, but I do find having some fame annoying. It's easy for some people to just accept their growing popularity, but not for me. Of course it wasn't too much of a problem, but still. In my past life, I was a completely normal teenager. So in this new life, everything was so different to me, and I will have new experiences I'll have to adapt to as time goes on. Arriving at the cozy and completely clean living room, I walked up to Aiko who was sitting close to June, and handed her phone back. So, what did you guys talk about? My adoptive father questioned to me. I was sure they knew exactly what Gran Torino wanted and why he even bothered to talk to me, but I'm guessing they want to know what I specifically told the old man. It's nothing too serious. He wanted me to help his intern, but I denied him. I told the two of them as I sat down on the comfortable sofa. Why would you do that, Madara? Unless what you have planned to do later is very important, I don't see why you couldn't help the men out for a bit. Aiko questioned me with a confused and curious expression on her face. I couldn't blame her for asking this at all. My words make it seem like I was some douchebag for not complying with Gran Torino, but I'm sure if Aiko and June knew the full extent of the situation, they'd understand where I was coming from. He wanted me to help some kid I've barely talked to before, for something unnecessary as well. So it would have just been a waste of my time. I explained to the two of them, getting a nod in return. It seems to me like you don't do well with adults, Madara. It's always been like that since you were a little kid. June suddenly said with a slight chuckle, getting Aiko to coo. Yes, what my father said was right. Well, only sort of. Even when I was younger, I denied the pro heroes and tutors my parents brought in to train/teach Momo and I. At that time, Momo was the little girl who followed what her brother does, so she refused them as well. That was around the time that I suggested training by myself, also when Daisuke, my martial arts teacher, was introduced to me. Daisuke was a rare case though. My parents 100% trusted him, and he was someone who could actually train me. It also helped that he was a good guy as well. Now back to what June said, I wouldn't say that I disliked adults, but only the ones that I get bad vibes from. Maybe I'm just paranoid from reading and watching so much novels, anime, and movies with a lot of manipulative adult characters. It wasn't just in fiction though, but in real life. Coming into this world, I would always remind myself to be wary of anyone. Because no matter how a person may look on the outside, they could be a vile and disgusting person in secret, and you wouldn't even know it. For all I know, All Might could secretly be a lolicon, and All for One is a woman using a transformation quirk. Now it's not like I dislike all adults, because that would just be childish. For example, I feel like I could sit down and have a good conversation with Aizawa. Yes, Class 1A homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Even All Might too, but mostly because I respect his strength and power. June, now you're making me remember when he was just this tall. Aiko said as she raised her hand right below her hip, making me remember how short I was, and how time has flown by so quickly. Before my father could even reply to Aiko, I interrupted by saying, it's not like I don't do well with adults, but some of them will probably try to get to me by attempting to sway you. My parents were very smart. Judging by the realization in their face, they understood what I was getting at. I'm sure they understand from my show of power that one time, that anyone with some intentions for me would possibly try to get through them first. Aiko and June didn't know this, but Nizu was a perfect example of that possibility. Of course he didn't go that far since I caught him, but he would have most definitely tried it. Don't worry, Madara. There's no need to worry about this. Aiko said seriously, getting me to raise an eyebrow. After all, it was pretty rare to see my mother get so serious. Well, not exactly rare, but uncommon. Any problem that involves her children, she get completely serious about. Seeing June nod in agreement, I let them think some more over my words. Although I knew my parents weren't stupid to let anyone manipulate them, I still wanted to tell them. Now that I explained my part, I planned to ask my parents about something that just crossed my mind. How exactly do you know Gran Torino? Are you guys old friends or something? I questioned, getting their complete attention. Although Aiko and June knew a lot of people, the amount of said people they actually knew to a personal level was extremely low. Now I could be wrong because I don't specifically know everything that's going on in their lives, but I'm sure just not everyone can call my mother on her personal phone. Observing their reaction to my question, I noticed how they looked at each other, almost like they were planning something. Not as if they were going to figure out a suitable lie to tell me, but as in who was going to explain what I just asked. My parents weren't liars, that I was sure of. Of course they'll sometimes refrain from giving me some information I might ask, but this wasn't the case right now. Well, your mother and I have befriended some pro-heroes and other people you most likely might not know of. You never know when we need a favor, and it's the same with them. June explained to me. We're not exactly friends with them, per se, but they're people we could go to if we need a certain job done. Aiko said with a nod. Most likely thinking that she explained it well to me. And she did. Ah, well, I guess that made sense. Honestly, with the way Aiko worded it, I would have thought that she and June had some shady people on speed dial to kill anyone they didn't like, but I know my parents aren't the type of people to do that sort of stuff. Having heard enough, I got up from the sofa and walked towards the front door. I know Namiri had told me she'd be finished in about 30 minutes, but I could start walking to her house right now. Yes, walking instead of jumping building to building. Sometimes it just felt nice to enjoy the peaceful air while having a stroll. Of course it would be better if my girls were with me while doing it, but sadly I can't just kidnap them from their agencies. Well, if they asked for it. Are you finally leaving Madara? Who are you going to hang out with? Aiko questioned me as she realized that I was walking towards the front door. She had also noticed my state of dress, so it wasn't hard for her to conclude that I was leaving. Whoa, calm down, mother. You sounded way too excited there. Maybe leaving the house earlier than intended was a good idea. Because now, I can finally give them the privacy they wanted. It's weird though. They never care if me and my girls were at home when they had their sessions. I could only guess that today is some sort of special day. I'm going out with friends. I'll most likely not be here until late afternoon, or even night. I said. I didn't bother mentioning that I was going on a date, because I'm sure Aiko would have made me explain. Regular POV. When Madara said he was going out with friends, Aiko and June looked at him in surprise. How could they not? What their son had just said was too abnormal for them. Did I hear that right, June? Did Madara just say he was going out with friends? Aiko questioned as she turned to look at her husband. I heard it too, but it can't possibly be true, right? Our son most definitely does not have friends. I have always remembered him to be a loner who only ever talked to girls that caught his interest. June said to his wife. Hearing his parents' words, Madara stopped walking and turned to them. Yes, he understands that he's not one to interact with other kids, but Aiko and June just made it sound like he was a loser. If it's really true, then I'm happy for our son. Aiko said with a beautiful smile. Nodding in agreement, June looked at Madara and said, if you ever want to bring them over, feel free to do so. It looks like he wanted to meet the people who his son had befriended. Unfortunately, Madara had lied. He wasn't going to meet up with some friends, but a horny thick 30-year-old woman. Shaking his head, Madara turned back. Goodbye. He had said before he opened the door and walked out of it. Sigh, it's true I don't really have any friends, but I could think of a few that I could tolerate. Like Todoroki. He wasn't a sore loser about me defeating him, and he doesn't seem like the type that'll pester you for something. Tokoyami as well. He seems pretty chill. Madara thought to himself as he walked to the front gates. Speaking of chill, the weather today isn't as hot as before, but it's still pretty comfortable. The Uchiha said in his mind before he hinged into a regular, average-looking teenager. Today he wanted to enjoy the peaceful atmosphere of walking to Midnight's house with no interruption, so he disguised himself with his transformation jutsu. I don't always have to jump building to building. I could try flying with my Susanoo wings as transportation, but that's too noticeable. Well, I would have been able to fly perfectly normal if I had the Rinnegan. I wish I had the Rinnegan. Sighing once again, Madara opened the front gates, and then walked towards the direction of Midnight's location. Chapter 56, Chapter. Author, my bad if the story is slow RN, I just don't want to rush the relationships, neither do I want to drag it out. I originally thought of adding Kendo after Midnight, but I'm not too sure now. I'm pretty content with Madara only having Momo, Nijire, Rumi, and Midnight. It just feels so right, and adding Kendo would just feel out of place to me. Adding her wouldn't be a problem either, so just let me know what you guys think. In a medium-sized room, you can see a half-dressed older woman with long dark purple hair and sky-blue eyes. This was obviously the R-rated pro-hero, Midnight. Also known as Namiri Kayama. Midnight was currently getting ready for her date with Madara Uchiha, her student from UA. Yes, as weird as it sounds, he was her student, and basically 2 decades younger than her. Does she care about this fact? If she were to be honest, she would say that the age difference really did bother her. At first, she was just teasing the Uchiha, but she ended up gaining feelings. How that was possible, Midnight herself didn't know. Due to gaining romantic feelings, she'll naturally want a relationship, but here's the thing, Midnight doesn't want some half-assed relationship, she wants something serious. Something that'll actually last. What is the point of dating someone if you're not even serious about it, and you'll most likely break up? That's just a waste of time and unnecessary heartbreak in the future. Midnight didn't want that at all. Although some might say she's expecting way too much from a 15 to 16-year-old kid, she herself didn't see him as just a teenager. She also knew that Madara would be serious with this relationship if they got together. Momo and Nijire were absolute proof of that. Midnight remembered what those girls had told her about the Uchiha. He was a great boyfriend and always made them happy. Of course she didn't believe it at first because no relationship was that perfect, but she was mistaken, and proven wrong. Although he made 2 teenager girls happy, could he do the same for an older woman like her? Midnight always wondered about that. Here's where her age comes in. Would Madara want her when she's this old? When he's an adult, she'll possibly not even look the same anymore. She has always been sensitive about her age, so when it involved a relationship, it made it even worse. This conflict involving her age wasn't the only thing that bothered her. She has thought about this over and over again, and the fact that she was pursuing something like this with her student worried her. Would she get fired? How would people think of a hero in this type of relationship? What the hell am I worrying for? Why should I care of the opinions of people I don't even know? My happiness should come first, shouldn't it? Midnight thought to herself as she put on the rest of her clothes. Nothing too eye-catching, but enough to make Madara look over her form a couple times. Well, at least she hoped so. Midnight also put on regular glasses and tied her hair in a ponytail. With this, she wouldn't be recognized so much in public. Yes, believe or not, her current look made others believe she wasn't the R-rated pro-hero. Midnight herself didn't know how people couldn't recognize her, but it worked better for her this way, so she didn't really question it. Checking the time, Midnight saw that she finished way earlier than she intended, so she walked towards her living room, and waited till Madara arrived here. She didn't even bother sending him her address because the Uchiha already knew where she lived. He had walked her home before on their last date. But he's never been inside, something I plan to change. The older woman said as she licked her lips, thinking of various ways on how she was going to seduce this student of hers. If Madara were to go inside Midnight's house, he'd notice how it was less decorative than usual. That was because as a pro-hero, Midnight sometimes moves around from time to time. What if she gets sent to a certain location to do some hero business and she has to stay there for a while? Of course this was all very uncommon, but it's happened before. For example, when she started working at UA, she had to move to a house that was close to the school, otherwise she would have possibly been late every day. That would also result in her getting fired, and Midnight definitely didn't want that. Getting bored at doing nothing but sitting around, Midnight decided to go cook herself some breakfast. It was only early afternoon, but she still didn't eat the most important meal of the day. Preposterous. Halfway through her cooking, Midnight's doorbell sounded out, causing her to get startled. You can't blame her really, it was really silent inside her house, and she was only focusing on making her breakfast. Sighing, she walked towards her front door to open it. Madara POV. A couple minutes earlier. Walking to Midnight's house was as peaceful as I thought. The scenery around here was beautiful, and it made me wonder if Japan in my last life was like this, but I doubted it. One thing I noticed when I came to this world was how everything practically looked better than anything in my past life. For example, anyone considered ugly here would probably be average in terms of looks. I myself don't know why this was, but I certainly wasn't complaining. It did take a while to get used to the culture here though, but it wasn't really difficult. You see, I lived in the US in my past life, so being reborn in Japan was strange to say the least. Everything here was so different than what I was used to, even the internet. Though I did plan on going to America, and see just how different things were over there. What? You can't blame me for wanting to go there. Imagine you were reborn in a different world, but in a whole different country too. I'm sure you'd go to where you were born before, right? Wouldn't it be a unique experience? Well, enough thinking of that. It'll most likely happen in the far future. It didn't take me long to get to Midnight's house. Even though I didn't run there, I was still a pretty fast walker if I do say so myself. It's still early than the time Midnight said she would be ready, but I hope she's already finished. I doubt it though. For some reason, girls take decades to freshen themselves up, pick out an outfit and get dressed. For what reason would you take that long for? I never understood it, and I don't think I ever will, but right now that didn't matter. Walking up towards the front door, I pressed the doorbell button, and it only took a couple seconds for it to open. Well, I certainly didn't expect this sight to greet me. Not at all. Madara. You're here early. Namiri said to me with a smile, giving me a light hug that I accepted. Looking at her form, I saw that she was in casual clothing with an apron over it. How was she able to look good in anything? I wasn't sure, but who cares, right? Separating from me, Namiri smirked and asked, "You really couldn't wait to see me, huh? So you had come over early." "There's no need to get embarrassed, just come inside, I made breakfast." Geez, why does she always have to do this? Ignoring the fact that she was having breakfast when it was afternoon, I walked right past her and went inside. The first thing I noticed was how bland it looked. With Rumi, she at least had pictures up and some other stuff that made the inside of her house look good, but with Namiri, it's like she just moved in. I didn't think too much of it though. It's not like I came here to observe how her house looked. It didn't really matter to me either. Namiri came up from behind me and put her hand on my shoulder. Turning my head to the side, I saw her smile at me. It was clear that she was already enjoying our time together, even if it hasn't even been long since I've gotten here. Although we didn't really plan to have breakfast together, I certainly wasn't complaining about it. "Why don't you go sit down at the table? I made enough for 2 people. She said before she walked back to the kitchen with a little extra sway to her hips. I know for a fact that she did that on purpose, and I'm sure she knew I was staring at her backside. What a woman. I think I made the right choice in coming here. It didn't take long for Namiri to finish whatever she was making because a couple minutes later, she placed a plate of your usual Japanese breakfast in front of me. "Here's your food, dear. I hope you enjoy it," Namiri said to me with a beautiful smile. Letting out a small chuckle, I shook my head and thanked her. "You'll never stop trying to get a reaction out of me from your teasing, will you?" I questioned. "Nope, not at all. One day I'll succeed in doing so," she told me as she took off her apron, unnecessarily stretching her body in the process. Namiri and I ended up having a pretty normal conversation as we ate. Although I still don't know why she was eating this type of food at this time, I didn't question her about it. It only took about 5 minutes to finish eating, so she took me to her living room and told me to sit down with her. I was confused by her actions, and I'm sure she knew that, because she explained herself. "Don't we have at least 30 minutes until the movie starts? Why don't we sit down and talk about our current relationship?" Namiri said as she sat down, and gestured for me to sit next to her. Before she could even let me respond, she continued by saying, "You know this isn't normal, you and I. Despite how I may act when I'm around you, I genuinely think we could give this a shot." Of course I was a little hesitant and constantly questioned myself, but I decided that my happiness would come first before anyone's opinions. I have to admit, I had thought about this. About Namiri worrying if being with me would ever be okay. It's normal to think this, after all, it's not every day that a busty older woman dates a teenager. Although it's not illegal considering the age of consent here, but it's not usually accepted. Then again, who was going to come up to me and say that dating my teacher was wrong? I don't care about other people's opinions, and Namiri doesn't either, so what was really bothering her? She still looked unsure for some reason. Thinking about it some more, I finally figured it out. Ah, so that's what it was. Looking her in the eyes, I opened my mouth and said, "It's about your job, isn't it?" "Yes, I knew you'd be able to figure it out, you're a smart kid after all. Dating you would risk me losing my job as a teacher. You might think this is strange since I'm always teasing and such, but I never went too far. Before she could continue, I interrupted her by laughing out loud. "Don't think too much about it. I have someone who'll make sure that'll never happen. I'm sure you can think of who I'm talking about it. The principal of U.A, Nizu. If you forgot, the rodent owes me a couple favors. One from giving him information about the League of Villains, as well as from that time he fucked up." "What do you mean, Madara?" Namiri questioned me confusingly. There was no point in hiding this from her, but I didn't go into detail. All I said was her boss owed me from his blunder. Although she was unsure of my words at first, I reassured her with complete seriousness. "Don't worry, just trust me. I'll talk to Nizu about it. He'll for sure comply with whatever I ask, okay? I said to her as I held her hand. There was no doubt that the mouse was going to say anything with my relationship with the teacher. Even if he did, which was least likely, it's not like it'll change anything. Plus, I'm sure he doesn't want the media to know that he interrogated one of his students. Geez, I sound like a villain thinking about blackmail. Nah, who am I kidding? I was broken out of my thoughts when the sound of Namiri laughing invaded my ears. What did he do that got you the permission to order him around? This blunder must be serious. She said to me. You couldn't be more right, Namiri. Enough of that, I think you just confessed to me, right? We never really talked about our feelings until now, and she practically just told me that she wanted to be in a relationship. I couldn't overlook this. Instead of saying anything, Namiri just straddled me and gave me a kiss on the lips as she wrapped her arms around my neck. We ended up missing the movie that day. Instead of actually going, we stayed inside and enjoyed ourselves. Chapter 57, Chapter. Author, don't mistake the beginning for a lemon cause it's not. Anyways, I like this chapter. 3084 words. Midnight continued to kiss Madara like her life depended on it. Straddling him, she was able to feel the warmth of his body, but it wasn't enough. Just the feeling of his hands rubbing up and down her sides were greatly simulating her. Grabbing a good amount of Madara's soft hair, Midnight groaned and arched forward when she felt her backside being grouped. Geez, now I understand why Momo and Nijire always seem so satisfied. We aren't even doing anything serious, and he's already making me feel this good. The older woman thought as she moaned when she felt something big under her. Madara himself was greatly enjoying this. He roamed his hands all over Midnight's mature body, making sure he didn't miss anything. From her legs that were wrapped around his waist, all the way up the smooth skin on her face as well. Only thing that was bothering him at the moment was the amount of clothes they had on. About 5 minutes in, Madara and Midnight were both topless, still clinging on to each other as they explored each other's bodies. It would have escalated further, but the R-rated hero stopped it. What happened? Are you okay? Madara asked, wondering if he did something that she didn't like, but he doubted that. Catching her breath, Midnight looked at the marks that were all over her naked breast. She of course was enjoying this so far, but she needed to stop. And no, nothing is wrong. There's no doubt that if we continued, it would have resulted in me bent over the couch as you took me from behind. I just don't want to rush things. Midnight explained with a sigh as she slumped forward and laid her head on Madara's bare chest. Yes, surprisingly the seductive older woman thought that they were rushing it, and she was right. Midnight didn't want her relationship with Madara to just turn into one where sex is constantly involved 24/7, especially when they haven't even gone on a proper date yet. Ah, I get it. Well, at least I think I do. I agree that it would be way too fast, so stopping would be the best decision right now. Madara responded back as he held her. He could truly be considered the luckiest person right now. If all the virgin males who had a crush on the R-rated hero knew that he was holding her while half naked, they'd probably literally try to kill him. The two stayed in comfortable silence for about 7 minutes. During that time, Midnight simply admired how perfect Madara's skin was. No scars whatsoever, which made her wonder if his quirks gave him some sort passive healing. Even she still had some scars from past battles and training accidents, so she was pretty jealous about this. Hell, his hair was better than hers too. Even when their styles were very similar. Deciding to speak up, Midnight opened her mouth and asked, "So how is your internship? I've seen some of the other kids over the course of the week, and most of them looked bored out of their minds. Being an intern for the strongest female hero in Japan should be pretty adventurous, right? Haha, that's really unfortunate for those other kids. I couldn't imagine doing absolutely nothing, or staying at an agency for hours, just to learn something that won't even benefit me. At that point, I would have just quit. But with my internship, it's been interesting to say the least. Rumi is amazing. Once you get to know her, you'll realize how sociable she could be. Of course this doesn't apply to everyone." Madara explained as he moved his hand up and down Midnight's back, simply enjoying the feeling of her soft skin. What he said about Rumi was somewhat true. Once you get to know her, she could be very sociable with you. Well, at least that's what happened for him, but he guessed that could be the case for anyone that doesn't annoy her. What do you mean by Rumi? First name basis already. You guys are so close, and it hasn't even been a full week yet. Don't tell me you seduced an innocent rabbit. Midnight questioned playfully, but what Madara said next somewhat shocked her. It just sounds weird when you say it like that, but Rumi and I are together as well. Although it may seem too fast since I haven't even known her for a full month, it feels like we've been friends for years. Madara said to the older woman. He and Rumi were just so much alike, that it was fairly easily to get close with her pretty quickly. What? Ugh, why do I feel like I should have expected this? Midnight said, not bothering to move her head from Madara's chest. Of course she was surprised, but only a little bit. She thought about it and realized that such a possibility of it ever happening was extremely high. It was just something about Madara that attracted women. Of course his looks were a factor, but it was something else as well. It's like if Aizawa came out and said he was gay. I would certainly be surprised at first, but not so much because I kind of expect it. Was the weird thought that invaded Midnight's mind. How did it happen? I'm sure the rabbit hero wouldn't just date anyone. Of course I know you are a special case, but you must have done something very interesting to trigger her feelings for you. Midnight questioned the young man who was holding her. Well, it's nothing too complicated. We just ended up connecting and realized we were more alike than we realized. Of course the feelings grew as the days of the week passed, until finally we got together. Madara of course wasn't going to mention that his fights with Rumi and defeating her in spars was what triggered the rabbit hero to gain an interest in him. To see him as her partner. With Madara, the reason why he didn't say this to Midnight was because he still didn't 100% trust her. Of course he thinks that could change in the future, but not right now. The Uchiha thought if he told Midnight how he defeated Rumi, she would tell the secrets of his power to certain people. Some might say he was just paranoid because this was unlikely, but he wanted to make sure he could completely trust her before ever spilling his secrets. With Nijire and Momo, they've been with him for years now, and they have complete trust in one another. For example, if the girls had to choose between being completely loyal to the hero agency they are in, to betraying their boyfriend for whatever reason, they would choose Madara with no questions asked. With Rumi, even if it hasn't been long, she has already started keeping information to herself that she would have most likely already told the higher-ups. Seeing perfect Susanoo, any normal pro-hero would shit their pants and snitch on him saying he had this type of terrifying power. This wasn't such a big deal. Madara would just have to spend more time with Midnight and progress their relationship. You're one lucky young man, you realize that, right? I wonder what the tons of males across the country would think if they knew who you were with. I did mention saying fangirls can be a problem for you one day, but crazy jealous guys are a thing too. You have to make sure to watch your back if this ever comes out to the public. It's not just you either, but the girls and I as well. The chances of an insane fangirl of yours attempting to kill us are low, but it's never zero. Midnight explained to the Uchiha. Being a pro-hero for years, she's seen some things they most wouldn't believe at all. So for the next hours, Madara and Midnight sat together in each other's arms, both half naked with no shirts on. They knew that they had missed the movie, but they didn't care. Of course just talking for hours and hours would get extremely boring fast, so they decided to watch some entertaining shows on the TV. Madara had to say, he never realized it before, but Japanese shows were quite strange. Even then, it was still enjoyable to watch. In the late afternoon, the streets around the city were fairly quiet. It was always usually like this around this time, of course unless a villain came out of nowhere and attacked. But today that wasn't going to happen, unfortunately. Well, that were the thoughts of a tall muscular man that was walking with a shorter figure next to him. The man had short, spiky blonde hair that was covered with a blue hat, as well as small black eyes. He was wearing blue jeans, black boots, and a fairly large jacket. This was obviously the man known as the carnal murderer, Muscular. Next to him was a pale young man with a somewhat lanky body type. He had black hair that spiked up and hang low over his eyes, which were turquoise in color. He was wearing dark blue pants, black boots, as well as a black sweatshirt. He was also wearing a face mask that covered half of his face. If anyone were to look very closely, they would see the purple wrinkled skin under his eyes. This young man was Dabi, one of the newer members of the League of Villains. I guess he's not here. They said he should be around this area to get to that pro-hero of his. We've been here for hours, and the Uchiha kid still hasn't passed by. Muscular said with a glare, that would cause any normal person nearby to instantly call the cops. Calm down, we can't have anyone suspecting us with that face you're making. Exactly why we have disguises on, which would be useless if we were caught. Dabi said to his partner. This Madara person must be seriously powerful if the leader ordered everyone not to engage him by themselves or unless they are sure of victory. I mean I watched his highlights, but I can only guess he wasn't showing his full power. Dabi thought to himself, remembering when he and Muscular received this mission from Tamura. Flashback. In a separate room in a certain bar, 4 figures could be seen standing around facing each other. These were Muscular, Dabi, Kirojiri and lastly, Tamura. Do you understand what you're supposed to do? The light blue-haired man child said to the 2 who stood across from him. His sensei has told him these 2 guys had abilities that would be great for the mission they had planned. So, we're supposed to wait around until we catch this kid by himself? The aloof Dabi questioned, showing no emotion on his face. He would have rather done this alone than with Muscular, but orders were orders. He was also new here, so asking for being solo was a no-go. I know you said to only get him to bleed, but that won't be enough to satisfy me. Madara Uchiha is getting pretty popular, wouldn't it be interesting for all that fame to disappear? Crush and ruin him. Completely destroy his body and beat him up till he's crippled, all everyone would see him as is a weak little boy who can't even be a hero anymore. Muscular was naturally a sadist and bloodthirsty man. He's watched videos of Madara before and noticed how confident he looked. Just imagining getting that same boy to crumble in fear, feel absolute terror and unbearable pain as he slowly ripped off his limbs got him excited. Trust me, I want nothing more than to do that. Tamura sourly thought to himself as he clenched his fist. Something that Dabi noticed. Don't underestimate him. That's the only warning I'll give you. This isn't a battle to kill the boy, but get samples of his blood, that's the final mission. Of course if your victory is assured, then capture him instead of killing him. Kurojirai said, mostly looking at Muscular, who was emitting obvious bloodlust. There was no doubt that this man would kill Madara if he had the chance, and All for One wanted the boy's quirk, so killing him wasn't an option. Kurojirai also knew that All for One doubted that Muscular and Dabi would come out of this uninjured. The Portal Man had a mission himself. If things got too out of control, he would teleport the two villains out of there. Yes, what Kurojirai said is right. With Dabi, we're hoping your fire would do well against Madara's. Although he's able to use elements, he mostly uses his wood and fire. For Muscular, Madara's physical strength is very powerful, so you'll be the one to fight him up close. Tamura explained. So where exactly are we supposed to catch him when he's by himself? Dabi questioned. Madara is an intern for Rabbit Hero Mirko. With that, we simply figured out the possible routes he would take to get to the woman's house. There's no doubt that he goes there alone, so if you wait around the area, you'll be sure to catch him, but you have to make sure that nobody suspects you guys as villains, so you'll be wearing disguises. If you aren't able to find him by the time it's laid out, then come back. You'll be doing the same thing for the next few days. Tamura said, speaking out everything his sensei had told him. Flashback end. It's getting late out. Either he already passed us without us noticing, or he simply doesn't take this route to go home. Dabi said before he walked the other direction to where the League of Villains base is. It's unfortunate the leader said not to attempt to raid the Yaoyorozu mansion. Very unfortunate. Muscular said, itching to crush someone nearby. Judging by the tone of his voice, it was obvious to Dabi that he was mad about something. He didn't know for what reason, but with what he's noticed about the men, it could be because he didn't get to cripple Madara like he said he would. What a stupid man. His overconfidence will be his downfall. Dabi thought to himself, knowing that Madara won't be an easy opponent. He noticed the way Tamura acted when the boy is mentioned, so it was obvious he despised him. He also watched highlights and videos of Madara after he was assigned the mission, and he realized that he himself can't underestimate the Uchiha. Muscular and Dabi didn't know it, but not meeting Madara today was just them getting lucky. When they do confront him by himself, the battle obviously won't be in their favor. Not one bit. What they also didn't know was that the Uchiha already passed right by them, and they didn't notice at all. It was around 8 p.m. when Madara left Midnight's house. They had stayed together for hours in each other's arms watching anything that caught their interest. All in all, it was a pretty chill day for the Uchiha. Putting on his henge, Madara walked in the quiet streets of Midnight's neighborhood. Since he didn't want any interruptions with his time with the R-rated hero, he had put his phone on silent, so he had missed calls and text messages that he needed to answer. Of course they were from Nijire, Momo, and Rumi. Texting the two teenagers that he'll be home soon, he checked what Rumi had sent him, and saw that it was her telling him that she was finally home. That was 10 minutes ago. Although it's pretty late outside, it won't hurt to see Rumi. Madara thought to himself as he turned to the direction of the Rabbit Hero's house. He was already near the Yaoyorozu mansion since it was so close by to Midnight's house. Should I walk or run there? No, I should definitely run. Despite my superior walking speed, it would still take a while to get to where Rumi is. Madara said, still looking down at his phone, not even realizing he passed two men who were actually villains. You can't blame him for not realizing it. Madara was looking down at this phone the whole time, and his sensing ability isn't passive. Of course that doesn't mean just anyone could sneak up on him. For example, if those two villains actually tried messing with him, then Madara would instantly know what was going on. Finding a dark alley, he jumped up on top of the building, and sped towards the direction of Rumi Usajiyama. With Rumi, right now she was in her house getting a snack for herself after a long day. Earlier she was requested for a job to take down some villains, simply because no other hero nearby was available for it. Usually she wouldn't mind doing it, but it took time off from getting to see Madara. I wasn't able to see him all day, hopefully he comes over tonight, but I doubt it. It's fairly late, and he should be home by now. He also hasn't responded back to my text message. Rumi said as she walked towards her living room. She was only wearing sport shorts and a bra like the other day, simply because she was hoping for a certain Uchiha to come over. Picking up her TV remote from the counter, she was about to press the power button, but a smile stretched on her face. So you came, she said as strong arms wrapped around her from behind. Of course this was Madara, who got here pretty quickly, and used Shunshin to get inside. You really thought I wouldn't come to see you? Madara said as he hugged her. Rumi was very short, standing at 5 feet 2 inches. So her head only went to his upper chest area. Can you stay over tonight? Rumi questioned hopefully, surprising Madara on how cute she actually looked. Madara thought of it, and even considered it, but realized Nijire and Momo were waiting for him. But he was sure that the two girls would understand, unless... You know what, why don't you come to the Yaoyorozu mansion with me? Chapter 58, Chapter. Author, no idea why the heck this chapter is so long. Made this chapter after I woke up like 5 hours ago. So I'm going to sleep. Good night. You know what, why don't you come to the Yaoyorozu mansion with me? Madara asked the woman in his arms. Judging by the silence he received from Rumi, he could only assume that she was thinking about it. After a while, the white-haired woman spoke up and said, don't you think that will be pretty awkward? Are you sure you want me to meet your parents this early? I mean, how would they think if they knew we were together? Rumi herself didn't really care for what people thought of her relationship with Madara, but these were his parents. She's sure that he hadn't told them about her yet. If she ended up going, the conversation would for sure turn out to be quite awkward. Although she thought this, she couldn't help but get excited at meeting the two people who raised this young man. Rumi knows of the Yaoyorozus, but it's not like she has actually met them face to face before. Is the great Rumi Usajiyama scared to meet my parents? Have I finally found something that makes you feel fear? I certainly didn't expect it would be this, how unusual. Madara teased as he kissed the side of her neck while rubbing his hands up and down her toned stomach. I'm not scared, you idiot. The only thing your parents know of me is what type of hero I am, and that I'm the one interning you. Can't you imagine how weird it would be if you brought me to your house and introduced me as your girlfriend? Rumi said as she moved her head to the side, basically encouraging Madara to kiss her some more. You're right about that, but my parents aren't exactly normal. I could guarantee that my mother Aiko would be excited to meet you. I don't know about my father, but if my mother agrees, then he has no choice than to do so as well. Madara said, causing Rumi to grow confused at certain parts of what he said. Why would your father have no choice than to agree? Rumi asked the Uchiha, getting a chuckle in return. You don't want to know. Let's just say, their relationship is strange. But all that matters is that they're a happy married couple, so. Madara said, getting a nod from Rumi. Okay, if you say so. You better be right, because I don't want your parents to accuse me of being a cougar and seducing you. Or kick me out, because then, I'll have to go all the way back to my house. You did mention how the Yaoyorozu mansion was pretty far from here. Rumi said as she separated herself from Madara. It's all right, don't worry about it. My parents did say to bring any of my friends over. I'm sure they won't mind you staying. They're also very nice, and I'll make sure to tell them I was the one to seduce you. Madara replied back, getting Rumi's eyes to twitch at the last part. Maybe I should get a house of my own to live with my girls. Or I could just make one, we'll see. I'll have to train on making houses with my Mokutan. Madara thought to himself. You must be joking. You don't have any friends, right? Rumi asked with a small laugh as she looked at Madara's stoic expression on his face when he heard her words. I'll be waiting for you outside. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Madara saw Rumi come out in some gray sweatpants and a white shirt, with a backpack around her shoulders. Madara didn't know what Rumi needed a bag for since they'd be leaving in the morning anyways, but he could only guess it's her hero outfit. Are you ready? Madara asked, receiving a nod from the woman. Walking up to Rumi, he suddenly picked her up in a princess carry. What the hell, what are you doing? You know I can perfectly run beside you, right? The rabbit hero said, but didn't struggle in his arms at all. It was pretty comfortable like this for her. Especially since he smelled good. Isn't this better though? Make sure to hang on. Madara said as he instantly rushed towards the direction of the Yaoyorozu mansion. Rumi couldn't believe it, although Madara was running at a speed that she's used to, being in his arms did make it better, as well as the scenery. With the moonlight shining down on the area, and slight chilly breeze, it made it all better. At this point, she was seriously considering having Madara carry her every time. Looking at Rumi, Madara couldn't help but ask, you've been staring at the full moon the whole time, Rumi. Is it supposed to give you a power-up or something? You're an idiot. Inside the Yaoyorozu mansion. In the spacious living room, Nijire and Momo can be seen sitting around while watching TV. Aiko and June weren't home yet, so it was just the two of them. It's already so late out, Madara said he would be coming soon, but he's still not here. Nijire said with a pout, causing Momo to sigh. Calm down, Nijire. He sent us the text like 10 minutes ago. Although it is a little weird. Madara doesn't take too long to get here with how fast he runs. Maybe he's doing something very important. The black-haired girl said to her sister. Yeah, like fucking his teacher. Nijire said, staring at the TV screen that didn't really show anything interesting. Nijire, are you jealous? Momo questioned the periwinkle-haired girl, receiving a confused expression from her. From that alone, she could assume Nijire's answer already. I'm not jealous, but I'm just so used to having Madara here when we get home. It's either that I miss cuddling with him after a long day with Ryuko, or I'm just horny. Nijire responded back to the black-haired girl, trying to figure out the reason herself. Momo shook her head with a small chuckle when she heard what her best friend had said. Even if by now she should be used to her acting like that, it was quite funny for a cute and innocent girl such as Nijire to say things like that. Oh. I almost forgot, but Ryuko wants to meet you, Momo. When you have time, you should come by to where her agency is, and meet her with Madara too. Nijire said with a smile. She was happy that most of the people considered close to her were getting along. I'm not sure I can, Nijire. I don't think I can visit anytime this week. After the internships, we all have to go back to school. Also, I'm pretty busy at Iwabumi's. I never knew doing a commercial would be so difficult. She's even making kendo and I come earlier than usual tomorrow to finish it up. Momo said with a sigh. You're still doing a commercial? Are you even learning anything useful? If you don't want to be a celebrity like Iwabumi, then why are you at her agency? Nijire questioned. Madara had already talked to her about teaching me. Iwabumi is actually a good hero, and I have learned a lot, but we're still doing the commercial. At least it's not worse than when I started out. If Iwabumi didn't listen to what Madara told her, then I would have most likely left. Momo said, getting a nod from Nijire. That was when a swirl of fire appeared near the girls. They instantly knew who this was. Nijire ran towards the direction of the fire with a big smile on her face, but when it disappeared, she was shocked. It wasn't just her, but Momo as well. Geez, you should have warned me before using the technique of yours. It felt pretty strange. And is that fire even real? I didn't feel much heat from it at all. A female voice that the two girls didn't recognize said to Madara. No need to think too much of it. The flames are there for cosmetic purposes, to be honest. It doesn't really change anything if I used a different element. Madara said. Momo, is that dash? Nijire asked, but was interrupted midway. Rabbit Hero Mirko. Momo finished her best friend's sentence. This was certainly a surprise for the two girls. Although they knew about Madara's relationship with her, they've never met the woman before. The strongest female hero in Japan. Being two girls in hero training, Nijire and Momo naturally respected Rumi. And now this woman was in front of them, in the arms of their boyfriend. Separating from Madara, Rumi looked at the two girls with a smile and asked, so you two must be Momo and Nijire. It's nice to finally meet you guys. Madara. Is this really her? You didn't tell us that you were bringing her over. Nijire excitingly asked as she floated over the white-haired woman to feel her ears. If it was someone she didn't know, Rumi would have kicked the hell out of whoever touched her ears, but this was one of the girls Madara was in a relationship with. Nijire, don't just start touching people without their permission, you know this. Also, who else would it be? Madara said with a sigh. While Nijire continued asking the rabbit hero questions, Momo walked up to Madara and gave him a long kiss to the lips. It took you quite a while to get here. Nijire and I missed you all day. She said, bringing him into a hug. After Momo separated herself from the long black-haired young man, Nijire suddenly floated towards Madara to give him a kiss as well. Afterwards, she grabbed Momo's and Rumi's hand to go upstairs. Huh, where are you guys going? Madara questioned. To Momo's room. We need to all talk. Don't worry, Madara, it won't take long. Nijire said, as she walked up the stairs. Rumi herself didn't know if she could get along with girls who were way younger than her, but they seemed really nice, so she didn't object to going. Great, now what am I supposed to do? Madara questioned to himself. I guess I'll go take a nice warm shower. Next day. In Madara's room, 4 figures could be seen laying on a big comfortable-looking bed. One figure in particular opened their eyes to reveal a red color. This was obviously Rumi, who just realized that she was laying on top of Madara. Looking around, she noticed Nijire and Momo laying next to the Uchiha with their heads on his 2 shoulders. Yesterday the girls had took her to a room and asked her all types of questions. At first, Rumi didn't think she would get along with these girls, but she was proven wrong. She enjoyed her time with them, but she also knew that it would take some time to get used to. Slowly getting off of Madara, Rumi rubbed her eyes and walked out of the room. She was pretty thirsty and wanted some water, so she walked down the stairs and into the kitchen. That was when it happened. Brown Eyes stared at Red. Ah, Rabbit Hero Mirko. Madara's mother, Aiko said as she looked at the woman in front of her in surprise. Why was she in her house at this time? Yup. That's me. Rumi replied back, feeling a little awkward right now. So why are you here? Judging by the way your hair is southwest out of place, it seems like you just woke up. Did you sleep here? Wait a minute, don't tell me that you were sleeping with Madara and the girls. Aiko asked in surprise. This was really strange right now. Just imagine a popular female hero comes downstairs, and you realize she slept with your son. Most mothers would be angry and mad, but not Aiko. Haha. I knew this would happen one day. Now tell me, sweetie, how did this happen? When did my son seduce you? Is he a good boyfriend? Aiko asked, bringing Rumi over to the living room. What the hell? The rabbit hero thought to herself. So for the next 30 minutes, Rumi and Aiko talked to each other about Madara specifically. At first the rabbit hero felt kind of confused at this whole development, but she got used to it as time passed. She actually enjoyed talking to the older woman and beautiful mother. She was very accepting and kind too. Madara, Nijire and Momo were certainly lucky to have a woman like this in their lives. That was what Rumi had thought. Mom. Rumi. A voice sounded out. Looking over, the two adults saw Momo coming downstairs while yawning with her phone in her hand. Good morning Momo, where's Madara and Nijire? Aiko questioned with a smile, gesturing her daughter to come sit next to her. When Momo sat down, Rumi looked at the mother-daughter pair and couldn't help but notice how similar they looked. Well, their facial structures. While Momo had black eyes and hair, Aiko had brown eyes and straight brown hair. Madara and Nijire are taking a shower. Nijire realized that she almost slept in and that she needed to get to Ryuko's agency soon. Momo said before she greeted Rumi. Looking around, she noticed that her father wasn't here. Usually he would be with her mother. That's how it's been every morning. Where's Dad? She questioned the brown-haired mother who was sitting next to her. You probably won't see him until you get home from your internship. Your father was working pretty late yesterday, so he's very tired. Aiko said with a smile, receiving a nod in return. That was when the sound of Nijire quickly saying her goodbyes sounded out while she was being carried by a certain Uchiha. Wow, I guess she really was late. Rumi commented. With Nijire and Madara. Madara, why don't you come see Ryuko again? The periwinkle-haired girl questioned her boyfriend while in his arms as he jumped from building to the agency she usually goes to. I don't know Nijire. Madara said to his girlfriend. He didn't actually have a reason for not going, other than still being pretty tired and not really wanting to see the pro hero. There was nothing wrong, he just wasn't in the mood to do so. Oh, that's alright then, but you should definitely come by later on. She mentioned wanting to spar with you. I did tell her it would be no use because she would lose, but I don't think she believed me. Nijire said, getting a small laugh out of Madara. Alright then, I will make sure to come by sometime. The Uchiha said. It took only about a couple minutes until Madara and Nijire arrived to the Dragon Heroes agency. Dropping her off at the front, Madara kissed her goodbye and left. Arriving at the Yaoyorozu mansion, Madara used Shunshin to get inside. He saw Rumi on the couch sitting with his adoptive mother Aiko, while Momo was nowhere to be found. All it took was some good sensing to find out she was taking a shower. Madara, you're finally back. Aiko said as she got up and gave her son a hug. It hasn't even been 10 minutes. I wasn't gone for long. Madara said before he separating from her. While Aiko went back to the kitchen, Madara sat down next to Rumi, and put his arm around her shoulder while bringing her closer to him. Smiling at her, he asked. So I see you've met my mother. How is she? You know, I walked downstairs just to see her standing there in surprise. It was definitely awkward. You should have told her that I would be here. The rabbit hero said as she laid her head on Madara's chest. Damn it. I missed it. I purposely didn't tell Aiko and June, just to see their reaction when they saw Rumi. Madara thought to himself with a sigh. I was so excited that I forgot. He said to the woman in his arms. Am I supposed to believe that? Yes. For the next hour, Madara sat down in the living room with Momo, Rumi, and Aiko about whatever. Apparently Momo had to go to Iwabami's earlier than usual, so she left the mansion to go take the train there. Madara of course sent a clone to follow her to make sure her trip there was safe. He always did this with Nijire and his parents as well. He didn't want anything bad to happen just because he wasn't there to save them. Afterwards, Rumi had went to go take a shower in his room, alone of course. She and Madara were going to her house together for their usual internship. They could have of course stayed around the Yaoyorozu mansion to train and do whatever, but Rumi needed to go home. When she was finished, she put on her hero outfit that she had in her backpack, and stood by the door to wait for Madara, not before saying goodbye to Aiko. "Are you ready?" Madara asked. It was obvious that she was, but he just wanted to make sure. "Yup, now let's go," Rumi said with a smile as she spread her arms out. "What are you doing?" "Waiting for you to carry me." Shaking his head, Madara picked her up while also having her hold the case that contained his armor. It was about a couple minutes in when Madara was running towards Rumi's that the woman mentioned him not needing his case since they weren't going patrolling today. "You could have told me that before I brought it with me," Madara said with a sigh, but knew it wasn't such a big problem. He stopped on top of a building and created a wood clone to go bring it back to the Yaoyorozu mansion. With two certain people. It was day 2 on their search for one Madara Uchiha. Muscular and Dabi have been walking around the area for 10 minutes now with their disguises. Of course this would come off as extremely suspicious, so they would sometimes split off. They also had grocery bags that would make it some they had just gotten back from buying food. Right now, they were walking together while Muscular was complaining about doing this boring job. "Stop complaining, we'll find him eventually. Plus, we can't exactly just drop out of this maze," Dabi was saying, but noticed a specific person walking on the sidewalk across from them. "Huh? What the hell were you going to say?" Muscular asked the shorter person next to him. "Sho, he's right there. Contact Kurojiiri, we found Madara. We have to follow him until he's by himself," Dabi said as he crossed the street with Muscular following, who called the person with the warp gate quirk. The reason why they needed to call Kurojiiri was because he would be teleporting the two villains out of there if something went wrong. They also had a tracker on them so Kurojiiri would know where to find them as well. Muscular and Dabi didn't know it, but the moment they started following Madara, which was a clone, they had instantly been found out. It's been minutes now, and they still haven't gotten Madara alone. All around them were citizens. Of course the villains didn't care about such a thing, but it was orders that they were to fight Madara when he is specifically by himself. He seems to be going somewhere strange. I'm sure this isn't the route to the Yaoyorozu mansion. Then again, he shouldn't even be going there right now, if our information is even correct. Madara should be on his way towards the rabbit hero's house, Dabi said, mostly to himself as he and Muscular kept following Madara. Something about this felt wrong. The more the dark blue-haired male followed after the Uchiha, the more he felt uneasy. Just what is it? I'm not having second doubts, right? No, that can't be. I haven't even fought him yet and I'm already thinking like this, how laughable. Dabi thought to himself. Ha ha ha, who cares, Dabi? Our target is in our sights. All we have to do is wait till he goes near a place that's secluded. Then I can have my payback for him wasting my time yesterday, making me wait for so long. Muscular said with a cruel grin. Calm down, Muscular. He'll possibly notice us if you start letting out your bloodlust, Dabi said to his partner, but the other men didn't really care. Muscular thought it was good that Madara could feel his bloodlust. Actually, he wanted him to feel it. Wanted him to know that he's after him. With this, he could watch as the teenager runs away like a coward, and then he'll chase after him until he's in his grasp. Unfortunately, the Uchiha they were following didn't show any signs of noticing them. It almost disappointed Muscular. Wasn't he supposed to be strong? What the two villains didn't know was that Madara was leading them somewhere secluded. Somewhere outside the city. They were running right into their demise. Madara walked and walked, until finally he reached outside of the city. It took 10 minutes to arrive at a secluded area where no one would interrupt him when fighting these villains. It was a grassy plain outside a quiet neighborhood, with a forest nearby as well. Standing still, it was at this moment when Dabi realized, Madara knew they were following him the whole time. Should he be surprised about that fact? No. What he should be worried about is the level of confidence this young man had to actually lead them here. Muscular. He knows. Dabi spoke out as he stood a good distance away from Madara, getting his partner to laugh out loud. You say it like it's a bad thing, Dabi. Hee, we're outside the city with our target right in front of us. We have all the time we need to mercilessly beat him with no interruptions. Muscular said as he stared at the back of Madara, who still hasn't said a word. Hey kid. It's obvious you realize what's going on here, Muscular said, but was interrupted. Madara turned around and stared down at the two villains who were in disguise. When he was bringing the case that contained his armor back home, he had noticed two people following him. At first he sighed to himself for not putting up a henge when walking around or just straight up running back, but he remembered Rumi telling him he shouldn't be getting people bothering him since his increase of popularity should settle down. That's what he thought to himself at first, but when he felt the bloodlust coming from behind him earlier, he couldn't help but grin. Finally, some people to play with. He hasn't had a fun fight since Stain. Although that wasn't even so long ago, Madara hasn't really done any battling since that day. Not even with Rumi. Just fighting an opponent that's pretty decent gets him pumped up. He might not really show it, but Madara greatly enjoys battling people. Especially those with the intent to kill him. When it's a life or death battle, it makes it all the more interesting. What are you grinning for? Dabi questioned the Uchiha confusingly. Oops, didn't even realize I was doing that. Madara thought to himself with a slight chuckle. What are you guys here for? He asked as he raised his arm and pointed a finger at them. Dabi removed his face mask and unzipped his sweatshirt, while Muscular took off his hat and big jacket. Finally, they can remove those uncomfortable clothes and fight freely without any restrictions. Dabi looked at Madara in the eye, noticing how the young man didn't flinch whatsoever at his appearance. He doesn't care what people thought about his looks, but he knows that people usually do freak out when they see him. Deciding not to prolong this, Dabi opened his mouth and said, "That's none of your concern." "You should have nev dash," he was saying, but was interrupted. What just happened? Dabi thought. Looking down, his eyes went wide. Not just him, but his partner Muscular as well. Laying on the now red grass was his left arm. What the hell just happened? Lightning. Muscular said with a huge grin, looking right at Madara. The men realized that this fight would be more interesting than he thought. With a small amount of smoke coming from his fingers, Madara let out a smile and looked at Dabi. "It's 2 against 1. I thought I would make it a little bit more fair. I still hope you can fight with one arm." Yes, he removed Dabi's arm with a super-fast lightning shot that came from his index finger. Seeing Muscular preparing to attack him, Madara activated his Sharingan. The two stared at each other, while the third figure was still groaning in pain on his knees.